Leeds sky was gray to the point of black storm clouds pressing nearly to the rooftops. Rainwater slid down brick walls, dripping into puddles on the street and stirring circles of ripples. The street lamp at the corner glowed dim yellow through the rain and fogged the cold, wet air like a damp cloth, smothering the entire city. The air in the Leeds United chairman's office was equally stifling. A dark red mahogany desk stood in the center of the room, its varnish dulled by years, corners scarred with countless nicks. Several unfolded newspapers lay on it, their edges curled slightly damp from the humid air. On the wall hung several old photos protected by glass, their surfaces covered with a faint layer of dust. The celebration photo of the 1992 final, First Division Championship, the 2001 Champions League semifinalists, and the group photo of the young Lions, the young players standing tall, their club, now shattered by the debt storm. The rain hammered against the window glass, occasionally accompanied by wind squeezing through the cracks, making the already oppressive space feel even more suffocating. Qin Chuan stood with his back to everyone in front of the window, a thick stack of debt documents clutched in his hand. The date on the cover, June 1, 2003, was nailed into his eyes like a spike. His reflection on the window was blurred by the streaks of water, a young face, calm expression, so calm that it betrayed nothing. Suddenly a sharp pain exploded deep in his mind, as if countless fragments of memory were being forced into his brain. Viduka Smith Kelly Redibi's group photo and the glorious 2001 Champions League run of Leeds flashes one after another, and those scattered memories belonging to the original body, his father's will, the share transfer contract, and the anxiety over Leeds' future. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, digesting the jumble of memories that flooded in. Forced to appear calm, he drew another deep breath. The damp air rasped against his throat. The original owner was a rich second generation born with a silver spoon. How did it come to me that I ended up taking over this mess? Mr. Qin. The silence was broken by a crisp female voice. Lily Harrison, a local well-known lawyer hired by Leeds United, now working in the club's legal department. Her chestnut hair was neatly pinned back and her thin-rimmed glasses glinted under the light. She pushed aside a stack of documents in front of her, her voice as concise and brisk as her appearance. According to the court announcement, Leeds United's total debt is about £80 million, of which £20 million is due within 2 weeks. If the payment cannot be made on time, the court will initiate receivership in accordance with the law, and the club will likely be broken up and sold off. Although Qin Chuan had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. If he couldn't pay the $20 million, Leeds would be like those bankrupt clubs, the valuable stadium, training ground, even this club building would all be sold. Victoria Stone put down the budget table in her hand and raised her blue eyes. She was the club's newly appointed CEO, in her 30s, blonde hair neatly pulled back, a black fitted suit making her look capable and assertive. If receivership happens, sponsors will withdraw within a week, and the Premier League will likely freeze transfer registrations during the summer window. In the worst-case scenario, even wages may not be paid on time. Thomas Coleman shook the financial statements in his hand, his plump fingers turning white from pressure, voice tinged with hesitation. Strictly speaking, Mr. Qin, it's not that we have absolutely no way out. He pushed up his glasses, the thick lenses revealing bloodshot eyes. The club still has £16.5 million in liquid funds in the account. If we sell Kuhl even at Liverpool's £5 million offer minus his requested £1.5 million signing fee, we'd still have at least £3.5 million coming in. That way we can just scrape together the $20 million due loan and continue negotiating an extension with Barclays. Even if we just scrape by, it could at least last until the end of the summer window. But that means we have to accept Liverpool's terms. Victoria picked up the thread, her tone cold. Kuhl's agent made it very clear on the phone this morning: either agree to the offer now and meet his conditions, pocket the remaining £3.5 million to plug the loan gap, or wait until June 15th when the loan defaults, the clause activates, and Liverpool still buy Kuhl for £5 million. Then the funding chain breaks, credit collapses, other key players will be poached cheap, and the team will be torn apart. She gently pushed a fax document aside, lowering her voice. They're betting we fear collapse, trying to force the club into early concessions. Lily sighed and added, in fact, what they said is not without basis. We are now indeed in the last buffer period before collapse. If we keep borrowing, the team can survive another year, but if the financial chain breaks again, it's over. Thomas exhaled heavily and lowered his voice. They're practically robbing us in a crisis. Claire Walton sat at the window seat, the blue light of her laptop screen reflecting on her focused face, fingers hovering over the keyboard, brows knitted. The mood in the dressing room is deteriorating too. Kuhl was training in the club gym yesterday and directly threw down his training vest in front of several young players and left, even refusing routine communication with the physical therapist. Robinson privately told us that if the loan really defaults and can't be repaid, everyone feels this team may be disbanded. The air in the office turned heavy again. Qin Chuan slowly turned and walked to the old mahogany desk. The chair let out a harsh creak as he sat down, as if complaining about the sudden arrival of this new owner. He opened the debt documents, his gaze calm as he scanned page after page, his fingertips gently tapping on the desktop, tap, 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 even and steady. It was a habit from university when solving math problems, using rhythmic tapping to settle chaotic thoughts. Victoria stared intensely at his face, trying to read something from his expression. Lily waited silently, hands folded on the table. Thomas clutched the papers, ready to object at any moment. Claire held her breath, hand hovering over the keyboard, her lashes casting thin shadows under the light. Tap, tap, tap. In that oppressive, almost tangible silence, Qin Chuan actually didn't know what to do either. If he agreed to Kuhl's demands, just like in history, the club would continue for another year, then collapse at the end of the 03-04 season after relegation. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice exploded deep in his mind. Football club system bound successfully. Main quest fully take control of an English top-flight club. Within 90 days, starting funds released. Club special. Fund 100 million for operations, and debt only. Personal fund 100 million free use. And almost simultaneously, the Nokia 3310 on the desk vibrated, its screen glowing a cold blue. A message line popping up: your account ending 3847 at UBS has been credited 100J fund 1000000. Fund current balance 2000000. His fingertips paused imperceptibly on the papers for half a second, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Indeed, transmigrators come with systems. Without the system, he would only have been ABL. He calmed himself, inwardly starting to analyze the system's task. Full control. According to the original owner's memory, he had already inherited the club, but the task hadn't indicated completion. Perhaps it was only after clearing this debt that the system would deem Leeds United fully under his control. Then he picked up the rotary dial telephone on the corner of the desk. The metal receiver was cold against his ear. He dialed a number she remembered by heart from memory. Anna. His voice was calm, but brooked no argument. Transfer £100 million from my Swiss account to the Leeds United club account. Use 20 million to repay the due loan first, and the rest clear all debts at once. Within today, I want every page of Leeds' debt statement to be zero. There was a half-second silence on the other end, then Anna Blake's crisp voice came through with faint keyboard clicking in the background. Understood, sir. Bank authorization confirmed. First 50 million in 15 minutes. Remaining balance settled within 2 hours. Thomas slammed the report onto the table with a bang, papers scattering all over the floor. Mr. Qin, pay it all at once. The bank clearly said we could negotiate an extension. With an extension, we could have more working capital. Extension. Qin Chuan lifted his eyes, his gaze like a knife pulled from an ice cellar. Wait till we can't pay. Let Kuhl boast in the dressing room about Liverpool's offer of 5 million to buy Leeds core. Let sponsors withdraw and players boycott training. Want to go through that again? What I want isn't working capital, it's initiative. Borrow money to gamble on the Champions League, then fail and sink again. Victoria stood up almost at the same time, her chair legs scraping a sharp line on the floor. She grabbed the phone, her voice crisp. I'll call Kuhl's agent right now. Leeds United's debt is fully repaid today. The release clause is void. Want to leave? Make a market value offer. If it's unreasonable, stay in the team. Lily swiftly opened her notebook, pen racing across the paper. I'll issue an announcement later. Official statement. At 3 p.m. Title: refusing the practice of contacting player agents privately by clubs. Subtitle: the club will legally protect players' transfer rights. That will send a warning to both Liverpool and Arsenal. Thomas refreshed the account balance over and over, the screen numbers suddenly turning to 500. Bank alert. First 50 million arrived. I'll transfer it to Barclays immediately. The settlement certificate with the official seal can be delivered in half an hour. At 3 p.m. the certificate of loan settlement for 50 million, bearing Barclays Bank's official seal, was delivered to Leeds United. The news of Leeds' debt clearance quickly spread through Leeds media. The sports front page of the Yorkshire Post printed bold red headlines. Astonishing reversal. Leeds resurrected from the brink. Club announces full repayment of 80 million debt. New owner Qin Chuan completes salvation moment. The newspaper's presses kept running, working continuously. The latest edition was printed bundled by workers into stacks loaded onto delivery trucks, the red sticker breaking NEWS emergency print, striking in the rainy mist. Half an hour later, a queue formed in front of the corner newsstand. Fans in white rose shirts clutched newspapers, laughing and crying at the headline. The word quickly spread across English football too. At the Sun's editorial office, editors were shouting to change the evening edition headline. The originally planned Kuhl close to Liverpool was replaced by mystery billionaire splashes 100 million to save Leeds as typesetters climbed ladders to paste new lead type on the pages, ink smearing all over their hands. Liverpool's fax machine suddenly whirred out Leeds' debt clearance announcement. Sports director Perry grabbed the phone and called the CEO, voice urgent. They really paid it. Kuhl's release clause is nullified. We need to renegotiate this. Arsenal manager Wenger was being interviewed by BBC Radio at the Coney training base. When the host asked if he would still bid for Alan Smith, the professor coughed lightly into the mic. There's always surprises in football. Leeds have kept their core. It's good for the Premier League. At least we don't have to take advantage in the transfer market now. The rustle of his notebook pages clearly transmitted through the airwaves. But I'm curious, what is this new owner's long-term plan? The Premier League is not something you can play with by just splashing cash once. London's Guardian was far more measured. The economic correspondent typed cool words on his typewriter, clearing debt in one go is brave, but by no means a long-term solution. The average annual operating cost for a Premier League club exceeds $120 million. How long can Qin Chuan's private funds last? Without stable commercial revenue, this rescue may only delay the day of reckoning. At the White Rose pub in Leeds city centre, an old CRT television was broadcasting an ITV Sport News alert. Fans in white shirts instantly erupted, the clink of glasses nearly lifting the tin roof. Radio behind the bar, the local host was reading the bank's official statement emotionally. As of 3 p.m. today, Leeds United Football Club has fully repaid all due and undue loans totaling $80 million. Paid off. Truly paid off. The bearded old fan Dave slammed his beer mug heavily onto the table, foam splashing onto the faded Leeds United tablecloth. He snatched the Yorkshire Post from the next seat, his reading glasses sliding down his nose. This newspaper isn't lying. Last week, they said the club couldn't even pay player bonuses, and today they've shelled out $100 million. Next to him, young fan Tom in a No. 9 shirt rushed into the pub, clutching a freshly bought newspaper, the edges damp from rain. I just passed the bank. They posted an announcement with a court-stamped clearance certificate. Black and white debt cleared to zero. Behind the bar, George, wearing a retro 1992 championship shirt, put down the glass he'd been wiping. He pulled out a yellowed clipping from his pocket, the Yorkshire Post from the day of the 1992 First Division title win. Edges frayed. Last winter, I told you here that Leeds were finished. Before he could finish, the pub suddenly burst into a unison song, the Leeds anthem. Marching on together, rough voices mixed with malt aroma drifting through the open door into the wet street, making passers-by stop and turn. Don't celebrate too soon. A fan in a Liverpool shirt grumbled at the next table, immediately glared back by 3 Leeds fans. He took a sulky sip. Having money doesn't mean you know how to run a football club. Plenty of Premier League owners have blown everything. At least the team is still here. Dave retorted, then filled everyone's glasses. Tonight it's on me. For Leeds still alive. Huell's agent was in his hotel suite in Liverpool when he got the call, having been going over the exit contract details with the Reds transfer advisor. The assistant's voice trembled on the phone. Boss, Leeds made an announcement. They paid off all their debts. Huell's release clause can't be triggered. The agent shot up his chair, scraping against the carpet with a sharp sound. Impossible. Last week the bank people told me Leeds couldn't even scrape together $20 million. He grabbed the fax machine and dialed Leeds' legal department. Lily Harrison's calm voice came through. The contract clause clearly states that the release is triggered only by loan default. Since the debt has been cleared, the clause is automatically void. If you want to negotiate a transfer, come with a market offer, otherwise Mr. Huell will stay at Leeds and fulfill his contract. When Huell heard the news in the training ground dressing room, his face darkened like the rainy night clouds. He threw his training vest back into the locker and said darkly, "You think clearing the debt will keep people? Leeds is still Leeds, nothing changes." Robinson walked by with a football, deliberately bumping his arm, a smirk on his lips, still thinking of leaving. The new boss paid off. The debt release clause is dead. Stay and play well, brother. Smith, water bottle between his teeth, leaned on the doorframe and added with a grin, $5 million to leave. Now Leeds won't let you go without $8 million. The dressing room erupted in long unheard laughter, the fortnight's tension popping like a burst balloon. Milner and Lennon, the 2 youngsters, crouched in a corner flipping through the newspaper. Qin Chuan's photo was printed somewhat blurry, but the headline was bold enough. Do you think the new boss will buy big-name players? Lennon's finger traced the big headline, eyes bright. Milner folded the newspaper into a square. Hard to say, but at least the team hasn't fallen apart, that's enough. At 6 in the evening, Qin Chuan's desk received the last fax from the bank, the red stamp. Full settlement confirmed, striking. Almost simultaneously, the mechanical voice in his mind sounded again, quest complete. Incredible. Host completely took control of the club within 1 day. Overachievement triggered, reward doubled. Club special fund bonus, $200 million personal fund bonus, $100 million growth acceleration card, free template card, 1 Okrif 2024-25 season. The blue screen flash template overview, right wing attacking fullback template, can instantly grant 100 ability and awareness to a bound player reaching world-class fullback level. Growth acceleration card, bound player will reach the maximum level theoretically achievable in 2 years, within 1 month. Qin Chuan looked at the panel, tapped the desktop twice lightly with his fingers, and smiled inwardly. Good. After using it, it'll instantly become a world-class right back. The growth card is better left for younger players. He leaned back in the aging executive chair, calmly watching the blurry street view outside the window. The rain gradually stopped. The grass at Elland Road, under the sunlight breaking through the clouds, glowed with a faint green. Qin Chuan looked at the name Okrif on the system panel and tapped the desk with his fingertip. Outside the window, the rain stopped unnoticed. The setting sun pierced the clouds, gilding Leeds' Elland Road turf with a golden edge, dewdrops on the grass sparkling like broken diamonds. In the last second of the blue light panel dissipating, Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, staring through the window at the wet Elland Road turf, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. System rewards, debt cleared, squad stable, everything was ready. He picked up a pen and wrote down a name. I know who to buy first. The rain had stopped, but clouds over Elland Road had vanished. The club during the off-season was quiet with only a few staff members patrolling the pitch. Qin Chuan sat behind a mahogany desk flipping through a new financial brief handed to him by Thomas. On the corner of the desk, several stamped debt clearance certificates were neatly pressed at the bottom like a brand reminding everyone that this club had just stepped back from the cliff edge only yesterday. 36. 5 million. Thomas cleared his throat, his pudgy fingers tapping the financial report, the knuckles turning white from pressure. Mr. Qin, this is our total liquid capital now, including the remaining funds from the 100 million you injected yesterday, and Leeds' own retained 16. 5 million. He pushed up his glasses, his voice carrying a heavy conservatism. I must remind you, if you directly use 20 million of that money for facility renovations, it means the remaining funds will barely cover 2 months of operations. What you did yesterday did save the club from the brink of death, but investing too much in heavy assets at once still carries high risk. We are a Premier League club, whose operations require massive funds. Victoria, sitting across from him, flipped through the budget sheet, her brows taut. I agree with Thomas. At least we should keep some operating cash to cover emergencies. Lily, with her hands folded calmly, looked at Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, your decision yesterday was legally impeccable, but today's fund allocation will directly affect public opinion. Fans might support you spending big, but of course this is your wholly owned club. Oh, everything is your call. Claire sat by the window, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, clearly waiting for Qin Chuan's decision. Qin Chuan closed the brief, his gaze slowly sweeping across the group, his fingertip lightly knocking twice on the desk. Thump thump. Facilities are to protect and help players grow. Players are the foundation of results. His tone was as calm as if stating the weather. 36. 5 million is all our liquid funds. Spending 20 million indeed leaves almost nothing on the books, but that's without further injection. I'm injecting another 200 million today. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a familiar number. Anna. Qin Chuan's voice was without a trace of fluctuation. Transfer another 200 million pounds to the club's official account for operating funds. Remarked second capital injection. Arrive within 3 days. On the other end of the line, Anna Baker's crisp voice came through. Understood, sir. Thomas's eyes widened, his face turning red. You're adding another 200 million. Mr. Qin, this is really great. Qin Chuan lifted his eyes, his gaze cold. This is my money for the club. In the future, we still have to rely on results and business operations to generate our own blood. He paused, his voice lowering slightly. Yesterday we survived because we had money to pay off debts. Today we need to make the players believe they have a future. Only then will they fight every second for Leeds on the pitch. Victoria gazed at him for a few seconds, then let out a low laugh and put down the budget sheet. All right, I'm convinced. At least in this matter you understand what football is more than most owners. Lily took off her glasses, gently wrote 2 lines in her notebook, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. I'll put in the official announcement at 3-0. The club has officially launched the facility improvement plan, and the owner has injected another 200 million pounds. That will shut the media up for a while. Claire's fingertips were dancing on the keyboard again. Anna confirmed it. The funds will arrive in 15 minutes. The transfer order has been issued. Outside the window, the clouds split open, and a faint ray of sunlight fell on the old mahogany desk. 3 days later, Leeds United's official website published a long article announcement accompanied by a photo of multiple construction vehicles parked outside the Elland Road training ground. Leeds United facility improvements officially launched. Training ground fully enclosed renovation, new turf, full data collection system, budget 8M. Medical center expansion, sports medicine lab rehabilitation equipment 5M. Youth dormitory renovation, 24-hour hot water and nutrition center 4M. Club office building overall renovation, new network video conference system, scouting data server 3M. Total budget, 20 million. Construction expected to be completed before preseason training. The West Yorkshire Post used the word shocking in its editorial. This is Leeds' first large-scale infrastructure investment since the 2001 Champions League semi-final season. For a team that was struggling to pay wages last season, this is not just spending money. It's a declaration Leeds wants to stand up again. Claire had just inserted the floppy disk into the scouting department's main computer. A gray loading bar jumped on the screen, painfully slow. Victoria's Nokia vibrated on the desk, its sudden ring breaking the office silence. She glanced at the caller ID and looked up at Qin Chuan. Manchester City's Bernstein, returning the call regarding Sun Shuyang. Qin Chuan leaned back in his mahogany chair, his fingertip tapping lightly beside the name Sun Shuyang on a sticky note. Put it on speaker. The call connected quickly. Bernstein spoke with a cautious tone. Mr. Qin, Manchester City is not in a hurry to sell Sun. His performance in the Premier League last season exceeded our expectations. 25 games, third highest tackle success rate in the squad. Southampton offered 3.5 million in the winter window, and we didn't let him go. This price can't be reduced. Qin Chuan leaned back, speaking as if chatting casually. I understand your position. Sun is indeed a good player. But I also know that Manchester City wants to bring in a forward this summer and needs funds. I sympathize with the difficulties of mid-table clubs. He paused, a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. Besides, I'm of Chinese descent, and Sun Shuyang is Chinese. I've just taken over Leeds, and I want to sign a fellow countryman. That's also an emotional investment. We're certainly not looking to buy at a high price. Bernstein's brow relaxed slightly, but he still shook his head. Mr. Qin, I understand your point, but Manchester City also needs to consider finances. 2 million. That's too low. He still has value to us. Qin Chuan's fingers lightly tapped the table, as if weighing accounts in his mind. I won't push the price down that far. Mr. Bernstein, I respect Son's strength. Full 90 minutes in the crucial championship promotion match, able to mark Henry in the Premier League. That's not something just anyone can do. I can accept 5 million, but with one condition: full payment within 2 hours, and complete the medical and registration tomorrow. Bernstein hesitated, noticeably pressing his temples. 2 hours to clear. Can you really do that? Qin Chuan said flatly. Victoria is right here. The moment you sign, the transfer voucher will be sent directly to your legal department. You can check anytime. Bernstein was silent for a few seconds, then finally sighed. Mr. Qin, doing business with you is not easy. But okay, your attitude gives me no reason to refuse. I'll fax you the contract in half an hour. The video call ended. Victoria closed her notebook and looked at Qin Chuan. You could have stuck to 2 million. Manchester City really needed the cash. Qin Chuan picked up a tactical pen and drew a large circle on the whiteboard at the right flank. A player who can hold down a whole flank is worth more than saving 3-0 in time and effort. You'll understand next season. The next day, at 4:00 p.m., at a corner cafe outside Manchester City's training ground, Sun Shuyong pushed open the door, wearing a Manchester City training kit with beads of sweat still on his forehead. Seeing Qin Chuan, he was clearly surprised. The owner of Leeds United personally coming to meet him was rare. Shuyong, hello. Qin Chuan smiled and pulled out a chair like an old friend. What would you like to drink? My treat. Mr. Qin, you call me Qin Chuan. He waved his hand, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and only after the waiter left did he take out the contract from his bag. But he didn't push it over immediately. Instead, he started speaking. I watched your Premier League games last year. That away game against Arsenal, you had 5 interceptions, never letting Henry break through down the left. The 5 promotion games in the championship, you played every minute. That tackle in stoppage time directly secured the draw. I remember all of it. Sun Shuyong's fingers tightened around the coffee cup, his voice lower. Mr. Qin, how do you even remember all that? Because Leeds United needs players like you the most right now. Qin Chuan slid the contract across the table, his fingertip tapping the white rose crest. Last season, the right flank was breached like a sieve. 17 goals conceded were directly related to the right side. I need a defender who can run, tackle, and not be intimidated, and you've fought in the championship, and you've held off top wingers in the Premier League. 5 million to me is not a penny too much. He pointed to the clauses in the contract: 5-year contract, weekly wage, €2 signing fee, 0 can be credited today. Not because Manchester City's asking price was hard, but because you're worth it. Sun Shuyong's Adam's apple moved, a glint in his eyes. You really think I can start? Not think, I know. Qin Chuan's tone was calm, as if stating a fact. I came all the way here today not to sign you, but to invite you. We're from the same hometown. I know how hard it is to fight in the Premier League. Leeds bought you not for hype, but for you to really go out on the pitch and win. Sun Shuyong picked up the pen, his fingers turning white from tension, and decisively wrote his name on the signature line. You can count on me. I'll give it my all. Qin Chuan shook his hand, the warmth in his palm steady. From tomorrow, Elland Road's right flank is yours. The next day, Leeds United's official website announcement went live, accompanied not by a cold contract, but by a photo of Qin Chuan and Sun Shuyong shaking hands at the cafe. The headline sincerely invited: Sun Shuyong joins Leeds United. The Daily Mail sourly commented: owner personally went to Manchester City to sign 5 million for a Premier League rookie. But between the lines, it mentioned this Chinese defender, who made 25 appearances last season with a 78 tackle success rate, was an unexpected gem in Manchester City's defense. The West Yorkshire Post used the word pragmatic: 5 million for a Premier League-ready defender. Leeds' right flank finally has the right remedy. Inside the White Rose pub, Dave slapped the table and laughed heartily. Look at this photo. The owner went himself to negotiate. That's what I call sincerity. A player who really wants to come will give his all on the pitch. Tom stared at the TV highlights and nodded. He could mark Henry in the Premier League. I guess our 5 million wasn't a bad deal. Old George behind the bar slowly wiped the glass and said, spending money is easy, winning people's hearts is hard. The boss's trip, that player knows he's valued. You only play with your heart when you truly care. On the training ground, Alan Smith glanced at the photo on his phone, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He said to the young player beside him, tomorrow the new right back is supposed to be quite fast. Put more pressure on him during the offensive and defensive drills. Let him get used to it early. There was noticeably more anticipation in his tone than the day before. Inside the club building, Qin Chuan leaned back in a mahogany chair. 2 contracts were spread out before him on the table, with Victoria Thomas and Claire seated around it in turn. Let Smith and Qin Chuan said calmly. Alan Smith pushed the door open, still in his training kit, his blonde hair damp and forehead beaded with sweat. He was visibly nervous as he sat down. It was his first time facing this new boss alone. Qin Chuan slid the contract directly across the table. In my eyes, you are the future banner of this team. The contract extends to 2008, with a weekly wage of $3,000 and a signing bonus of $5,000 paid in full. Sign today, and the bonus will be in your account tomorrow. Smith was stunned. His previous contract was only $1,800 a week. This was already approaching the level of a first-team player at Manchester United. He let out a breath, picked up the pen, and wrote his name on the paper. I'm staying at Leeds, at least for 5 years. Good. Qin Chuan nodded. A short while later, Robinson pushed the door open, his smile more relaxed than Smith's. He picked up the contract, glanced at it, and signed with a grin. Until 2008, $2,000 a week, a $3,000 signing bonus. Boss, this is much better than I expected. This isn't charity. It's because you're worth it. A reward for loyalty, Qin Chuan said calmly. I want loyal players, and I'm glad you're staying. Thomas looked at the two newly signed contracts, his plump face still carrying a hint of worry. Consecutive wage increases will add operational pressure. Qin Chuan gave him a flat look. To keep the soul of the team, this expense is nothing. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the Nokia phone on Victoria's desk suddenly rang. The name flashing on the screen made her frown. Liverpool's sporting director Perry. She pressed the answer button and handed the phone to Qin Chuan behind the desk, lowering her voice. It's Perry. He doesn't sound happy. Qin Chuan took the phone, his fingers brushing the cool edge of the device. Perry's characteristically patronizing, condescending voice crackled through the earpiece. Mr. Qin, we've raised our offer to $7 million. Compared to last week's $5 million, this shows immense sincerity. He paused, deliberately emphasizing his tone. Qin Chuan leaned back in his leather chair, the club's balance of $216.5 million was a clear and comforting figure. He recalled the height of the debt crisis when the club's account couldn't scrape together the first loan payment. Perry had come knocking with a $5 million offer, then like tossing alms to a beggar. He also remembered Kuhl's agent showing up, hinting that Kuhl would be willing to facilitate a transfer, but demanding $1.5 million of that $5 million, calling it a loyalty bonus, a blatant act of profiteering from the club's misery. $7 million. Qin Chuan's voice was flat, unreadable as he tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Mr. Perry, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. Kuhl has a year left on his contract. He's not a free agent. Leeds United doesn't need that money now. We can afford to keep him in the reserves for his final year. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Perry's voice carried a clear note of shock, as if he hadn't expected Leeds to be so tough. Mr. Qin, are you joking? He's made it clear he only wants to go to Liverpool. Keeping a player whose heart isn't here does no one any good. It does me no harm either. Qin Chuan let out a soft laugh. I have the money, and I have his contract. Either you pay the market rate of $8.5 million, or he sits on the bench at Elland Road for the whole season. At least I'll have the satisfaction. Mr. Qin, I hope you stay this wealthy. Perry sneered, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I'd love to see which fool pays $8.5 million for a player with only a year left on his deal. The moment the dial tone of the disconnected call sounded, the intercom on Qin Chuan's desk buzzed. It was the receptionist. Mr. Qin, Mr. Clark, Kuhl's agent, says it's urgent and insists on speaking with you. Put him through. Clark's voice was strained with suppressed anger. As soon as the line connected, he said hurriedly, Mr. Qin, Perry is holding firm at $7 million, not a penny more. Kuhl himself is willing to chip in $1.5 million to make it $8.5 million. Will that do? He really wants to go to Liverpool. After all, he has played for Leeds for so long. Qin Chuan picked up his coffee from the desk. The warm liquid soothed his throat, making his voice deeper as he said, that's fine as long as Leeds United receives $8.5 million. The transfer fee is acceptable. He paused, then said clearly, but you tell Kuhl this, that $1.5 million is the price he pays for his choice. This is the last lesson Leeds United will teach him. Loyalty may not be worth much, but respecting the club that nurtured him is always priceless. Clark was choked up for a moment before muttering in a low voice, I'll tell him. After hanging up with Clark about half an hour later, a new transfer agreement faxed over from Liverpool. The figure $8.5 million gleamed harshly in the sunlight. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't relief. It was a knowing, calculated smirk of having gotten a steal. $8.5 million. Was Kuhl worth it? At this point in time, of course he was. But in Qin Chuan's mind, the images from his past life were as clear as pages in a ledger. Knee injuries were like time bombs buried in the bone, set to explode within 2 years. A left-wing speedster would be marginalized the moment his pace dropped. All that awaited this white rose blade was the cold jeers of the Anfield stands, the media's relentless glass man label, and the infamy of being a high-wage, low-performance player. Keep him. He'd walk for free in a year, and Leeds wouldn't see a dime. It was only a show of force against players who wanted to kick the club when it was down. But now the $1.5 million from his own pocket was enough to make that point. Sell him now. $8.5 million cash in hand. At the thought, Qin Chuan let out a low, clearly sardonic laugh. Well, congratulations to Liverpool and Kuhl on their mutual affection. An hour later, a prominent red announcement popped up on the Leeds United official website. Official Kuhl officially transfers to Liverpool for a fee of $8.5 million. Thank you for his contributions during his time with the club. Wishing him all the best. The news was like a spark dropped into hot oil, instantly igniting the White Rose pub near Elland Road. Just after opening in the afternoon, the bar was packed with fans wearing White Rose jerseys. A television was looping Qin's past goal compilations. 5 million. Should have sold him long ago. Old fan Dave slammed his beer mug heavily on the table, foam spilling over the rim. He pointed at Qin's celebration on the TV, his voice booming. Remember what his agent said when the club was drowning in debt. He wanted 5 million out of that 5 million offer. The club could barely pay wages then, and he was trying to profiteer off our misery. Next to him, young fan Tom clutched his jersey, sleeve his eyes a little red, his voice muffled. But he came through our academy. He played from the U18s to the first team. When he scored before, George, the man behind the bar, stopped wiping a glass, his thumb tracing the white rose pattern on its side. He said slowly, in the end, he wanted to take 5 million from the club's lifeline. Look at Alan Smith. Arsenal wanted him, but he said he'd only leave if the club told him to. If they wanted him to stay, he'd stay. That's a man with white rose blood in his bones. Much better than those whose wings have barely hardened and want to fleece the club on their way out. He paused and nodded towards Qin's image on the screen. 5 million isn't just money. It's the club telling everyone, Leeds United is no longer a pushover. From now on, if you want to leave, you do it by the rules. Don't think you can bully us. The pub was quiet for a few seconds. Then the clink of beer mugs rang out. Dave patted Tom on the shoulder. Kid, the team has to look forward. Selling him, the boss might use that money to sign another good lad like Smith. Our White Rose has never relied on just one person. Tom looked at the scrolling transfer announcement on the TV, then at the complex, but gradually resolute expressions on the faces of the fans around him. He slowly let go of his clenched sleeve. At 7 in the evening, the fax machine whirred and spat out the final page of the transfer certificate. The words 5 million full payment received, still wet with ink, were strikingly clear under the light. Qin Chuan picked up the document, his fingertips brushing the paper. Just as he was about to close the folder, a familiar, cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected new signings, position matches, recommended template library. Binding permission triggered. Available template Akraf Hakimi, peak season, stats 2024-25. Confirm binding. Template card can be unbound later. Unbinding will cause the template card to disappear. Qin Chuan's fingertips paused on the edge of the document, a flicker of understanding flashing in his eyes. Hakimi's peak season. The epitome of a two-way right back, averaging 8 successful dribbles and 1 interceptions per game, capable of tearing defenses apart with pace and tracking back to lock down opposing wingers. He was the all-around answer Leeds' right flank desperately needed. Confirmed, he responded silently in his mind. The next second, a pale blue light screen flickered and vanished before his eyes. The mechanical voice rang out again, carrying the cold precision of data confirmation. Template binding complete. Sun Shuyang will synchronously acquire core ability package, elite level, wide play, explosive speed, precise interception, anticipation, high-speed recovery, stamina management. Current status locked, world-class fullback, ready for immediate action. Can be unbound. Unbinding will void the template card. Non-refundable. He looked down at the file, the corner of his mouth lifting in an almost imperceptible smile, a glint of knowing amusement in his eyes. Bernstein thought he'd sold a useful defender for 5 million. The fans thought they'd signed a hard-working compatriot, but no one knew that the world's best right-back was now on the team. But the smile lasted only a few seconds before he suppressed it back into his usual calm. He closed the folder and said to Victoria by the door, notify the medical team. The physical is tomorrow. After that, it's the off-season, and Sun will be heading back to his home country. 5 million for a world-class fullback. What a deal. And from tomorrow, Leeds United's right flank was going to be rock solid. In Brittany, grey-white stone houses clung to the slick cobblestone streets. At the corner, the billboard proclaiming Gwyngamp, pride of Brittany, had its lettering swollen by the rain, its edges curling slightly. Qin Chuan stepped out of the Gwyngamp train station, his black umbrella held aloft, the soles of his shoes crushing through puddles. The ripples reflected the dim lights of the distant Stade du Reduru, the glow bleeding into a fuzzy halo in the rain and mist. You suddenly coming here. It's so quiet you can hear the rain fall like a corner forgotten by the world, Claire said, clutching her briefcase. Her voice was muffled by the rain-laden fog, and the white puffs of her breath dissolved as soon as the rain pressed them down. Qin Chuan's gaze pierced the gray curtain of rain settling on the floodlights of the stadium. Huel is gone. There are 2 future world-class players here. He had originally thought they would be in Marseille or Lyon, but both were in this club, a big center forward and a left winger. The meeting room at the Stade du Reduru was so rudimentary that you could smell the dampness. Patches of mold crept up the wooden walls, and the humid air carried a mix of old paper and rain. The edges of the spread-out paper contract were slightly curled from the moisture. Gwyngamp's manager Dupuis had his coat half wet with mud specks on the cuffs. As he sat down, the chair legs scraped softly against the floor. Mr. Qin, I truly didn't expect you to make this trip in the rain. Brittany's rainy days are not easy to bear. Qin Chuan pushed the contract to the center of the table, the pages gently unfurling in the damp air. It's fine. There's a unique scenery here. Let's talk business. 8 million pounds full amount arriving within 2 hours. 5 million for Drogba, 3 million for Maluda. Dupuy's brow furrowed. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the table. Marseille offered €9 million with a promotion bonus clause. They said they'd pay an extra €2 million if they qualify for Europe next season. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, fingertips lightly tapping the table. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Euros. And is it paid in installments? At today's exchange rate, £8 million is nearly €12 million. And it's cash. Arrives the moment you sign. Enough to pay your 3 months of overdue wages to relay the turf and to buy 20 new training kits for the youth academy. Do you want a check that takes 2 years to cash with extra conditions for €11 million? Or do you want €12 million that hit your account the moment you sign? Dupuy was silent, pinching the bridge of his nose, rubbing the fine lines at the corner of his eye. Finally he sighed. But Drogba himself prefers Marseille. He's been yearning for European competition, calls it the dream stage for a professional player. As long as you accept the offer here, leave the rest to me to discuss with him. Qin Chuan's gaze was calm and unruffled, his fingertips pausing briefly on the contract. When Drogba walked into the meeting room, his shoulders were as broad as a moving wall. His wet training kit clung to his muscular contours, and droplets of water from his hair trailed down his jawline, falling onto the dark floor and leaving small dark patches. He sat down, the chair creaking softly. He tapped the table with his fingers, his voice low like a muffled thunderclap. Marseille can give me a chance in Europe. That's very important to me, Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan slid the contract across the table. The white rose emblem at the bottom was slightly dampened, but still crisp. 5-year contract, 2003 to 2008. Weekly wage of £20,000, signing bonus of £300,000, paid in full as a lump sum. Leeds United wants you as the absolute main striker. I believe you will become a world-class forward. Marseille has European football. Drogba repeated, his eyes flickering with hesitation, his fingertips unconsciously tracing his knee, a mark of the struggle he had endured for his dream. Marseille has European football. Drogba repeated, his eyes flickering with hesitation, his fingertips unconsciously tracing his knee, the mark of his struggle for his dream. Qin Chuan met his gaze, his voice suddenly turning heavy with weight. Leeds United will definitely qualify for Europe after this season. I've injected £300 million, not for survival. Among the current top 5 leagues, League One is in decline and Marseille is no longer a giant. The Premier League is broadcast to 150 countries. Every goal you score will be seen by hundreds of millions of viewers. If you go to Marseille now, you're riding on their European ticket. If you come to Leeds, as long as you fight hard next season, we'll earn our own place in Europe. That's a stage you conquer yourself, not one you hitch a ride on. In the brief silence, the rain continued to tap against the window, the patter like a countdown to the negotiation. Suddenly Drogba smiled. He pressed his finger on the contract. All right, I trust your words, boss. The pen scratched across the paper as crisp as a shot after receiving a long pass on the pitch. The pen scratched across the paper as crisp as a shot after receiving a long pass on the pitch. Malouda sat to the side, his fingers repeatedly rubbing the worn seams of his trousers, looking as nervous as a rookie just entering the locker room. His voice was so thin it was almost drowned by the rain. I'm afraid of sitting on the bench and wasting a year. I'm only 23, I can't afford to waste time. Qin Chuan turned to him, his tone softer than before, even a hint of a smile in his eyes. As long as you maintain the same improvement rate you showed at Guingamp, there will be plenty of opportunities on the left flank for you to fight for at Leeds. 5-year contract, weekly wage of £12,000, signing bonus of £150,000. If you don't play 20 official matches within this season, I will personally arrange a loan to a League One club for you, no delay. Malouda was stunned. The hesitation in his eyes gradually faded. Finally, he gritted his teeth and signed his name, his pen tip trembling slightly. When they walked out of the Stade du Retour, the rain had not stopped. The damp sea wind, carrying the smell of grass and earth, rushed in, swaying the edges of the umbrella. Qin Chuan held his umbrella and looked back at the billboard that read Pride of Brittany, now even more worn in the rain. He whispered, a spark left in a dying fire will only cool down with it. Thrown into a new pile of wood, it will burn even brighter. The moment the pen touched the paper, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. Signed, Didier Drogba. Mission complete. Progress on signing players with potential 85-15. Template draw complete. Template card obtained, Adriano 2004-05 season. Card type, power striker. Key abilities, explosiveness, long-range power shots, solo breakthrough, physical dominance. Signed, Florent Malouda. Mission complete. Progress on signing players with potential 85-25. Template draw complete. Template card obtained, Luis Figo 2003-04 season. Card type, technical winger. Key abilities, dribbling down the flank, cutting inside to create chances, precise crosses, agile movement. A glint of amusement flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. This Figo template card would be perfect for Alan Smith, so he wouldn't stagnate and be squeezed out of playing time. The White Roses banner must have its own place. The sky over Leeds was as grey as a soaked old rag. In the White Rose pub, the TV on Newcastle Sports Channel blared in a grating voice, Newcastle has made a full £8.5 million offer for Leeds United's core striker Mark Viduka, believing he is the final piece of the puzzle for their European qualification. £8.5 million. Are you kidding me? Dave slammed the table, beer foam splattering everywhere. A player like Heskey sells for 8.5 million and Viduka is worth at least 12 million. He scored 17 goals last season, 10 times better than Heskey. Old George slowly wiped the glass, the water droplets from the rim dripping into the tray with a crisp sound. What's the rush? This is just the first offer. If it's really this amount, Liverpool and Arsenal will jump in later to raise the price. They're desperate for strikers with green eyes. A fine rain wove a gray-white curtain wrapping Elland Road in a hazy cloak. The brick-red stands were only a blurry silhouette in the rain and mist. Thomas slammed the report onto the desk, the edge of the paper trembling. Mr. Qin Viduka never said he wanted to leave. His attendance at training is perfect. He scored a brace in last week's practice match. His form is excellent. 850,000 is far too low. It's daylight robbery. Victoria leaned against the edge of the desk, twirling a strand of hair with her finger, a smile curving at the corners of her eyes. What if I leak a little news? Liverpool just sold Heskey and they're in a hurry to find a replacement. They've got money to burn. Qin Chuan drew a straight line with his red pen. The sound of the tip cutting through the paper was clear. Let it out. Compared to Drogba, Viduka not only saves us on wages, but our attacking power can also be upgraded. Viduka's weekly wage is nearly 50,000, accounting for 12 of the team's total salary. Drogba is only 20,000. Besides, Viduka is almost 30. His injury risk increases every year. Drogba is 25, at the peak age for improvement. He can run, fight, and still grow. Thomas's brow furrowed into a knot, his chubby cheeks flushing red. But he hasn't demanded a transfer. He works hard in training. Selling him like this will get us cursed by the fans. Qin Chuan twirled the pen, the metal body glinting coldly under the light. Once the mindset starts to shift, it never goes back. As soon as Newcastle's offer came out, his eyes wandered during training. We don't have European football this season, and we can't keep his heart. 2 days later, the fax from Liverpool landed on the chairman's desk like a sharp blade, 12 million full amount arriving within 24 hours after signing. Qin Chuan stared at the bright red 1200, and a cold, ironic smile curled at the corner of his lips. When Leeds was in debt crisis, they tried to pry Kuhl away for just £5 million. Their calculations were loud and clear. In the end, they only paid 850,000 for Kuhl, but actually spent only 700,000 with no penalty. Now it was an opportunity to sell Viduka for a good profit, exactly fulfilling the promise he made to Drogba. Deal, he said flatly, and the pen tip slashed across the reply letter, the signature crisp and decisive. The announcement on the Leeds United official website hit the public opinion pool like a stone splashing up a storm. Official mark: Viduka joins Liverpool, transfer fee 12 million. The headline of the Daily Mail practically leaped off the page, bold black letters blazing with anger. Business logic. Leeds sells their star striker for the future. Qin Chuan has 200 million in cash, but sends away the only Premier League class striker. He can balance the books, but he can't read the fans' hearts. The West Yorkshire Post was gentler, its headline tinged with helplessness: Viduka's departure a realistic choice, but Drogba must silence the critics with goals. Viduka, nearly 30, had a disproportionately high salary share and increasing injury risks. His departure was foreseeable, but it's hard for fans to accept this pragmatism. The West Yorkshire Post was gentler, its headline tinged with helplessness: Viduka's departure a realistic choice, but Drogba must silence the critics with goals. Viduka, nearly 30, had a disproportionately high salary share and increasing injury risks. His departure was foreseeable, but it's hard for fans to accept this pragmatism. In the White Rose pub, Dave clutched his glass, his knuckles white. At least we got 12 million, better than those bastards last year. But if Drogba doesn't deliver, I'll smash the TV. Young Phantom pouted. What's the use of good medical test results? League One and the Premier League are different. Wait until he scores his first goal in the Premier League before talking. The next morning, the sky over Leeds was still overcast. A fine rain slid down the mottled brick walls, dripping into the puddles on the street, creating tiny ripples. Qin Chuan closed the report, tapping the cover with his fingertips. After the money from Viduka comes in, we'll go to West Ham to dig someone out. That midfielder is really good, a rare technical player. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Target is Michael Carrick. Yes, Qin Chuan opened the scout report, drawing a circle around the name Michael Carrick, his pen pausing. 22 years old, fine technique, steady control, top-notch passing vision for his age. West Ham was relegated this year. He fought to the last minute in the relegation battle. Now he just wants to find a place where he can play Premier League football peacefully without suffering the hardship of fighting for survival again. West Ham was relegated this year. He fought to the last minute in the relegation battle. Now he just wants to find a place where he can play Premier League football peacefully without suffering the hardship of fighting for survival again. 2 days later, the morning fog in London lay like a thin veil wrapping the Victorian streets along the Thames. The red-brown brick walls of the old buildings glowed dimly in the damp air. At the corner of a traditional English tea house, a faded poster still clung to the glass: West Ham United, never say die. 2 days later, the morning fog in London lay like a thin veil wrapping the Victorian streets along the Thames. The red-brown brick walls of the old buildings glowed dimly in the damp air. At the corner of a traditional English tea house, a faded poster still clung to the glass: West Ham United, never say die. Claire pulled her coat tighter, her breath turning into white puffs that quickly dissolved in the fog. The air in London carries a kind of arrogance different from the north. Even the fog seems more refined than Leeds. West Ham has accepted our offer of £350,000. Qin Chuan gazed at the red brick terraced houses in the mist, the wind chimes under the eaves swaying softly in the breeze, making a faint tinkling sound. The north talks about survival, the south talks about dignity. But what Carrick wants is not dignity. It's a future where he can play football in peace without reliving the agony of West Ham's relegation this year. The door of Carrick's house creaked open a crack. A middle-aged man in a sweater poked his head out, his eyes filled with a hint of wariness like an old bird guarding its nest. Who are you looking for? Michael just came back from training, he's very tired. We're looking for Michael Carrick. Qin Chuan removed his gloves, the warmth of his palm passing through the mist. I'm Qin Chuan, owner of Leeds United. I want to talk to him about his future, about football. The man's brow furrowed tighter, his knuckles gripping the doorframe. Michael has said he only wants stability. When West Ham was relegated this year, he sat in the locker room for 3 hours without saying a word, his eyes red. He's afraid of that feeling of falling out of the Premier League. Qin Chuan's voice was steady, his gaze sincere. I've just injected $200 million into Leeds United, and we got $12 million back from selling Viduka. The club is flush with cash now, and we still have $100 million left in the transfer budget. There's no chance of a relegation crisis. We're buying him to be a first-team player, not a firefighter. He won't have to play, can't afford to lose a single game relegation battles anymore. A few minutes later, Carrick came to the door. He was wearing a faded training jacket with frayed cuffs, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the sleeve, looking a bit nervous. His eyes were bloodshot from training. You Leeds almost got relegated last year too. You only survived on the final day. I just want to play stable Premier League football. I don't want to fall into that quagmire again. The taste of West Ham's relegation this year, I don't want to taste it a second time. His gaze fell on the tactical board Qin Chuan had brought. His finger paused on the central midfield square, tapping lightly on the area marked midfield core. He asked in a low voice, can you guarantee that Leeds won't fall into the relegation zone again next season? Qin Chuan's voice was like an iron rail in the morning fog, deep and resolute. I can't promise miracles, but I can promise stability. We have $221 million in cash on the books. I plan to invest another $100 million in transfers, and we won't sell any key players. You'll have enough teammates, the best pitch in the Premier League, and you won't have to worry about fighting for survival every time you play. In the brief silence, the fog began to thin. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the clouds, casting tiny patches of light on the ground. Carrick lifted his head, and for the first time a firm light shone in his eyes. All right, I'm in. I trust you to take Leeds upward, not downward. The contract in the briefcase gleamed softly in the morning light. As Carrick signed the last page, the rising sun filtered through the mist, casting tiny specks of light on the paper. His signature was clear and forceful. 5 years, 2003 to 2008. Weekly wage, $13,000. Transfer fee, $5 million. Signing bonus, $300,000. Michael Carrick, welcome to Leeds United. Qin Chuan put away the contract, his gaze crossing the red brick rooftops to the gradually brightening London sky. The morning mist was clearing, revealing a pale blue backdrop. Almost at the same time, the mechanical voice in his mind rang again, ding. Locked in the spine of England's midfield in advance. Sign Michael Carrick. Progress on signing players with potential 85-35. Drawing template card. Obtain Lampard 2004-05 season template card, B2B, core midfielder. Qin Chuan smirked inwardly. Buying Carrick for $5 million and getting Lampard's peak template was a deal that won twice. The winds and rains of the north had just subsided. The road to rebuilding had only just begun. The sky over Leeds would eventually clear. The front page of the Daily Mail was like poison crumpled by the fingers of fans as soon as it hit the newsstands in the morning. The bold headline read, Leeds United a merchant's clearance sale. From Dewberry's $1.5 million to Wilcox's $5.0 Leeds is offloading its veterans at wholesale prices. The news of Qin Chuan injecting $200 million into the club had barely cooled, yet instead of star players, fans were greeted with financial reports of his investments in Asian e-commerce and Silicon Valley search engines. Football in his eyes was perhaps just another asset. At the White Rose pub, the TV was replaying a compilation of Viduka's goals. The old trophies in the glass cabinet gleamed coldly under the light. Dave crumpled the newspaper, splashing beer foam onto his trousers as he slammed the table. $200 million in investment, and it's just gathering dust. Viduka's gone, and our front line is relying on Drogba from League One. We'll be in the championship next season. At the next table, Tom flipped through the transfer news in the paper, the pub's light casting shadows on his face. It says Milner and Lennon aren't leaving and Radeev's staying. He was cut off as an older fan rapped his knuckles hard on the table. What good are kids? And Radeev is old. The Premier League is about strength. Behind the bar, George slowly wiped a glass, leaving faint streaks of foam on its surface. He glanced at the scrolling text at the bottom of the TV. Core squad unchanged: Robinson, Smith, Radeev, Kelly, Hart, Milner, Lennon, Carson, all stay, and sighed, throwing the cloth over his shoulder. At least Radeev's flag hasn't fallen, and Smith hasn't run off. Those guys proved last season they weren't up to it, so it's good they're making room. The phone in the chairman's office had barely stopped ringing before it started again urgently. Claire's fingers flew across the keyboard. She had just hung up on Hull City with her left hand when she grabbed another receiver with her right, her pen scratching notes in her notebook. Hull City's confirmed it. Barnby is a free transfer. We'll finalize the termination this afternoon. Signing fee is £50,000, weekly wage 12,000, 2-year contract. Outside the window lay the remnants of the old industrial railway tracks of Greenwich. Sunlight slanted through the blinds of the meeting room, falling across the stacks of documents and fax papers on the long table. Bruce Taylor, the general manager of Charlton Athletic, flipped through the offer letter in front of him, his voice unhurried. Parker is our captain. Last season he played every single minute in the Premier League and had the highest average running distance in the squad. We won't accept anything below £7.5 million. Claire quickly noted down the negotiation points while Qin Chuan gave a slight nod. We understand Parker's value. However, from a market valuation perspective, he hasn't made the national team yet and has no European experience. What we can offer is, he paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, £7 million. Paid in full, one lump sum with no add-on clauses. Bruce frowned, but the legal counsel beside him said nothing, instead pausing in the act of turning a page. Claire added, the offer is valid for today. If accepted, we'll arrange for the formal agreement to be signed. Taylor hesitated for a few seconds, then finally pushed the file back. Deal? We'd like to get this done as quickly as possible. The two executives shook hands, an unspoken understanding passing between them in the handshake. Later that afternoon at a small cafe near Parker's home in South London. Seated at a window table, Scott Parker, dressed in casual clothes, held a cup of coffee, his gaze darting warily outside before he relaxed. Across from him, Qin Chuan, in a simple dark gray suit, waited in silence for him to speak. You coming to London to see me in person shows you're serious. Parker set down his cup. But I need to know, what's the point of me leaving Charlton for Leeds? We won't promise anyone a starting spot. Qin Chuan's tone was calm. But we will offer you and every player a fair chance to compete and a system that best showcases your value. He handed over a brief training data sheet. We've just invested £20 million to renovate the training ground, including state-of-the-art rehabilitation, tactical analysis, and player accommodation. Leeds United is a club that has just weathered a storm, but we have clear goals. He raised 3 fingers. European football in 1 year, Champions League in 2, competing for the title in 3. Parker's brow furrowed slightly, his voice softening. Sounds like a blueprint for a rebuild. It is a rebuild and a real challenge. Qin Chuan's voice was low but firm. You'll be part of the midfield, playing as a double pivot with another player. I hope you'll become one of England's best holding midfielders. Parker stared at him for a few seconds, as if judging the truth of his words. A 4-year contract with an annual salary of £1 million after tax. Qin Chuan added, if you play more than 30 games a season, your salary will increase by 15%. If you earn a call-up to the national team, you'll get a bonus of £200,000. He paused. What we're offering isn't just money, but a stage where the England team can see you in the future. Parker was silent for a long moment before finally nodding. I'll sign. That same evening in the Leeds United fax room, the signed contract copy was faxed back. As Qin Chuan took the papers, a system prompt chimed softly. Contract completed. Scott Parker, position defensive midfielder, system evaluation, potential rating 83, contract category potential 80, player task progress 15, reward received growth acceleration card X 1, current holdings growth acceleration cards 4. Qin Chuan closed the folder, stood up quietly, and gazed out the window toward Elland Road, now cloaked in the colors of the night. The electric heater in the corner still held the scorching smell of winter, and the spider plant on the windowsill had half wilted. Qin Chuan flipped through the scout's briefing. The last page read, Michael Dawson, 19 years old. Averages 7 for clearances per game. One of the most stable young center backs in the championship. The Nottingham Forest finance director sitting opposite him looked impatient. We plan to build the team around Dawson. He's a key part of our development. Qin Chuan nodded, his voice flat. Let's be straightforward. £3 million full payment, no add-ons. The man frowned. A single payment. The transfer will be completed on the day of signing. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Qin Chuan added, you know the championship's revenue structure is already tight. Relying on one center back to secure promotion isn't as good as using him to secure a financial year. The man finally nodded. We'll prepare the documents. June 19th, at a training hotel on the outskirts of Nottingham. Michael Dawson, wearing a white t-shirt, stood tensely by the window, his gaze fixed on the distant training ground through the glass. Qin Chuan stood beside him, one hand in his pocket, the other holding out a copy of the contract. You're young and have championship experience, but we're not promising you a starting spot, he said, but you'll get fair rotation time and a complete development pathway. Our veteran captain Radabe, who is 34, is willing to personally coach you on tackling and positioning. Dawson looked at the contract. 5 years, $600,000 a year after tax, with a signing fee of $150,000. Qin Chuan nodded. If you play more than 20 games, you'll automatically move to the next salary bracket next year. Dawson took a deep breath. I'll fight for every opportunity to play. As the pen scratched the signature, a system prompt quietly appeared. Contract completed. Michael Dawson. Position center back. System evaluation. Potential rating 83. Contract category potential 80. Player task progress 25. Reward received growth acceleration card X 1. Current holdings growth acceleration cards 5. Darren Bent was in the meeting room early on the third day, his nervousness barely concealed. The cuffs of his tracksuit jacket were frayed, his hair was unkempt, and the chair legs scraped the floor as he sat down. The coffee on the table was steaming, but he didn't dare touch it, his fingers fidgeting on his knees. Charlton has confirmed it, $3 million in full, Claire said, her voice gentle. A 5-year contract, $12,000 a week, a signing fee of $100,000. Your speed test data is impressive, a 30-meter sprint in 3.7 seconds. There aren't many strikers in the Premier League faster than you. Bent's voice was barely a whisper. I scored goals in the Championship, but in the Premier League, I'm afraid I can't keep up with the pace. Drogba needs a running partner. Qin Chuan pushed over a tactical board with forward combination routes drawn on it, a red pin marking the spaces that were precisely Bent's sprinting zones. He'll hold up defenders in the box, and you'll run into the space behind him. When he draws defenders away, you attack the second ball. Running and finishing. That's your first step to making it in the Premier League. He paused, pointing to the words, counter-attack tactics on the board. Leeds will play fast counterattacks next season. Your speed will be worth more here than it was at Charlton. Bent nodded vigorously, his pen hesitating for a moment on the paper before he scribbled his signature quickly, as if afraid the opportunity would slip away. As he stood up, the tips of his ears were red. He muttered a quiet, thank you, and walked out of the meeting room, his steps noticeably lighter. The fax from Watford had just arrived. Victoria walked in holding the document, a smile on her lips. $2.5 million in full. They're in a hurry to cash in to fund a left-back. His youth contract had 6 months left. We got a bargain. Ashley Young sat on the sofa, his fingers twisting the hem of his shirt. He had just come from Watford's training ground, the mud from the Championship pitch still on his boots. His black face held the naivety of someone who hadn't seen much of the big stage. A 5-year contract, $15,000 a week, signing fee of $80,000. Qin Chuan pushed the papers towards him. The Premier League's wing play is 3 times faster than the Championship, but your step frequency and crossing accuracy are up to it. Last season you averaged 4.2 successful crosses per game for Watford's U21s. That's better than many Premier League wingers. Young's head hung lower, stray hair falling over his eyes. I'm still in the youth team. I haven't even made it to the first team yet. 3 months of training on the pitch is worth more than 3 months of thinking about it. Qin Chuan pointed out the window where Maluda was practicing cutting inside from the left, the ball grazing the post and going in. You'll compete for rotation with him, Lennon and Milner. Whoever runs more and passes more accurately gets to play. The Premier League doesn't care about your background, only your performance. Young's fingers tightened around the pen before he finally put his signature on the line. The ink dried quickly, as if planting a seed of hope in his heart. The last signing was Cahill. The 19-year-old wore a borrowed suit, his tie crooked, and the chair legs made a harsh scraping sound as he sat down. He had just come from Aston Villa's youth team, still clutching a letter of recommendation from his youth coach. The corners of the paper crumpled from his grip. A 5-year contract, $12,000 a week, signing fee of $50,000. Qin Chuan's tone was even gentler as he pointed to the fitness report on the table. Your heading success rate in Villa's youth team was 75.0, and your interceptions are good, but you still need to build up your physique. Radabe will coach you on strength. 3 extra specialized sessions a week. His experience is worth more than any coach. Cahill's voice was barely a whisper. I know I'm a backup. Just being able to learn from Radabe is enough. Radabe will be retiring soon. You'll definitely become a starter. Qin Chuan flipped open his youth team report, which was covered in dense red circles marking good in the air and strong positional sense. Leeds defense needs homegrown blood. You're worth more than you think. This year you'll wait for your chance in the first team. Next year aim for rotation. That's your timeline. When Cahill looked up, his eyes were shining. He signed quickly, and as he stood up he nearly knocked over his chair. He whispered a thank you, and ran out of the meeting room, his back full of elation. Going directly from the youth team to the Leeds United first team felt like a dream come true. Leeds' official website announced the signings for 3 consecutive days, like tossing 3 stones into the transfer market, but the ripples they made were smaller than the last. A commentator on the Daily Mail show waved the 5 contracts. 5 second-rate Englishmen won't save Leeds. Parker. Can Charlton's iron wall withstand the pressure of the Premier League? Dawson. It'll take a Championship centre-back at least half a season to adapt to the Premier League. Bent, Young, Cahill. The 3 of them combined haven't played 10 Premier League games. Qin Chuan is turning Leeds into an England youth team training ground, relying on potential to avoid relegation. The Premier League isn't that merciful. However, the editorial in the West Yorkshire Post took up a full page, its headline conveying understanding, cheap practical English. This is reality. The total cost for the 5 domestic players is £16 million, and their average weekly wages are low. Their medicals were all satisfactory. The atmosphere at the White Rose pub was less hostile for the first time. Dave held up his beer, staring at a compilation of Parker's tackles on the screen. These young lads. Can they really do it? At least they're proper English lads. Better than those who can't even speak the language. It'll be easier to communicate. Tom watched the transfer news on TV. This kid averaged 3 dribbles per game for Watford's U21s. His crossing is pretty accurate. He might just make it. George hung the clean glasses upside down on the rack, the metal clinking crisply. Don't rush, the season hasn't started yet. But at least this time they've bought players who actually play football, not just here to collect a paycheck. Late at night in the office, the light was dim and yellow like a cup of warm tea. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his aching temples. He pushed the scout reports aside, his gaze falling on the notebook at the corner of his desk. The few lines of handwriting were clearly illuminated by the lamplight. A few lights were still on at the training ground outside the window. Drogba was practicing headers in front of the goal, the dull thud of the ball hitting the net, filtering through the glass. Smith stood on the sidelines, gesturing crossing routes to Milner, and Lennon, the young player's laughter ringing clear. Radave sat on the grass, holding a tactical board explaining positioning details to Dawson and Cahill. The old captain's voice was like a water-soaked sponge, warm and firm. After the rain, the sky over Thorpe Arch training ground finally brightened. The newly laid turf on the pitch was sodden, droplets of water still sliding along the tips of the grass blades. The soil beneath turned sticky and claggy. The bold headline of the Daily Mail was like a branding iron nailed to the most prominent spot in every newsstand across the country. Leeds United only 17 men to take on the Premier League. The accompanying photo was a long shot. On the empty training ground, the figures of a few young players shrank into tiny dots as they passed a football around, looking terribly thin and isolated. At the White Rose pub, the television was looping the news. Dave slammed a half pint of frothing beer onto the bar with a heavy thud. After the clear-out, we only have 17 players. Are we really going to play in the Premier League like this? Didn't Boss Qin inject £200 million? Why is it just sitting in the club account? Why aren't we buying anyone yet? Behind the bar, George was slowly polishing a glass, the cloth spinning in even arcs on the rim. His tone was as flat as still water. What's the rush? It's still the off-season. Everyone who's seen those young lads train knows how well they're performing. The media just sells papers with these headlines. Anyone who actually believes it is a fool. Victoria slapped the newspaper down on the mahogany table, sparks of fire dancing in her blue eyes. The media's lenses are practically shoved into the dressing room door. Why have you stopped moving on the transfers? Thomas's fingers clutching the financial briefing were white at the knuckles. His plump face was scrunched up, his fingertips drumming anxiously on the paper. Mr. Qin, it's a solid fact that we only have 17 players on the registered list. Even if we count the academy kids, we're still a long way off the Premier League's 25-man registration line. Boss, we have to bring people in. Claire jotted down key points rapidly in her notebook, then looked up with a crisp tone. The transfer window has been open for a week. If we delay any longer, all the good players will be picked over. Lily adjusted her glasses, the overhead light reflecting off the lenses. Legally there's no problem, but morale can't waver. If the players themselves think this is just a squad to make up the numbers, the season will be over before it even starts. Victoria leaned back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest, raising an eyebrow at Qin Chuan. How do you plan to fill the gaps? We need at least 4 or 5 more, right? Qin Chuan sat behind the mahogany desk, twirling a red pen between his fingers. The pen tapped lightly twice on the surface. His expression was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Don't get worked up. We'll make signings today, but not just to fill numbers. We need players who can actually be useful. Thomas quickly pulled a stack of printed paper from a folder and slid it forward, the edges of the pages slightly curled. This is the emergency list the scouting department put together overnight. Premier League veterans, reliable, less likely to cause problems. Victoria picked up the paper, her fingertip tapping on a few names. Gary Doherty from Spurs can play several positions in defense, plenty of appearances. Andy Cole from Blackburn, a bit older, but his Premier League goal tally speaks for itself. And Matthew Taylor from Portsmouth, a left back ready to plug and play. Thomas nodded vigorously beside her. These guys know the pace of the Premier League. They're far more reliable than those inexperienced youngsters from League One. Qin Chuan glanced at the names on the paper without even reaching out to take it. His tone was flat. Leeds needs to build combat strength, not act as a scrapyard for Premier League cast-offs or overpaid homegrown players. Doherty turned slower than an old ox. Andy Cole's annual salary could cover 2 of our academy players. Taylor can play, but his ceiling is right there. There's no need to spend money on a bunch of players who can only watch. Victoria raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. So you're still going to shop in League One? The media will say you've opened a League One procurement store. Qin Chuan stopped twirling the pen, looking up with clear, bright eyes. They see the immediate commotion. Ooh, I see the true potential. All right, I'll bear the consequences of the results. First check. Qin Chuan circled the name on the paper with his red pen, pausing for a moment. Goalkeeper from Rennes. Transfer fee of €9 million, full payment to be in their account within 2 hours. But after signing, he'll be loaned back to Rennes for a year. Thomas nearly jumped out of his chair, slapping his pudgy hand on the table. €9 million for a goalkeeper, and we're loaning him back. Boss, are we buying him a year early? What's the point? Qin Chuan looked up at him, his voice steady, as if he were analyzing a tactical board. Our current starter is Robinson. Forcing him to the bench would be destructive. Letting him play another year at Rennes doesn't hinder his development. When he comes next year to compete with Robinson for Leeds' starting goalkeeper spot, if we tried to buy him, then the price wouldn't be the same. The voice of the Rennes director on the phone was filled with barely concealed disbelief, his breathing becoming heavier. 9 million euros full payment. Within 2 hours. And you're willing to let him stay on loan. Victoria tapped her fingers on the desk, while holding the phone, her tone crisp. We're buying our future starting goalkeeper, not a substitute to warm the bench now. In less than an hour, the confirmation letter from Rennes came whirring out of the fax machine, the ink still warm. The next morning, in a meeting room next to the Rennes training ground, Czech was a head taller than everyone else, even while sitting, his shoulders as broad as a wall, almost blocking the light from the window. He rubbed the edge of the contract with his gloved fingertip, hesitating as he spoke. Leeds? I've never played in the Premier League, and a year-long loan back feels like a long wait. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, his gaze settling on Czech's tense shoulders. This isn't a wait. It's about building your foundation. Leeds needs a goalkeeper who can stand firm on his own, not a rookie who gets crushed by the media the moment he arrives. When you come back next year, it won't be as a substitute. It'll be to compete for the #1 spot. Czech was silent for a few seconds, then drew his pen firmly across the signature line, the nib tearing a tiny corner of the paper. All right, I'll sign. Second edition. Qin Chuan's red pen moved to the next name. Midfielder from Bastia. 10.5 million euros full payment. Loan back for 1 or 2 years. We can't get a work permit for him now. We have to wait until he gets enough national team appearances in League One. Once he does, he'll come over. Thomas's face was turning red with anxiety. Loan back for 1 or 2 years. Mr. Qin, if we spend this money and he's on loan for 2 years, we won't even see him. Qin Chuan glanced at him with a faint smile. In 2 years, when Leeds is playing in Europe, you'll be glad this money was well spent. The voice of the Bastia president on the phone was noticeably relaxed, even carrying a hint of laughter. 10.5 million euros full payment. Leeds is certainly much more straightforward than those dawdling clubs. Victoria hung up the phone and looked at the contract emerging from the fax machine, letting out a quiet laugh. They probably think you're a League One enthusiast paying a premium. They agreed very eagerly. In the simple meeting room next to the Bastia training ground, Eschen didn't know where to put his nervous hands. An excited flush was visible even on his dark skin. The Premier League. Can I really go? Qin Chuan looked at his clenched fist, his tone calm. I want you to come now, but unfortunately we can't get the work permit yet. Come in a year or 2 after you get it. The starting spot will be left open for competition. Leeds doesn't keep passengers. Whether you can play depends on your own strength, then whether you can cover Leeds United's midfield and guard their penalty area. Eschen broke into a wide grin, flashing a row of white teeth. Then I'll definitely do it well. Third target, Frank Ribery from France. Qin Chuan's red pen paused on the paper. Alesh is willing to sell. 450,000 euros full payment. We can sign him today. Victoria raised an eyebrow, tapping the paper with her fingertip. The media will say you're picking up scraps. A few $100,000 for a player from the French 5th division. Qin Chuan closed the folder, a hint of certainty in his voice. We're buying the player's ability, not the league his club plays in. Besides, Alesh was in League 2 last year. They were relegated due to financial problems. My scout has been watching him for a long time. His running speed and ball control are not those of an ordinary player. The Alesh president's reply was so fast, it even startled Victoria. His voice on the phone was urgent. 450,000 full payment. Sign immediately. Keep the fax machine on. Watching the contract roll out of the fax machine, Victoria muttered under her breath. They probably never thought they could sell him for so much. The lights in the medical room were a bit harsh. Ribery sat on the bench, the scar on his face more prominent under the light, making him look older than his years. His fingers were tense, the knuckles white from the pressure, his voice as low as a mosquito's hum. Leeds? A chance in the Premier League. Is it really for me? Qin Chuan leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on Ribery's tensed legs, the posture of someone ready to sprint at any moment. Leeds is very short on players right now. Spots for starters, rotation, and substitutes are all open. But I won't make you any promises. He paused, adding a hint of force to his tone. If you can dribble faster than others and pass more accurately, then the spot for a starter, rotation player, or substitute is yours. If you can't run with the ball or pass accurately, you'll just have to watch others play. Ribery was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly looked up, a light shining in his eyes, and signed his name forcefully on the contract. Abidal's agent was blunt on the phone, leaving no room for negotiation. He's an absolute starter at Monaco. Leeds has no European football. No deal. The situation with Benzema was even simpler. Lyon's reply was like a slab of iron. The 15-year-old is a key prospect for Lyon. We are not considering a sale. Qin Chuan circled the last name on the paper with his red pen. Then go for Evra from Monaco. The Monaco director's voice on the phone was hesitant, yet laced with a hint of anticipation. 5 million euros full payment. And we can finalize it today. Victoria signed the contract, her tone crisp. Leeds needs immediate combat power now. Stop wasting time. In the medical room, Evra stood with his arms crossed, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Can you guarantee I'll start? Qin Chuan shook his head, his tone honest. No one is guaranteed to start. Not even Hart. But Leeds needs players now. If you play better than him, the spot is yours. Evra stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, and signed his name on the contract. That evening, the update alerts on the Leeds United official website popped up like firecrackers. Official Czech joins loan back to Rennes for 1 year. Official Eschen joins loan back to Bastia for 2 years. Official Ribery joins. Official Evra joins. The Daily Mail's mockery was fresh off the press, its headline dripping with sarcasm. League One quartet joins Leeds Premier League, or a French branch office. At the White Rose pub, Dave raised his glass, his brow furrowed into a knot. 4 from League One. I hope they're not all flops who can't handle the Premier League. George paused in midair while polishing a glass, watching the scrolling transfer list on the TV. He said slowly, "You don't get it. He's buying so fast, these must be targets he's had his eye on for a while." As the final transfer confirmation letter clicked out of the fax machine, a familiar, cold, mechanical voice sounded in Qin Chuan's mind. Detected signing of player with potential 85. Task progress 45. Detected signing of player with potential 90. Ballon d'Or level Frank Ribery. Task complete. Reward issued. Template card X1. Yap Stam 2000-01 season iron-blooded center-back. Task complete. Reward issued. Robert Lewandowski 2019-20 season. Template current status. Template unbound available for free assignment. Qin Chuan looked at the words on the light screen, tapped his fingers lightly on the desk twice, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corner of his lips. Vidic, sign him and loan him back. Alonso, wait for Real Sociedad to soften their stance. He picked up his notebook and wrote down 2 names on a blank page, the sound of the pen scratching across the paper unusually clear in the quiet office. After the rain, Elland Road was gray and oppressive, with moisture mingling with the scent of grass permeating the air. The training ground's turf still glistened with dampness, and the sound of studs churning through mud and water rang out, occasionally accompanied by a few short, sharp commands. On the stands, the media's long lenses and cameras lined up in a row, their clicks rising and falling like a pack of cold-eyed hunting dogs. The host of the Daily Mail commented in a sarcastic tone, "Leeds United signings are mostly from League One, lacking experienced midfielders. Parker and Carrick simply can't hold the line." Dave slammed his beer mug down heavily, foam trickling down the sides as his face flushed red. These bastards earn their money by insulting people. Have they ever seen the training ground? Have they seen how fast that guy Ribery runs? Behind the bar, old George slowly wiped the cloth, tracing circles of water stains on the rim, and said calmly, "What's the rush? The boss hasn't been idle. The media only chew on old impressions. Anyone who truly understands football knows this team is evolving." Victoria pushed open the office door, tossed down a training report, her blue eyes gleaming. "Smith's performance on the left wing has exceeded expectations. His speed, explosive power, and wing confrontation data have all caught up with, or even surpassed Maluta's. In today's training match, he repeatedly bulldozed through Hart's defensive line, and Maluta was so pressed that he could barely keep the ball." Thomas looked down at the data sheet, his plump face scrunched up, his tone laced with confusion. "Maluta cost us $3 million. Not a huge sum, but he was specifically prepared for the left-wing rotation. Now that Smith is in such good form, it feels like we overpaid." Qin Chuan sat behind the mahogany desk, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his gaze calm. The light screen in his mind lit up, silently detected host currently can use template card. Luis Figo 2003-2004 season. Bind to Alan Smith. Qin Chuan silently affirmed in his mind, confirm. Binding complete. Alan Smith has acquired Luis Figo's template ability. Current status top tier, right winger level. Can unbind. Unbinding will void the template card, and it will not be recoverable. He put down his red pen, his tone as casual, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "We don't interfere with on-field affairs. If Smith performs better, then Smith is the starter. What Leeds left wing needs is someone who can surge forward and tear open the opponent's defense. If Maluta wants to be a starter, he has to earn it himself. The season is long, and the depth of 2 players isn't that much." Thomas opened his mouth to argue, but finally just sighed and lowered his head. Victoria smiled, her tone light. "At least the kids on the training ground have a role model now. Maluta won't give up easily, he'll fight." The afternoon of the second day back in Leeds, the home office was dimly lit, the air still carrying the bitter aroma of strong English tea. Venables leaned against the edge of the conference table, twirling a pen in his hand, his eyes fixed on the formation chart hanging on the wall. "Maluta is a good prospect, but you know I don't like relying too much on wide players," he said, his tone not heavy but stubborn. "My system requires wingers who know how to drop back, transition, and link up, not just hug the touchline and dribble." Qin Chuan flipped through the scouting reports and nodded. "I know you don't like just dash wingers, but Maluta has good cutting and instincts and accurate crosses. Give him a try. If it doesn't work, I'll find you a second option from League One." The old manager was silent for a moment, then moved the magnets labeled Ribery and Maluta between positions on the tactical board, his finger pausing. "The players you've picked. They're not traditional tactical pieces. They're chips for a future gamble. You have to understand, a team that gambles on the future pays the price of a record that could collapse at any moment." Qin Chuan didn't reply immediately, only murmured, "But we've already come back from the worst path. Now is the time we can afford to take a gamble on the future." The old manager finally smiled after a long pause. All right then, I'll keep holding the second half of this bet for you. You pick the players, I arrange the formation. Clear division of labor. Thomas pushed a stack of printed papers across the desk to Qin Chuan, his voice urgent. This is the list of midfield reinforcements compiled by the scouting department. All of them can play in the Premier League immediately. Victoria glanced down and raised an eyebrow. Varone from Manchester United. You think there's a chance? Thomas nodded eagerly. Chelsea's negotiations are almost done, but they're only offering 10 million. If we bid a bit higher, we might snatch him. He's an Argentine international with plenty of experience. Qin Chuan tapped his fingers on the desk, his face expressionless, but a clear judgment flashed through his mind. Varone. He's going to be a high-salary flop at Chelsea next season. His slow rhythm and need for a lot of possession would drag Leeds down completely. Thomas turned to the next page. Dalmat from Newcastle, French international, active fast, and the price isn't high. Qin Chuan remained impassive, his gaze sweeping lightly. Dalmat. A fake strong reinforcement who padded stats in League One. Once he hits the Premier League's physicality, he'll be as soft as tofu. Victoria looked at the list and smiled. What about Heung-min? Liverpool's German defensive midfielder, plenty of experience. Isn't that exactly what Leeds needs? Someone to steady the ship, eh? Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his tone calm. Too old, slow style, doesn't fit our rhythm. Thomas's face reddened, almost desperate to prove himself. Then, Emerson. He's solid at Roma. We can at least try. Qin Chuan shook his head, his voice flat. Emerson is going to Juventus. What can Leeds offer to compete with Juve? If we jump in now, we'll just become a tool to drive up the price. Victoria closed the folder and raised an eyebrow. So what do you want? Qin Chuan put down his red pen, his voice calm, but with an unshakable certainty. I want Makelele and Alonso. Thomas froze, then blurted out, Makelele. Are you sure Real Madrid will let him go? He's their starter. And he's 30. Qin Chuan looked up, meeting Thomas's gaze directly, speaking a bit more than usual. Makelele is already in conflict with the Real Madrid hierarchy. He wants a raise, but Madrid thinks a blue-collar player doesn't deserve a high salary. They'd rather buy billboards for Beckham. We can offer the terms he wants. His departure is not a coincidence. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Alonso, the young man from Real Sociedad. Are you sure he can adapt to the Premier League's tempo? Qin Chuan nodded slightly, his tone still calm. He has excellent long passing and organizational ability. His current price is only 5 million. It's a steal. Thomas opened his mouth, then just muttered, hope you're right. At 5 in the afternoon Spanish time, the air was tense in the conference room at Real Madrid's headquarters in Madrid. Real Madrid's high-ranking representative Sanchez raised an eyebrow. Leeds, you have no European competitions. You can't satisfy Makelele's competitive ambitions. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm. 16 million full amount one-time payment. Sanchez was visibly stunned. Victoria added, Manchester United and Chelsea are both haggling with you, offering at most 13 million and in installments. We don't negotiate and we don't do installments. Sanchez was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Deal, but you'll have to convince him yourselves. The day after Real Madrid accepted the offer in a quiet hotel in Paris, Makelele sat on the sofa in simple sportswear, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone hesitant. Leeds, you have no European competition. I'm 30. I don't have time to wait. Qin Chuan sat opposite him, leaning forward slightly, his gaze calm, yet sharp. You are the heart of Real Madrid, but they'd rather discard you for Beckham's commercial value. They don't want to give you the salary you deserve. That's their stupidity, not your fault. Makelele's eyes flickered. Qin Chuan continued, I won't promise you are the absolute core, but Leeds needs someone who can command the whole team. You are qualified to take that position, on your own merit. After a brief silence, Makelele smiled, reached out to take the pen, and signed his name decisively. 3-year contract, 600 per week, signing bonus 1. 2 million paid in full. Victoria added in a concise tone. Makelele nodded. Much higher than what Madrid offered me. That evening, Victoria walked into the office with a fax in hand, a clear smile on her face. Real Sociedad agreed to let him go, 5 million full amount. In the medical room, Alonso wore a simple t-shirt, excitement in his eyes. Leeds, I heard you're rebuilding. Qin Chuan looked at him calmly. Leeds doesn't carry dead weight. If you want to start, you have to earn it. But if you play well, this will be the best place to showcase yourself. 4-year contract, 200 per week, signing bonus, 30000. Victoria quickly flipped through the contract, and Alonso signed his name, without hesitation. Detected player with potential, 85 signed. Task progress, 55. Task complete. Task completed. Reward, Andrea Pirlo 2006-07 template. Qin Chuan smiled inwardly. 5 million for a future Champions League winning midfielder. A solid deal. Midfield is settled. Next is the defense. Victoria looked at the papers on the desk. By Chivu, Qin Chuan said decisively. Roma wants 6 million. He can play left center back and also fill in at left back. His physical condition is solid enough. Thomas frowned. Roma will definitely drive a hard bargain. We'll pay in full. Qin Chuan tapped the desk. No delays. Vidic. Victoria turned to the next page. Qin Chuan nodded lightly. Sign him early and loan him back to Red Star for a season. His physical attributes are top tier for the Premier League. If we wait 2 years, we'll have to compete with Manchester United and Chelsea. We can't outbid them. Thomas muttered, what about the work permit? Loan him back. He'll play in European competitions to accumulate points, Qin Chuan replied calmly. And Skirtle? I remember he's at Trenton. Victoria looked up. A few £100,000 sign him directly. He's a long-term investment. Qin Chuan's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. The defensive pipeline must be built now. Leeds official website updated overnight. Makelele joins. Leeds transfer fee 16 million. Xabi Alonso joins, transfer fee 5 million. Christian Chivu joins, transfer fee 6 million. Nemanja Vidic joins, loan back to Red Star Belgrade. Martin Skirtle joins, transfer fee 4,000. The Daily Mail sneered, a 31-year-old veteran, a long ball passer from a small Spanish club, a bunch of Eastern European defenders. Will Leeds' gamble pay off? At the White Rose pub, Dave slammed the table. Makelele. That's the heart of Real Madrid's midfield. Alonso. His passing is deadly. With him and Carrick, the midfield is set. I don't know the defensive names, but they sound tough. George slowly wiped a glass. The boss knows what he wants. The midfield relies on brains, the defense relies on brawn, not on reputation. On the training ground, Smith curled a shot into the net along the grass and Drogba rushed over to hug him. On the other side, Maluda silently practiced extra drills, sweat dripping onto the turf. By the office window, Qin Chuan lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. The light screen lit up. New main quest unlocked. Sign a player with potential 90 Ballon d'Or level. Suggested target Ronaldinho. The media's stance began to soften. The Daily Mail, in a rare move, used a somewhat affirming headline. Leeds United. A staggering rebuild in 2 weeks. Maybe we should admit, the host said, forcing a smile, while flipping through his notes, that at least this new owner knows what he wants. At the White Rose pub, Dave sipped his beer, for once refraining from slamming the table. Didn't you all say Leeds was just throwing money away? Now they've pieced together a midfield, and Drogba scored 4 goals in training today. George slowly wiped the glass, a rare hint of a smile on his face. The boss said he wasn't after bargains, but players who could win games. In a quiet Parisian restaurant, Victoria put down her phone, a glint of amusement in her blue eyes. Barca is at it again. Laporta refuses to raise the bid. The club is split into 2 factions, unable to convince each other. Qin Chuan sat by the window, fingertips gently tapping the table, his expression as calm as ever. Let them keep arguing. Stir the pot. Someone should remind them their finances are tight. Let them agonize over those few million. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Are you bribing someone at Barca? Qin Chuan merely glanced at her, his tone as if stating a fact. Just creating a difficult choice for them. The longer Barca drags it out, the more Paris wants to offload him. In the meeting room of Paris Saint-Germain, the air was mixed with the aroma of coffee. The Parisian general manager was flipping through the contract Leeds had sent over, his brow furrowed, clearly not expecting such terms. £22 million in full, a single payment, Victoria said crisply, sliding the contract towards him. No installments, no haggling. The funds will be transferred within 3 days. The Parisian GM raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but mutter, "Your." Qin Chuan, seated beside her, spoke with a calm demeanor. We want the player, not a negotiation. You can announce it tomorrow. Not many in this transfer window have been more straightforward than us. The Parisian GM looked at the contract and made a decision in seconds. Deal. Assis, Ronaldinho's older brother and agent, lounged on the sofa in the hotel suite, his smile as smooth as ever. Leeds, eh? No European competition, no big city glamour. Why should my brother choose you? Qin Chuan leaned back, his voice unhurried. Because you want the best deal for your brother, and we can provide it, and we only talk numbers. Victoria gently pushed the contract onto the table, her tone decisive. A £1.5 million commission, a £3 million signing bonus, a £4 million annual salary, plus a £1 million loyalty bonus per season. You don't need to worry about sponsorship shares, gets all written into the contract, paid in full within the year. Assis's smile deepened noticeably. A £3 million signing bonus. And paying the loyalty bonus up front. Are you afraid my brother won't come? Qin Chuan looked at him, his gaze steady. Not afraid. I'm telling you directly, we want him. Ronaldinho, seated beside them, finally looked up, flashing his trademark sunny smile. Sounds good, but you're not guaranteeing I'll be the core, are you? Qin Chuan looked at him and nodded slightly. All I can offer you is a fair chance. If you come, you'll have to earn your place. But if you truly want to win, this is your stage. Ronaldinho paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, his white teeth gleaming in the light. All right, then let me go and win it. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract with a flourish. Later that night, an update on Leeds' official website exploded across the internet like a bomb. Official: Ronaldinho joins Leeds United for a transfer fee of £22 million. The Daily Mail used an exclamation mark for the first time in its headline. From the heart of Real Madrid to the Brazilian smile. Is Leeds United mad, or is this the rise of a new king? An ESPN commentator summed it up succinctly: this is an attitude. Leeds United is telling all of Europe they are not just surviving. At the White Rose pub, Dave slammed the table, laughing. Ronaldinho? My God, his footwork at the World Cup was pure magic. And you said we were buying flops. George slowly wiped the glass, his voice carrying an unusual note of certainty. The boss wants players who can win. He's been proving that all summer. Just as the news of Ronaldinho's signing was still trending, another small piece of news quietly appeared at the bottom of the official site. Official Norwegian goalkeeper Tim Flood joins. Transfer fee £4,000. Signing bonus £1,000. Weekly wage £1,200. Claire placed the documents in front of Qin Chuan smiling. A backup goalkeeper. Norwegian. No demands to be a starter, no bonus clauses. Rock solid. Qin Chuan signed, his name is tone flat. Good enough. A backup just needs to be reliable. As night fell, the lights in the Elland Road meeting room remained bright. Outside the window, the training ground lights were long off, with only sparse raindrops tapping against the glass like a soft accompaniment. Victoria placed a stack of neatly organized briefs on the mahogany table, her blue eyes gleaming. Time to give the public an answer. Leeds summer signings are over. It's time to release the full list. Thomas looked down, clutching the financial documents, his plump face showing fatigue, but also a hint of relieved ease. He looked up at Qin Chuan, his voice a little dry. Boss, are we really going to announce the entire roster at once, including squad numbers and transfer fees? The media will scrutinize us even more. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly drumming on the table, his expression serene. Precisely. Let them see this isn't a patched-together team. Every player Leeds bought has value. Let the media guess which one is a flop. They'll be quiet after the season. Claire pulled a printed list from her folder and slid it in front of Qin Chuan. This is the final version, arranged as you requested. Nationality, age, and squad numbers are all there. Victoria added with a smile. I've already had the PR team prepare the press release. It will go live on the official site and social media at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He withdrew his gaze and nodded. It can be released. After reviewing the brief, Thomas finally looked up, his plump hand thumping heavily on the table twice. Boss, we have about £112 million in available funds on the books now. Are you sure about the high signing bonus and loyalty bonus you gave Ronaldinho? Qin Chuan put down his red pen, his tone flat. This is Leeds' rebuild. Every penny is spent where it matters. Now these 24 men are enough. Outside the window on the training ground, Drogba was laughing and passing the ball with Ronaldinho, while Ribery and Smith took turns breaking down the flanks, sending sprays of water droplets from the turf. Qin Chuan just gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on Ronaldinho's retreating figure on the training ground, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. A light screen flickered to life in his mind. New task unlocked, new Premier League season, points total 60. Reward pending. Qin Chuan thought to himself, 60 points. Just you wait. The July sun shone brightly over Leeds, but the press hall was packed to capacity. On the white backdrop wall was the new season slogan, White Rose Reborn, each word gleaming under the flashbulbs. Victoria addressed the audience below. Today we officially announced the complete first-team squad for Leeds United's new season. 25 first-team players and 3 returning future stars on loan. As her voice fell, a massive electronic screen lit up, with each name scrolling across a blue and white backdrop. Standing at the podium, Victoria tapped her fingers lightly on the surface, waiting for the shutter clicks to subside before speaking. Today we officially conclude Leeds United's summer rebuild. 24 first-team players and 3 returning future stars on loan. This is our entire squad for the new season. As her words ended, the massive electronic screen hummed to life. On a blue and white background, names slowly scrolled, accompanied by nationalities, ages, and shirt numbers, like unfolding a meticulously crafted blueprint. The list included goalkeepers Paul Robinson, Tim Flood, Scott Carson. Defenders Gary Kelly, Ian Hart, Lucas Radebe, Christian Chivu, Michael Dawson, Gary Cahill, Skirtle, Patrice Everson, Shuyang. Midfielders Scott Parker, Michael Carrick, Claude Makelele, Zabi, Alonso, James Milner. Wingers attacking midfielders Frank Ribery, Ronaldinho, Alan Smith, Florent Maluda, Ashley Young, Aaron Lennon. Forwards Didier Drogba, Darren Bent. Loaned out players Vidic Cech Eschen. A Sky Sports reporter was the first to raise his hand, his voice trembling with excitement as he brought the microphone to his mouth. Mr. Qin, Leeds United has spent over £100 million this summer. The general consensus is that this is a big money gamble. How do you respond to that? Qin Chuan sat at the center of the long table, his white shirt sleeves rolled to his forearms, fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his voice as calm as if discussing the weather. A gamble. I prefer to call it catching up. Leeds United was once a Champions League semi-finalist, a Premier League runner-up. We are merely returning to the position that rightfully belongs to us. Every penny we spend is filling the gaps of the past few years. This is not a gamble, it's the cost of a rebuild. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. If buying Makelele is a gamble, what was Real Madrid letting him go? If signing Ronaldinho is a gamble, what was Barcelona haggling over a few million? On the football pitch, seeing the value is more important than obsessing over the price. A reporter from the Times turned to Ronaldinho, the microphone almost shoved in the Brazilian's face. You were the absolute core at Paris. Why choose a team without European qualification? What can Leeds offer you that Barcelona couldn't? Ronaldinho was spinning a pen, but he looked up, his sunny smile dazzling under the lights. Football isn't a supermarket shelf, you don't sort it by European competition labels. Leeds offered me trust. The boss said, you can play with freedom. That's more important than any label. He pointed to Drogba, beside him grinning wider. And they have a big man here who can receive my passes. That's enough. Drogba playfully thumped his chest, his laughter booming through the microphone. That's right. However many he sends, I'll score them all. The audience below burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. A reporter from the Daily Mail clearly wasn't going to let the opportunity pass, and turned to Makelele. You could have challenged for the Champions League at Real Madrid, yet you came to a rebuilding team. Was it for the salary? Makelele's brow furrowed, his tone as clipped as his defending. At Real Madrid they saw me as a blue-collar player not worthy of a high salary. At Leeds the boss said, your value is more than just defending. For me, respect is more important than the Champions League. Nothing else needs explaining. The room fell silent for a few seconds before a more intense flurry of camera clicks erupted. A reporter scribbled in his notebook, Makelele's words explain Leeds' attitude better than any official statement. When Alonso was asked how a young player would adapt to the Premier League, he simply said, Leeds' midfield needs running and passing. That's exactly what I'm good at. And Makelele will teach me a lot. Here experience and youth don't conflict. The final question was thrown to Captain Radebe. As a veteran, how far do you think this team can go? The South African rubbed his captain's armband, his voice carrying the weight of years. The blood of a fighting spirit runs through Leeds United. We've hit the bottom in recent years. But these young men and the new signings give me hope of returning to the summit. At the very least, we will let the whole Premier League know that the White Rose has not withered. The moment the live broadcast of the press conference cut to the team photo, the White Rose pub erupted. Dave stood on the bar with his beer mug, nearly spilling it. Ronaldinho? Makelele. This squad could play in the Champions League. George slowly wiped the cloth, leaving a trail of water rings, but he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't get too excited. Win the first game first. But, he pointed at the number 10 shirt on the screen. Ronaldinho looks pretty good in our white kit. Good looking is an understatement, a young man in the corner shouted, holding up his phone. I just called my friend. The number 10 shirt is sold out. He queued 3 times and couldn't get one. George slid a beer to Dave. Don't just stare at the list. Think about it. Ronaldinho might even play in the open training session. Dave took a huge gulp of his beer, belched, and said, I have to be there live. I'm booking tickets right now. The summer sunlight in Yorkshire like molten gold splashed across every inch of the Leeds United training ground. The newly renovated turf gleamed with a soft, vibrant green. Dewdrops clinging to the tips of the blades refracted the sunlight into tiny specks of light, and the air was filled with the fresh fragrance of sun-scorched grass. The data collection equipment by the sidelines hummed quietly, its red indicator light blinking rhythmically like a countdown to the impending intra-squad match. Venables stood by the pitch with his hands behind his back, the hem of his dark coat swaying gently in the hot breeze. He squinted as he scanned the players, warming up, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of his tactical board, a habit that only emerged when his mind was churning. Captain Lucas Radebe was talking with Gary Kelly. They tapped the turf with their boots, both wearing pleased smiles. This turf is a good thing. Radebe flexed his ankle, the studs scraping against the grass with a rustling sound. Before you had to watch every step for fear of twisting an ankle in a pothole. Now you can even breathe easier just standing on it. Near the technical area, Ronaldinho was performing impromptu keepy-uppies. The Brazilian lofted the ball high, caught it steadily on his knee, then suddenly flicked it with his heel. The ball arced through the air, landing perfectly at the feet of Didier Drogba. The Ivorian raised his thumb, a grin spreading across his dark face. It feels like the World Cup turf. At least there's no excuse for playing badly. Ronaldinho winked at Frank Ribery beside him. The French winger responded with a trademark Marseille turn, and their laughter dispersed in the heat haze. Watching this natural interaction between new signings and veterans, Venables' mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He raised his chin towards his assistant coach. Let's begin. 2 white bards were quickly carried to the center of the field. The analysts from the coaching staff rapidly wrote down the lineups with markers. The players gradually gathered around the noisy training ground, falling instantly silent, leaving only the sound of suppressed breathing and the distant hum of sprinklers. Full intensity, no mercy. Venables' voice carried an undeniable authority, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a searchlight. 2 halves of 30 minutes each, played at a proper match pace. I only want one answer. Who deserves to start? Sun Shuyang stood in Team A's formation, discreetly adjusting his shin guard. Dawson beside him patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, it's just a normal training session. Sun nodded slightly, but his eyes were already locked on Florent Maluda on Team B's left wing, his fingers unconsciously curling. On Team B's side, Scott Parker was tightening his shin guards and pulling up his socks. He leaned towards Michael Carrick and whispered, let's show them what Team B can do. Carrick brushed back the stray hair from his forehead, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly the whistle blew, cutting through the stifling air like a pair of scissors. The players quickly took their positions. The white rose crest shimmered in the sunlight like 2 flames about to collide. In the 7th minute, Maluda received the ball on Team B's left flank, attempting to use his pace to breach Sun Shuyang's defense. The French winger performed 2 consecutive stepovers to shift his weight, but Son maintained a half-step distance, his center of gravity low, like a coiled panther ready to pounce. Just as Maluda prepared to cut inside, Sun Shuyang moved. He lunged into a diagonal slide tackle, his toe precisely poking the ball away, cleanly winning possession. Excellent anticipation. The assistant coach on the sideline couldn't help but exclaim, his pen rapidly jotting down notes on the tactical board. Without a moment's hesitation after winning the ball, Sun rose quickly, using his left foot for support and his right to send a long sweeping pass. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, sailing over the midfielders' heads to land precisely at the feet of Alan Smith, who had switched to the left flank to make a run. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, from the tackle to the pass, taking mere seconds. Venables nodded slightly in approval. After receiving the ball, Smith immediately accelerated, using his physical strength to squeeze Ian Hart's defensive space. He feigned a cut inside with a dip of his left shoulder, fooling Hart into shifting his weight, then suddenly changed direction, forcing his way through the line. Nearing the byline, Smith used the inside of his foot to knock the ball back into the box, the action crisp and clean. Drogba had already established his position in the penalty area. He was like a moving tower of iron, using his broad back to pin Gary Cahill firmly. He cushioned the ball with his chest, then turned and unleashed a half volley. The ball rocketed towards the top right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Paul Robinson dove desperately, but only grasped air as the ball slammed into the back of the net. 1-0. The first team players immediately converged to celebrate. Drogba spread his arms wide to receive the embraces. Alan Smith laughed and slapped him on the back. Sun Shuyang, however, just stood still, wiping his forehead with his jersey, his eyes as calm as a deep pool. Qin Chuan was right, Venables said quietly to his assistant. This kid's game-reading ability is at least top 3 in the Premier League. The assistant coach looked at the replay and sighed in admiration. His timing and judgment are no different from Cafu in his prime. In the 20th minute, Team A shifted their attacks focus to the center. Xabi Alonso drew in defenders in midfield before suddenly playing a low diagonal pass to Ronaldinho. The Brazilian received the ball with his back to goal. Parker and Carrick immediately closed in attempting to trap him in the middle. But Ronaldinho seemed to have flowers blooming at his feet. Facing the double team, he performed 3 consecutive step-overs, his rhythm alternating between fast and slow, his body swaying like a snake, completely disrupting Parker and Carrick's balance. Just as they thought he would force a breakthrough, the Brazilian gently nudged the ball with the outside of his foot. It miraculously slipped through the gap between the 2 defenders while he slithered out of the encirclement like an eel. My God! A chorus of exclamations sounded from the sideline. Having shed his markers, Ronaldinho was one-on-one with the keeper. Robinson rushed out to narrow the angle. Facing the goalkeeper, Ronaldinho didn't choose a powerful shot. Instead, he delicately chipped the ball with his toe. It traced a beautiful parabola, sailing over the keeper's head and dropping into the empty net just under the crossbar. 2-0. The Brazilian ran excitedly to the sideline, flashing his buck-toothed grin at the coaching staff. He then turned specifically to Sun Shuyang and gave him an okay sign. Although Sun didn't smile, the taut line of his mouth had visibly softened. £22 million, worth every penny. Even the usually silent assistant coach couldn't help but laugh, his tone full of admiration. Venables watched the replay, his finger tracing circles over Ronaldinho's running path. This is the value of creativity. Trailing by 2 goals, Team B seemed to loosen up. In the 33rd minute, Alonso attempted a square pass to Claude Makelele in midfield, but the pass was slightly underhit. Parker pounced on the opportunity. The English midfielder surged forward like a spring, sliding in to win the ball. He got up instantly and played a through ball to Carrick. Carrick received the ball without a moment's pause, not even lifting his head to scan the field. Relying purely on his situational awareness, he delivered a perfectly weighted through ball. The ball threaded the needle, slipping through the tiny gap between Dawson and Chivu, flying towards the front like a guided missile. Darren Bent was sprinting onto it at full speed, his timing perfect to stay onside. Facing the rushing Robinson, Bent calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, the ball rolling along the grass and into the net. 2-1. The Team B players hugged each other in celebration. Parker vigorously patted Carrick on the back and Bent waved towards the substitute's bench in celebration. Venables showed no displeasure. Instead, he wore a rare smile. At least this reserve midfield line is already at mid-table Premier League level. After the score was narrowed, Team A's attacks became even more ferocious. In the 39th minute, a brilliant combination unfolded on the left flank. Smith received a pass from Patrice Evra on the touchline, used his body to hold off Kelly, then suddenly accelerated to the byline. Near the line, he feigned a cross, pulled the ball back with the outside of his foot, and sent a cutback pass to the edge of the box. Ribery ghosted in from behind, his timing impeccable. Without adjusting, he struck the ball first time with the outside of his foot. The ball, carrying heavy spin, rocketed towards the bottom left corner. Robinson guessed the right direction, but couldn't keep it out. 3-1. Ribery sprinted to the corner flag, performing his signature knee slide celebration, leaving 2 shallow grooves in the turf. Smith ran over to high-five him. They touched foreheads, laughing and discussing the details of their combination. In the 55th minute of the second half, Drogba once again showed his beast nature. Alonso sent a looping long ball from midfield. Drogba with his back to goal shielded Cahill, using his body to hold him off. He then suddenly turned, shaking off his marker, and unleashed a powerful left-footed shot into the near post. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 4-1. Chivu was the first to rush over for a high-five, their palms meeting with a sharp crack. Dawson laughed and playfully punched Drogba's arm. This guy's body is just inhuman. When the final whistle blew, the players were drenched in sweat, the turf marked with uneven divots, but excitement was etched on every face. Venables walked to the center of the field and signaled for everyone to gather around. His tactical board was still flecked with grass clippings. Today's performance. Passable. The veteran manager's voice carried clearly to everyone. Sun Shuyong, Alonso, and Makelele are the team's axis. Ronaldinho makes the game simple. Drogba makes it lethal. The flanks with Smith and Ribery are stronger than I anticipated. In the technical analysis room, data screens flickered with various statistics. An analyst pointed at the screen. The new signing's integration speed has exceeded expectations. Tactical cohesion can be shortened to 3 weeks. Venables watched the replay and said to his assistant, "Send the report to the boss. Tell him he has a good eye." As night fell, Qin Chuan sat behind his mahogany desk, the computer screen in front of him playing highlights of the training match. He watched several clips repeatedly: Sun Shuyong's precise tackle, Ronaldinho's chip, Ribery's strike, Drogba's turn and finish. The light from the screen reflected on his face, revealing no emotion. The report on the desk had key points circled in red ink, standing out vividly. Qin Chuan picked up the phone, his voice calm but resolute. "Contact Paris and Liverpool. Ask them if they want to make money in Asia. China, South Korea, Japan. Let them see this new Leeds United." Hanging up, Qin Chuan walked to the window. The training ground was quiet in the night, only the floodlights still shining, the white rose crest flickering in and out of view in the light. The footprints left by the players on the distant turf had not yet vanished, like a trail of marks leading to the future. This summer, the story of Leeds United was just beginning. On the day Leeds United released their Asia Tour announcement, English football was still reeling from the shockwaves of their summer transfer window. The White Rose heads east with a World Cup-level squad. The sports headline of the Yorkshire Post used such a provocative title, accompanied by a photo of Ronaldinho and Claude Makelele high-fiving in a training match. The announcement was concise yet forceful. Leeds United will embark on an Asian tour of friendly matches alongside Paris Saint-Germain and Liverpool, starting in Shanghai, China, followed by visits to Seoul, South Korea, and Tokyo, Japan. Within 2 hours, page views for Shanghai ticket reservations surpassed 100,000. Paris Saint-Germain's reply was straightforward: "Ronaldinho's appeal in Asia is unparalleled. We will field our strongest lineup." Liverpool's correspondents, however, carried a characteristically English pragmatism and caution. Let Liverpool face Leeds United in the first match. The hype of a clash between old and new Premier League forces will be enough to draw crowds. Qin Chuan sat behind his desk, listening to Victoria Stone's briefing with a composed expression. She, clad in a sharp black fitted suit, spoke with a steady demeanor and rapid pace, as if chairing a board meeting rather than discussing a tour. Qin Chuan merely tapped the desk lightly. "Tell them they can have an extra 10% on advertising revenue, but they must guarantee our main lineup for all 3 matches. Especially Sun Shuyong, Ronaldinho, and Makelele. Those 3 names must be in the C-spot of every promotional poster." In the locker room, after closed training, the scent of shower gel mixed with sports drinks. Sun Shuyong was bowing his head to polish his boots when Ronaldinho sidled over and suddenly asked in broken Chinese, "China have good food?" He held up his phone, showing a cute panda emoji, sparking laughter throughout the room. Sun Shuyong rarely engaged in such banter, but he still looked up and replied, "Yes, especially the Zilong in Shanghai." Didier Drogba draped a towel over his neck and grinned. "I hear Asian fans sing and cheer the whole match. I need to experience that atmosphere." The ever-stoic Makelele sat in a corner checking his shin guards and stated flatly, "No matter where we are, winning is all that matters. Don't worry, I'll make the Asian fans remember my goals." Frank Ribery slammed his hands on the table, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Just then Terry Venables walked in, silencing all laughter. He looked around the room, his tone serious. "The Asia Tour isn't just an exhibition, it's the best opportunity for preseason preparation. We need to adapt early to Liverpool's midfield pressure and Paris's technical style." He looked specifically at Sun Shuyong. "Especially you. In the first match of the Asia Tour, Liverpool's left flank will be Kuhl and Reese. You need to shut them down just like today. Don't let them get any crosses in. Lock down Kuhl." Sun Shuyong nodded, his gaze resolute. The closed training sessions only allowed the outside world to see limited snippets, but that was enough to ignite discussion. The club released only a few short videos on their official website. Sun Shuyong's high-speed sprint down the wing, Ronaldinho weaving past 3 defenders in a tight dribble, and Drogba's powerful volley. These fleeting clips alone surpassed 1 million views within a day. The English media reacted first. The Times worried that the long-distance journey might affect league preparations. The Sun meanwhile wrote snidely, "Perhaps Qin Chuan wants to use the Asian box office to recoup summer window expenses." But as the training highlights went viral, skepticism gradually gave way to curiosity and anticipation. In Asia, the frenzy had already taken hold. Chinese forums buzzed with the trending topic, White Rose see you in Shanghai. Korean sports programs endlessly debated whether Sun Shuyong could contain Liverpool's wing play. Japanese media dedicated full-page spreads to analyzing a potential duel between Ronaldinho and Shunsuke Nakamura. Liverpool manager Gerard Houllier feigned nonchalance at his press conference. Their signings are impressive, but football isn't a puzzle game. We'll teach this new Leeds side a lesson with a victory. Paris Saint-Germain CEO was more direct. I'm very curious to see if Ronaldinho is still as formidable at the White Rose as he was in Paris. The day before departure, the training ground gates were firmly shut with security and media kept 100 meters away. Inside, Venables concentrated on tactical drills. In the 40th minute, a classic counterattack down the wing drew his applause. Sun Shuyong intercepted Florent Maluta's pass deep in his own half, then burst forward along the right flank, almost single-handedly commanding the entire wing. He suddenly slowed near the halfway line and curled a long diagonal pass with the inside of his foot, finding the on-rushing Ronaldinho with pinpoint accuracy. The Brazilian, without pausing, chipped the ball into the box. Drogba, with his back to goal, held off Cahill and laid it off. Ribery followed up with a volley that smashed into the net. As the ball rippled the net, a murmur of approval rose from the coaching staff. Venables put away his tactics, bored his tone, carrying a rare hint of a smile. This is the rhythm I want. Once we get to Asia, Liverpool and Paris will know. Leeds United's flanks are no longer the sieve they once were. After training, the players began to file out. Sun Shuyong's backpack held the tea leaves his mother had sent from home. Ronaldinho had stuffed it with chocolates, laughing that he would share them with Asian fans. Drogba carefully folded his shirt with his name printed on it, while Ribery preened his iconic mohawk in front of a mirror. Qin Chuan stood on the training ground stands watching the players' silhouettes disappear into the sunset. Victoria Stone, wearing a sharply cut trench coat, walked up and handed him the itinerary. Her tone was crisp and efficient. The chartered flight is at 10 tomorrow morning. Shanghai has confirmed the venue and security. Qin Chuan nodded, his gaze fixed on the White Rose flag fluttering in the distance. Tell them this isn't just a business trip. The moment we set foot on Asian soil, the battle for Leeds United's revival has already begun. As night fell, the lights of the training ground went out one by one, save for the glow still shining from the club building's windows. On the desk lay an Asian map marked with red circles. The three cities, Shanghai, Seoul, Tokyo, gleamed like stars waiting to be ignited, silently awaiting the team's arrival. July in Shanghai was wrapped in humid, sweltering heat. As the Leeds United charter plane touched down at Pudong International Airport, a surging tide of red-clad fans already churned beyond the windows. Sun Shuyong sat by the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing the embroidery of the White Rose crest on his chest, the fine stitches pressing into his palm, a reminder of this special homecoming. The moment the gangway touched the ground, cheers surged like a tidal wave. Cries of Sun Shuyong, Leeds United, pierced through the cabin door as the glow of phone screens flickered like a sea of stars in the crowd. Someone held a banner reading Sun Shuyong, Pride of Asia, its red letters glaring in the sunlight. Other fans shouted in slightly awkward English, Destroy Qul. Ronaldinho, wearing sunglasses, walked in the middle of the team, his eyes wide with astonishment. He laughed and said to Drogba beside him, This is wilder than Rio's carnival. They must really love football. Drogba shrugged, a smile spreading across his dark face. Looks like we'd better not lose tonight. As Sun Shuyong descended the gangway, a middle-aged fan held up a photo of him from his early days in the Premier League, shouting, Welcome home. He instinctively stopped, bowed deeply to the crowd, and said with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, Thank you for your support. Venables, walking at the rear, watched the players being mobbed and remarked to his assistant, This atmosphere is even more intense than I imagined. It was worth them coming. Victoria Stone, phone in hand, hurried forward. The sponsors' people are already waiting in the VIP tunnel. They say this spectacle alone should triple jersey sales. The training session was arranged at a temporarily closed venue with media and fans crammed outside the wire fence. During the open 15 minutes, almost every lens was fixed on two people, Sun Shuyong and Ronaldinho. Sun Shuyong's shuttle runs on the right flank were so fast, they seemed to leave after images. One particular long pass after a sudden stop and turn curving precisely into the box drew exclamations of awe from the photographers outside. Ronaldinho and Ribery played impromptu 1-2s, each deft touch drawing applause. The Brazilian even made a funny face at the cameras. Venables stood in the center of the pitch, repeatedly emphasizing with his tactics board, Sun, you overlap. Xabi Alonso will cover for you. Liverpool's left side is Qul and Reese. Qul is more attack-minded, forcing him to defend is our chance to win. He then turned to Alan Smith. Carragher's one-on-one defending is limited. You need to get to the byline more on the right and find Drogba's head with your crosses. Finally, he patted Makelele on the shoulder. Gerrard's late runs are your responsibility. He's the most dangerous point in Liverpool's midfield. As training ended, Ronaldinho laughed and draped an arm over Sun Shuyong's shoulder, using his newly learned Chinese. Tonight, I will score a goal for your hometown fans. Sun Shuyong offered a rare slight smile. Then I'll get you the assist. Meanwhile, inside Liverpool's closed training ground, Houllier was frowning at his tactics board. Leeds' right flank is the weak point. He circled Sun Shuyong's position with a red pen. Huel and Reese use overlapping runs. Beat his defense with pace. Huel nodded beside him, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. He had heard of this Asian defender who joined after he left Leeds and was itching for a challenge. Outside the Shanghai Stadium on the eve of the match, scalpers had already driven ticket prices to 5 times face value. Official merchandise stores had sold out of White Rose jerseys and staff were urgently restocking from warehouses. Qin Chuan was meeting with representatives of Chinese sponsors in the hotel conference room. The letter of intent handed to him had the financial figures circled and recircled in red pen. If you can beat Liverpool tonight, we're willing to add another 3 years to the sponsorship. The sponsor's representative smiled, his face flushed. Suddenly a cheer erupted from outside the window. The Leeds United team bus was passing by. Qin Chuan closed the file, his gaze falling on the surging crowd outside the window. He said calmly, "I can't guarantee the match result, but the commercial value of this team will only be higher than you expect." In the Leeds United locker room, Venables was giving his final rallying cry. He circled the key points on the Liverpool formation on his tactics board. Sun Shuyong locked down Huel. Smith attack Reese. Remember, this isn't just a friendly. It's Leeds United's first public debut to the world. Sun Shuyong sat in a corner, tying his laces, the studs scraping softly against the floor. He touched the amulet his mother had sent tucked into his sock. The cool jade pressed against his skin, and he silently vowed in front of the hometown fans he absolutely could not let them down. When the lights of the Shanghai Stadium blazed to life, the packed stands surged with a sea of red. As the Leeds United players warmed up, a unified chant of Sun Shuyong suddenly erupted from the crowd. The moment the young Chinese player waved in response, the roar of cheers nearly lifted the roof. The starting lineups were displayed on the big screen. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. In the 5th minute, Liverpool launched a fierce attack. Reese sped down the left and crossed low. Owen dived for a header at the near post, but the ball skimmed past the upright, sending a chill down Robinson's spine. Venables shouted from the sideline, "Mark Gerrard and Huel." In the 12th minute, Sun Shuyong faced his first direct confrontation with Huel. Huel received the ball on the left, performing stepovers in an attempt to cut inside. But Sun Shuyong maintained a half-step distance, then suddenly blocked him, forcing him out of play. He cleanly won the ball and surged forward to the center circle before delivering a precise, long diagonal pass to Ronaldinho, who had switched to the right flank. The commentator exclaimed excitedly, "That was incredibly tough." Sun Shuyong is like a right-sided Roberto Carlos, commanding the entire flank single-handedly. On the sideline, Hollier's face darkened as he signaled for his assistant to double-team Sun. In the 25th minute, Leeds United broke the deadlock. Xabi Alonso intercepted the ball in midfield and sent a precise long pass. Ronaldinho received it with his back to goal, flicked it on with his heel. Ribery sprinted down the left, cut inside suddenly, and unleashed a powerful shot that curled into the far corner of the net. 1-0. Sun Shuyong was the first to rush over and embrace Ribery. The White Rose flag waved furiously in the stands, a patch of white suddenly blooming within the red tide. In the 60th minute of the second half, Liverpool equalized. Reese crossed from the left, Viduka rose high in the box to head it back. Gerrard met it on the volley from the edge of the area, the ball striking the post before nestling into the net. 1-1. The deadlock didn't last long. In the 72nd minute, Leeds United regained the lead. Sun Shuyong dribbled past both Huel and Murphy on the right, cut inside quickly, and delivered a pinpoint curling cross. Drogba soared high in the box and powered a header into the far corner. 2-1. Drogba tore off his jersey and roared in celebration, earning a yellow card without a care. Sun Shuyong rushed over and hugged him tightly, their sweat spraying under the lights. Fans in the stands held up a banner reading Sun Shuyong assist, Drogba goal, as deafening cheers erupted. In the 80th minute, Sun Shuyong completed his ultimate shutdown of Huel. Huel attempted a burst down the wing. Sun Shuyong met him head-on, executing a clean sliding tackle that sent the ball out of play. Huel lost his balance and tumbled onto the turf. A unified roar erupted from the stands. The commentator shouted excitedly, "Huel hasn't had a single successful dribble tonight. Sun Shuyong's defending has been absolutely perfect." When the final whistle blew, the score remained 2-1. Sun Shuyong bowed deeply to the stands. Ronaldinho signed the match ball and tossed it to a young fan holding a panda plush toy, the child's cheers crisp and bright. At the press conference, Venables could barely contain his excitement. Sun Shuyong completely shut down Huel. He practically commanded the entire right flank. This was a perfect warm-up match. In the player tunnel, Qin Chuan patted Sun Shuyong on the shoulder. "Great game. You didn't let your hometown down." Sun Shuyong smiled and nodded. "This is just the first one." Outside the stadium, the fans' cheers lasted late into the night. Scalpers had already started selling tickets for the sole leg at exorbitant prices. Qin Chuan stood on the hotel terrace, gazing at the Oriental Pearl Tower shimmering in the night sky. He said softly to Victoria Stone beside him, "Next stop, Seoul." In the distance, the stadium lights still blazed like a giant diamond embedded in the heart of the city. The fragrance of the White Rose was beginning to permeate the Asian stage. Leaving the humid heat of Shanghai behind, the air of Seoul carried the crisp dryness of early autumn. When Leeds United's charter plane touched down at Incheon International Airport, the scene outside the porthole brightened the players' eyes. Hundreds of Korean fans in white rose jerseys held banners with the Korean slogan, Leeds United Young Guard, standing out strikingly under the sunlight. Unlike the Red Sea of Shanghai, the fans in Seoul were more reserved, yet equally passionate. Some held posters of Ronaldinho, while others shouted Jiao to Sun Shuyong in broken Chinese. As Venables walked down the gangway, he saw local media holding a headline reading, Leeds United vs. FC Seoul, Premier League vs. K-League Clash of Titans, and couldn't help but smile. It seems our reputation is recovering quickly. Victoria Stone hurried over with the itinerary. FC Seoul just won the K-League title, and their head coach said they'd give us a Korean-style welcome. Qin Chuan took the sheet, his gaze falling on the rotation of starters. Note, let Parker Carrick and the others play. Venables nodded. It's the perfect chance to test the bench's quality. The rotation players need to show their mettle. In the locker room, Parker was tightening his shin guards. Carrick patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, treat it like a Premier League relegation battle. Bent flexed his ankle in front of the mirror. Don't worry, I'll handle the goals. The young Englishman exchanged glances and grinned in tacit understanding. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. During the pre-match training session, Venables announced the starting lineup, and all the journalists froze. Except for Ronaldinho, keeping his place, the rest were all substitutes. Leeds United starting lineup. Goalkeeper Tim Flood. Defenders Gary Kelly right, Gary Cahill, Lucas Radebe, Ian Hart left. Midfielders Scott Parker, Michael Carrick, James Milner. Forwards Ashley Young right, Ronaldinho left, Darren Bent center forward. This is a gamble on youth, Venables explained in front of the tactical board. FC Seoul excels at wide attacks. Parker, you handle midfield interceptions. Carrick, control the tempo. Milner and Young drop back more to defend. He looked specifically at Ronaldinho. You link up the front line and set an example for the youngsters. On FC Seoul's training ground, the head coach was shouting in Korean. Leeds United sent their reserves. This is an insult. We'll show them the power of the K-League. Star striker Lee Dong-gook thumped his chest. I'll guarantee a goal. During the last 10 minutes of close training, Carrick suddenly delivered a pinpoint long pass. Bent sprinted through to form a one-on-one, but his shot was saved by Robinson. Parker ran over to pull him up. Don't rush, scoring in the real match feels better. Ronaldinho watched and clapped with a smile. Young lads, tonight is your stage. On the night of the match, the Seoul World Cup Stadium was packed to capacity, with 6,000 fans creating a deafening atmosphere. When the Leeds United players walked out, the stadium erupted in synchronized chants, the white jerseys twinkling like stars amidst the Red Sea of home supporters. FC Seoul struck first. In the 12th minute, their left wing fast break tore through the defense. Lee Dong-gook turned and shot in the box. Flood made a desperate save, and Cahill cleared the danger. Venables shouted from the sideline, Parker, Carrick, hold the midfield positions. In the 20th minute, Leeds United's youthful storm began to show. Parker intercepted in midfield and threaded a through ball. Carrick played a diagonal pass to Milner on the left. The young Englishman accelerated past his marker and crossed. Bent rose at the near post to head the ball, but it skimmed past the post. The Leeds fans in the stands let out a sigh of regret. This is the rhythm I want. Venables clapped in approval. In the 33rd minute, FC Seoul broke the deadlock. Their right wing cross caused chaos, and Lee Dong-gook stabbed the ball home from a scramble 1-0. The home fans created a wave, and the coach wildly waved his arms on the sideline. Parker clenched his fists and shouted to his teammates, don't panic. We can come back. Carrick patted his back. Stick to the tactics, don't rush. At halftime, Venables didn't scold. He simply drew a circle on the tactical board, attacked their right back space. Carrick feed more through balls to Milner. Ronaldinho suddenly raised his hand. Let me move to the center to create space for the youngsters. Just 5 minutes into the second half, Leeds United equalized. Parker intercepted in midfield and played a through ball. Carrick delivered a precise pass that split the defense. Bent sprinted through and calmly slotted past the goalkeeper into the far corner. 1-1. The four young Englishmen hugged in excitement. Parker roared toward the bench, see, we can do it too. Venables smiled with crow's feet forming at the corners of his eyes. This is what youth should look like. In the 58th minute, Carrick performed a midfield magic trick. Under pressure from 3 opponents, he executed a series of step-overs, then suddenly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot to Milner, who cut it back into the box. Bent turned away from his marker and unleashed a fierce shot that curled into the bottom corner. 2-1. The youngsters have scored, the commentator shouted excitedly. The English fans in the stands waved their flags, mingling with the Korean supporters' cheers into a symphony. FC Seoul immediately counterattacked, their striker heading against the crossbar, giving Flood a cold sweat. At the crucial moment, Parker made 2 consecutive interceptions in midfield, cutting off the attack. Venables remarked to his assistant, that lad's interceptions are fiercer than Makelele's. In the 72nd minute, Leeds United sealed the victory. Ronaldinho drew defenders in the center and laid the ball wide. Ashley Young broke through and crossed. Milner arrived at the back post and volleyed home. 3-1. The Brazilian ran to the sideline and made an awesome gesture toward Parker and the others. In injury time, FC Seoul pulled one back, but it was too little too late. When the final whistle blew, the four young Englishmen lay on the grass, their jerseys soaked with sweat, but they smiled like children. At the post-match press conference, Venables brought Parker and Carrick with him. They proved they deserve to wear the Leeds United shirt, the veteran coach said, pointing at the two youngsters. Parker's interceptions, Carrick's passing. This is the future of English football. Parker gripped the microphone, his voice still trembling slightly. We've been waiting for this chance for a long time. We won't let the coach down. Carrick added, teamwork was the key to victory. We proved that substitutes can win matches too. In the tunnel, Qin Chuan patted the four young men on the shoulders. Good performance. I'll raise your weekly wages when we get back. Ben jumped up excitedly, really. Laughter erupted. Ronaldinho watched them and said with a smile, next time it's my turn to score. The night breeze of Seoul brushed against the roof of the World Cup stadium. Venables gazed at the illuminated pitch. Next stop, Tokyo. Time for the starters to finish the job. Qin Chuan nodded, his eyes fixed eastward. The White Rose's Asian story isn't over yet. In the distance, the Han River reflected the city lights like a shimmering ribbon. Leeds United's youthful edge shone brilliantly under the Seoul night sky. This team not only had star-studded starters, but also a thriving future. Tokyo's autumn brought a refreshing coolness. The arrival hall at Narita International Airport was already awash in blue and white. Hundreds of Japanese fans held banners reading, Ronaldinho, welcome to Tokyo. The Brazilian superstar had dazzled at the World Cup held in Japan and enjoyed immense popularity here. Some fans also held posters of Sun Xiuyang and Drogba shouting in broken English, Leeds United White Rose. Cheers from outside the porthole reached the players even before the plane docked at the gate. Ronaldinho made a heart gesture to the cameras as he walked down the gangway, drawing screams. A Drogba waved to fans holding the beast signs, his dark face beaming with a simple smile. As Sun Xiuyang descended, he saw a Japanese fan holding a photo of his assist in Shanghai, so he slowed down and said in his newly learned Japanese, arigato. Victoria Stone briskly walked to Qin Chuan and handed him an itinerary. Paris Saint-Germain's charter plane just arrived. Their head coach said at the press conference, we'll show Ronaldinho who the real king is. Qin Chuan took the sheet, his eyes landing on the full-strength note, and said calmly, then let them see that the White Rose is no longer the team that struggled on the brink of relegation last year. Venables chuckled softly beside him. It's time to prove with a tough match that Leeds United has been reborn. In the locker room, Ronaldinho was showing his teammates an old photo, a picture of him scoring at the Parc des Princes during his time at PSG. Tonight I'll make them know I've become stronger since leaving Paris, the Brazilian said, patting Sun Xiuyang's shoulder with a sharp smile. The right wing is yours. I'll be waiting for your passes in the middle. Sun Xiuyang nodded seriously. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The closed training session at Tokyo National Stadium was meticulous, with Venables arranging every detail on the tactical board. Once Leeds United's starting lineup was confirmed, it sparked heated discussion among the media. This was their second time fielding a full-strength team during the Asian tour. Leeds United starting lineup. Goalkeeper Paul Robinson. Defenders Sun Xiuyang, right Michael Dawson, Christian Chivu, Patrice Evra left. Midfielders Claude Makelele, Zabi Alonso, Ronaldinho attacking midfielder. Forwards Frank Ribery left, Didier Drogba center, forward Alan Smith right. Paris Saint-Germain starting lineup. Goalkeeper Jerome Alonso. Defenders Gabriel Hines, Frederic Dihu, Talal El Karkouri, Jose Pierre Fonfon. Midfielders Lorik Kana, Modest Mbami, Juan Sorin. Forwards Fabrice Fires, Pauleta Reynaldo. Venables pointed to the arrows on the tactical board. Sun Xiuyang fully neutralized Fires passing lanes. Once you win the ball, launch a counterattack immediately. Ever don't give Hines too much space to accelerate. Alonso create more switching opportunities for Ronaldinho and Ribery. Ronaldinho smiled lightly. Wait for me to tear open their backline. Drogba sat on the side polishing his boots, his voice low but resolute. I'll send every ball that reaches the box into their net. On the other side in PSG's locker room, the head coach was also rallying his troops. Ronaldinho thinks he's stronger after leaving Paris. Tonight will make him regret it. Fires Reynaldo, attack their flanks. Pauleta, you're the finisher. The Tokyo National Stadium was packed that night, with 7,000 fans creating a roaring tide. As Ronaldinho shook hands with his former teammates, the crowd chanted his name in unison. He merely smiled, but his eyes were like a panther's fixed on its prey. In the 8th minute, Paris struck first. Fires used his speed and delicate footwork on the right wing to probe, trying to get past Sun Xiuyang. But the Chinese defender stuck to him tightly, diving in for a clean tackle at the moment of Fires' change of direction, and instantly launched a counterattack with a long pass. Alonso received the ball and threaded it to Drogba, but Jerome Alonso dived to save. The Japanese commentator on the broadcast shouted excitedly, Sun Xiuyang, this is top-tier right-back defending. In the 23rd minute, Ronaldinho's personal show ignited the stadium. Receiving a pass from Alonso in the center, he feinted to fool Sorin, then executed a series of step-overs to bypass Kana, and delivered a sublime outside-of-the-foot pass that split PSG's defense. A Drogba held off Dihu in the box and shot, but the ball struck the post. Sun Xiuyang walked over and patted Ronaldinho's back. There will be more chances. In the 35th minute, Paris responded with a dangerous attack. Ronaldo broke through on the left, and crossed. Pauleta arrived to shoot, but Robinson flew to tip the ball over the bar. Chivu shouted to remind his teammates to tighten their marking. Venables yelled from the sideline, "Make Alele hold the center." Just before halftime, Leeds United broke the deadlock. Sun Xiang beat two men on the right wing with consecutive dribbles, then suddenly cut inside and delivered an exquisite curling cross. Drogba, like a tower, held off Diho and powered a header into the bottom corner 1-0. Drogba roared and pumped his fist in celebration, while Sun Xiang rushed over to embrace him tightly. In the 55th minute of the second half, Paris equalized. Fieries delivered a precise cross from the right, and Pauleta dived to head home 1-1. The Paris players celebrated wildly, and Pauleta even made a provocative gesture toward the Leeds fans. Venables frowned and shouted onto the pitch, "Show your fighting spirit. This is not a friendly, it's Leeds United's declaration." In the 68th minute, Leeds United regained control. Ronaldinho dribbled past several opponents in the center, and then played a sudden through ball. Ribery sprinted down the left and crossed low. Ronaldinho made a late run into the box and slotted home 2-1. The Brazilian ran to the corner flag and struck his iconic meditation celebration, sending the entire stadium into a frenzy. In the 78th minute, Sun Xiang completely shut down PSG's left flank. Fieries tried to use his speed again, but Sun Xiang forced him to the touchline with sheer physicality and executed a clean sliding tackle to send the ball out of play. Fieries threw up his hands in frustration. He had no answer to Sun Xiang that night. In injury time, Drogba sealed the victory. Makelele intercepted in midfield and launched a long ball. Drogba held off Diho with his back to goal, then suddenly turned and unleashed a powerful shot to make it 3-1. At the final whistle, Ronaldinho and Sun Xiang embraced tightly. Drogba was hoisted high by his teammates, his white jersey tracing a beautiful arc in the Tokyo night sky. At the post-match press conference, Venables wore a smile. This was the perfect closing match. Sun Xiang's defense was like a wall. Ronaldinho with his attacking play showed the world he has matured. And Drogba, the striker from Guingamp, proved with his goals that he has world-class potential. Ronaldinho said with a smile, "Paris will always be my home, but now I belong to Leeds United. This victory is for the White Rose." Sun Xiang simply said, "This is a victory for the whole team and a reward for the fans." Drogba flashed his trademark smile. "Leeds United saved me, bringing me from a League One relegation-threatened club to the Premier League stage. I'll repay them with goals." In the tunnel, Qin Chuan patted Sun Xiang on the shoulder. "Tonight you were the best right back." He then turned to Drogba with a grin. "And you? That $5 million from Guingamp was worth every penny." Under the Tokyo night sky, headlines flashed across the globe. White Rose's Asian Tour 3 wins, a rising Premier League powerhouse. As the charter plane took off, the lights of the National Stadium were still on like a twinkling star. The team that had emerged from the depths of debt, carrying the glory of 3 consecutive victories, was now speeding toward the true battlefield, the Premier League. At the moment of ascent, the Tokyo night unfolded like a deep blue silk ribbon gently spreading beyond the window. Inside the Leeds United charter, a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere prevailed. Players shared photos and videos with their neighbors. Drogba and Ribery wrestled over a game console. Ronaldinho hummed softly with headphones on. Sun Xiang leaned by the window, gazing at the distant lights of Tokyo, lost in thought. Qin Chuan set down his coffee cup, just about to close his eyes for a rest, when the familiar cold electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. System notification: main quest updated. Asian commercial tour undefeated, influence soared, tactical execution verified. Achievement unlocked, conquered Asia. System rewards. Growth acceleration card 3. Note can be used on bound players to reach theoretical 2-year growth level within 1 month, recommended for potential players or rotation mainstays. System notification template card activated. 3 available bindable templates. Virgil van Dijk, 2018-19 season. Joshua Kimmich, 2020 season. Mohamed Salah, 2017-18 season. Please make your selection within 72 hours. The tarmac of Manchester Airport was shrouded in a thin mist, the August morning breeze carrying a chill that completely dispelled the lingering humid heat of the Asian tour. As the gangway of Leeds United's charter plane slowly lowered, camera flashes suddenly erupted in the fog like an unexpected thunderstorm. Mr. Qin, can the 3 consecutive wins in Asia be taken seriously? Will Ronaldinho be Leeds' savior or just another shooting star? Is Sun Xiang ready to face gigs cut inside? The reporters' voices surged forward with the cold air. Sun Xiang, carrying a black sports bag, walked in the middle of the team, the hair on his forehead stirring slightly in the wind. He stopped, his gaze calmly sweeping across the lenses. The Asia tour was good for building chemistry, but the intensity of the Premier League is completely different. I will be prepared. As his words faded, a pat on the shoulder came from Didier Drogba beside him. The Ivorian striker's muscles bulged beneath his tracksuit as he growled at the most boisterous group of reporters. "Wait until we've played the first round. You'll have new questions to ask." His deep voice carried an undisguised edge. Meanwhile, Ronaldinho stirred up a wave of excitement among the crowd. The Brazilian pushed his sunglasses atop his head, winked at the cameras, and suddenly formed a blooming rose with his fingers, the white rose emblem of Leeds United, instantly drawing cheers from several local Yorkshire reporters. Qin Chuan walked at the very back. Victoria Stone hurried over to meet him. The folder she handed over still holding the warmth from the printer. Jersey sales have tripled year on year. Her voice barely contained her excitement. 3 new sponsors, a $5 million budget has arrived. The return from the Asia tour has exceeded expectations. Qin Chuan opened the folder, his eyes quickly scanning the figures. His fingertip paused briefly on the line reading, Youth Training Budget Additional Allocation. He closed the folder and looked up at the white rose flag fluttering outside the terminal building in the distance, mist slowly sliding down its surface. Money must be spent where it counts. The Asia tour was a warm-up. The real competition begins now. The day after returning to Elland Road, the headlines of the British media had already split into 2 distinct camps. The front page of the Yorkshire Post was almost entirely filled with a close-up of Drogba, a photo of him roaring in the Tokyo rain, the Ivorian's muscle lines as sharp as carved knife strokes. The headline in bold red letters read, The White Rose's fangs are the season's biggest dark horses ready. Meanwhile, the sports section of the Times carried a tone of cold scrutiny. Columnist Henry Winter struck a sharp note in his article. When Sun Shuyong is no longer facing wingers from FC Seoul, but Giggs' sudden changes of direction, when Ronaldinho has to break through not the K-League's defense, but the twin tests of Keane and Scholes Vieira and Gilberto Silva, the halo of friendlies will dissipate like the morning mist. When asked about Leeds United at Manchester United's pre-match press conference, Ferguson curled his lip into a familiar cold smile. They've signed some decent players, but the Premier League is not a commercial tour. Elland Road will give them their first lesson. Wenger was more direct. Ronaldinho is excellent, but Leeds' defense hasn't faced a real test yet. The debates on fan forums were even more heated than the newspapers. Have you seen Sun Shuyong's defensive stats? He's more solid than Gary Neville. Haha, that was just friendlies. Wait until he faces Pires. Top 4. Don't dream on. Newcastle's Shearer, Liverpool's Owen, Chelsea's Crespo. None of them are pushovers. In Leeds during the summer of 2003, the rain would start and stop. The training ground turf was sodden. Players jogged around the pitch, their white jerseys soaked with sweat. On the sidelines, Venables stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression as stern as ever. But beside him was an unfamiliar figure. Qin Chuan wore the club's training jacket, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, looking at first glance no different from an assistant coach. Venables glanced at him sideways, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Qin, if you really want to watch training, just sit in the stands. Why do you have to come right next to me? Qin Chuan shook his head with a smile. The stands are too far. I just want to get a closer look and maybe learn a thing or two from you. Don't worry, I won't interrupt. Learn a thing or two. Venables raised an eyebrow. Qin Chuan nodded earnestly. You've managed the England national team, coached so many big names. To be honest, I never thought in my life I'd be standing shoulder to shoulder with you. The opportunity is here, it'd be a waste not to pick up some tricks. Venables was amused, coughed, and pretended to be stern. Then just stand there quietly and don't talk nonsense. Qin Chuan nodded vigorously, agreeing like a student. But it wasn't long before he couldn't hold back. Seeing a pass from Milner that was both low and slow, he couldn't help leaning over to Venables, lowering his voice. This kid has a lot of talent, but he's too impatient. If he could slow down by half a beat, he'd be more stable, don't you think? Venables was taken aback, stared at the field, and found there was actually some truth to it. He shot a look at Qin Chuan. Didn't you say you wouldn't interrupt? Qin Chuan smiled, sheepishly raising his hands. I'm just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. After training ended, he dutifully helped put away several marker cones on the sidelines and nodded greetings to a few young players. Sun Shuyong murmured quietly, the boss is acting as our assistant coach now. Ronaldinho replied with a grin, it's summer anyway. He's probably just doing it for the novelty. Qin Chuan, overhearing this, smiled and waved his hand. Don't mind me. I'm just here to learn. That evening, as Venables flipped through the training report, Qin Chuan handed him tea, his tone very humble. Terry, was I too talkative today? Maybe I should just stand quietly from now on. Venables shook his head and couldn't help but smile. You, the boss, are really like a trainee coach. Oh well, consider it an extra pair of eyes. Qin Chuan just smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction inside. This feeling of being an apprentice felt more grounding to him than sitting in a luxury box. A few days later, Leeds United's first match-specific training session unfolded at Elland Road. The empty stands had yet to welcome the fans, and the dew on the turf sparkled in the sunlight like a layer of scattered diamonds. Venables stood before the tactical board, the red circles he drew on both flanks standing out starkly. Everyone come here. The old coach clapped his hands, and the players immediately gathered around the white rose badges on their training kits neatly aligned in the sunlight. The tactics from the Asia Tour can be referenced, but adjustments are needed for the Premier League. He pointed to the right flank. Son Newcastle's Bellamy is fast and likes to cut inside. But that's just the beginning. In the coming weeks, you'll face Giggs' changes of direction, Pires runs, even Henry's dropping deep to receive the ball. Sun Shuyong stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his center of gravity steady. I defended against Henry when I was at City. I know how to position myself. His boots lightly ground into the turf, leaving faint marks. Good. Venables turned to the left flank. Ever your task is even heavier. Cristiano Ronaldo likes to do stepovers and then accelerates suddenly. Well, Ljungberg is good at off-the-ball runs. You need to anticipate their next move and not let their first feint shift your weight. The French left-back grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Coach, I defended against Julio Cesar and Simeo at Monaco. Their feints were much fancier than Ronaldo's. His relaxed tone was laced with confidence. Assistant coach Brian Kidd added from the side, if both flanks can hold firm, our midfield can devote more energy to attacking. Makelele and Xabi Alonso are responsible for interceptions. Ronaldinho and Ribéry roam freely in the final third. Drogba acts as the target man in the center. This system can cause trouble for any team. The players' gazes shifted between the tactical board and each other's faces, a silent understanding quietly coalescing in the morning light. But Venables' brow never relaxed. He stared at the center-back positions on the tactical board, his fingertip tapping repeatedly beside the names of Dawson and Chivu. The defensive vulnerability exposed during the Asia tour was like a thorn in his side. In the meeting room after training, the gloomy atmosphere confirmed the old coach's concerns. Venables spread several stills from the Asia tour training videos on the table, all circled in red, pointing to the same position, center back. Dawson has been developing recently, but don't forget he's only 19. When facing seasoned forwards like Owen and Viduka, his man-marking awareness is still not mature enough. The old coach's voice was laced with anxiety. As for Chivu, in the 3 Asia tour matches, he had at least 5 serious positional errors. His turning speed is too slow, and especially in aerial duels, he was beaten by Paleta and Viduka. Victoria Stone flipped through the transfer list, speaking with some hesitation. Woodgate is at Newcastle, we can't get him back. We simply can't buy established English centre-backs like Ferdinand or Campbell. The only mature domestic centre-back we could buy is Southgate, but he's 33 and his pace has clearly declined. Qin Chuan sat behind the table, gently tapping his fingertips on the surface. If it's Southgate, we still won't truly solve the problem. I don't want someone who can just about play. I want a gatekeeper who can directly lock down the penalty area against Henry and Owen. Victoria Stone spread her hands. Who do you want then? Are we going to splash the cash on Cannavaro from Inter Milan? Cannavaro at Inter. Even for 8 million, let alone 18 million, they wouldn't sell. Venables shook his head. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, picked up another document on which a name was clearly written, Jaap Stam Lazio. Venables' eyes lit up. Are you serious? His track record at Manchester United speaks for itself. He has extensive Premier League experience. As long as his physical condition is fine, he would be the best addition to the defense. Victoria Stone frowned. Stam is already 31. Lazio's asking price won't be low. More importantly, he fell out with Ferguson and moved to Serie A. His wage demands will be high now. Qin Chuan closed the file, his tone firm. At 31, he is still world-class. He is the iron-blooded center-back we need most. As for the money, I'll pay 8 million, the full amount transferred immediately. Make it an offer Lazio cannot refuse. 2 days later, at a crucial juncture before the transfer window closed, Leeds United's official Twitter account posted a late-night announcement. Leeds United Football Club is delighted to announce the signing of Jaap Stam. The transfer fee is 8 million and the contract is for 3 years. The news immediately sent a shockwave through English football. Sky Sports headline read, The White Rose completes the final piece of the puzzle. Qin Chuan snaps up Dutch gatekeeper for 8 million. The Manchester media sourly framed it. Has Ferguson underestimated the value of his former player? Will Leeds United recreate the defensive solidity of United's treble-winning era at Elland Road? Lazio's response was pragmatic. The club needed funds. Leeds United's full payment offer was impossible to refuse. When the Elland Road dressing room welcomed the Dutch defender for the first time, his cold and imposing aura instinctively quieted the younger players. Stam pushed open the door, his gaze sweeping across the room, and pointed directly at Dawson. From now on, train close to me. When positioning, don't always watch the ball. Oh, first mark your man. Yes, sir. The 19-year-old Dawson replied with a red face. Skirtle also stepped forward. Can I train with you? Stam gave him a brief glance and nodded. Starting tomorrow, you're in my group. Sun Shiyong watched this scene from the side and whispered to Evra, this is exactly what we were missing. Evra smiled and nodded. With him anchoring things, we can be more confident attacking down the flanks. Venables watched from the sidelines as Stam explained marking positions and said to Qin Chuan with satisfaction, that 8 million you spent was worth it. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. He's not here to retire. He's here to help us win. The next day, in a closed training session, Venables officially announced the new defensive order, starting center-back Stam Dawson. Rotational center-backs Skirtle Chivu can also cover left-back. Young reserve Cahill Cup opportunities. Dressing room stability Radabe spiritual leader. You will command the rhythm of the defense. Venables said, patting Stam on the shoulder. Stam only nodded briefly, no problem. A detail during training quickly convinced everyone. During a corner kick defensive drill, Dawson nearly lost his mark, allowing Alan Smith to get to the ball. Stam bellowed, stay to my left. Don't leave a 5-step radius. On the next corner, Dawson completely blocked his opponent and successfully cleared the ball. Venables murmured in admiration. That's experience. Qin Chuan watched and nodded. Leeds United's summer transfer window was declared closed, and the final squad list was officially announced. The names Harry Kewell and Mark Viduka had disappeared from the first-team list, but the fans focused more on the retained squad. Robinson in goal, Stam and Dawson at center-back, Sun Shuyang and Evra holding the flanks, Makelele and Alonso forming the midfield shield, Ronaldinho, Smith, Ribery and Drogba composing the attacking unit. The Sun sourly called it a nouveau riche carnival, but the West Yorkshire Evening Post hit back. At least this Leeds United no longer has to survive by selling its core players. The Times published an article, Sun Shuyang's breakthroughs, Ronaldinho's creativity, Drogba's finishing coupled with Stam's command. This team might just have the credentials to challenge Manchester United and Arsenal. The pre-season press conference was held in the Elland Road press room. Qin Chuan and Venables sat side by side on the dais. When asked about the season's objectives, Qin Chuan's reply was concise and powerful. Return to European competition. We have the players for it, and we have the determination. Venables then drew attacking routes on the tactical board, his fingertip landing heavily on the word Newcastle. They will witness the power of the new White Rose. As night fell, the Elland Road training ground remained brightly lit. Sun Shuyang practiced sliding tackles repeatedly on the right flank. Evra did shuttle runs. Ronaldinho juggled the ball on the substitute bench. Drogba gazed at the empty stands. For the whole season, this will be our stage. Qin Chuan stood in the assistant coach's spot on the bench watching Stam lead Dawson Cahill and Skirtle in extra defensive drills and murmured to himself, in Asia we won by attacking. In the Premier League we need to stand firm through defense. Stam's arrival has truly completed this White Rose. Template card receipt confirmed. Host has selected Virgil van Dijk. 2018-19 season, template card generated. Current status, unbound, bind player immediately. Yes, no. Qin Chuan stared at the no option, slowly raised his finger and pressed it. Stored in system card pool. Can be retrieved from the back end at any time. Note: once a template card is bound, it cannot be transferred. Please use with caution. Wait a little longer, Qin Chuan said to himself. The White Rose flag on the stands fluttered in the night breeze. The upcoming first match against Newcastle would be the first real test for this defensive line. The storm was near. They were ready. July 31st, 2003, 2359 London time. Across the major European leagues, the ringing of telephones and the hum of fax machines interwove into a frantic rhythm before this hour. The host of Sky Sports remarked to the camera in the studio, "This has been a mad summer for English football. Abramovich of Chelsea has shattered the landscape with his money, while Qin Chuan of Leeds United, after paying off the club's debts in June, has also been overhauling the team wildly. Together they have rewritten the market rules of the Premier League." Chelsea, Abramovich's golden empire. The Daily Mail hammered the headline onto its front page in bold black type, "The Rise of the Blue Empire, Abramovich's First Summer." The article began with astonishment. Abramovich has proven in just 2 months that he is not here to play around, but to revolutionize the Premier League. Chelsea's transfer list, like a string of dazzling diamonds, was meticulously laid out on the front page. Damien Duff, 17 million. The Irish magic wing had already proven his worth with consecutive breakthroughs in preseason friendlies. Hernan Crespo, 17 million. The Serie A Golden Boot winner crossed the ocean, hailed by fans as the goal-scoring answer for Stamford Bridge. Juan Sebastian Veron, 15 million. The maddening midfield organizer, though the media did not forget to remind everyone of his inconsistency issues at Manchester United. Joe Cole, 5 million. England's midfield hope for the next decade. Emerson, 12 million. The Brazilian defensive powerhouse poached from Roma, seen as the best alternative after failing to sign Claude Makelele. The Sun wrote with a teasing tone, Abramovich originally wanted to bring Makelele to Stamford Bridge, but was beaten to it by Leeds United's Qin Chuan and had to settle for signing Emerson instead. But who cares? At 27, the Brazilian is physically robust with a wide coverage area. Oh, perhaps he is better suited to the high intensity of the Premier League than the 31-year-old Frenchman. The Yorkshire Post declared with the most straightforward headline, White Rose revives. The report detailed Leeds United's summer window operations. They sold their 2 core players, Kewell and Viduka, but in exchange they secured a more brilliant future. They paid a high price to bring Brazilian genius Ronaldinho from Paris for creativity, bought French defensive stalwart Makelele from Real Madrid to fortify the midfield, signed Ivorian striker Didier Drogba from Guingamp to provide finishing power, and brought in Spanish prodigy Xabi Alonso to control the tempo. And the most surprising move of all was the sudden 8 million raid for Dutch defensive wall Jaap Stam after a preseason friendly. This iron-hearted centre-back, who once helped Manchester United dominate the Premier League, will build a new defensive Great Wall at Elland Road. Across England, major football talk shows were abuzz with discussion about this reborn White Rose. Famous pundit Jamie Redknapp remarked on Sky Sports, Qin Chuan signings are like a precise jigsaw puzzle. He has filled all of Leeds United's weaknesses overnight. If these players can develop chemistry, a top 4 finish is by no means an unattainable dream. Barcelona's media could not hide their disappointment. El Mundo Deportivo wrote, Barcelona ultimately failed to keep Ronaldinho. The Brazilian chose England. This may become the Camp Nou's greatest regret for years to come. Although the article then attempted to rationalize, we signed Argentine dribbling wizard Ariel Ortega. He is more consistent than Ronaldinho, requires no adaptation period, and may be the safer choice. Another Catalan media outlet sourly commented, letting a Brazilian who loves to dance the samba adapt to the damp turf of an English winter. How long can he keep smiling there? Real Madrid remained basking in the halo of the Galacticos. AS featured a photo of Beckham and Zidane training together with the bold headline, Beckham arrives, the galaxy is complete. The England captain's precise crosses will benefit Raul, and Ronaldo immensely. Madrid's night sky will shine even brighter because of him. As for letting Makelele go, they were unconcerned. Carlos Beckham, Zidane, Figo, Ronaldo. This is Real Madrid's future. Defense can be left to Helguera. Gazzetta dello Sport's commentary carried a clear note of disappointment. Abramovich and Qin Chuan have taken our stars. Crespo, Varane, Stam, Emerson have all left for England in succession. The era of Serie A's dominance may be coming to an end. The column specifically mentioned Lazio's helplessness. Although Stam's departure is regrettable, Leeds United's full £8 million cash offer was impossible to refuse. For the Premier League, this is a newly built iron wall. The Bundesliga remained calm. Kicker magazine teased, England's financial storm is still far from Munich. We have more faith in our own youth system and football order. In France, although Paris Saint-Germain lost Ronaldinho, they unexpectedly received a huge sponsorship windfall and quickly signed Portuguese prodigy Hugo Leal. French media comforted themselves by calling him a potential next diamond. On the night the transfer window closed, the sky over Yorkshire twinkled with fine stars, but the training ground at Elland Road was ablaze with lights, even more bustling than during the day. Qin Chuan, wearing a Leeds United coaching staff vest, stood beside Venables holding a tactics board marked in red pen with the running habits of Newcastle's players. As an assistant coach, his role was to analyze the opponent's weaknesses and propose targeted suggestions. He was now speaking in a low voice to the veteran manager. Bellamy likes to cut inside suddenly from a 45-degree angle on the right. His stronger foot is his right, and when he crosses, he tends to aim for the far post. Sun Shuyong can preemptively block that spot. Venables nodded. The defensive data you've prepared is very useful. During the next group drill, have Sun Shuyong focus on practicing this scenario. On the right flank, Sun Shuyong was repeatedly practicing slide tackles. His body hit the ground time and again, studs kicking up turf that settled on his sweat-soaked jersey, dark patches spreading with each movement. On the left, Evra was doing extreme shuttle runs under the whistle of the fitness coach. Each turn was accompanied by heavy, ragged breaths, but he gritted his teeth and completed every set intensity demanded by the coach. Qin Chuan walked over and handed Sun Shuyong a bottle of water. Pay attention to your landing angle. Don't take the impact on your ankle and cushion it with the outside of your calf. He crouched down using his hands to demonstrate the defensive stance. When Bellamy accelerates, his center of gravity leans forward. You can use this angle to block his cutting path the moment he changes direction. Sun Shuyong listened intently and silently adjusted his technique. In the center of the training ground, the defensive drill between Stam and Dawson was the most eye-catching. The coach's whistle blew repeatedly as the two center backs ran and covered for each other. Once Dawson failed an interception by committing too early, Stam immediately called for a halt, gesturing with his hands and growling in a low voice. You can't tackle like that. Wait until I narrow Shearer's running lane, then you step in. Understand? Dawson nodded emphatically like a diligent student, repeating the defensive movement until Stam gave a slight nod of approval. Qin Chuan was recording the details of their coordination on the sidelines, drawing their movement trajectories on the tactical board. Dawson's reaction speed is fast enough, but his positioning relies too much on instinct. Stam should give him more advanced cues. Venables leaned in for a look. You observe very closely. Remind them again before the match tomorrow. In another corner of the field, Chivu was doing single-leg strength training with an ankle support on. His gaze swept across the training ground, constantly following every one of Stam's demonstration movements. Sunlight streamed in through the glass roof of the training hall, illuminating his focused face devoid of any frustration or jealousy. After training ended, he wiped the sweat from his brow, walked proactively over to Venables and Qin Chuan, and said in a calm tone, Coach, I understand that Stam and Dawson are the starting partnership now. But once I'm fully fit for cup games, and during the congested fixture schedule, I am ready to help the team at any time. Qin Chuan spoke first. You can play both left center back and left back, which is an important addition for the team. Just maintain your form. Chivu smiled, turned around, and went back to the strength area to begin another set of weighted squats. The clanking of the equipment echoed clearly in the quiet training ground. The late summer night in Yorkshire carried a cool breeze, but inside Elland Road, the atmosphere was already boiling over. Tens of thousands of fans had dyed the stands a sea of white. The song, Welcome Back, White Rose, rose in wave after wave so loud it made the lights in the player tunnel tremble. When the starting lineups were announced over the stadium's public address system, a murmur rippled through the media section. Leeds United lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation, Stam and Dawson as the center back pairing, Sun Shuyong and Evra on the right and left flanks respectively, Makelele and Alonso forming a double defensive midfield shield, Ronaldinho, Ribery, and Alan Smith roaming freely behind Drogba. Newcastle countered with a 4-4-2, their experienced and tough strike partnership of Shearer and Amiabai leading the line with Bellamy on the right wing and Robert roaming on the left. In the dressing room, Venables circled Bellamy's name on the tactics board with a red marker. Qin Chuan added beside him, according to data analysis, when facing a fast fullback he chooses to go down the outside 60 of the time and cuts inside 40 of the time. Son, you can first block the outside route forcing him to cut inside, and then Stam will come over to provide cover. Sun Shuyong bent down to tie his laces, the studs clicking crisply against the floor. When he looked up, his eyes were sharp. I'll make it difficult for him even to get a cross in. Just 12 minutes into the match, a low groan rippled through Elland Road. A swift Newcastle counterattack caught the Leeds defense off guard. A precise through ball from Dyer in midfield sliced open the defensive line. Stam instinctively stepped up to challenge Shearer, but this caused a half-step misalignment with Dawson's covering run. Both defenders moved inward simultaneously, giving Shearer the space to turn. The legendary England striker received the ball with his back to goal inside the box, turned swiftly, and unleashed a powerful shot that skimmed the inside of the post and nestled into the corner of the net. 0-1. A gasp of shock escaped the White Rose fans in the stands. Qin Chuan quickly noted down the details of the defensive error on the sidelines. During a stoppage in play, he walked to the touchline and called out to Dawson as the ball was being reset, "Maintain your distance. Don't follow Shearer's feints." In the 18th minute, Sun Shuyong's defensive anticipation finally paid off. Bellamy received a long pass from Robert and sprinted down the flank, preparing to whip in a cross. But Sun Shuyong, like a cheetah, moved a half step ahead to cut off the path, using his body to pin Bellamy firmly towards the touchline. As Bellamy struggled to turn, Sun Shuyong deftly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it precisely back to the supporting Makelele. A beautiful tackle, clean and decisive. The commentator's voice exploded over the broadcast. Makelele played a quick through ball to launch a counterattack. Sun Shuyong surged forward down the right flank, and in full stride, he delivered a precise curling cross that flew into the box like a cruise missile. Drogba, solid as an iron tower, controlled the ball with his back to goal, turned sharply, and smashed a powerful shot past the on-rushing goalkeeper into the far corner. 1-1. The stadium erupted. White Rose flags waved wildly in the stands. Qin Chuan clenched his fist on the sidelines. Venables patted him on the shoulder. The right-wing crossing tactic you suggested worked. In the 30th minute, Ronaldinho showcased his trademark magical footwork in midfield. Alonso orchestrated the play from the center, delivering the ball calmly to the Brazilian's feet. Ronaldinho executed a series of stepovers, his body swaying as he shifted his weight, leaving Newcastle midfielder Dyer off balance and retreating awkwardly. Just when everyone expected him to force a breakthrough, Ronaldinho delicately chipped the ball with the outside of his foot. It sailed in a bizarre arc over the defender's head, landing perfectly at the feet of Ribery, who had surged forward on the left. The Frenchman didn't hesitate, calmly slotting a shot into the far corner, the ball grazing the post as it went in. 2-1. Venables, a rare sight, clenched his fist on the sidelines and growled under his breath, "This is the Leeds United I want." Qin Chuan quickly scribbled on his tactics board, "Maintain the frequency of left-side penetrations. Newcastle's right back is slow to track back." In the second half, a fine drizzle began to fall, adding a slippery variable to the game. Newcastle didn't give up their fight. In the 55th minute, Bellamy once again used his pace to cut inside the box, attempting to replicate a previous dribble. But this time he faced the tight marking of Sun Shuyong and the double-team cover from Stam. Stam used his powerful physique to forcefully muscle Bellamy off the shooting line, then thumped a powerful clearance into the stands, earning a rousing ovation from the home fans. The Dutchman turned to Dawson and said in a low voice, "That's it. Never give the opponent a second chance." Qin Chuan nodded approvingly from the sideline. This was exactly the defensive principle they had stressed repeatedly before the match. In the 70th minute, Leeds United's knockout blow finally arrived. Alonso intercepted Dyer's pass cleanly in midfield. Ronaldinho received the ball with his back to goal. Facing tight defensive pressure, he unexpectedly flicked the ball with his heel, threading it through a gap in the defense. Smith, like an arrow released from a bow, burst into the box, and with Given charging out, he rifled a shot past the goalkeeper. 3-1. The entire Elland Road erupted into pandemonium. Fans in the south stand sang out, "White Rose back to glory." In the 75th minute, Venables began to make substitutions to tighten the formation. Qin Chuan walked to the touchline with the substitution board, signaling to Parker to get ready. "When you go on, hold the center. Don't let Dyer turn and pass easily." Ronaldinho was replaced by Parker to bolster midfield interception. In the 80th minute, Ribery was substituted for Maluda to strengthen the defensive flanks. In the 85th minute, Drogba was given a rest, and Bent came on to use his pace to attack Newcastle's weary defense. Bent had a one-on-one chance in the 88th minute, but his shot was saved by Given. However, this attack completely extinguished any thoughts Newcastle had of pushing forward for a comeback. When the final whistle blew, the scoreboard at Elland Road flashed the 3-1 scoreline, and the cheers from the stands were unending. In the dressing room, the air was thick with the scent of victory. Qin Chuan walked in holding the match statistics sheet. Sun Shuyong, 3 crucial tackles and 1 assist. Drogba 1 goal. Smith 1 goal. Ribery 1 goal. Ronaldinho 2 assists. Everyone's execution was spot on. He patted Dawson on the shoulder. It's normal to have a few mistakes in your first game partnering with Stam. Go back and watch the video, you'll avoid them next time. Drogba sat on the bench wiping sweat with a towel and said with a grin, "This is the taste of the Premier League. Tough, direct, and beautiful." Ronaldinho, juggling a ball, raised an eyebrow at him. "I told you, just run to where you need to be, and the ball will come to you." Ribery chimed in from the side. "So do I have to thank you for my goal too?" "Of course," Ronaldinho replied with a shrug and a laugh, looking as carefree as a child. In the corner, Chivu was stretching his ankle. When he saw Dawson approaching, he took the initiative to offer advice. "Shearer turns very quickly. Next time you defend against him, remember to keep a half-step distance. Don't get too tight. He likes to use his body to create space." Dawson was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Christian." Venable stood at the door watching this scene and said to Qin Chuan with satisfaction, "Your in-game adjustment suggestions were very timely. This team is getting better and better." The post-match media commentary was overwhelming. The Yorkshire Post declared with a red background, white letter headline, "White Rose revives." The 3-1 victory is just the beginning. Stam taught the defense a lesson with his iron while building an iron wall with 12 successful clearances. Sun Shuyong completely shut down Bellamy, showcasing his all-around ability with 3 crucial tackles. Ronaldinho's creativity and Drogba's finishing 1 goal 2 assists set Elland Road alight. This Leeds United is no longer a relegation candidate, but a potential contender on the European stage. In the VIP box, Victoria Stone watched the players celebrating on the pitch, then looked towards Qin Chuan on the coaching bench. Her tone carried a hint of approval. "Show them what the White Rose truly looks like. You've taken the first step." Under the night sky, the lights of Elland Road remained bright. The 3-1 scoreline flickered on the scoreboard like a star etched into the heart of the city. The flag of the White Rose fluttered noisily in the night breeze, as if declaring to the entire Premier League, a new chapter belonging to them had officially begun. After the rain in Yorkshire, the scent of grass mingled with the damp earth hung in the air. The jersey shop outside Elland Road looked as if it had been ransacked. The glass counters were empty, and only a few new scarves dusted with a thin layer of grime remained on the shelves. A young shop assistant with glasses climbed a small ladder, pasting a sold-out sign onto the photo of the No. 17 jersey. "Give me a No. 10, a little Ronaldinho's." A middle-aged fan in a white shirt leaned against the counter shouting, while the long queue behind him wound around the street corner. "My God, the No. 17 shelf is completely empty." A teenager with earphones held up his phone, staring at the empty hooks. "The stock was just replenished yesterday, and it's all gone in 3 hours." "Don't push. Don't push." The clerk yelled Sun Shuyong's No. 17. "The pre-order is full until next week." "How about Drogba's No. 9? There are 2 left." The crowd instantly erupted. A schoolboy in uniform held up his phone triumphantly. "My dad queued up at 5 this morning just to get a No. 17. Sun Shuyong made Bellamy look like a headless fly. The right flank was practically sealed shut. "This jersey is worth it." The middle-aged man beside him laughed and patted his back. "Last week you said Chinese can't play well in the Premier League. Now your face hurts, doesn't it?" The boy stuck out his neck, grinning. "That was because I was ignorant. He's better than most defenders." The hot posts on White Rose Fans Network had red dots jumping like heartbeats. That 8 million Stam spent was worth it. Last match, as soon as he stood in the box, Shearer couldn't even turn around easily. Who says we only rely on little Ronaldinho and Drogba? Look at Sun Shuyong's stats. 82 interception success rate on the right flank. Another fan posted a modified song in a slightly off-key tune. "There's a Chinese boy on the right, tackles fast, crosses precise, Bellamy just stares in a daze." But the media in London and Manchester were full of doubt. The Sun circled Stam's age in red ink on the sports page. How long can the 31-year-old Dutchman last? White Hart Lane will face Canut's aerial threat, and then Henry again. This so-called iron wall is likely to leak. The Manchester Evening News wrote even more sharply, Sun Shuyong's stats look as polished as a Photoshop job, but the Premier League is a 9-month marathon, not 2 sprints. When Ferguson was cornered by reporters at Carrington, he chewed his gum and said coldly, "Winning 2 games means nothing. Wait until after the Christmas schedule." Wenger smiled gently at the press conference. "They have stars, they have passion, but the Premier League's devilish schedule will teach them how to behave. Consecutive away games, 2 matches a week, passion will eventually be crushed." The lights at the Leeds training ground blazed harshly in the rain, but the air in the tactical room was as heavy as the rainy night. Venables slapped the tactics board, chalk dust mixing with the moisture. 2 consecutive double match weeks mean we must rotate. Maluda replaces Smith, Carrick replaces Alonso. Remember, the Premier League is a marathon, don't drain everyone in one match. At noon, Leeds United officially announced the starting lineup for the evening match. The moment the press release was posted outside the stadium, the White Rose pub exploded. Old fan Dave was crouched in front of the pub TV, cursing rotation. Swapping key players at this critical juncture. Can Carrick match Alonso's passing? Can that soft-foot Maluda compare to Smith's impact? At the next table, Tom munched on fries and said slowly, "Uncle Dave, you forgot that Maluda replaced Smith in the warm-up match, didn't you?" Dave stuck out his neck and took a big gulp of beer. That was a warm-up. In the tactical room, Qin Chuan leaned by the window, his gaze falling on the training ground beyond the rain curtain. He spoke slowly. Tottenham's forward Canut is the key. He's 192 meters tall, with an aerial duel success rate over 65. Dawson, if you lose him, even once, it's a fatal blow. Dawson sat up straight, gripping his pen tightly. Stam added coldly, "If he can't stick to him, I'll cover the gap. But if you make that mistake again of watching the ball instead of the man, I'll shout it out loud on the pitch." Dawson's face flushed red and he nodded heavily. Understood. Qin Chuan drew on the tactical board again. "Son, the pitch will be slippery tonight. They'll attack through the wings. Simon Davies and Etherington will both cross. You and Evra must block the crossing foot immediately." Sun Shuyong rubbed the tabletop with his fingers, his tone calm but firm. "As long as he dares to lift his foot, I'll dare to slide." The night sky over White Hart Lane was like a piece of water-soaked gray cloth. Rain wove a dense net pattering against the blue and white flags. The chants of Tottenham fans crashed like a tide. "Go home, yokels. Go home and drink milk." The Leeds fans in the away section held up a banner reading, "White Rose never dies," roaring back hoarsely, "When we win you'll be too late to cry." In the player tunnel, Sun Shuyong stepped on the slippery turf, droplets of water bursting under his studs. He said quietly to Evra, "The rain is too heavy. They'll definitely send long balls to Canut." Evra wiped the rain from his face and laughed. "Don't worry, with Stam here we don't need to panic about aerial balls." Stam said flatly from behind, "I'll take the aerial balls, you cover the second balls." Venable's voice pressed down like raindrops. "Don't let them have a comfortable chance to shoot. Whoever loses his man will sit on the bench for the next match." Behind the substitutes bench, Chivu sat with his ankle brace on his fingertips, tracing the No. 5 on his jersey, his eyes focused like a soldier ready to charge into battle at any moment. 10 minutes. Carrick tried to remind Dawson to switch markers, but the rain swallowed his voice. Keane was as nimble as an eel, suddenly pulling back from the right flank to stretch the defense. Etherington delivered a precise cross with his left foot, and Canut, like a towering tree rising from the rain, flicked his head to score. 1-0. The roar at White Hart Lane nearly lifted the roof. Tottenham fans screamed, "Leeds go home. Leeds go home." Dawson lowered his head in frustration, raindrops dripping from his hair. Stam grabbed him and growled, "Don't watch the ball, watch his shoulders. Stick to him. I'll cover the gap. Make another mistake and you're back on the bench." Dawson clenched his teeth, rain and sweat mingling as they dripped onto the turf. 28 minutes. Sun Shuyong, like a white lightning bolt on the right flank, intercepted Simon Davies' pass and immediately pushed it sideways to Maluda. Maluda changed direction with his left foot, shaking off Gardner's close marking, and delivered a curling cross. Drogba, like an iron tower, leaped in the box and headed the ball. 1-1. The away fans waved their scarves wildly. The White Rose pub exploded instantly. Dave slammed his beer mug on the table. "See that?" Maluda's cross was even more lethal than Smith's. Tom held up his phone to record Drogba's header. "That's an iron tower." 70 minutes. Tottenham launched a tidal wave of attacks. Ambrose's long shot splashed a sheet of water on the wet turf, and Postaga's follow-up nearly skimmed the post. 75 minutes. The most thrilling moment arrived. Robinson parried the first shot, but didn't hold it, and the ball rolled slowly toward the goal line, carried by the rain. "Danger!" The BBC commentator's voice cracked. Just as the ball was about to cross the line, Sun Shuyong darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, sliding over a meter, the spray from his studs rising higher than his jersey, and he swept the ball clear off the line. The noise at White Hart Lane vanished instantly, and the away section erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. "Chinese Sun! Chinese Sun!" In the White Rose pub, Dave was so excited he nearly fell off his chair. "My God! That clearance is worth more than a goal." Tom's eyes were red. He's playing with his life. 80 minutes. King got a one-on-one chance. Stam chased back desperately from an angle, his knee hitting the turf hard as he slid, but he managed to poke the ball out of play with his toe. The Dutchman gasped for breath, but roared, "Hold this breath. We can win." In the second minute of stoppage time, Leeds' counterattack was like lightning. Sun Shuyong burst down the right, cut inside, and swept a low ball to the center. Drogba chested it down, and the newly substituted Smith arrived, pushed it with his right foot. 2-1. The away section's White Rose fans erupted, scarves flying higher than the rain. In the White Rose pub, Dave and Tom hugged tightly, beer spilling all over them unnoticed. A young man in a No. 17 jersey stood on the bar counter, singing a modified song at the top of his lungs. "Chinese sun shines on the rainy night. The winning goal is pure fire." The steam from the hot showers mingled with the smell of sweat. Dawson lowered his head, twisting a towel. "I almost made another mistake." Stam patted his back. "But you were more solid than last match." A defense should remember every mistake in the mind, not in a notebook. Chivu walked over and tapped Sun Shuyang's shoulder. I'm familiar with positioning in the ring. When I recover, I'll cover the center in the cup matches. Sun Shuyang smiled and nodded. Then teach me a few tricks for defending against cuts inside. The Yorkshire Post's front page was blazing red. White Rose conquers the London rainy night. In the BBC highlights, the commentator's final words echoed through the buses and cafes of Yorkshire. The Chinese Sun made a crucial goal line clearance and assisted Smith to seal the winner. The shop assistant at the Elland Road jersey store posted a photo on social media. Empty shelves with a few fans holding signs saying, "We want no." 17, accompanied by the caption, "The shelves are empty, but the love is full. Pre-orders are booked until next week. Thanks for supporting the White Rose." Under the night sky, the giant advertising screens in Yorkshire looped footage of Sun Shuyang's goal line clearance, with subtitles glowing in warm light. The Chinese sun shines in the London rainy night. The TV in the White Rose pub was still replaying the winning goal. Dave filled Tom's glass, his eyes glistening. "See, this is what Leeds United should be. Not just stars but grit." Tom raised his glass, to Sun Shuyang. To Stam. To the White Rose. The clink of glasses mingled with the rain drifting out the window toward the distant Elland Road. The morning in Yorkshire was wrapped in a thin mist, and the turf of the training ground was saturated with dew, emitting a faint crisp crunch underfoot. The fans by the railing had risen earlier than the dawn itself. The children held their jerseys high, their palms sweating around plastic pens. Standing in the club office, Qin Chuan gazed at the training pitch. He only remembered that Chivu had performed well with Inter Milan's treble-winning side. Now he recalled that in his past life Chivu had transferred from Ajax to Roma in the summer of 2003, hailed as the heir to Aldair, yet his subsequent performances never quite lived up to that initial promise. It wasn't a lack of ability, but his body, hamstring pull, shin contusions, recurring back injuries. He barely completed a single full season. Headlines were always another mishap, comeback plan delayed, future shrouded in question marks. In time, the verdict from major European media was reduced to a single phrase, potential far from realized. "Seems he's really washed up," he murmured to himself. "Brother Sun, over here." A boy in the number 17 jersey leaned half his body over the railing, the hem of his shirt smearing against the wet mud, heedless of the dirt. Sun Shuyang had just finished a shuttle run, sweat beading at the ends of his hair and dripping onto the grass. He took the pen with a smile, noticing the mud spots on the boy's sneakers, identical to those on his own training boots. "Where should I sign?" "Right on the 17. The boy's voice was as bright as a whistle. "My dad rewatched that Spurs game last night. He said you blocked the right flank so tight, even the wind couldn't get through." Sun Shuyang drew a lopsided shield next to the number. "Tell your dad this right flank is still tightly sealed today." At the other end of the railing, a little girl with double buns held up a blue and white scarf, its edge embroidered with a small rose. "Brother Sun, send a few more good passes today." Her voice was soft, yet carried a stubborn earnestness. Sun Shuyang wrote Sun Shuyang in her notebook and drew a little figure sprinting, giving the figure's boots an exaggeratedly large size, much like his own training shoes worn down at the rubber. Not far away, Chivu was surrounded by a few young fans. He twirled the pen between his fingers twice before daring to take the jersey offered to him. A little girl with pigtails handed him a notebook adorned with a smiley face. "Brother Chivu, my dad says the defenders in the Premier League are all like bulldozers, but you're definitely more agile than them." Chivu's pen paused. He slowly wrote, "I will," beneath his name, the letters crooked, ending with a tiny check mark. "You write so seriously," the little girl giggled. Chivu's dark brown eyes crinkled, revealing a hint of shyness. "It's true, I will." Ian Hart was surrounded by a few older fans in woolen caps. One of them handed him a number 3 shirt, his thumb rubbing across the faded club crest. "Ian, that Glenn Haddo on the left wing today, his footwork is quite flashy." Hart took the shirt, tapping the creases at the collar with his fingertip. "Don't worry, I've been through the grind in the Premier League for 7 years. What kind of winger haven't I seen?" The older fans laughed. He added, "Besides, these legs of mine have seen more Premier League turf than his." Venables stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the players' bent backs as they signed autographs, his Adam's apple bobbing. "See that?" he said, turning to his assistant coach beside him. "That's the warmth of home turf. When we get to the south coast later, the sea breeze will be laced with jeers." On the tactical room's projection screen, Southampton's match footage looped. Glenn Haddo's outside of the foot cross carved a tricky arc, and Wayne Bridges' overlapping runs cut through defenses like a sharp blade. Venables used the laser pointer to tap at the 2 center backs on screen. Nielsen's knee buckled as he turned, and Higginbotham's moment of bending over to catch his breath was exploited by the opponent. "See these two?" His voice struck the tactics board. "They turn slower than a grandfather clock. No matter how fierce Haddo and Bridge are on the flanks, the center is their soft underbelly. Today we don't fight them on the wings. We'll wear their legs down, and in the second half we strike through the middle." When the starting lineup was announced, the hum of the projector was starkly clear in the silent tactical room. Chivu adjusted the Velcro on his ankle guard. Suddenly Stam tapped his arm. "Beatty likes to use his shoulder to lean on you. Don't wrestle with him. Get your position set half a step early, and he'll be slow to turn." Chivu nodded, hearing his own heartbeat louder than the projector. At St. Mary's Stadium, the sea breeze carried a salty tang, tearing the away fans' songs into tatters. In the 5th minute, Glenn Haddo stepped over the ball on the right flank. Sun Shuyong retreated steadily, his studs biting into the turf as he calculated the half-step distance. Just as Haddo prepared to cut inside, he stuck out a foot and poked the ball out for a throw-in. Haddo staggered, turning to see Sun Shuyong, bending over to tie his laces, the number 17 on his tongue darkened with sweat. In the 12th minute, Wayne Bridge broke past Ian Hart and crossed. James Beattie leaped high in the box. Robinson fumbled to save the ball, bouncing on the turf. He pinned it down firmly and roared, "The channel! Watch the channel!" Hart wiped the rain from his face and raised a fist to the goalkeeper. "He won't get past me next time." Chivu's first mistake came without warning. In the 20th minute, Beattie leaned his shoulder lightly into Chivu while shielding the ball. Chivu instinctively leaned back. In that half-second of hesitation, Beattie had already knocked the ball back to Bridge. As the ball skimmed the post and went wide, Chivu's nails dug into his palm. Stam walked over and nudged him with an elbow. "Don't back off. Push into his lower back and he won't be able to jump." The rain grew heavier in the first half and the turf began to pool water. When Parker's tackle was nimbly avoided by Belouart, Carrick chased back from behind using his shoulder to block the ball. He laughed, catching his breath. "Take it easy. He slips when he steps in water. Wait for him to lose his balance before you go in." Parker wiped the rain from his face, seeing the dark sweat-soaked 20 on the back of Carrick's jersey. At halftime, Venables slapped the tactics board. "Their wingers' legs are getting heavy, see that?" Haddo stumbled when tracking back just now. "Ronaldinho, you drift inside. Drogba, go and confuse those two center-backs until they don't know which way is up." In the 65th minute, the moment Carrick intercepted the ball in midfield, he saw Ronaldinho raise his hand in the center. The low-driven pass seemed to skim the turf. As Ronaldinho stepped over the ball to feint, he caught a glimpse of Chivu suddenly surging forward from the corner of his eye. Higginbotham was still bent over, catching his breath. Chivu leaped up, gently grazing the ball with his forehead, nudging it to the left. Maluda emerged as if from the water. As he shot with his left foot, the standing water splashed up his leg, but the ball skimmed the turf and curled into the far corner. 1-0. Chivu nearly slipped on landing. Ronaldinho reached out a hand to steady him, a rare hint of a smile on his lips. Nice run forward. Southampton's counterattack surged like a rising tide. In the 78th minute, Beattie jumped in the box. Chivu didn't leap, he just used his shoulder to brace against Beattie's lower back. Beattie's header was as soft as cotton. Robinson caught it securely and gave him a thumbs up. In the 83rd minute, Bridges' shot was blocked by Stam's chest. As the veteran center back fell, a blade of grass clung to the front of his jersey. He got up and cleared the ball in one motion, and from the away end a voice shouted that Stam was like an iron wall. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Sun Shuyong's studs got stuck in the waterlogged turf as he made an interception. He didn't stop, instead cutting inside instantly, his diagonal pass splitting the defense like a bolt of lightning through the channel. With his back to goal, Drogba chested the ball down. In the same motion, he used his shoulder to shove Nielsen back half a step. Turning, he volleyed the ball, rocketing into the net, spraying water. 2-0. Drogba spread his arms wide in the corner flag area. The sea breeze billowed his jersey, making it look like a white sail. Away fans hurled their scarves into the air. Amidst the white waves, someone bellowed, "Sun, the Chinese passes with grace." Drogba's strike finds its place. In the changing room, Sun Shuyong tipped the water out of his boots with a splash. Ian Hart walked over and tossed his towel to him. "Kid, those interceptions of yours were steadier than I was at your age." Sun Shuyong smiled and handed the towel back. "Those positional plays of yours on the left now, that's textbook." Chivu was unstrapping his ankle guard. Stam placed a bottle of sports drink beside him. "Half a step faster next time, and you'll beat Higginbotham to it." Chivu's hand, unscrewing the cap, paused. He looked up, his eyes bright. "I will next time." The light in the tactical room was still on. Venables tapped his pen against Manchester United's fixture list. 3 wins in a row is just the start. Next week at Old Trafford, that's the real test. Moonlight fell on the tactics board outside the window, illuminating the word Manchester United with stark clarity. The Yorkshire Post headline read, "White Rose blooms on the South Coast." Subheadline, Chivu gradually adapts to the Premier League, Maluda breaks the deadlock, Drogba finishes 3 in a row. BBC Sport column, "In the reign of Southampton, the White Rose wilts not. It blooms strongest in the storm." Popular Fan Forum posts, "Chivu is showing improvement. Drogba is an absolute monster." Sun Shuyong on the right, "He's simply the best right back in the world." Under the night sky of Yorkshire, Qin Chuan stood by the office window, newspaper in hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Venables stood at the edge of the training ground, hands in his coat pockets, watching the players running laps in the distance. He murmured, 3 wins in a row is not the finish line. Next week against Manchester United, that is where the storm truly begins. In mid-September, the night rain over Leeds draped the city in damp amber, like unspooling silver threads. Outside Elland Road, the red and white banners soaked through clung to the brick wall like streaks of dried blood, while the fan pub on the corner roared with noise, the clink of glasses mingling with shouts of "Smash United," piercing the rain and crashing against the training ground's iron gates. Qin Chuan stood at the window of his second-floor office, his fingertips absently tracing raindrops along the sill. On his desk lay a copy of the Daily Mail. The front page featured Ferguson's iconic red nose with the headline, Leeds winning streak. Just a firework, bright for a moment then gone. Though he had only recently arrived at Leeds United, the deep-seated animosity of this red-white war was already etched into his bones. Leeds fans despised Manchester United for poaching Ferdinand with their deep pockets, a humiliation as bitter as seeing an ex-lover stolen while you were down, and even more for the outside world dismissing their 3-match winning streak as luck and United's slump as temporary. "Boss, Miss Claire is here," his assistant said with a soft knock. Qin Chuan turned to see Claire, the club's PR director, striding in with a newspaper, her face darker than the rain outside. "Look at what Ferguson said. They win on luck. It's time they showed their true colors." "It's an open provocation." Taking the paper, Qin Chuan scanned Ferguson's interview and suddenly smiled. "Luck? Fine. Reply to the Guardian, tell them we don't care how the old man rates luck. We only care if he dares to let Silvestre defend our right flank tomorrow." Claire was taken aback. "You're calling him out directly. Why not?" Qin Chuan tapped his finger beside Silvestre's name. "His weakness against pacey wingers is known across the Premier League. Only Ferguson pretends not to see it. We're just giving him a reminder." Just then head coach Venables pushed the door open and let out a hearty laugh. "Brutal. With this, Ferguson either changes his man, admitting his player is weak, or leaves him in place waiting to be torn apart. Either way he loses." Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Then, time for the tactical meeting. In the training base's meeting room, the light was as dim as an old photograph. Venables sat at the head while Qin Chuan stood before the projector. Behind him, the screen played clips of Manchester United's first 3 matches, the red shirts glaring against the green pitch. First line of attack. Qin Chuan paused the video, freezing the frame on Silvestre, caught out of position. United's left-back Silvestre. Strong, fine in duels, but look, he pointed at the movement on screen. When facing a change of pace, dribble, his judgment lags, his recovery run always takes the long way around, like a bull enraged but lost. The footage continued, showing Silvestre being beaten by a feint 3 times in a row, drawing low murmurs in the room. More crucially, the left flank synergy. Qin Chuan switched clips, Giggs charging down the left wing, shaking off 2 defenders before slotting a shot into the net near the edge of the box. United's left side is entirely propped up by Giggs. This season he's on fire. Against teams with weak right backs, his attacking alone can suffocate opponents, masking defensive flaws on the left, like Silvestre's slow reactions and poor recovery. He pulled up a tactical comparison on the left. United's left wing attack against weaker sides with right side defensive gaps circled in red, but rarely exploited. On the right, Leeds right wing breakthrough data, arrows clustering toward United's left back zone. But we're different. Qin Chuan's red pen slashed heavily across Leeds' right flank. Sun Xiang, you accelerate down the right using your pace to hit Silvestre's blind side. Ribery, you switch to the right. This match cut inside to draw Giggs' attention. Once Silvestre panics, his slow recovery can't hold, and Giggs will have to drop back to cover. He looked up at the players, his gaze settling on Sun and Ribery. When he drops back, who pushes up to support Van Nistelrooy, who stretches our defensive width? United loses its left wing advantage, and the hidden defensive cracks will fully expose themselves. That whole flank becomes ours. Sun Xiang sat bolt upright, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his knee, a fire in his eyes bright as the stadium lights. Understood. I'll tear open his defense. Ribery licked his lips and tapped the tactical board. When I cut inside, I'll deliberately slow down a beat, let Giggs come, then suddenly slip the ball wide to Sun. Make their left side completely lose their balance. Second line midfield interception. Qin Chuan switched to a clip of Scholes surging forward to shoot. United's midfield has an old habit. Scholes loves late runs to poach, but after he pushes up, the midfield gap widens. He turned to Alonso. Xavi, you sit deep, key on his forward runs, cut off his path early, don't let him receive, and shoot comfortably. Your interceptions are solid. That sudden surge of his will be snuffed out. Alonso adjusted his glasses with a steady nod. I'll get into position early and cut his passing lanes. Third line goalkeeper weakness. Qin Chuan brought up Howard's compilation of errors, a dropped cross from a corner, a collision with his center back, shown twice. He's a reflex keeper, but lacks aerial judgment in the Premier League. Reset the corner routine. Drogba presses Ferdinand at the near post. Ronaldinho and Smith cover the second ball. We don't need him to make 3 mistakes. 1 is enough. Drogba grinned. I'll make sure he's flustered. Fourth line locked down the second striker. Qin Chuan switched to alternating shots of Solskjaer and Forlan up front. United's second striker, whether Solskjaer or Forlan, has a weakness. Solskjaer's stamina drops after 60 minutes. Forlan's rhythm never quite fits the Premier League. He looked at Dawson. You man mark him, don't let him turn, use physicality to disrupt his rhythm, drain his energy, to even lay the ball off for Van Nistelrooy. Dawson thumped his chest, his voice booming. No problem. Whether it's Solskjaer or Forlan, they won't get many touches. Fifth line shut down Ronaldo. Qin Chuan brought up footage of a young Ronaldo, the Portuguese teenager, step-overing repeatedly, but ultimately losing the ball. Young Ronaldo loves flashy tricks, gets lost in solo runs, and easily disconnects from the team. He turned to Evra. When you defend him, don't dive in, keep half a step's distance. When he step overs, you back off. When he cuts inside, you block the lane. Let him play alone until he gets bored and naturally falls out of sync. Evra's lips curled into a knowing smile. I get it. Let him be the lone wolf. We'll just mind his passes to teammates. He can show off all he wants. Finally, midfield choke and the isolated spearhead. Qin Chuan showed Van Nistelrooy dropping deep into the box only to be double-teamed repeatedly. With Scholes locked down by Alonso, Ronaldo worn out by Evra, the second striker, shackled by Dawson, and Giggs forced to cover the right. Van Nistelrooy truly becomes a lone blade adrift at sea. He looked at Stam and Makelele. Stam, you handle the physical duels. Makelele, you cut the passing lines. Turn him from a box killer into a caged beast. Qin Chuan switched to clips of Scholes and Keane intercepting in midfield. United's midfield duo, Scholes excels at late runs, Keane fights for every ball, but they share a common weakness against tight space technicians. They can be bypassed. The screen cut to Ronaldinho's dribbling highlights the Brazilian nutmegging and feinting through crowds, shrugging off defenders with ease, drawing quiet laughter in the room. Ronaldinho. Qin Chuan addressed the Brazilian. Tomorrow you roam, centrally slip into the gaps between Scholes and Keane. Scholes is slow to track back, Keane clumsy in turning. Use your tight space dribbling to shake them off, tear a hole through the middle, and slip through balls to Drogba. Ronaldinho wiggled his finger and nodded with a smile. I'll show them technique beats brute force. Stam slammed the table. Trust me, he won't even get a chance to turn and shoot. The tactical analysis ended and the room fell silent for a long moment. Venables stroked his beard and suddenly laughed. You're the owner, yet you draw tactics even more ruthless than the head coach. Fine, we'll do it your way. Sun Shuyang attacks the right, Smith and Ribery rotate. Alonso blocks Scholes, Dawson locks the second striker, Evra wears down Ronaldo. With all this, United can hardly avoid losing. Qin Chuan looked at the old manager's approving eyes and said softly, I'm just playing the way they fear most. Ferguson called us a firework, so we'll burn so bright he can't look away. Late into the night, the rain still hadn't stopped. On the training pitch, lights pierced the rain as Sun Shuyang practiced acceleration runs along the touchline, his boots splashing water across the wet grass. Evra rehearsed defensive stances against the air, his footwork quick and steady. Qin Chuan stood under an umbrella at the sideline. Claire handed him a hot drink. Do you really think this tactic can overwhelm United? They use Giggs to cover their left side weakness. We tear that cover apart. They rely on Van Nistelrooy as their blade. We snap the sheath. Qin Chuan watched the running figures on the field, the lights reflected in his eyes. Tomorrow at Elland Road, it's time to show them who the real firework is, and who can turn that spark into a wildfire. He recalled years ago watching United tear through Leeds' defense on TV, that helplessness cold as the rain. But now he stood here, drawing the counterattack with his own hands. Look at that flag. Qin Chuan pointed to the white rose banner at the edge of the pitch. Rain soaked it but couldn't stop its stubborn flutter. Claire followed his gaze and suddenly understood. This red-white war was never just about victory or defeat. It was old hatred kindling new fire. As the night deepened, the silhouette of Elland Road loomed in the misty rain like a slumbering beast waiting for tomorrow's battle to ignite. The September night rain pelted down on Elland Road, sending up countless splashes. The white rose banners in the stands, though drenched, still defiantly rose. The entire stadium roared in unison. White never forgets, piercing the rain curtain like a dull blade, repeatedly slicing through the tense air. In the player tunnel, the red and white kits stood in stark contrast. Ferdinand stood at the front of the Manchester United queue, head bowed, fingers caressing the captain's armband, the muscles in his neck taut with tension. The controversy of his transfer from Leeds to United 3 years ago still echoed in the home fans' relentless jeers. Stam stood opposite him, the Dutch defender's gaze as cold as the rain on the sidelines. As he glanced at Ferdinand, the latter unconsciously clenched his fists. Sun Shuyang adjusted his shin guard in the Leeds queue, his fingertips tracing the white rose emblem on the guard. He cast a sidelong glance at the Manchester United left-back position, where Silvestre was laughing with Giggs, the curve of his lips carrying undisguised contempt. Sun Shuyang tapped the inside of his shin guard 3 times, so softly only he could hear. 3 times, that was enough. By the coaching bench, Venables wiped the rain from his forehead with a towel. When he turned to look at Qin Chuan, the veteran manager's eyelashes still glistened with droplets. Go for it from the start as planned. Qin Chuan gazed at the swirling rain and mist on the pitch, his voice even lighter than the raindrops. Let them run first. For the first 45 minutes, we'll dance a slow waltz with Silvestre. The moment the referee's whistle pierced the rain, Manchester United's red tide surged forward. Ronaldo on the right wing performed stepovers in the puddles, his flashy moves splashing water, but Evra held firm on the inside. Giggs accelerated on the left, a 1-2 with Silvestre opening a gap, but his cross was headed away by Stam with a leaping clearance. In the 18th minute, United's attack peaked. Giggs sent in another cross from the left, and Van Nistelrooy ghosted behind Stam in the box to head the ball. The ball smashed against the crossbar and rebounded to the edge of the box, where Makelele's sliding tackle cleared it out of danger. On the away bench, Ferguson jerked upright, then sat back down with a cold smirk, muttering to his assistant, look at their defense. They won't last half a game. Behind the Leeds bench, Qin Chuan watched Ribery's heat map on the screen. The white shirts' runs were mostly concentrated in the midfield passing zone, occasional bursts along the flanks, but shallow, quickly passing the ball to teammates. Sylvester's position grew increasingly advanced, even daring to push up to the halfway line to join the attack. He clearly thought the young right-winger was just fast, no real threat. When Sun Shuyang received Alonso's pass, he deliberately slowed his stride. He could feel Sylvester's gaze sweeping over his back, tinged with casual indifference. He gently knocked the ball back to the center back who had come close to the touchline, and as he turned, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The prey had let its guard down and it was time to tighten the trap. As the rain eased, the rhythm on the pitch subtly shifted. The Manchester United player's breathing grew heavier. Giggs leaned on his knees to catch his breath. While tracking back, Sylvester slipped on a puddle, in a turn staggering to regain his balance. Venables glanced at his watch. The 54th minute. He turned to Qin Chuan, the veteran's eyes brightening. Time to move. Qin Chuan tapped the word right wing on the tactical board with his fingertip, a smile hidden in his eyes. Let the lightning run. Alonso's long pass found the right flank precisely, and the instant Sun Shuyang trapped the ball, he suddenly changed direction. A flick of the outside of his foot, and the ball clung to his boot, like lightning streaking past Sylvester's left shoulder. The United defender instinctively reached out to grab, but caught only a handful of mist. Sun Shuyang had already gained half a step, and his low cross was hurriedly headed out for a corner by Ferdinand. The white rose banners in the stands erupted like a tidal wave, the fans' roar shaking raindrops from the edges of the stands. Sylvester wiped the rain from his face for the first time, truly looking at Sun Shuyang's retreating back, the contempt in his eyes largely shattered. Ribery feigned an inside cut on the right, drawing Giggs to cover the flank, then suddenly passed the ball to the right wing. Sun Shuyang received the ball, first faking a cut inside. Sylvester dropped his weight, but Sun abruptly stopped, shifted outside, and accelerated like an arrow from the bowstring. The United defender was caught off balance, lunging desperately into a sliding tackle that only cut air. To stop the break, he grabbed Sun's shirt. The referee's whistle sounded, immediately pointing to the edge of the box, a yellow card. Giggs stood at the edge of the box, catching his breath. When he looked up, he met Ferguson's gloomy face. He knew he had to track back. The left wing's attacking threat had to be withdrawn. The tactical gears finally meshed completely. Ribery deliberately slowed his dribbling tempo in midfield. Giggs indeed abandoned his forward run on the left and hurried back to cover. The moment he took that step, Ribery's outside foot lightly chipped the ball, sending it rolling along the grass toward the touchline. Sun Shuyang burst into action. The white shirt was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the rain, racing along the touchline, with a stride so rapid it left a blur. Sylvester chased back with all his might, but found the gap between them widening. He could only fall back to the goal line, watching helplessly as Sun Shuyang sent in a cross from an almost impossible angle. The curving ball carried the rain in a perfect trajectory, sailing over Ferdinand's head and dropping into the 6-yard box. Drogba, like an iron tower, had already positioned himself, roaring as he leaped to meet the ball, his forehead crashing into it. Rain and ball slammed into the net together, the net trembling violently. 1-0. Elland Road exploded. The white rose banners undulated like a tide, the fans' roar tearing through the rain clouds. Sun Shuyang sprinted toward the corner flag, arms wide, Ribery chasing after him to embrace him tightly, the two sliding far in the puddles. On the coaching bench, Venables waved his tactical board with excitement, while Qin Chuan simply looked at the ball rolling in the net and murmured to himself, "Thank you for your contempt, Mr. Ferguson." Trailing Manchester United pushed forward with all their might, but they were like a trapped beast stumbling into a snare. Ronaldo attempted 3 step-over dribbles on the right, all broken up by Evra and Makelele. The Portuguese teenager stamped his feet in frustration, and on his last attempt, he simply kicked the ball out of play. Giggs was forced to stay on the right for defense, leaving the left flank completely silent. Van Nistelrooy was tightly marked by Stam in the box, the Dutch defender's shoulder-to-shoulder battle, making it impossible for him to turn. He raised his hand for the ball repeatedly, only to receive panicked long balls from teammates. In the 85th minute, Leeds won a corner kick. Howard rushed off his line but misjudged under Stam's interference, his fingertips only grazing the edge of the ball. Drogba's follow-up shot skimmed the post, sending a chill through United. Ferguson stood on the sideline, rain streaming down his gray hair, his clenched fists white-knuckled. He watched his players laboring, watched Leeds' impenetrable defensive shape, and finally understood they had lost this game both tactically and mentally. As the final whistle blew, the roar at Elland Road shattered the rain curtain. The chant of "White never forgets" echoed through the night sky. Stam lifted Sun Shuyang's hand high. Drogba hoisted Ribery onto his shoulders and spun around, and all the substitutes rushed into the ring. In the post-match interview zone, Ferguson faced the cameras with a grim face, leaving only one line: their tactics were very targeted. The Guardian's headline had already been published, accompanied by a photo of Sun Shuyang, leaving Sylvester behind, the title-sharp Red Devils defender torn apart by the White Rose. In the locker room, steam and laughter mingled. Venables clapped Qin Chuan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "You're more of a football boss than a coach. You deserve full credit for these 3 points." Qin Chuan watched the players spraying champagne at each other, his gaze settling on the white rose flag fluttering outside the window. The rain had stopped. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the flag's patterns. We just played where they were afraid, he said softly, moonlight reflected in his eyes. Old scores settled. Time to look forward. In the night, Elland Road's lights still shone brightly. The white rose rustled in the wind, as if proclaiming the new story of Leeds was just beginning. Manchester United's red bus slowly pulled out of Elland Road. The wipers swung back and forth on the windshield, but couldn't clear the rain outside. The red paint looked especially somber in the wet night, like a wounded beast silently moving through the streets of Leeds. The bus was so quiet you could hear the raindrops hitting the roof. Most of the players kept their heads down. Ronaldo rubbed the wet sleeve of his jersey, unconsciously, the image of his failed dribble still flashing before his eyes. Van Nistelrooy leaned back in his seat, his brow furrowed in frustration. The entire match of being hounded by Stam had drained him of energy to speak. Ferguson sat in the front row, the collar of his dark coat turned up, half hiding his face. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, slow and heavy, each tap landing on the players' hearts. The assistant coach hesitated for a moment, then spoke quietly. Boss, regarding Silvestre, the left-back problem was exposed too clearly today. The tapping stopped. Ferguson didn't lift his head, his gaze fixed on the afterimage of a white rose banner passing by the window, his voice as low as thunder in the rainy night. Have the scouting department submit a list tomorrow morning. This winter window, we must buy a new left-back. Fast, strong, able to handle changes of pace, able to hold up physically. In the back of the bus, Silvestre's fists clenched, suddenly his ears burning. He knew that sentence meant his starting spot at United was in jeopardy. Ferguson's fingers resumed, tapping a fraction faster than before. He turned to look out the window, the streetlights in the rain blurring into halos like the afterimage of Sun Shuyang's burst. And the front line, he paused, his gaze sharpening. We need someone who can break through on his own. The assistant coach hesitated, then understood. You mean Rooney at Everton? Who else? Ferguson's lips curled into a hard smile. He can hold, dribble, shoot. No need to rely on the midfield to feed him. He can tear apart defenses. Drogba today held his ground with physicality and impact. We need that kind of edge. Ronaldo jerked his head up, a flash of resentment in his eyes. He knew the boss was talking about the team's weakness, but he couldn't help clenching his fists. Van Nistelrooy leaned back, letting out a soft sigh. He understood the boss was already planning for the future. The bus crossed a bridge. The river below churned darkly in the rain. Ferguson watched the broken reflections of lights on the water, his voice softer, but carrying unyielding resolve. Losing one game isn't scary. What's scary is not seeing the problem clearly. Left back needs reinforcement, the front line needs impact. This winter we cut. The bus remained quiet, but the players' postures subtly changed. Some straightened their backs, others started checking match replay clips on their phones. From the earlier disappointment, a thread of tense anticipation emerged. They knew that when the boss's words fell, a rebuilding of Manchester United was about to begin in this rain. The red bus gradually disappeared into the depths of the Leeds night. The rain continued, but Ferguson's gaze had already pierced through the curtain, looking toward a farther summer. The young man who could tear open defenses, the defender who could lock down the flank. These were the pieces for the Red Devils' return to glory. The September rain had ceased, yet the air outside Elland Road still steamed with the heat of victory. The Guardian's front page bore a bold headline, The Resurgence of the White Rose. The accompanying image captured the moment Sun Shuyang shook off Sylvain Distin in the rain, the arc of his white jersey cutting through the spray like a blade of light piercing the gloom. In a BBC Sport column, a commentator lavished praise on Leeds' tactics while tempering it with caution. Smith's right-wing breakthroughs, Drogba's pivot rivalries, incisive runs, Ronaldinho's threading passes, and Sun Shuyang's overlapping assists elevate their attack to the European elite. But the Premier League season is a marathon. The stamina of the starters and the depth of the bench will be the true test. The Daily Mail was more direct, its headline laced with skepticism. Behind the winning streak, can their starters last until Christmas? Outside Elland Road at the White Rose pub, fans raised their glasses, singing the old Champions League anthems. The walls were plastered with posters of Sun Shuyang and Didier Drogba. On China's Sina Sports comment section, the screen was flooded with performances like this. Sun Shuyang is a bona fide Premier League starter. Chinese football finally has someone who can stand tall. On the Gly forum, someone pulled up Leeds' fixture list, 6 games in October. Let's see if the rotation can hold up. The gaze of the Giants had already fixed upon them. On the training pitch at Manchester United's Carrington base, Sir Alex Ferguson stared at the footage of Sun Shuyang's dribbling. He said coldly to his assistant, next time we face Leeds, Sylvain cannot defend him alone. Have Giggs drop back to help. At Chelsea, Roman Abramovich toyed with a cigar in his private box at Stamford Bridge, listening to his scouts report. Ribery's movement on the left flank is very clever. His value is rising. At Arsenal's Coney training base, Arsene Wenger twirled a pen during a tactical meeting. Leeds, winning streak. The gauntlet of fixtures will provide the answer. The autumn wind at the Riverside Stadium carried grains of sand. Qin Chuan crossed 2 names off the starting lineup. Sun Shuyang rested with Kelly taking the right flank. Makelele saving his energy with Parker slotting into midfield. The match was a scrappy affair. In the 28th minute, Parker bulldozed into a tackle in midfield, drove the ball 25 yards forward, and unleashed a fierce shot that cannonied off the post. Drogba, charging in like a tower, smashed home the rebound. 1-0. But in the 55th minute, Kelly was a half-step slow tracking back. The Middlesbrough winger whipped in a cross from the byline, and the forward rose to head home the equalizer. The deadlock was broken in the 81st minute. Ronaldinho collected the ball on the left, shook off two defenders with a series of feints, and drilled a shot from the edge of the box that curled inside the far post. 2-1. As the final whistle blew, the Leeds players collapsed onto the turf exhausted. The Times post-match analysis noted, Ribery played like a star on the left, his dribbling was Leeds' lifeline. But without Sun Shuyong on the right, they clearly lost their edge. In the changing room, Kelly tugged at his jersey in frustration. Next time, I'll get back quicker. Sun Shuyong patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. Mid-table teams are tough to play against. Under the dim floodlights of Bramall Lane for the League Cup third round, Qin Chuan sat in the stands writing the words rotation exam in red ink in his notebook. Venables rested most of his key players. The starting 11 was almost entirely young faces, 18-year-old Carson in goal as center-back pairing of Skirtle and Cahill, and Milner, Ashley Young, and Lennon in the midfield and attack. The first half was played at a measured pace, but the youngsters fought with vigor. In the 36th minute, Milner received the ball outside the box, took almost no time to set himself, and let fly with a powerful shot that nestled into the top corner. 1-0. Sheffield United pushed back in the second half. In the 72nd minute, their forward got a shot off in the box, but Carson dived to palm it away. The rebound was met with another effort, only for Skirtle to throw himself into a sliding block to clear it off the line. Just before the final whistle, Ashley Young beat two men on the left and delivered a cross. Lennon slotted home from a tight angle to make it 2-0 and seal the victory. In the changing room, the youngsters beamed as if they had won a final. Carson, his face flushed, said to Skirtle, "That slide tackle of yours saved me." Skirtle patted him back. Defense is a unit. It's not just about the saves. The Guardian's headline the next day read, "The future of Leeds is growing." Qin Chuan finished reading the paper and simply nodded. Winning this game with the youngsters counts as passing their first test. With the first team back, Leeds looked like a different side. Sun Shuyong tore down the right flank as if no one could stop him. Ribery weaved magic on the left, and Makelele anchored the midfield like a rock. In the 12th minute, Sun Shuyong sprinted down the touchline, his cross finding the far post with pinpoint accuracy. Ronaldinho arrived to tap it home. 1-0. In the 39th minute, Sun Shuyong cut inside and played a clever reverse ball to Alonso, who followed up with a long-range strike that rocketed into the net. 2-0. In the 72nd minute, Ribery powered down the left and crossed for Drogba, who headed home to make it 3-0. Elland Road erupted, the fans chanting, "We're back." The Guardian dedicated half a page to the match. Leeds' dual wing attack is a return to a golden age. Sun Shuyong's pace, Ribery's vision, Smith's grit. The right flank is European class, the left is robust enough. Even the Daily Mail relented. Drogba is finally playing like a top-class striker. His goal-scoring rate is genuinely frightening. Venables rotated the defense again. Chivu was still nursing a back injury, so Dawson partnered Stam from the start. Against Villa's direct aerial style, Stam's presence in the air was a calming influence, but Dawson's covering runs were a half-step slow. In the 35th minute, Alonso unleashed a shot from outside the box that curled over the wall and into the net. 1-0. In the 68th minute, a Villa forward raced through on goal, only for Robinson to fly out and smother the ball. In the 75th minute, Dawson made a hash of a clearance, the ball rolling invitingly into the box for a Villa forward to shoot at an open goal. Stam didn't hesitate. He threw himself like a gray-white lightning bolt at the ball, executing a clean sliding tackle to poke it out for a throw-in. Robinson ran up and punched Stam on the chest. "You saved the game, old man." Just before the end, Ronaldinho set up Bent on the counter-attack to seal the 2-0 victory. The Times commented, "Dawson has potential but lacks experience. That defensive error nearly cost them a goal. It was fortunate Stam was there to clean up." In the changing room, Dawson's face was red. "Next time I'll look before I kick it." Stam clapped him on the back. "A few more games, and you'll be fine. Don't rush." Cahill was given a start partnering Dawson at the back. Against Charlton's disjointed attack, their interceptions were solid, but their distribution had a raw edge. In the 21st minute, Ribery crossed from the left, and Drogba headed home. 1-0. In the 67th minute, Smith was fouled on the right, winning a penalty. Ronaldinho stepped up and scored. In the 80th minute, Charlton launched a quick counter. Cahill lost an aerial duel, the ball falling at an opponent's feet, but Stam had anticipated the danger and covered well. The Guardian noted, the young center-backs made errors, but the overall defense remained solid under Stam's command. Parker replaced Makelele in the starting lineup for the away match at Southampton. In the 42nd minute, Parker won the ball with a tackle and played a through ball into the box. Drogba turned and fired home. 1-0. In the second half, Smith crossed from the right, and Ronaldinho slotted in to make it 2-0. BBC commented, "Parker's physicality is enough to cover for Makelele against mid-table sides. His tackles are becoming the first line of defense for Leeds midfield." In a tactical meeting, Venables frowned. Parker can win the ball, but once he has it, he doesn't know how to pass. That will be a problem against strong teams. Maluta came off the bench, bringing energy to the left flank. In the 30th minute, he cut inside and laid the ball off for Smith, who fired home. 1-0. Drogba then scored twice to stretch the lead to 3-0. But just before the final whistle, Drogba went down clutching his calf, and the physio applied an ice pack. In the treatment room, Chivu sighed as he looked at his own ice pack. If we have to play 4 games over Christmas, my back injury might keep me out for 2 weeks. The winning streak in October sent Leeds United stock soaring. A huge banner hung outside the pub near Elland Road. White Rose never dies. Before every match, the fans would sing, "We're back to Europe." The Times declared, Leeds are firmly establishing themselves as Champions League contenders. Their attacking firepower is among the top 3 in the Premier League. BBC added, the attacking quartet of Ronaldinho, Smith, Ribery and Drogba is a nightmare for any defense. Even the notoriously picky Daily Mail conceded this Leeds side has the backbone of the old White Rose. The atmosphere in the dressing room was electric, but undercurrents ran deep. After every training session, Drogba spent 20 minutes icing his calf. He gave Sun Xiang a wry smile. Just have to get through Christmas. Then we can catch our breath. In the tactical room, Qin Chuan flipped through the fitness reports, speaking quietly to Venables. Dawson and Cahill are good enough for mid-table teams, but against fast attackers like Arsenal or Liverpool, their defensive judgment could be exploited. Venables tapped his finger on the Arsenal name on the tactical board. Let them enjoy the streak for now. The real test is at Christmas. In early November, the Premier League's marquee match arrived, Leeds United away to Arsenal. The media frenzy erupted instantly. The Daily Mail's front page read, "Guns and the White Rose, a trial for the invincible Arsenal." BBC ran a special feature, Sun Xiang vs. Pires Shield and Spear, the king of the flanks. Wenger smiled calmly at the press conference. Leeds are a fine team, but they lack experience in handling a congested fixture list. In another interview, Ferguson offered his advice, stop Smith and Sun Xiang on the right, and you take away half of Leeds' threat. On a rainy night at the Leeds training ground, Venables stood at the window of his second-floor office watching the players train under the floodlights. Sun Xiang's dribbling, Ribery's movement, Stam's interceptions. Everyone was building up their power for the Arsenal clash. He let out a quiet chuckle, a sound only he could hear. After the fame comes the hardest trial. On the tactical board in the distance, the word Arsenal was circled in red ink. Next to it was written, full squad preparation. No room for error. The embers of the White Rose were about to ignite into a fiercer flame on the battlefield of Highbury. A BBC special feature even devoted a full-page graphic to the revival of the White Rose, listing Leeds' astonishing statistics in the Premier League and League Cup: an 11-match winning streak, 10 wins in the Premier League, and 1 in the League Cup, 24 goals scored and 5 conceded in the league, averaging 2. For goals per match, a Drogba with 10 goals, Sun Xiang with 5 assists, Ronaldinho with 4 goals and 3 assists, and Smith with 3 goals and 1 assist, 4 clean sheets, with Robinson named goalkeeper of the month for October. A commentator remarked, their wing play has ascended to the European elite. The right flank is virtually unsolvable. The defense marshaled by Stam is solid enough, but Makelele's stamina, the young center-back's inexperience, and Drogba's old injury are the only shadows behind this winning streak. The Daily Mail remained sharp. The winning streak is beautiful, but Christmas will tear open the scars. Dawson and Cahill's clearance errors, Parker's back pass after a tackle, Drogba's ice pack on his calf. These issues will be magnified against Arsenal. Chinese media and forums erupted in excitement. Sun Xiang, with 5 assists, so silky smooth. World-class performance on the right flank. Who in the Premier League can stop him? Don't let Chelsea poach him. In October in Yorkshire, the rain had stopped, but the air outside Elland Road still steamed with the heat of victory. The Guardian's front page blazoned in large type, the resurgence of the White Rose. Yet the subheading cautioned wisely, Arsenal's unbeaten run is a test of a different caliber. Leeds must prove this streak is no flash in the pan. BBC Sport remained cautious in a special program. Leeds' wing firepower ranks among the Premier League's top 3, and Alonso's passing and control make them look like a genuine strong team. But Arsenal's unbeaten record is not just about attack, it's a victory of stability and rhythm control. For this match, even a draw would require Leeds to give their all. The Daily Mail fanned the flames. On one side, Arsenal's guns, on the other, Yorkshire's White Rose. A clash of blood and discipline. Arsenal remain unbeaten, Leeds remain on a winning streak. One of them must come to an end. At the London Coney training ground, Wenger smiled gently at the press conference. Leeds are passionate and play beautifully. They deserve a place in the European spots. But a long season demands stability. The Premier League isn't a 3-match contest. We are the Gunners, and the bullets are always in the chamber. In Manchester, Ferguson, chewing gum, nodded rarely at the Carrington base. Sun Xiang, a good lad. Alonso, Ronaldinho, Drogba. This Leeds team is stronger than many imagine. Arsenal needs a real test. If Leeds can force a draw, or even take points from them, it's good for the league. The air in the tactical room felt heavy, as if pressed down by rain. Venables drew several large circles on the tactical board with chalk. Arsenal is the most balanced team in the Premier League in attack and defense, especially on their left flank. Pires and Ashley Cole linking up. Son, you must hold them this match. Sun Shuyang nodded, his expression more focused than usual. Qin Chuan walked to the board and circled Alonso's name heavily twice. In this match, we give all distribution rights to Alonso. Makelele only defends covering for him. Alonso, you have only one job. Find the emptiest space, especially on the left. Alonso nodded and said softly, understood. Ribery and Evra's left flank will hit their weak spot. Qin Chuan looked up, his gaze sweeping over Smith, Ronaldinho and Ribery. You three rotate positions without limit. Arsenal's right back is Lauren. His recovery speed isn't as good as Cole's. You'll make his head spin. Ronaldinho smiled and spread his hands. So I just need to show off my tricks up front. Qin Chuan looked at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Exactly, Ronnie. You don't need to drop back to organize anymore. Alonso will deliver the ball to your feet. Just perform in front of their box. Venables stroked his beard and nodded from the side. Good. Attack their right flank from our left and defend against their left flank from our right. That's our only chance. The stands at Highbury were divided into red and white. Arsenal fans held high a banner reading Invincibles, while Leeds fans roared back hoarsely, White Rose never dies. In the 12th minute, Arsenal displayed their dominance. Vieira stood like a wall in midfield. Just as Alonso lifted his foot to find Smith, Vieira stretched out his long leg and dispossessed him. Pires and Ashley Cole's left flank combination delivered 3 consecutive passes, cutting like a knife into Leeds' right side. In the 18th minute, a 1-2 between Pires and Cole completely tore through Sun Shuyang's defense. Henry lashed onto a through ball, took a shot, and the ball skimmed past the post. Qin Chuan watched from the sidelines, frowning. Don't get pinned down on the right. Son, don't watch the ball, watch the man. Sun Shuyang took a deep breath, slapped his thighs with both hands, and reset his defensive stance. In the 32nd minute, again from Arsenal's left flank, Pires created an angle outside the box and suddenly chipped the ball, which hit the crossbar and bounced back. Ronaldinho tried to launch a counterattack from midfield, but as soon as he turned, he was fouled by Gilberto Silva. The BBC commentator put it bluntly, Ronnie is completely contained by Vieira and Gilberto. Leeds can barely launch any counterattacks. In the 40th minute, the guns finally fired. From Arsenal's right flank, Ljungberg crossed diagonally into the box. Bergkamp flicked it lightly, Henry surged forward, and with a single push scored 1-0. Highbury erupted instantly. Sun Shuyang clenched his fists, staring at Henry's retreating back, his breath rapid. Stay calm. Stam patted him on the shoulder from behind. Don't let them get a second goal in. Leeds' locker room was silent. Dawson draped a towel over his head, muttering in frustration, I couldn't even touch the ball. Alonso sat on the bench holding a water bottle with both hands. Vieira kept blocking my passing lanes. I need more options. Qin Chuan walked to the tactical board, his voice soft, but striking each person like a hammer. Ronnie, from now on you are not allowed to drop back. Alonso, every ball comes from your feet. Long passes, switches through balls. All decided by you. Smith, you and Ribery switch positions frequently to attack Lauren. Ronnie, stay at the arc of their box and wait for the ball. Venables added loudly from the side, did you hear that? Attack their right flank from our left, defend against their left flank from our right. Sun Shuyang wiped his sweat and looked at Ribery. They'll definitely press our left flank again later. I'll mark Pires, you mark Cole. Ribery smiled, his eyes gleaming. Don't worry, I'm fast enough. In the 50th minute, Alonso delivered a precise long pass from the back. Smith suddenly switched to the left wing position, muscled past Lauren, and knocked it back. Ronaldinho at the arc of the box skillfully feinted, dodged Gilberto Silva, and his shot was saved by Lehmann. The BBC commentator grew excited. Leeds have found their chance. Alonso's distribution has completely revitalized them. In the 65th minute, Evra overlapped and crossed, but Drogba's header under Campbell's pressure went just wide. Qin Chuan clapped from the sidelines. That's it. Keep going. In the 72nd minute, Sun Shuyang successfully intercepted Pires' ball on the right flank and sent a diagonal long pass to the left. Alonso switched again. Smith chested it down and shot, but it was saved by Lehmann for a corner. The Arsenal fans at Highbury began to grow restless, and Wenger frowned on the sidelines. In the 88th minute, a brilliant switch of play from Alonso silenced the stadium for half a second. He received the ball at the center circle and suddenly launched a diagonal long pass. The ball traced a perfect arc, landing precisely at Ronaldinho's feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Ronnie, with his back to Campbell, nudged the ball, spun, and cut inside. He feinted with his left foot to evade Touré, then curled the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the inside of the post and nestled into the net. 1-1. The away stand at Highbury exploded instantly as White Rose fans tossed their scarves high into the air. Ronnie, Ronnie, Ronnie. The BBC commentator's voice trembled with excitement. He was suppressed by Vieira all match, but in this moment he proved himself with genius. Ronaldinho's brilliance saved Leeds. At the post-match press conference, Wenger said calmly, "This is the Premier League. Every strong team is chasing us, but we remain unbeaten." The Daily Mail's headline read, "The White Roses' new fire, Ronnie's genius redemption." The Yorkshire Post was more direct, 1-1. The White Rose strikes back at the Gunners with guts. In the BBC's statistical summary, Alonso was named man of the match, 89 touches, 92 passing accuracy, one long pass that changed the game. In the Leeds locker room, Smith rushed over and embraced Ronnie, laughing like a child. "You're fucking incredible." Ronaldinho wagged his finger, flashing his trademark smile. "I just did what I had to do." Alonso was the conductor tonight. Alonso looked up, his gaze calm, but his voice firm. "This is just the beginning." Qin Chuan watched the celebrating players from the sidelines, tapping his fingers lightly on the tactical board, silently thinking to himself, "The guns are still sharp, but the White Rose has already learned to keep blooming in the wind and rain." Leeds veteran fans in the pub nearly blew the roof off. "Did you see that? Ronaldinho's outside of the foot strike. And Alonso, that kid is calmer than Batty from the O'Leary era." Dave raised his beer, his face flushed. "Even if it's just 1-1, we held Arsenal to a draw." Arsenal? 10 years ago we were champions. At least now, we didn't go down on our knees. Arsenal fans in London looked somewhat disgruntled. Outside Highbury, a group of youths in red and white scarves muttered, "Henry should have scored another one. That Chinese owner is just lucky." Manchester United fans, Leeds' bitter rivals, left playful comments online. "Leeds have actually become something. Well, at least they helped us hold Arsenal back." On the UK forum, Redcave, "Alonso is Leeds' heart. That Qin Chuan really knows how to buy players." Sun Shuyong, a Chinese kid giving Pires and Cole a real runaround. "I really didn't see that coming. If they actually make it into European competition next year, I wouldn't be surprised at all." On the Leeds forum, marching on together, "We are the White Rose, and we will never die." Don't get too excited too early. The Christmas fixture list is the real nightmare. But at least this time we can proudly say we held the Gunners. Sports threads on Hupu and Tianya were rapidly bumped to the top. Sun Shuyong, the pride of Chinese football. "Brothers, when will our national team ever have even a tenth of his ability? Ronaldinho is so cool, but I just want to see Sun Shuyong's highlights. 5 assists, and today, he shut down Pires." Some fans even directly shouted, "Please, Chelsea and Manchester United, don't come poaching. Let him play at Leeds for another 2 years." The next morning, fans on the streets of Yorkshire were still immersed in joy. In front of a newsstand, someone pointed at the headline of the Yorkshire Post. 1-1. The White Rose strikes back at the Gunners. And shouted loudly, "This is Leeds. This is our team." Outside Elland Road, a few young fans posed for photos in Sun Shuyong's number 17 jersey. "He's our right flank hero." A young lad with a crew cut beamed. Who would have thought a Chinese kid could make Pires look so flustered? A fine cold rain drifted over the Leeds United training ground. The heating in the Sports Medicine Center was on full blast, yet it could not dispel the gravity etched on Hall's face. He slid a stack of printed test reports across the table to Qin Chuan, his fingertip tapping on several lines of bold text. Drogba's calf muscle fiber inflammation risk is at 30, continuous play could worsen it. Makelele's lactate accumulation is off the charts, his fatigue index has hit the red line. Alonso is on the edge of the yellow zone, he can still hold on, but we need to manage his minutes. Qin Chuan tapped his fingers on the desk, his gaze sweeping over the names on the reports. Venables chimed in from the side, the old manager's cashmere scarf spotted with rain. "Kelly and Dawson actually have the best physical reserves. Those 2 old pros are tough as nails. Milner and Cahill should also be given a run out." The Christmas fixture list isn't just about the starters, it's about the depth of the rotation. The changing room, however, was warm and cozy. 34-year-old Lucas Radebe was helping 17-year-old Gary Cahill tighten his shirt collar. The South African veteran's knuckles were slightly deformed medals of honor from years of battle. Don't fear the crazy running of the Christmas schedule. Just follow Yap Stam's steps. Wherever he stands, you cover. "When I first played the Christmas fixtures, Tony Adams personally taught me how to position myself." Cahill nodded, his face reddening, his fingers gripping his shin guard tighter. In a corner, 16-year-old Aaron Lennon was secretly mimicking Ribéry's warm-up moves. The Frenchman was adjusting his headband in front of a mirror and turning caught the youngster's antics. He suddenly grinned and tossed him an apple. "Want to learn feints? First build up your stamina to run a full 90 minutes. A Spring Festival couplet was pasted on Sun Shuyong's locker sent by his family from back home. The 2 characters for peace on the red paper stood out prominently. He was acting as a translator for Evra, holding an English dictionary. The French left-back frowned at the entry for Christmas pudding. "Is this thing really tastier than a macaron?" Sun Shuyong stifled a laugh and shook his head. "Sweet, but it warms you up." Their laughter mingled with the hubbub of the changing room like a cup of hot cocoa on a winter's day. As the December wind whipped fine snow across the streets of Leeds, Qin Chuan stood by the training pitch at Elland Road, flipping through a training plan. The red circles on the calendar stretched from the 6th to the 26th, like bells strung on the winter gale, each date tied to a tough battle. He closed the plan and patted Venables on the shoulder. "If we get through this month, spring isn't far off." The old manager looked up at the leaden sky and nodded with a smile. The White Rose was never afraid of frost. On December 6th, Craven Cottage was drenched in cold rain. The fog from the River Thames drifted into the stands, blurring the white scarves of the away fans into vague patches of light. A vendor selling hot chocolate breathed steam at the tunnel entrance, the charcoal in his brazier crackling. Qin Chuan, wrapped in Leeds United's white coat, stood in front of the technical area, watching Alonso warm up in midfield. The turf at the Spaniard's feet was already soaked, each touch of the ball sending up a small spray of water. "Play with guts," he said, walking over and lowering his voice. "Don't hold back on the long balls." In the 18th minute, Alonso indeed launched a 50-meter pass. The ball flew like a waterfowl, skimming the surface, landing perfectly on Maluta's sprinting path. The French winger, without letting it drop, swept it into the box. Smith, like a bolt of white lightning, surged forward, his forehead meeting the ball with force. The moment the ball hit the net, the fog in the stands seemed to be shaken apart. Fans in white shirts raised their cups of hot chocolate above their heads, the spilt brown liquid arcing through the rain. Smith tore open his shirt, revealing the hand-painted t-shirt underneath. The words, "Leeds born, Leeds die," bled in the rain, yet grew even clearer. The rain intensified in the second half. Ribery executed a series of stepovers on the left, kicking up a mist of water from the puddles. His shot was saved by the goalkeeper, and as the ball rebounded to the edge of the arc, Alonso's figure was already there. A low drive skimmed the turf and curled into the far corner. The coaches on the bench leapt to their feet, rainwater streaming down their coats, heedless of the wet. In stoppage time, Skirtle, making his Premier League debut, threw himself in front of Mwarawari's shot, taking the full force on his chest. As the youngster hit the ground, the turf scraped through his shirt, a mix of blood and mud seeping out. Qin Chuan handed him a towel, but he just grinned. "Next time I'll use my head. It'll make a louder thud." On the bus back, Smith carefully folded his soaked t-shirt and tucked it into his bag. Qin Chuan watched the rainy scenery flash by the window. Pubs by the roadside glowed with warm yellow light, fans in Fulham shirts shaking their heads at the TV. This 2-0 victory brought a touch of Yorkshire warmth to the rainy night on the south bank of the Thames. A week later at Elland Road, the wind whipped a banner reading, "The White Rose fears no gold," against the stands. A long queue formed in front of the hot dog stall. Fans in Chelsea shirts held up "Blues will win" signs, joking with locals in White Rose attire across the barriers, their cups of hot coffee steaming in the cold air. Terry's 40th minute header sent a flash of gold from the away end's cameras. But Qin Chuan's eyes were fixed on Smith on the bench. The man was gritting his teeth as he tied his laces, a frightening fire in his eyes. "Know how to play their center backs?" Qin Chuan grabbed him and asked. Smith looked up and grinned. "Use the method they hate most." After Drogba was forced off injured, Smith replaced him, becoming a stubborn bull in the box, battering the Chelsea defense into a constant retreat. In the 78th minute, Ronaldinho dribbled past Gallas on the edge of the box, flicked the ball with his heel, and Maluta's follow-up shot was like a white flash threading through the crowd and nestling into the far corner. Instantly, a sea of white scarves was raised across the stadium like a suddenly blooming flower field. Even the wind seemed to tremble with the roar of celebration. The hot dog vendor thrust a freshly cooked sausage into a Leeds fan's hand, shouting, "Free. Celebrate one." In stoppage time, Lampard's long-range effort was tipped over the bar by Robinson with one hand. As the final whistle blew, the 1-1 scoreline made the roar at Elland Road ring painfully in the ears. As the crowd dispersed, fans in blue and white jerseys huddled together. One held up his phone, calling his family. "We didn't lose. We really didn't lose." Qin Chuan heard an argument behind him and turned to see a Chelsea fan and a Leeds fan squabbling over the last bag of chips. He shook his head with a smile. The warmth of football is often hidden in these trivialities. The next day, a thin layer of ice coated St. Andrews Stadium. The wind in Birmingham carried the smell of coal smoke. Fans in the stands wrapped themselves in blankets, pressing their thermoses against their cheeks. Heskey was like a bulldozer at full throttle, repeatedly knocking Dawson and Cahill off balance. In the 33rd minute, Milner suddenly nutmegged a defender on the right. The ball slid into the box as if greased. Kelly's ensuing cross carried ice crystals, and Smith, getting ahead of the defender, stabbed the ball into the net with a diving shot. The Leeds fans in the stands were stomping their feet from the cold, but their cheer was as hot as a flame. Someone threw a scarf into the air, and it came down covered in fine ice particles. In the second half, Dawson was knocked to the icy ground by Heskey, his face, smeared with mud and grass, flushed bright red from the cold. Stam pulled him aside on the touchline, wiping the mud from his face with his glove. "Remember this feeling. Next time, don't fight it head on. Position yourself at an angle. It's more effective than brute force." At the final whistle, Dawson voluntarily walked over to shake Heskey's hand. The English striker patted him on the shoulder. Both of them were breathing out white puffs of air like two big dogs that had just fought and made up. On the way back to the changing room, Qin Chuan heard Milner boasting to Lennon. "Was that nutmeg cool, or what?" The youngster's laughter crisp as ice cracking mixed with the cold wind. The 1-0 victory added a youthful echo to the cold day in Birmingham. On December 22nd, the valley was shrouded in thick fog. Players beyond 30 meters were just blurry shapes. Charlton fans held up glow sticks, making the stands look like a patch of stars. The cinnamon scent of mulled wine drifted from a stall. Standing on the touchline, Qin Chuan suddenly felt the fog was like Leeds United's recent past. The direction was unclear, yet they had to keep charging forward. In the 12th minute, Carrick's long pass cut through the mist like a radar beam, finding Sun Shuyong perfectly on the right. Sun's low cutback from the byline was perfectly timed. Drogba with his back to goal flicked it with his heel, and Maluta's follow-up shot was met with a cheer that even seemed to carry a watery mist. When Lennon came on as a substitute in the 64th minute, the fog seemed to thin slightly. The youngster blazed down the wing like lightning, the wake of his speed causing the opponent's tackle to miss. His cross skimmed the turf to Drogba, and the Ivorians' goal made the score 2-0. As the fans filed out, Leeds supporters held their scarves up into the fog. Someone hummed Christmas Carol, but the tune drifted into the melody of the club's anthem. On the bus, Venables was going over the tactics board, tapping his pen on the wing positions. "See, the new wings can fly." Qin Chuan nodded, but wrote midfield reinforcement in his notebook. He knew wings alone weren't enough, they needed a sturdier frame. On Christmas Eve, Elland Road was strung with colorful lights. Fans wore red hats, the white rose crests on their scarves glittering under the lights. Ronaldinho entertained the crowd during warm-ups with a rainbow flick, drawing cheers. The mascot dressed as Santa Claus tossed footballs into the stands. A child who caught one spun around with it, the festive warmth quietly dispelling the chill. In the 7th minute, his through ball was like a needle threading through the Manchester City defense. Smith latched onto it and slotted home, turning the Christmas carols into instant cheers. Someone threw a wrapped gift onto the pitch, which a steward laughingly retrieved. In the 38th minute, Ronaldinho's corner kick carried a vicious spin. Stam rose like a giant from the crowd, his header crashing into the far corner like a cannonball. Confetti fell from the stands, mixing with the snowflakes on the turf. Drogba's tap-in in the second half made it 3-1, and even though Anelka pulled one back for City, it couldn't dampen the celebration at Elland Road. At full-time, players threw signed footballs into the stands. Ronaldinho even took off his Santa hat and tossed it to a child. Qin Chuan stood at the tunnel entrance watching Smith run towards the changing room, holding a Christmas stocking given to him by a fan stuffed with chocolates and handwritten wishes. On this 3-1 night, the sweetness of Christmas was laced with the honey of victory. On Boxing Day, a snow-laden wind howled across Elland Road. The snow pellets felt like tiny ice needles on the skin. A long queue formed at the soup stall. Fans stamped their feet as they held their bowls, their breath condensing into frost on their scarves. A defensive header from Cahill went awry, allowing Holden to seize the opportunity and slot home a low shot. The cheers in the stands died in the fans' throats. Someone clutched their soup bowl tighter. "Concentrate." Qin Chuan roared from the sidelines, his voice somewhat scattered by the wind. In the 39th minute, Carrick intercepted the ball in the opponent's half and sprinted forward, kicking up a white spray of snow behind him. His diagonal pass found Drogba, who rounded the goalkeeper and rolled the ball into the empty net. The Ivorian's breath mingled with the roar of the crowd. 1-1. Towards the end of the game, the snow fell heavier. In the 86th minute, Kelly's cross from the flank flew into the box carrying snowflakes. Milner suddenly burst from the crowd and unleashed a fierce shot, the ball tearing through the snow curtain and nestling into the net. The youngster turned facing the stands of his former club and did not celebrate. He just clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles white in the snowy light. But Villa didn't give up. In the 89th minute, a ball was launched from their left flank. Barry turned and volleyed in the box, the shot flying like a snowball, grazing the post and going in. The 2-2 scoreline brought a sudden silence to Elland Road, followed by an even louder roar. It wasn't complaint, but encouragement for the players. At the final whistle, Milner walked towards the Villa fan section and bowed deeply. Someone in the away end raised a white rose scarf. Venables pushed his tactics board aside, his glasses fogged by his breath. A draw isn't all bad. At least it teaches these lads that victory is never a given. Qin Chuan watched the players supporting each other on the pitch. The snow landed on his coat and quickly melted. He remembered the rainy afternoon when he first arrived. Back then, Leeds United was like a waterlogged sponge, heavy and suffocating. Now these youngsters running in the snow were slowly wringing out that water, helping the team stand tall again. December wasn't over yet, but it felt like the scent of spring was already drifting into Elland Road on the wind. On December 27th, the sun shone brightly over the training ground. The league table was pinned to the notice board, the line, Leeds United 15 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses. Premier League top, standing out vividly. The BBC's headline was bold, the undefeated White Roses overtaking Man United. Beside it was a picture of Robinson making a save. The pub Dave frequented was packed with fans. Irish supporters waved flags for Kelly and Hart. A red banner from Chinese students reading, Sun Shuyang China's Pride, was particularly vibrant in the crowd. Old Dave stood up, raising his beer glass, his voice cutting through the din. United are behind us. The White Rose is going to the Champions League. On the training pitch, Hall was frowning at the fitness data. Everyone is reaching their limit. Qin Chuan watched the players passing in the distance and said quietly to Venables, "We have to get that defensive midfielder in the winter window." The old manager smiled and nodded. When he comes, Makelele can rest a few more games. Sunlight bathed the turf. Ribery and Ronaldinho were playing keepy-uppy with flair. Sun Shuyang and Evra's defensive drills were becoming more synchronized. The young Cahill and Dawson were learning positioning from Stam. The White Roses' unbeaten run continued to stretch on amidst the Christmas fireworks and the New Year's sun. The night flight gently jolted through the clouds. The cabin lights were dimmed to a soft yellow. Most of the players were already asleep. Qin Chuan, however, was wide awake. He sat alone in a corner of the cabin, casually flipping through his notebook. Page after page was filled with player rosters, tactical rotations, and plans for future squad depth. Ding! A soft chime sounded in his mind. The system panel materialized silently, unfolding a blue holographic screen in his field of vision, like a tactical map meant for his eyes only. Current template card overview: total 9, bound 2, unbound 7, bound template cards 2-1. Akraf Hakimi, 2024-25 season. User Sun Shuyang. Type attacking fullback. Status fully integrated, excellent performance. 2. Luis Figo, 2003-04 season. User Alan Smith. Type dual-sided attacking midfielder. Status fully integrated, successful transition. Unbound template cards 7-3. Kaka, 2006-07 season. Type world-class attacking midfielder, pace and finishing. 4. Frank Lampard, 2004-05 season. Type box-to-box midfielder, runs and long shots. 5. Andrea Pirlo, 2006 season. Type deep-lying playmaker, long passes and dictating tempo. 6. Virgil van Dijk, 2018-19 season. Type dominant center-back, defensive leadership and peak physicality. 7. Adriano, 2004-05 season. Type powerful striker, long shots and strong drives. 8. Robert Lewandowski, 2019-20 season. Type box finisher, finishing and target man. 9. Jaap Stam, 1998-99 season. Type strong center-back, physical pre. He was in no hurry to use any of them. The Mediterranean in January was humid and tepid, the sea breeze carrying a hint of salt through the streets of central Barcelona, pushing open the wooden window of the La Masia meeting room. A thick stack of documents lay on the conference table with Leeds United's offer sheet on top, its corners repeatedly flipped, slightly wrinkled. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, his left hand tapping the edge of the table in a steady, calm rhythm, as if waiting for the opponent to show their hand. Siki Begiristain's brow had been furrowed for nearly half an hour. He was Barcelona's sporting director and one of the club's staunchest advocates for the youth-first policy. Now he was hesitating over a youth academy graduate. 7. £5 million, a full payment, no sell-on clause, no buyback clause. He read the words on the offer sheet, his tone heavy. You want to buy out our La Masia kids completely and cleanly. Just as cleanly as you didn't give him a first-team chance. Qin Chuan replied, his voice steady but unyielding. 16 goals for Tenerife last season. Someone should have noticed he's more than just a runner. Claire flipped open Garcia's data analysis report, pointing to several areas circled in red ink, cutting in from the right, curling shots from the edge of the box, tactical runs in behind. These are traits our current rotation squad at Leeds lacks. You make it sound like we left him to rot on the bench, Begiristain said, putting down the file. He didn't wait for his chance either. Then we'll give it to him, Qin Chuan said, closing the folder and sliding it across the table. 7. £5 million in the account within 3 days. He'll have a place of his own at Leeds. We'll give it to him. Qin Chuan closed the folder with a gentle push. 7. £5 million in the account within 3 days. He'll have his own place at Leeds. Begiristain looked at the young Chinese man across from him. Over the past 6 months, Leeds had bought Drogba, Ronaldinho, Zabi, Alonso, Frank Ribery. And now they were knocking on La Masia's door. This man didn't seem like someone here to poach players, but rather to take away the forgotten gold. In the end, Barcelona nodded. 2 days later, in a cafe by the port of Barcelona, Garcia signed his name on his own contract. Signing bonus of 5,000 net, annual salary of 8,000, a 3.5-year contract, Claire reported while flipping through the transfer documents. If he reaches 30 appearances, his salary increases by 15. Garcia's fingers rubbed the paper. Outside the window, a ferry had just sounded its horn to depart, and fine sea mist drifted across the sky. He suddenly asked Qin Chuan, "Did you really watch my games at Tenerife?" "Yes," Qin Chuan smiled. "The game against Real Madrid's B team. A lob from the edge of the box outside of the foot against the wind. Fast shot, steady landing." Garcia was silent for a moment, staring at the last page of the contract. He remembered last year at the new camp training ground when a first-team assistant coach patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wait until Julie gets injured, then you'll have your chance." Now it seemed that chance would never come. "Then I'll try to make them remember me in the Premier League," he said, pausing the pen for a moment before his name landed on the paper. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's private jet was flying to the Netherlands. The winter rain in Eindhoven fell densely, and on the training pitch next to the Philips Stadion, Robin was sprinting back and forth along the touchline, the ball gliding almost flush with the ground at his feet. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, then accelerated again, as if running faster than this curtain of rain could take him to a bigger stage. "We're willing to offer £6.5 million, a full payment, with a 10 sell-on clause." Qin Chuan spread the documents out in the meeting room. "This is respect for his future and a return for your development." Van der Kuy stared at the numbers for a few seconds, then shook his head. "We're not in a hurry to let him go. Chelsea, PSV, and Lyon are all asking for a price. But none of them will treat him like a future starter." Qin Chuan laid a tactical diagram on the table, the arrow on the right flank clearly visible. "At Old Trafford, our wing needs someone who can take on Gary Neville one-on-one. but none of them will treat him like a future starter. Qin Chuan laid a tactical diagram on the table, the arrow on the right flank clearly visible. At Old Trafford, our wing needs someone who can take on Gary Neville one-on-one. An assistant entered the meeting room and handed over a fax. Van der Kuy glanced at it, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Ajax is offering 5.8 million for Affalay. Qin Chuan glanced at the fax and smiled smoothly. Then this 6.5 million pounds should just fill your budget gap, right? The final transfer agreement was signed as dusk approached. After training, Robin walked inside with a towel over his shoulders, his hair still dripping. Right or left? He didn't exchange pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Start on the right, cut inside, and shoot. Qin Chuan pointed to the curve on the tactical diagram. Maluda and Smith are on the left. Your job is to stretch their defense, and you can also break through the middle. Robin looked at that line, his eyes brightening a little. You're not going to put me on the bench, are you? He asked, a hint of wariness in his voice. No, Qin Chuan replied calmly. You'll rotate, but you'll have your place. With our pace in the Premier League Cups and European competitions, all the starters will get their turns. No, Qin Chuan replied calmly. You'll be in the rotation, but you'll have your place. With our schedule in the Premier League Cups and European competitions, every starter gets their share of minutes. You can play your own game, you don't need to copy anyone. Claire handed over the contract, a 5-year contract, net annual salary of £1 million, with a bonus of 2,000 if you get over 10 assists. Robin stared at the number allocation details at the end of the contract. He asked softly, can I wear number 14? Claire shrugged. Alonso has it. Number 21 is Bent's and 7 and 11 are taken. She flipped through the list of available numbers. Number 24 is free. No one's wearing it. It's not a popular number, but you can make it famous. Robin smiled. 24. Like a wing no one has walked before. I like it. The day before the January transfer window closed, Leeds United's official website announced a double signing. The White Roses wings reborn Garcia and Robin take their places. The news caused an uproar in the media. The Daily Mail commented, Leeds United is really piling up their squad depth to look like a top club now. BBC analyzed Garcia and Robin. Their roles complement the starters, covering fast-paced and technical play styles. Qin Chuan is building a tactical model that can be switched globally. And the system finally, after signing Robin, quietly prompted golden ball. Potential player signed successfully. Arjen Robben system, reward template card, 1 player Lilian Thuram, season 1998 to 1999, Parma type, right center back, right back, precise marking, explosive strength, accurate tackling. Qin Chuan closed his notebook and nodded gently. Thuram. That's truly a gem to complete the defensive puzzle. The winter break training ground was shrouded in a layer of cold fog. The grass was slick, studs making a sticky sound as they stepped on it, and traces of the previous night's frost still clung to the grass behind the goal. Qin Chuan stood by the pitch, his down jacket zipped up to his neck, arms crossed over his chest, silently watching the action inside. The intra-squad match between the red and white teams was about to begin. He had finalized the team list himself the night before. The red team was built around the established core, a group that had been playing together for a long time, the true starting combination after half a season of competition. The white team was a mix of rotation players and potential prospects, a stress test for the existing reserves, and an early preparation for the bench depth needed in the second half of the season. Ready. The referee's whistle blew and the match began in silence. For the first 5 minutes, the red team's rhythm was as if it had been pre-programmed, steady, precise, and ruthless. The ball started from Stam's feet. Dawson slanted it sideways. Alonso dropped back to receive, stopped it with his right foot, and without looking turned and passed diagonally with his left. The ball landed at Garcia's feet on the wing as if bouncing off the turf. He absorbed it with a light touch and drove forward 2 steps. Hart closed him down, but didn't even touch a shoelace. The next second, Garcia cut inside, pulled the ball, and swept it across the middle. Ronaldinho met it without stopping and played a through ball in one fluid motion. Smith slipped into the box from the left side like a ghost. Quick! White team goalkeeper Flounders shouted, but the defense had already been pulled out of position. Cahill's recovery pace wasn't slow, but he was only 17 too inexperienced. His movements were a bit stiff when tracking back. He wanted to slide, but didn't dare, and in the end, he just stuck out a leg without touching the ball. Smith calmly squared the ball across the middle. Drogba followed up with a crashing shot, and the ball hit the ground and bounced into the net. 1-0, the red team drew, first blood just 6 minutes into the game. Cahill looked back at his teammates, then at the grass, lowered his head, and quickly ran back to his position. Qin Chuan didn't speak, but his gaze lingered on him for an extra 2 seconds. He's going to get eaten alive, Claire said quietly from beside him. He needs to learn what the timing of a top-level game feels like. The match continued. The red team was like a pack of wolves unleashed from their chains. In the 14th minute, Alonso received the ball in the back, nudged it forward, dragged it with his left, and turned a sequence of moves that shook off the double team from Parker and Carrick. Switch. A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. The ball was sent diagonally to the right. Garcia feinted in place, then spun and accelerated. Evra overlapped, drawing Maluda's defensive attention. And Ronaldinho had already made a quiet off-the-ball run into the edge of the box. It all happened too fast. The white team's formation had just pressed up, and in a flash they were split open by the counter-movement. Ronaldinho received the ball sidestepped to shake off Cahill. Cahill tried to stick out a foot, but was a fraction of a second too late. Ronaldinho caressed the ball with his right foot and curled a shot straight into the top corner of the goal. 2-0, the red team struck again. This isn't a balanced contest at all, the assistant coach muttered under his breath. But balance isn't what we're after, Qin Chuan replied softly. In the 29th minute the white team finally put together a decent attack. Robin dribbled from the right, then suddenly cut inside. Evra was tight on him at first, but Robin changed pace like lightning, his left-footed cut almost without warning, even fooling Alonso, who had come over to help defend. Maluda made a lateral run to pull Sun Shuyong away. Ribery sliced into the middle from a diagonal run. Robin threaded a diagonal pass to split the defense. Ribery stopped the ball, turned, and drove a shot towards the far post. The young fans on the sideline were already rising to their feet, but with a thwack, Paul Robinson dived and palmed the ball away with his right hand for a corner kick. The white team missed a golden chance to counter. The halftime whistle blew with the red team leading 2-0. As Cahill walked towards the substitutes area, his shoulders were heaving, his shirt soaked with sweat. He had made a few interventions, stepping up to cut off a pass from Ronaldinho in the 22nd minute, using his body to block Drogba from turning and shooting in the 38th. But these small moments were like bubbles struggling to the surface, soon to be buried by another more ferocious wave. The second half began, and the red team's attack showed no signs of letting up. In the 51st minute, Smith broke through on the left and crossed. Garcia headed it back at the far post. Ronaldinho played a first-time through ball. Drogba controlled it with his back to goal and turned. Cahill closed him down, but his movement was half a second too slow. He could only watch as Drogba completed his turn and drove a low shot that hit the inside of the post and went in. 3-0. Hat-trick. Cahill stood still, head down, panting. He didn't throw his hands up or shake his head. He turned and jogged back, returning to his zone once more. This time Qin Chuan finally turned to Claire and spoke. Did you see that? He doesn't hide. He doesn't shrink. He knows he can't contain it, but he's still following. That's enough. That's enough. In the 69th minute the white team finally got a clear chance to score. Maluda played a long ball. Darren Bent tried to make a run in behind, but Dawson got there first to head clear. The ball fell to the center circle. Alonso, without stopping it, played a precise lofted diagonal pass that sliced through the defense. Smith surged forward again, forcing his way into the box under pressure from Chivu and Cahill. This time Cahill didn't rush into a tackle. Instead he held his position firmly, and just as Drogba prepared to run onto a pass, he stuck out a foot a fraction earlier to poke the ball out for a corner. A smattering of applause came from the stands. He's finally not getting eaten alive, Claire said with a smile. In the 74th minute the final blow came. Ronaldinho occupied 3 defenders in the middle. Garcia made a run in behind on the right, and swept the ball across the face of the goal from a tight angle. Drogba feigned a touch, letting the ball pass right in front of Cahill. Smith was at the far post to meet it, and blasted it home. 4-0. The red team sealed the victory. The final whistle blew. The red team players high-fived each other and walked off the pitch, while the white team was much quieter. Cahill walked off with his head down, removing his shin guards and scraping the turf off the bottom of his boots with his heel. He got destroyed today, Claire commented succinctly. Qin Chuan shook his head. Destroyed, but not broken. Keep him in the squad. Let him play more games with the youth team, don't loan him out. This guy isn't afraid of mistakes. We need to rebuild his confidence. Under the night sky the cold of Yorkshire was pervasive. The lights at Elland Road were still on the grass, still dotted with dew, as if waiting for a new beginning. And those 2 newly signed names would on some future sun-drenched afternoon, one on the left and one on the right, spread their wings for the White Rose in the Premier League. Qin Chuan flipped through page after page of failed attempts. The rhythm of his fingers tapping the table gradually quickened. The wind outside the glass window seemed stronger, whipping rain diagonally against the pane, leaving trails of water that looked like the frustration seeping out of these negotiations. Page 1, Ricardo Carvalho. Claire's handwriting was usually neat, but this page had a few hasty scratches on the edge, as if the pen had been pressed down in agitation. On the third call to Porto's sporting director, he was standing in the players' tunnel at the Estadio do Dragão, the record stated. In the background you could hear the shouts of players warming up and Mourinho shouting tactics in the distance. The Portuguese man grabbed the phone, his tone as tense as if he had just finished a halftime team talk. Mr. Qin Chuan, Carvalho's contract has a Champions League clause. He needs to stay with us until April. Below it was a circled transcript of a call recording. You're offering 9 million. Even 15 million can't buy his value to us right now. He just shut down Paleta in the Lisbon Derby last week. A player in this form is for winning titles, not for filling January window gaps. Below it was a circled transcript of a call recording. You're offering 9 million. Even 15 million can't buy his value to us right now. He just shut down Paleta in the Lisbon Derby last week. A player in this form is for winning titles, not for filling January window gaps. Below it was a circled transcript of a call recording. You're offering 9 million. Even 15 million can't buy his value to us right now. He just shut down Paleta in the Lisbon Derby last week. A player in this form is for winning titles, not for filling January window gaps. Qin Chuan's finger traced the line, key piece for the Champions League, remembering Porto's double victory over Manchester United in the group stage. Carvalho's interception rate in central defense was as high as 78, making him the most indispensable piece in Mourinho's counter-attacking system. Even Claire had added a note at the bottom. The opposing lawyer sent a copy of the contract. The release clause automatically increases by 15 for every Champions League round we advance. Even Claire had added a note at the bottom. The opposing lawyer sent a copy of the contract. The release clause automatically increases by 15 for every Champions League round they advance. Page 2, Lucio. This page was clipped with a photo of the Bay Arena with a banner in the stands reading Lucio, our Brazilian wall. When we first offered €6 million, the Bayer Leverkusen manager laughed on the phone. The record stated bluntly. He said, "Did you know we just advanced from the Champions League group stage last week?" Lucio scored the winning header in the final match. Right now he's the savior in the fans' eyes. Attached was a datasheet. Leverkusen was 12th in the Bundesliga at the time, only 3 points above the relegation zone, and Lucio was the only center-back to have started every consecutive match, averaging 4.2 interceptions and 6.8 clearances per game, the sole stabilizer in their defense. Attached was a datasheet. Leverkusen was 12th in the Bundesliga at the time, only 3 points above the relegation zone, and Lucio was the only center-back to have started every consecutive match, averaging 4.2 interceptions and 6.8 clearances per game, the sole stabilizer in their defense. When we raised the bid to $10 million the third time, the opposing sporting director directly transferred the call to head coach Augenthaler. In the recorded transcript, the old coach's voice carried a thick Bavarian accent. "Mr. Qin Chuan, we can sell our forwards, we can sell our midfielders, but Lucio cannot leave. Without him we might not even stay in the Bundesliga. You can't expect us to destroy our own livelihood just for money, can you?" When we raised the bid to $10 million the third time, the opposing sporting director directly transferred the call to head coach Augenthaler. In the recorded transcript, the old coach's voice carried a thick Bavarian accent. "Mr. Qin Chuan, we can sell our forwards, we can sell our midfielders, but Lucio cannot leave. Without him we might not even stay in the Bundesliga. You can't expect us to destroy our own livelihood just for money, can you?" When we raised the bid to $10 million the third time, the opposing sporting director directly transferred the call to head coach Augenthaler. In the recorded transcript, the old coach's voice carried a thick Bavarian accent. "Mr. Qin Chuan, we can sell our forwards, we can sell our midfielders, but Lucio cannot leave. Without him we might not even stay in the Bundesliga. You can't expect us to destroy our own livelihood just for money, can you?" Qin Chuan recalled Leverkusen's financial report at the time, a deficit of €30 million. Yet they preferred to grit their teeth and keep Lucio. It was no longer a question of money, it was a question of the club's survival. Page 3, Materazzi. The edges of this page were curled as if it had been crumpled repeatedly. Inter Milan's negotiator was a bald old man, always stirring his espresso with a silver spoon in a café. Claire wrote. "He laid his cards on the table at our first meeting, €5 million, not expensive. But Mihajlovic tore his Achilles tendon in training last week, and we need a center-back who can play in the Champions League." Page 3, Materazzi. The edges of this page were curled as if it had been crumpled repeatedly. Inter Milan's negotiator was a bald old man, always stirring his espresso with a silver spoon in a café. Claire wrote. "He laid his cards on the table at our first meeting, €5 million, not expensive. But Mihajlovic tore his Achilles tendon in training last week, and we need a center-back who can play in the Champions League." More troublesome was Materazzi himself. Attached was a note from his agent, the handwriting crooked, as if scribbled in a bar. "Materazzi says there's too much rain in England, his knees can't take it. Also, Premier League referees are much more lenient with physical contact than in Serie A. He's afraid he'll get a full set of yellow cards in just 3 games. More troublesome was Materazzi himself. Attached was a note from his agent, the handwriting crooked, as if scribbled in a bar. "Materazzi says there's too much rain in England, his knees can't take it. Also, Premier League referees are much more lenient with physical contact than in Serie A. He's afraid he'll get a full set of yellow cards in just 3 games. Claire had even drawn a little cartoon, a burly man in a blue-black jersey frowning at the rainy sky outside the window with a caption next to him. His exact words, "My villa in Milan has a heated pool. Does Leeds have one?" Qin Chuan felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. This center-back, famous for being a tough guy, harbored such trivial concerns deep down. He was like a jagged stone that insisted on being warmed by the sun before it would budge. Page 4, Roberto Ayala. The last page was the thickest, clipped with a cutting from a local Valencia newspaper. The front page was a photo of Ayala holding the La Liga trophy with a bold Spanish headline, "The captain who will never leave." The first time we inquired, the Valencia president hung up the phone. The record read, tinged with frustration. The second time we communicated through a third party, and they replied, "Do you know how many Ayala jerseys are sold at the Mestalla? More than the forwards." The first time we inquired, the Valencia president hung up the phone. The record read, tinged with frustration. The second time we communicated through a third party, and they replied, "Do you know how many Ayala jerseys are sold at the Mestalla? More than the forwards." The first time we inquired, the Valencia president hung up the phone. The record read, tinged with frustration. The second time we communicated through a third party, and they replied, "Do you know how many Ayala jerseys are sold at the Mestalla? More than the forwards." Attached financial statements showed that although Valencia was in debt at the time, Ayala's commercial value accounted for 12 of the team's sponsorship revenue. His likeness was printed on everything from jerseys to olive oil, making him a symbol of the city. When we raised the offer to 10 million euros, their sporting director sent us a video outside the training ground. Over 20 fans were holding up Ayala Stay signs, and one old lady was crying while holding an autographed photo of him from 10 years ago. Below in red ink was Claire's annotation. They said selling Ayala would be like dismantling the foundation of the Mestalla. Qin Chuan closed the memo folder. The rain outside the window had grown heavy. On the training ground, Stam was bent over showing Dawson how to slide tackle, while Chiva helped pick up the balls. The three figures looked especially thin in the misty rain. Qin Chuan closed the memo folder. The rain outside the window had grown heavy. On the training ground, Stam was bent over showing Dawson how to slide tackle, while Chiva helped pick up the balls. The three figures looked especially thin in the misty rain. He suddenly remembered the scene in the treatment room, that morning Stekelenburg's ankle wrapped in an ice pack, Radev's back slowly rising as he leaned on his knee. 3. He whispered again, his fingertips pressing faint indentations into the desktop. He suddenly remembered the scene in the treatment room, that morning Stekelenburg's ankle wrapped in an ice pack, Radev's back slowly rising as he leaned on his knee. 3. He whispered again, his fingertips pressing faint indentations into the desktop. The winter air in Yorkshire was like frozen iron shards biting against the skin. Qin Chuan walked alone on the path leading to the Leeds United Youth Academy. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, a damp, cold, earthy scent rising from the gaps in the turf. The distant sound of whistles and ball strikes from the training ground hummed, like an unflagging engine, sustaining the club's future pulse. He had brought no assistant today, notified no one. Not even Venables was aware. He simply wanted to quietly observe whether the kids who had fallen back to the youth academy were still fighting tooth and nail to climb up. Lennon repeatedly accelerated down the flank, his pace still astonishing, yet his crossing arc remained raw. Cahill, his eyes reddened with frustration during a challenge, lost his footing in a tackle. The snowmelt soaked through his jersey as he roared at the turf, not out of anger at others, but hatred for his own failure to hold his ground. Qin Chuan stood in the shadows, his cap brim pulled low, his gaze like a cold, scanning beam. "Where's Ashley Young?" he asked the staff member beside him. "He didn't take the field today," the other replied in a low voice. He said the youth team training load was insufficient. He's tried several times to go straight to the reserve team. Qin Chuan nodded. Ashley Young's abilities had long surpassed the ceiling of the youth team. The system's potential list marked him as rotation for top 5 leagues, but the first team flanks were crowded by these blooming thorns. Ronaldinho, Ribery, Robin. Where was there a place for him? Find a club in the winter window. Loan him out. Qin Chuan said, his tone flat. He needs a bigger pitch and sharper opponents to sharpen his claws. As he turned a corner, suddenly caught his eye. The players from Group B's training area had long dispersed, leaving only one figure still on the field. He wore an old number 63 jersey, his shoe uppers scuffed, white, the rubber soles peeling at the edges. Yet on the slick turf he repeatedly practiced man-marking and positioning, simulating confrontation against an empty goal. Each time he neared the penalty area, he lowered his center of gravity, turning sideways with a restrained arm swing. His knuckles were red from the cold, yet they carried a stubborn precision. Repetition, like a man chiseling ice in the dead of winter. The coach nearby didn't urge him on, just cradled a thermos, watching his back, his exhaled breath carrying a hint of pity. This kid always feels that if he trains enough he can move up. Who is he? Qin Chuan asked. Chun Zichuan, Chinese descent. 20 years old. The assistant coach unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of hot water. He's been in the youth team for almost 3 years. He should have tried moving up to the reserves. But his physical condition is what it is, slow average in duels. The coaching staff have all advised him, told him to try being a scout assistant first. He paused, his voice softening a little. But he's stubborn. He said, let me play for another 6 months. If I can't make it, I'll leave. Look at his shoes, still last year's sponsored old model. Worn down like that, and he can't bear to replace them. He says, gotta save money. If I ever make the first team, I can still wear them. Qin Chuan said nothing, watching his sliding tackle. It wasn't fast, but it was as if he had already drawn a line on the turf. The moment his heel grazed the imaginary ball, his knee instinctively rose, neither committing a foul nor sealing the ball's path. This wasn't something sheer hard work could build, it was an innate understanding of the subtraction in defense, knowing exactly which step can serve the most energy, yet prove the most lethal. He suddenly walked over and sat on a bench waiting for him to finish. Chen Zichuan wiped his sweat and turned startled to see someone there. He didn't recognize this, as the club owner only felt the other's gaze was deep and nodded instinctively. Morning, sir. Not taking a break. Not tired yet. He scratched his head with a smile, his nose red from the cold. No group drills today, so I'm practicing more on marking. I'm slow, so I have to calculate more accurately than others. How long have you been practicing? About 1.5 years. He pointed at his legs. I used to want to play striker, but the coach said I couldn't outrun the ball and my touch was too rough, so I switched to defender. Now, at least I know where to stand so people can't easily get past me. Do you want to keep playing? I do. His eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed, his Adam's apple bobbing. But I know I don't have the potential. I'll never make the first team. Being a training assistant would be fine. Picking up balls, setting up cones. As long as I can stay by the pitch listening to the whistle, that's enough. As long as I can stay by the pitch. This sentence struck Qin Chuan's heart like a piece of ice melting into a pool of chill. He remembered himself before the transmigration, delivering food on an electric scooter at 4 in the morning, always stealing glances at the Premier League on the pub screens as he passed by. His breath fogged his glasses as he thought, if only I could go to a live match. Back then he and this young Chinese man, clutching his old jersey, were both outside the glow of football, standing on tiptoes to peer inside. System notification: target player Qin Chuan, initial potential E equivalent to FM rating, current ability D, mental attribute evaluation, teamwork 18, professionalism 20, game reading 17, defensive positioning 18. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. His physical talent was a piece of blunt iron, but his mental attributes were like tempered steel. Professionalism at 20 meant he would train until he was the last one on a sub-zero morning. Defensive positioning at 18 meant he used his brain to compensate for his body's shortcomings. The system couldn't create talent, but it could sheath this blunt iron in steel. He touched the golden template card in his pocket. The card bore the image of Lilian Thuram from the 2003-04 season. The defensive master who could retreat from right back to center back using positioning to extinguish countless one-on-ones. That afternoon Qin Chuan sat in the club office, a stack of youth team evaluation reports spread across the desk. He quietly finished reading Qin Chuan's training records, the stubborn figure from the morning training grounds surfacing in his mind. He was silent for a moment, then thought to himself, use template card Thuram peak, season bind, target Qin Chuan, confirm binding. Yes, the system interface materialized faintly in the depths of his consciousness, silent and precise, binding successful. Template merging in progress. This template is a full injection type, grants core ability package, full field man marking ability, tactical positioning, lateral shift, and cover stability. Note: target's mental attributes are excellent. Fusion rate 100. No growth process required. Abilities are instantly covered and activated. Can be unbound. The template card will be voided and not recovered. Qin Chuan opened his eyes. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted onto the sill. He knew that from this moment on, the youth team player with already top-tier mental attributes now possessed the positional logic, marking, anticipation, and covering instincts of an elite defender. He would become a cornerstone of the Leeds United defense. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. The next morning in the youth team scrimmage, Qin Chuan started the match. No one paid him any attention at first. Not until the 8th minute, when he intercepted Lennon 3 times in a row, each time using a minimal body position shift to forcefully shove him out of bounds. Lennon isn't slow, how can he not get past him? The assistant coach exclaimed in surprise. Did you notice his distance control when he moved? The head coach said in a low voice. That's professional level defensive awareness. It's like a first-team player suddenly snuck into the training camp. Qin Chuan said nothing from the sideline. He knew this wasn't a substitute, but a brand new center back, forged by the template. More importantly, this template had been firmly embraced by a resolute spiritual core. That afternoon he formally informed head coach Venables, promote Qin Chuan to the first team. The old manager raised an eyebrow. The kid's decent. His talent is average, but his positioning, marking, and tackling awareness do have a rather promising quality. Then let him have a try. The old manager smiled. Maybe we found another tough nut. A few days later, on the first team training ground. During a first team tactical drill, Stam and Dawson were rested due to muscle fatigue. Qin Chuan personally named Qin Chuan as their replacement. Ronaldinho was orchestrating a build-up drill. As the ball was played towards Drogba's feet, a figure suddenly burst from the left, executing a clean, almost body-tight, sliding tackle. Drogba turned to look, only to see an unfamiliar face. You're the new guy, eh? Drogba raised an eyebrow. Yes. Qin Chuan stood up and retreated into the defensive line, his composure as steady as a veteran's. Stam watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but smile. This guy's not stage frightened. Qin Chuan smiled from the sideline too. He knew this was a new beginning. Perhaps before long, when those Premier League superstar forwards repeatedly lose their patience being marked, they will realize that a truly immovable shield has appeared on the Leeds United defense line. The name is Qin Chuan. Outside the window, the snow continued to fall, while the fire in the office hearth was warm. Qin Chuan looked at the stack of scouting reports on his desk, a slight frown creasing his brow. The issues exposed in the training match were clear. Parker had plenty of grit. Carrick was stable in organization. Alonso excelled in passing and control, but against fast-paced, high-intensity games, the midfield still lacked a disruptor. A guy who could stick his foot into every passing lane, a barrier with both discipline and sweeping ability. Here's the report on Talaylan. Claire pushed a new dossier across the desk. A nonce midfielder, currently 20 years old, just broke into the starting 11. His first-team stats aren't flashy, but his defensive coverage is extensive. His average interceptions and tackles are among the top in League One. I've seen the footage. Qin Chuan nodded. In that match against Monaco, he forced Ludovic Giuly to pass back every time. He doesn't get beaten one-on-one. His positioning is disciplined clean. Just doesn't show up on the highlight reels much. Exactly, no one's fighting for him. Claire smiled. Nance is asking for $3.5 million. If we pay in a lump sum, they're happy to let him go. Any add-on clauses in the contract? No buyback, no sell-on percentage. She paused. They're just afraid of breaking the kid's heart. They want to give him a bigger stage. Then we'll give him one. Qin Chuan smiled, picking up a pen to sign the transfer request. Don't tell the media. Let's talk to the player first. A few days later, in a low-key cafe on the outskirts of Paris, Qin Chuan met Talalin in person. The young man's face was touched by the frost, yet his expression was remarkably restrained. I know Leeds has a lot of midfielders now, he said frankly. Alonso, Carrick, Parker. All of them can pass and control. I won't demand a starting spot. You're not afraid of competition. I welcome competition. He gave a slight smile. As long as there's a pitch, I'll run more than anyone else. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. What we need is exactly someone like you. Someone who asks not for applause, but for a position. The contract was signed. The salary was modest, less than 5,000 a year, but with incremental clauses. There was no signing fee. Talalin only asked for one condition. Let me join training as soon as possible. Back in Leeds that evening, Qin Chuan watched him participate in his first team training session from the sidelines. A deep certainty settled in his heart. This French teenager, unflashy, unassuming, was like a screw that fit perfectly into the gear of the team's tactical machine. A few days later, the transfer was officially announced. Media coverage was sparse. No one paid attention to this small deal. But in Qin Chuan's heart, this wasn't just adding a brick. It was adding a rivet. He murmured softly to himself, the Premier League winter needs more of these hard bones. The 20th round of the Premier League. On January 7, 2004, at St. James Park. In the north of England, winter nights arrived early, and the cold wind carried moisture slapping against the roof of the stands at St. James Park with a muffled sound. Inside the stadium, the crowd was already in full voice. White home scarves rose and fell in the stands like a restless field of snow. In the pre-match media area, the commentary was colder than the weather. The headline in the Daily Mail was bluntly skeptical. Will Leeds United's miracle begin to crumble from the loss to Wolves? The Times was more restrained, but its words still carried scrutiny. The terminator of the unbeaten myth has appeared. Now we must see if Qin Chuan's team has the ability to regain their balance from the brink of a fall. In the Leeds United dressing room, the atmosphere was so quiet you could hear the faint sounds of players adjusting their protective gear. Qin Chuan, wearing a coach's vest, stood beside Venables holding a tactical board marked with the running hotspots of the Newcastle players. Stam has been at full capacity for 2 consecutive games. His muscle fatigue index is off the charts. Venables said, his voice calm, but carrying an unyielding decisiveness. Today's center-backs are Dawson and Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan instinctively clenched his fists. Qin Chuan noticed his subtle movement, walked over, and patted his shoulder. Shearer likes to turn near the edge of the box. Keep a half-step distance, and don't let his feints throw off your balance. Dawson will help you with cover. You've practiced your defensive rotation many times in training. Qin Chuan nodded firmly, the tension in his eyes replaced by resolve. Lineups. Leeds United 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper Robinson. Defenders Sun Shuyong, Dawson, Qin Chuan, Ian Hart. Defensive midfielders Parker, Carrick. Forwards Ribery, Ronaldinho, Alan Smith. Striker Drogba. Substitutes Carson, Chivu, Makelele, Garcia, Bent. Newcastle United 4-4-2. Goalkeeper Shay Given. Defenders Carr, Woodgate, O'Brien, Hughes. Midfielders Laurent, Robert, Speed, Kieran Dyer, Bellamy. Forwards Alan Shearer, Amia Bai. First half. As soon as the whistle blew, Newcastle attacked fiercely like the northern wind. In the 6th minute, Bellamy broke through on the right at high speed, delivering a precise cross to the onrushing Shearer. The legendary English striker shot before Dawson could react. Qin Chuan instinctively slid over to cover, using his body to block the trajectory. The ball skimmed the post and went out for a corner. What a brilliant piece of covering, the commentator exclaimed with awe. On the sidelines, Qin Chuan nodded slightly and noted on his tactical board, Qin Chuan's lateral movement speed is up to standard. Keep it up. After the 15th minute, Leeds United gradually steadied themselves. Ronaldinho began to display his magical footwork in the center, a backheel pass that deftly bypassed Dyer and found the onrushing Parker, but the latter's shot was blocked by Woodgate. Qin Chuan shouted at the right moment, Carrick distribute the ball more to the flank, stretch their defensive width. In the 28th minute, Leeds United had a golden opportunity. Carrick delivered a precise long pass from midfield to the right flank. Sun Shuyong sprinted down the line, controlled the ball with his chest, and sent in a low cross. Alan Smith followed up in the center and shot, but Given made a brilliant save, palming the ball over the bar with one hand. Sun Shuyong pounded the turf in frustration. Qin Chuan shouted from the sidelines, keep this rhythm. More chances will come. Just 2 minutes later, the game took a dramatic turn. Newcastle capitalized on a gap in Leeds' midfield recovery to launch a counterattack. Bellamy drove into the right side of the box, pulled the ball back to the center, and Shearer met it with a shot. The ball hit the inside of the net and went in. 1-0. St. James Park erupted instantly. Qin Chuan had recovered defensively in time, but the second phase attack triggered by a midfield error left him with minimal blocking angle. Dawson ran over and patted him on the back. "No problem, we'll fight back." In the 39th minute, Ronaldinho's individual brilliance ignited Leeds United's counterattack. He received the ball in the center circle, dribbled past Speed and Dyer in succession, used a feint shot to dummy the covering defender and advanced to the edge of the box. Facing the recovering Woodgate, the Brazilian played a no-look-through ball. Alan Smith, reading the play perfectly, laid it off with a gentle touch, and Ribery surged forward to smash the ball into the net. 1-1. A perfect fusion of Samba footwork and Gallic impact, the commentators shouted excitedly. But on the coaching bench, Venables simply said to Qin Chuan, "We need to speed up in the second half. Their defensive line is nearing its physical limit." Qin Chuan nodded, circling the gaps in Newcastle's defensive midfield on his tactical board. "Let Sun Shuyong and Ribery exploit the flanks, more targeting the space behind their fullbacks." Second half. In the 51st minute, Sun Shuyong sounded the charge with a textbook defensive counterattack. He made a last-ditch sliding tackle in his own half to dispossess Robert, got up immediately, and launched a counterattack. He played a through ball down the line to Ronaldinho, who crossed to the left. Ribery's angled shot from a tight space went just wide. In the 58th minute, Carrick's precise diagonal long pass from midfield again found Sun Shuyong on the right. He crossed to the center, and Drogba, stretching, managed a toe poke that skimmed the post. Qin Chuan stood up on the sidelines faster. Their center-backs are slow to turn. Newcastle responded by increasing the physicality with Amiabai and Shearer frequently charging at the Leeds center-back line. In the 67th minute, Shearer turned suddenly with his back to goal and unleashed a shot. Qin Chuan blocked it with his body like an iron tower. The ball struck his shin hard and bounced out for a throw-in. Shearer walked over and patted his shoulder. "Good block, kid." Qin Chuan panted silently, picked up the ball, and threw it to a teammate, a new calmness in his eyes. In the 70th minute, Qin Chuan signaled for a substitution. Maluda on Smith off. Ribery switches to the right. He specifically instructed the substitute Maluda, "Get to the byline on the left and cross. Drogba is waiting in the center." The substitution had an immediate effect. In the 74th minute, Maluda broke down the left and crossed. Drogba in the box overpowered O'Brien to head the ball, but Given managed to tip it over the bar. In the 79th minute, Parker intercepted the ball in midfield and passed to Carrick. Carrick played a through ball that pierced three defenders. Ronaldinho ran onto it, beating the offside trap, but his chip shot over Given hit the crossbar. The Leeds United substitutes rose and sat down in unison, their sighs echoing. In the 83rd minute, the goal finally came. Qin Chuan intercepted a pass from Shearer in his own half and played a short ball to Parker. Parker turned and advanced before passing to the right. Sun Shuyong suddenly accelerated, used a body feint to find a gap between Robert and Hughes, and delivered a low-driven cross. In the center, Drogba got ahead of Woodgate to slide the ball into the net. 2-1, Leeds United took the lead. Sun Shuyong ran over excitedly to embrace Drogba. On the sidelines, Qin Chuan clenched his fist and exchanged a look with Venables, a look of a plan coming together perfectly. Final whistle. In the last 5 minutes, Newcastle launched a wave of attacks, sending 3 high balls to Shearer, but each was neutralized by Dawson and Qin Chuan. In the 89th minute, Dawson's header clearance from the back post didn't go far. Shearer met it with a volley, but Qin Chuan blocked it again with his body. He protected the ball tenaciously until a teammate came to support. When the referee blew the final whistle, the roar of St. James Park was cut short. The Leeds United players celebrated their away victory together. 2-1. They had proven their resilience with a comeback. After the match, the Guardian's headline was admiring Shearer scored, but only once. Qin Chuan and Dawson made this night belong to Leeds United's youth. Sky Sports awarded Man of the Match to Drogba for a decisive goal that showed responsibility in a tough battle, but specifically noted that Sun Shuyong's two-way play on the flank and Qin Chuan's crucial blocks were the invisible foundations of the victory. In the dressing room, Sun Shuyong took off his soaking wet shirt, his face still flushed from the exertion. Qin Chuan walked over and handed him a towel. "This winter we're not just enduring, we're building a foundation." He opened his tactical notebook where a line was written, "They thought we had fallen, but in truth we had just shifted our stance to gather strength." Venables looked at the players sitting together and announced loudly, "Who said we would slide? This victory tells everyone. Leeds United is on the rise, and we won't take a single step back." The lights of St. James Park gradually dimmed. The Leeds United team bus drove away from the stadium. Outside the window, the northern wind was still biting, but inside the bus a warm and steadfast flame surged. That night, they had not only won a match, but had also reclaimed the hardest backbone of all, the confidence to face down doubt. In the winter transfer window, news of facts from Barcelona arrived at the top floor of the Leeds United club building. Victoria Stone stood in her glass-walled office dressed in a black turtleneck and tailored suit jacket, flipping through the documents just delivered with her left hand, while tapping her phone screen with her right to check the exchange rates. 45 million. Her tone was flat as she looked up at Qin Chuan, who was walking in. "It's the real price, not a rumor." Qin Chuan took off his scarf. The winter snow outside hadn't fully melted, leaving a thin layer of dust on his shoulders. He glanced at the facts, a hint of almost sardonic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Laporta couldn't sit still any longer. Victoria Stone nodded. They're only 6th in La Liga at the halfway point. Van Gaal's tactics are under massive scrutiny. Fans and the board are squabbling, and Laporta needs a transfer bombshell. Her voice was as clinical as an audit report. They think we'll be as decisive as we were in the summer, maybe choose to cash in on the investment. Qin Chuan took the facts, his tone as indifferent as commenting on a real estate deal. 45 million. Double what it was in the summer. We don't need the money. We've got over 100 million in the bank. Exactly, it's not summer anymore, Victoria Stone interjected. They're too late. He's the cornerstone of our entire plan. Qin Chuan's tone was unwavering. Even for 70 million, he's not for sale. There was no further discussion between them. They simply clipped the facts back into the folder. At the afternoon training ground, everything was as usual. Ribery completed 2 assists during corner kick drills. A Drogba's soaring header made goalkeeper Robinson exclaim, "Unstoppable." Alonso's through balls were increasingly precise. Parker's tackles were crisp and decisive, and Ronaldinho was behind the goal, his back to the training pitch, teaching Milner how to chip the ball over a defender. No one knew that just hours earlier his name had become the target of the biggest winter window bid in Europe. Until the cover of World Sports ran the headline, Barca bids 45 million for Ronaldinho, accompanied by a blown-up close-up of him from the summer, wearing a Paris jersey, standing at the gates of the Camp Nou. The Leeds United internal training camp was instantly thrust into the spotlight. A journalist outside the training ground pressed, "Will Ronaldinho leave?" Venables snorted upon hearing this. "Who? 45 million to buy a player. Tell them we wouldn't even sell our defensive midfielder." Qin Chuan stood by the training pitch, leaving only a short statement. "Tell everyone he's not going anywhere." Qin Chuan returned to the locker room, standing on the carpet emblazoned with the white rose crest. His gaze drifted among the players. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "I know you've all seen the news. A 45 million bid." He paused, his voice calm, but resolute. "Barcelona wants to buy one of us, and they might even target others." The locker room fell into a stifling silence. Someone unconsciously twisted a towel, another let out a soft cough. Ronaldinho sat on the bench casually fiddling with his wristband, but his eyes remained steady. Qin Chuan looked around and continued, "I'm telling you this right now. No one will be sold this season. Not because you're not valuable." His gaze swept over Drogba, Alonso, Parker, then to Smith and Son Heung-min, finally resting on Ronaldinho's face. "It's because I don't need to buy anyone else to replace you. You are the team I want. We spent the entire summer rebuilding, and now it's time to deliver on our promises." He paused, his tone suddenly gaining an edge of sharp intensity and passion. "This season we're not here to avoid relegation, nor for any nonsense about readjusting to the Premier League. We are going to challenge Arsenal for the title." The air seemed to ignite. The players' bodies straightened, unconsciously, sparks flashing in their eyes. "Yes, Arsenal are top. They're undefeated. We're a few points behind. But you know what?" He lifted his chin, pointing to the crest on his white jersey. "We are Leeds United. We're only 1 point behind. We have 16 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss. We are second. In the second half of the season, we must fight every match like it's a final. We need to tell the whole Premier League. Arsenal aren't the only ones worthy of talking about the title." His voice dropped slightly, "So nobody is being sold. All 25 of us. We will go all the way together. If we end up at the top of the table, then every single one of you will be written into Leeds United's history." No one spoke at that moment. But Son Heung-min's clenched fist, Alonso's focused expression, the hint of a smile in Ronaldinho's eyes, and Drogba's slow, firm nod, all silently answered him. Seconds later, Smith was the first to stand up, raising his water bottle and shouting to the heavens, "Then let's go and do something massive." Laughter erupted in the locker room, a symphony of applause, footsteps, and high fives. Drogba rushed over and hugged Qin Chuan. "We're going to win that title." Ronaldinho grinned and made a gesture. "Boss, I'm planning a world-class goal for the next match." Son Heung-min just nodded and said calmly, "Starting from the next round, I'll make everyone shut up." That night in the Leeds locker room, there was no melodrama of passionate speeches, but a deep-seated sense of stability that came from the bone. The media exploded first, followed by the fans. At the White Rose pub, Dave slammed the newspaper hard. 45 million. In the past, hearing a bid like that would have scared me. Now I'm almost flying high with pride. George didn't pour cold water on him as usual. He just wiped a glass and said word by word, "It means our bet paid off. Now isn't the time for Leeds to sell, it's the time for us to make others anxious." A transfer special aired on TV. The host couldn't help but exclaim, "If Leeds were a surprise in the summer, they've now completely established themselves. Who would have thought a club that just escaped relegation would dare to turn down 45 million? Ronaldinho himself faced the media with his signature smile. "I'm very happy at Leeds. I have my brothers here, the fans, and a stage that lets me play freely. Sorry, I'm not interested in leaving." He didn't explicitly say the words, "I'm staying," but it carried more weight than any official announcement. A few days later, Spain's Daily Sport reported that the internal strife at Barcelona was intensifying. The club's financial department had issued a clear warning. If we force the $45 million deal, they might not even be able to afford a center back this summer. Leeds United's official website didn't release any formal response, but on the training ground a new poster was quietly hung on the fence. The image showed Ronaldinho flicking the ball with his toe, with the team flag billowing in the wind and snow behind him. And beside him teammates, Sun Shuyong, Drogba, Makelele, and others stood silently in the frame, like a fortress guarding the future of Leeds United. On January 10, 2004, in Leeds, Northern England, the midday cold wave swept across Elland Road with a drizzling rain, the wind howling through the gaps in the stands, causing the flags to flap noisily. Despite the harsh weather, the stadium was filled to capacity early on. This was the first home match of the new year. Fans wrapped in thick scarves and wearing white rose armbands shouted in unison from the stands. They knew that this Leeds United was no longer the debt-ridden, precarious team it had been just a few months ago. Qin Chuan was not present. This left the fans slightly disappointed, but they also understood that the young owner was far away in the East, having traveled to China for personal matters. And in the team he left behind, changes had quietly taken place. Leeds United lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation today. Goalkeeper no. 1 Paul Robinson. Defense from right to left no. 17 Sun Shuyong no. 25 Dawson no. 13 Chivu no. 3 Hart, double defensive midfielders no. 14 Alonso no. 8 Parker, front 3 no. 16 Robin no. 27 Luis Garcia no. 11 Smith, lone striker, and core no. 9 Drogba. Ronaldinho was rested for this match, and Venables had explicitly stated before the game that the team needed to learn to win, even without Ronaldinho. The away team, Tottenham Hotspur, set up in a standard 4-4-2 formation, fielding a mix of experience and youth, with Defoe and Canute partnering up front and Dalmat, Redknapp, and Davis controlling the midfield. At the start of the match, both teams traded attacks. Tottenham's midfield orchestrated smoothly, at one point suppressing Leeds' rhythm of possession. In the 23rd minute, Drogba forced his way down the right flank and sent in a cross. Smith, charging into the box, got to the ball and slotted it home, giving the team a 1-0 lead. It was a classic target man and second striker combination goal. Drogba used his body to hold off Ledley King, drew the double team, and then deftly knocked the ball sideways. Smith calmly placed the ball into Keller's net. The crowd erupted, but Tottenham's response came swiftly. In the 61st minute of the second half, a cross from Tottenham's right flank deflected off Chivu's leg. Paul Robinson attempted a dive, but fumbled the ball, and Defoe pounced on the loose ball to tap it into the net, making the score 1-1. Venables on the sidelines shook his head. Rumors in the dressing room had it that the club was already closely monitoring a young goalkeeper from Rennes, Petr Cech. With 10 minutes left in the match, Leeds made substitutions, bringing on Milner and Maluda, but they struggled to break through Tottenham's defense. Until the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Sun Shuyong, the player the opposition had marked the least, stepped up. It started with a ball intercepted by Smith in the center circle, who then passed it to Sun Shuyong on the right flank. The Chinese fullback didn't hesitate. He lifted his foot and unleashed a low-driven shot from over 30 meters out. The ball skimmed across the rain-slicked grass, hugging the ground as it arrowed into the bottom left corner of the net. Keeper Keller's view was blocked, and he couldn't react in time. Goal. 2-1. The entire south stand of Elland Road erupted in pandemonium. Fans leaped to their feet, chanting Sun's name, their white scarves swirling in the wind and rain. Venables clenched his fist and let out a low growl. The final whistle blew. In their first home game of the new year, Leeds United defeated Tottenham Hotspur 2-1, updating their league record to 17 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, keeping the pressure on league leaders Arsenal. Sun Shuyong was named man of the match by the BBC and The Guardian, while Drogba's assist and Smith's run were equally impressive. At the post-match press conference, a reporter pressed Venables, did Boss Chin's absence affect the dressing room? Venables gave a faint smile. No. His influence was never about where he stands, but about the team he built. On the night of January 10, 2004, in Chengdu, China, the city was cloaked in a light mist, neon lights spilling onto the damp streets, painting the Sichuan Plains city in a gentle yet vibrant hue. Qin Chuan stood under the awning of a tea shop on Chuanxi Road, a few drops of drizzle still on his shoulders. He wore a dark baseball cap, a waterproof windbreaker, and carried a black messenger bag, blending in with the crowd of tourists, utterly inconspicuous. It's still raining in England, cold as an icebox, he muttered to himself, pulling out his Nokia phone to check the latest scores on BBC Sport. Leeds United 2-1 Tottenham. Scorers: Smith, 23, Sun Shuyong, 903, assisted by Drogba. Seeing the scoreline, the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth lifted. He hadn't been there and had expected the team to struggle more. He never imagined Sun Shuyong would be the one to score the winner. Thinking about how the Chinese fullback he'd poached from Manchester City had now cemented his place in the Leeds starting 11, he felt a sense of validation. The system was truly formidable. Venables didn't let me down. He closed his phone and looked up at the night sky over Chengdu. This trip to China wasn't for business, nor for any transfer negotiations. It was simply to get away. It had been only half a year since he took over Leeds United in June. He had cleared 80 million in debt, rebuilt the squad, and brought in future superstars like Ronaldinho, Drogba, and Alonso. For 6 straight months, he had operated like a machine. Now with the league standings tied on Arsenal's heels and the winter transfer window reinforcements complete, he had finally found the time to fly back to China alone on a British Airways flight. He wasn't a native-born Englishman. The body's original owner was British, but Qin Chuan was a time traveler, a 21st-century Chinese man. He missed the taste, the language, the vibrant life of China. Chengdu was a city he loved. The tea houses, the snacks, the sound of mahjong tiles. These flavors were etched in his memory, a place where he hoped to rediscover himself. Tonight, I'm going to start with some rabbit head, he said to himself with a smile, stepping into a small, unassuming eatery in the alley. A few days later, Qin Chuan got up early from his hotel and strolled through the alleys of Yuan. The winter in Chengdu was neither cold nor hot, just a bit damp, perfect for a walk. As he walked, the noise of children playing caught his attention. Hey, pass it to me. Wang Chu, watch out behind you. He stopped and looked at the concrete pitch enclosed by a chain-link fence by the street. A 5-side court with a pockmarked surface, but the kids were playing with fiery passion. The name, Wang Chu, stirred something in Qin Chuan's mind. He looked up and saw a short, slightly dark-skinned boy, wearing a faded jersey, controlling the ball in the center. His movements weren't flashy, but they were incredibly efficient. After one touch to control, and a turn, he immediately threaded a through ball that pierced the 2-man defense, setting up a teammate for an easy goal into the empty net. Nice one, his teammates yelled, piling on top of him. Wang Chu, only 13 years old, Qin Chuan murmured. This kid's style wasn't eye-catching. There were no dribbles past 3 players, no unstoppable long shots. But his vision, his passing choices, his ability to control the tempo, none of it seemed like it should belong to an ordinary 13-year-old. He wasn't the explosively talented type like Ronaldo, but he possessed an undeniable football IQ. Qin Chuan's eyes grew brighter as he watched. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Target found. Wang Chu, mental attributes, extremely high current growth potential, extremely high recommended position, attacking midfielder, central playmaker, mark as target player. Yes, he thought silently. An hour later, the game ended. Qin Chuan didn't approach rashly. He waited outside the court until the kids dispersed, then watched Wang Chu carrying a large tattered backpack bounce towards the street corner. He went through an alley and finally entered an old, dilapidated residential building. Qin Chuan followed, noted the apartment number, then turned and walked back to the street corner. He pulled out his phone and called his assistant Claire Walton in England. Claire, I need you to prepare a youth academy contract and a family relocation agreement template for a Chinese minor. Boss, where are you? Chengdu, Qin Chuan said softly. I just found a gem. I'm taking him to England. I thought you went there to relax. I'm feeling even better now, he said. The next afternoon, Qin Chuan, along with a translator and an intermediary, knocked on the door of Wang Chu's home. The house was very modest, old brick walls, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The family of 3, Father Wang Jianhua, a bus dispatcher, Mother Huang Mei, a cleaner in the community property management, were both working-class people. When they heard that Qin Chuan was the owner of an English football club and had come specifically to talk about their child, the couple initially thought he was a scammer. It wasn't until Qin Chuan laid out Leeds United's introduction, screenshots of the English official website, Ronaldinho's signing photos, and BBC reports about Leeds on the table that the two were stunned into silence. You really want our Chu-Chu to go play football in England? Huang Mei's voice trembled. Qin Chuan nodded with a smile. I can assure you we will provide Wang Chu with top-tier youth training resources. We will be fully responsible for his education and living arrangements and help him integrate into the environment in England. We don't understand these foreign things, Wang Jianhua said, looking troubled. I know this is a huge decision, Qin Chuan said, setting down his teacup and looking at them. So I have 2 additional promises. First, we will handle the full visa procedures for your family and arrange for you to settle in Leeds. Second, we can arrange jobs for both you and your wife outside the club. The salary won't be high, but it will ensure a stable life. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Huang Mei's eyes reddened. We really don't deserve for Chu-Chu to have such a path. Qin Chuan shook his head. Football isn't that unattainable. As long as you're willing to give him this chance, he might go further than any of us can imagine. The sun was shining outside the window, and Wang Chu, watching from the balcony, his eyes lit up upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. Uncle, if I don't play well, will I be sent back to China? Qin Chuan smiled and reached out his hand. You work hard, don't be lazy, don't give up. I won't send you back. The boy solemnly high-fived him. Date January 13, 2004. Location Chengdu, China, at Wang Chu's home. The moment of signing was quiet. Qin Chuan produced a contract that had already been translated, bearing the words, Leeds United AFC Youth Development Program. You can take a look first, no rush, Qin Chuan said gently. We still have time to decide. Everything is voluntary. Wang Jianhua put on his reading glasses and scrutinized the contract line by line, the corners of his eyes trembling occasionally. He couldn't fully understand all the football terminology, but the phrases like full funding, cultural courses, medical insurance, and accommodation arrangements in the text exuded sincerity. Huang Mei was brewing tea in the kitchen, tears glistening. What if our child really goes? Later, her voice trembled. Then he will be our pride, Wang Jianhua said, closing the contract, his voice low but resolute. He looked at Qin Chuan, rose with his hands on his knees and bowed. Thank you, Leeds United. Wang Chu stood by, clenching his fists. He didn't speak, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Claire's entrance. 3 days later, Qin Chuan had already traveled from Chengdu to Shanghai, preparing to fly back to England. His assistant Claire Walton flew ahead to Chengdu to begin handling the follow-up arrangements. The blonde, capable female assistant dressed in a black coat and stiletto heels appeared at the exit of Chengdu Shuangliu Airport, as if she had wandered off the wrong set from London's financial district. Welcome to China, Qin Chuan said, hands in his down jacket pockets grinning. Thanks for sending me to this damp, cold city. Claire rolled her eyes, but couldn't hide her smile. Did you really sign a 13-year-old kid? Of course, my eyes never lie. He's the future Ronaldinho, the best number 10. You'll fall in love with him. What I love more is the pay for this business trip. She shrugged and handed Qin Chuan her leather document case. Here's the relocation plan for their family, the visa checklist, and the preliminary work arrangement draft. Get them signed when we meet tomorrow. Well done. Don't worry about your bonus. And what about the UK side? I've already contacted the Leeds City Council and the UK Home Office's youth exchange program. They're willing to process Wang Chu under this special cultural talent quota so the paperwork can be streamlined, Claire said as she pulled out her phone to browse documents. For work arrangements, Wang's father will be placed in the stadium operations company we partner with, handling logistics and scheduling. His mother can work in the club cafeteria or cleaning department, stable and respectable. Qin Chuan nodded. Good. Are you building a Chinese national team? She teased. No, I just happen to see a talented kid. Qin Chuan gazed at the flow of people on the distant street. I'm building a future, a Leeds United with a bright future. That evening, Qin Chuan and Claire visited the Wang family again to formally sign the relocation agreement. Wang Chu had already put on a new jersey, his flushed face unable to conceal his excitement. He asked Qin Chuan, "Can I wear number 10? Qin Chuan smiled. You'll have to start from the youth team first. The number 10 jersey is something you have to earn through your own performance. But, he pointed to the club crest on his chest, as long as you work hard enough there will be a place for you here eventually. Huang Mei wiped her tears while packing, and Wang Jianhua held Qin Chuan's hand, saying, Our family will follow your arrangements. We are truly grateful. Once you're over there you'll be part of Leeds United, Qin Chuan said earnestly. Little Wang Chu plays football, you live your lives, and we'll take care of everything. Will he have a chance to play for the national team? Wang Chu suddenly asked. Qin Chuan blinked. What nationality are you? Chinese, of course. Then there you have it, Qin Chuan laughed. Don't think about that until you've made it into the Leeds first team. On the return trip, Qin Chuan took a British Airways flight home, a 13-hour journey. The plane cut through the clouds. It was 6 a.m. London time. Outside the window, dawn spilled over the thick sea of clouds, just like the anticipation in his heart. He took out his personal notebook and flipped to a page titled Personal Asset Growth Record. In July 2003, he had used 200 million of his personal funds to invest in projects he was familiar with at low points: Chinese projects, Alibaba pre-IPO shareholding, Tencent early Hong Kong stock large purchase, China's leading real estate bonds, and early equity, U.S. projects, Google pre-IPO through funds at Apple during stock price slump large position, Amazon small allocation. Conservative estimate, this half year has already yielded a 20 floating profit, he murmured. But it's not time to sell yet. He knew that in a few years, when these companies experienced explosive growth, this capital would become a force capable of reshaping the landscape of European football. This isn't money for Leeds United, he wrote in the corner of the page. This is my capital, a fallback for the future me and the team. He closed the notebook and let out a long breath. The plane descended slowly, the morning light of London Heathrow streaming through the window. Leeds, that old but reborn city, echoed in his heart. He knew he was bringing back not just a teenager, but a future that could lead another era. A cold wave pressed down over Leeds with a gray sky. The lights at Thorpe Arch training ground had not fully come on. Chen Zichuan had already arrived early at the player dormitory building, wearing a hat and holding a cup of freshly brewed black tea. The plane lands at 8:30. Claire told me to pick them up, he muttered, his gaze sweeping over the frost-covered parking lot. Not far away, a figure approached through the morning light. Sun Shuyang, wearing a thick coat, wolfing down a hot sandwich as he walked briskly. You're here to pick them up too? Sun Shuyang blinked. Little Wang Chu and his family. Chen Zichuan nodded, a hint of uncharacteristic nervousness on his face. First time meeting a family from back home. It's not your wedding, why are you so nervous? Sun Shuyang laughed and patted him on the back. Come on, Claire should be waiting at the airport. When the familiar blonde in high heels appeared at the arrival exit, Sun Shuyang couldn't help but murmur, Claire could really go straight into a role as a female boss in a spy movie. Claire got straight to the point. Wang Chu's family. Flight arrived on time. I've arranged for their luggage to be transferred. The car is over there. You two are responsible for greeting them. They don't speak much English, a little Wang Chu knows a bit. Chen Zichuan immediately stepped forward. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I'm Qin Chuan, a player for Leeds United, and also a big brother in the youth team for your son. Boss Qin sent me to pick you up. Wang Jianhua paused, then smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Qin mentioned you. Thank you for coming to pick us up. You're too kind. Huang Mei held Wang Chu's hand, clearly nervous. But Sun Shuyang smiled naturally. Annie, don't be nervous. We're all familiar with things here in the UK. We'll arrange a meal first, and the accommodation is right next to our dormitory area, so it's convenient for us to look after you. As he spoke, he helped Huang Mei with her luggage and called out to Wang Chu, "Come on, little brother. From now on, you're part of our team." Wang Chu looked up, his eyes bright as he gazed at the two Chinese brothers and nodded. At that moment, a strange feeling arose in Qin Chuan's heart. He had always been the newcomer being led around, but now standing beside this boy, with still baby fat on his face, it seemed to ignite a different kind of fire of responsibility within him. Yes, this was not just a simple reception. They were the first guides for this youth stepping into the world of his dreams. The two-story cottage was clean and warm. Qin Chuan had specially arranged a safe place for the Wang family. In the short term, they could share rides with Sun Shuyang and Qin Chuan. The family of three could live there long term. A 20-year residency was purchased by Qin Chuan, with permanent settlement arrangements to be made later under the UK Home Office's Cultural Talent Family Policy. Claire spread out documents in the living room. Here is your work agreement and living allowance arrangement, Mr. Wang. On the logistics side, it's mainly stadium maintenance. You have scheduling experience, so you should adapt quickly. Mrs. Wang, the club has kitchen and cleaning positions both under consideration. Huang Mei nodded gratefully. Thank you so much. If you have any difficulties, feel free to contact me anytime, Claire said, taking out her thick black notebook. As long as it's not an irrational request like making your son a defender, we'll do our best. Everyone laughed. Wang Chu had already changed into the Leeds United youth training kit. Though it was slightly oversized, the club crest on his chest gleamed. Can I wear number 10 in the future? The boy suddenly asked. He had already asked this question once, but this time he was facing two big brothers, who were already fighting in the first team. Qin Chuan smiled and ruffled his hair. When you can dribble past me, I'll give you number 10. What number do you wear now, eh? 29, but that's not the point, Qin Chuan winked. Number 10 belongs to the team's brain. If you want it, you have to have the responsibility. Sun Shuyang sat down nearby, and you need skill, brains, and the stamina to run for 90 minutes. Wang Chu nodded firmly. That night, Wang Chu settled in, and the future of Leeds United quietly planted its first seed. Rotation players, Venables said in front of the tactics board. Middlesbrough are in good form, but our young lads are no pushovers either. I agree. Qin Chuan stood by the door, his gaze sweeping over the young players seated in the tactical meeting room. Stelfraude, Milner to Leyland Bent. These players who had fought all the way through were the true protagonists of the League Cup. Just like when you led the team to knock out Manchester United and Arsenal, Qin Chuan said calmly. You deserve to compete for this trophy. If you play well, even if we lose, no one will blame you. If you play poorly, no one will blame you either, Venables added. But if you don't dare to take responsibility yourselves, then no one will give you another chance. Everyone fell silent. Qin Chuan added, Qin Chuan, you start again, at right back. Yes. Qin Chuan sat up straight, feeling a calmness he had never experienced before. He was no one's substitute, no training extra. He was a first-team member of Leeds United. The January wind was biting in Leeds, but Elland Road was still ablaze with fervor. The first leg of the League Cup semi-final arrived as scheduled, with Leeds United hosting the formidable Middlesbrough at home. Before the match in the dressing room, he patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder and glanced at Stel Cahill, Bent, Milner, Carson, who were about to take the field. You are not temporary workers, not rotation players, and certainly not substitutes. You are the present of Leeds United. Youthful clash. Middlesbrough fielded their strongest lineup: Schwarzer in goal, Southgate at the back, Mendieta, Boateng, and Juninho in midfield with Job and Downing on the wings. Leeds United, in contrast, fielded a young squad with an average age of under 23, goalkeeper Carson, defenders Qin Chuan, Stel Cahill, Hart, midfielders Carrick, Parker, Milner, forwards Maluda, Bent, Ashley Young. At the kickoff whistle, the young Leeds side charged like chasing youths sprinting through the snow and shears. Carrick's distribution was steady, Parker's coverage extensive, and Qin Chuan repeatedly overpowered Downing on the flank, drawing roars from the crowd. In the 37th minute, Maluda faked past two defenders on the left, delivered a low cross, and Bent slotted home from close range. 1-0. The young Leeds side had taken the lead, but Middlesbrough were experienced. In the 65th minute of the second half, Juninho combined with Mendieta at the edge of the box to break through the defense, and Job pushed the ball home to equalize. The final score was 1-1. Qin Chuan clapped from the sideline and smiled at the bench. I never care about the result of this cup, he said to Venables beside him. I only care whether they play with confidence. The veteran manager nodded. You did the right thing. Now they know they belong at this level. The day after the match, Qin Chuan didn't rest. Instead, he walked into Qin Chuan's dormitory. The young defender was polishing his boots. Come to my office. 5 minutes later, Qin Chuan sat at the conference table, facing a formal first-team contract. This is your new contract, Qin Chuan said, looking at him. Not just a raise. 5 years, 1.0 a week, with a 20 increase each year. I believe you can establish yourself in the first team. Qin Chuan was silent for a long time, then signed his name stroke by stroke. You are not a substitute, not a training partner, Qin Chuan said, standing up and extending his hand. You are the future of Leeds United's defense. I know, Qin Chuan said, his eyes resolute. A week later, Leeds United held a winter transfer window wrap-up press conference. Talaylan, Luis Garcia, and Robin stood on the stage wearing brand-new Leeds kits. After briefly introducing the three players' backgrounds, Qin Chuan announced, "The winter transfer window ends here. We will not be making any more signings. From now on, we will use this squad to challenge our season objectives." A reporter asked, "Mr. Qin, how do you evaluate your youth-oriented strategy?" Qin Chuan smiled. "It's not about age when I buy players, it's about ability." The next day, Leeds United's youth academy specialist and Claire completed the formal reception procedures. Wang Chu put on the Leeds United youth team training kit. At that moment, it was as if he had donned a new skin, merging into the bloodstream of this century-old club. By the training field, Sun Shuyang stood, watching Wang Chu juggle the ball, while Qin Chuan, already changed, stood nearby. He chewed gum and blew a small bubble. "Do you think he can make it?" Sun Shuyang asked. "Hard to tell yet," Qin Chuan said calmly. "But I see something in him." "What? Spirit?" Qin Chuan gazed at the small but determined figure on the pitch. "There's always light in his eyes." They were silent for a moment. "You have that light too," Sun Shuyang suddenly said. Qin Chuan smiled. "Don't get all sentimental on me." "I mean it," Sun Shuyang said quietly. "You're the one who kept chasing your dream. And you, me, Sun Shuyang looked into the distance. "I'm the one who realized his dream. And that little guy, he's you when you were young." Sun Shuyang smiled. The sunlight fell on their shoulders as if covering them with a golden oath. That evening, Qin Chuan sat in his office reviewing videos and opening his notebook. He wrote 3 lines, Qin Chuan. "The me who persisted in his dream, Sun Shuyang. The me who realized his dream, Wang Chu. The me when I was young." He closed the notebook and looked out at the Leeds night. They were not just a group of youths. They were the future in his heart, and fortunately, he had the ability to give those chasing dreams a better tomorrow. Time January 28, 2004. Location Riverside Stadium, Middlesbrough, England. The north wind howled and dark clouds loomed over the Riverside Stadium as the deep winter of northeast England arrived on schedule. It was the second leg of the League Cup semi-final. The first leg had ended in a 1-1 draw, and the winner would now advance to the final in Cardiff. In the stands, Qin Chuan, wearing a black wool coat and scarf, sat beside a shivering young boy, Wang Chu. "Cold?" Qin Chuan asked in a low voice. "It's okay," Wang Chu replied, his nose red from the cold, but his eyes sparkled as they fixed on the pitch. It was his first time watching a first-team official match live, his first experience of the roaring crowd and the pulse-quickening rhythm of the game. "You'll be standing there one day," Qin Chuan said. Wang Chu said nothing, only nodded. Training camp several days earlier. "Little Wang Chu, keep going. 10 more. The youth coach blew his whistle. Wearing the youth team training kit, Wang Chu was doing short-distance shuttle runs. Sweat dripped along his temples, but he kept his head up, gritting his teeth and persevering. His technique was not flashy and his body had not yet fully developed, but there was one thing no one could teach: a deep-seated focus embedded in his bones. "This kid has incredible mental fortitude," the youth director remarked privately to Claire. "He's much more composed than his peers." Claire recorded in her notes, "Daily training, all completed. Voluntarily requested extra practice. Concentration rating, A." Wang Chu was unaware of all this. He simply felt he should practice a little more. "Because my brothers are all waiting for me ahead." Riverside Stadium. "Still fielding the youngsters, eh?" Qin Chuan muttered to himself in the stands. "Of course," Venables said from the dugout, turning to flash a gesture toward the stands. That night, Leeds United once again fielded a youthful lineup: goalkeeper Carson, defenders Qin Chuan, Cahill, Skirtle, Hart, midfielders Carrick, Talaylan, Milner, forwards Luis Garcia, Ashley Young, Bent. The match whistle blew. Middlesbrough showed no mercy, starting Schwarzer, Southgate, Mendieta, Downing, and Juninho. The intensity of the match instantly skyrocketed. But the young Leeds players did not back down. Talaylan repeatedly intercepted in midfield, while Carrick's long passes precisely tore apart the opponent's defense. In the 25th minute, Milner broke through on the right and delivered a low cross. Bent surged forward for a shot, but it went just wide. In the 38th minute, Ashley Young received a through ball from Cahill and struck a left-footed shot that hit the post, drawing a gasp from the entire stadium. "You're not a temp," Qin Chuan said softly. "Boss will score." Venables seemed to hear him and turned with a smile. In the 70th minute, Juninho and Downing executed a 1-2, broke into the box and shot, only for Carson to make a heroic save. Wang Chu clenched his fists tightly in his seat, experiencing for the first time what it truly meant to hold firm. In the 83rd minute, substitute Maluda stormed down the left flank and crossed. Luis Garcia's shot from a tight angle was blocked by Schwarzer. The final whistle blew. The score remained 0-0. The aggregate score was 1-1, sending the match to a penalty shootout. Carrick, Milner, Talaylan, Garcia. Leeds' young players stepped up to the spot one by one. Carson saved the opponent's third penalty. In the final round, the fifth taker, Qin Chuan, stepped forward. He calmly placed the ball, took his run up, and slotted it into the net. 5-3, Leeds United won on penalties. Qin Chuan abruptly stood up, and beside him Wang Chu also jumped to his feet. "We won." On the distant stands, Leeds fans lit flares, and in the fiery glow the boy's smile was frozen in time. In the dressing room, after the match, Qin Chuan sat on the bench still in a daze. First time winning a penalty shootout, he said. You'll get used to it. Qin Chuan walked in with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Go on, go, accept the cheers. That night, Qin Chuan took Wang Chu back to the hotel. Outside the car window, the night sped by. Want to play in a match? Yes, Wang Chu nodded. Then train. You'll start in the next U15 youth team match. Wang Chu's eyes widened. Really? I never joke when I speak. Qin Chuan looked at him, his tone calm. Your coach told me you've been performing very well. At that moment, the boy understood for the first time dreams could be approached step by step. The next day, Wang Chu's U15 squad also played a friendly match. Their opponents were Liverpool's youth academy, known for their tough training. In the 15th minute, Wang Chu delivered a brilliantly penetrating through ball from the playmaker position, assisting a teammate for a one-on-one goal. In the second half, he dribbled from midfield again, weaving past two defenders before hitting the post. Though it didn't go in, it drew continuous applause from the coaches on the sideline. After the match, youth director Colin Black proactively sent Qin Chuan a message. Wang Chu played today like the future heart of Leeds United. Late at night, the lights at Thorpe Arch training ground were still on. Venables sat on the sofa holding a bottle of beer. Qin Chuan leaned by the window, lighting a cigarette, gazing out at the cold night. You know, the veteran manager began. In my life, I've seen many young men, but I've never seen an owner run the team like you do. They're worth my gamble, Qin Chuan replied. But not everyone dares to gamble like that, Venables laughed. Aren't you afraid of losing the final? We've already won. Qin Chuan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. These kids know they deserve to be in the final. That's enough. Outside the window, snowflakes began to fall, the night vast and boundless. And in this darkness, a Leeds United woven from dreams, sweat, and faith marched forward through the snow. On January 30th, 2004, in the office on the second floor of the main building at the Temperley training base. Outside the window, the wind howled, and Qin Chuan's desk was spread thick with player evaluation dossiers. He picked up a red pen, marked a cross on a form, crumpled it, and tossed it into the wastebasket. He felt restless. What's wrong? Venables pushed the door open, holding the day's training data sheet. Didn't you just reach the League Cup final? You're acting like you've just been dumped. Old Vine. Qin Chuan rubbed his temples. I think being an assistant coach is meaningless. Venables paused, then burst into laughter. How long have you been doing this? I've figured it out, Qin Chuan said, standing up seriously. My job isn't to stand beside you handing you water or reading tactics. What I do is plan the club's future. I understand, the old coach nodded. You're the captain, you shouldn't be tied to the training ground every day. Qin Chuan shrugged. And I've realized we don't need someone emotionally compatible with you. We need a tactical professional, one who can handle details and cover your weaknesses. Venables narrowed his eyes. Do you have someone in mind? I've already contacted him, Qin Chuan paused. A tactical expert who understands tactics better than I do, younger than you, and not afraid of your temper. Who? Neil MacDonald. He was formerly with Bolton's technical staff, and his contract just ended there. I called him, and he's interested. The old coach nodded. As long as he can do the job, I won't pick and choose. You focus on chasing the championship. Qin Chuan smiled. The rest, I'll go find the players who belong to your future. On January 31st, 2004, in northeast England, Sunderland, a winter rain soaked through the entire Riverside Stadium. Qin Chuan stood on the sideline, hands in pockets, wrapped in a down coat, watching a regional under-14 youth match. He had watched Jordan Henderson play many times before, but this was the first time he had come to Sunderland specifically for this 14-year-old. There's something special about this kid, he said softly. Claire stood beside him holding an umbrella, not looking up. You mean spirit attributes maxed out, right? Exactly. He's the smallest on the field, yet the whole team moves to his rhythm. Qin Chuan squinted. He's not the most technically gifted nor the physically strongest, but he never avoids the ball, never avoids contact, never avoids responsibility. In the 67th minute, the opposing striker counterattacked, Sunderland's defense failed, and the goalkeeper was out of position. Henderson chased 40 meters from midfield, diving to clear the ball from the line. Look, Qin Chuan lifted his chin. He's not performing. He's risking his life for this. At 7 o'clock in the evening in Henderson's home on the outskirts of Sunderland. Jordan, this is Mr. Qin, the owner of Leeds United. His mother looked at this strange Asian man with wary eyes. Hello, Mrs. Henderson, I am Qin Chuan. He smiled and handed her a prepared English letter of introduction. I'm not here to steal your son. I'm here to discuss a future possibility. Jordan Henderson wore a worn training jersey with the Sunderland logo sitting beside his father, his expression steadier than his mother's. I respect this club very much. I know. Sunderland means a lot to you, Qin Chuan nodded. I respect your choice. But I also want to offer you another option. Join Leeds United, and we'll create a customized development plan for you with a dedicated fitness coach, academic support, and a clear path to the first team. Sunderland can do that too, his father interjected. Qin Chuan smiled. If they could, you wouldn't still be playing muddy, unlit B group matches. I'm not trying to belittle this club, but they can't provide you with the environment you need for true professional growth. The atmosphere fell silent. Claire pulled out the documents and handed them over gently. These are the details of our youth development program. If you're interested, we can arrange a trial period. Jordan won't be tied to any player and no contract is needed immediately. Why are you doing this? His mother asked quietly. Because I've watched him play, Qin Chuan said, looking Henderson in the eye. Because I believe he will become England's future captain. Henderson blinked slightly for the first time. That night, there was no immediate answer. But the next morning, Jordan Henderson arrived alone at the Leeds training academy. He brought nothing but a pair of football boots. Qin Chuan stood on the sideline, watching him quietly change into his training kit and walk into the field silently nodding to himself. After training that day, Sun Shuyong came to pick up Qin Chuan for the office. As they passed the sideline, they saw Henderson practicing alone. Who did you dig up this time? Sun Shuyong asked. A future England captain, Qin Chuan smiled. You always say that. This time it's real, Qin Chuan said, watching the figure on the field. He may not be the most gifted, but he fights until the last minute. He'll be the one who holds the national team's rhythm. What's his name? Jordan. Qin Chuan paused. Jordan Henderson. On February 1, 2004, in the outskirts of Leeds, England. At dawn, the temperature hovered near freezing. Qin Chuan hunched his neck standing beside a slick patch of grass, watching a slight but fierce left-back on the field. This was his third local youth club visited that day, a semi-amateur team in Leeds. No one paid much attention to these 14-year-olds, but Qin Chuan knew the person he sought was here. His name is Danny Rose, the assistant coach said softly. Very fast in temper, a bit explosive. On the field, the short-haired boy dribbled, feinted past a defender, then delivered a cross. But just as the referee blew the whistle for offside, he kicked the ball in anger, his frustration written on his face. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, but didn't turn away. After training, Danny Rose carried his shoes toward the locker room, looking irritable. No one spoke to him. Qin Chuan stepped forward. You played well. Who are you? The boy asked warily. I'm from Leeds United. Qin Chuan pulled out a business card. We're looking for the most promising young people. I'd like to talk to you. I won't flatter you like they do, Danny said coldly, turning to leave. But do you want to play in the Premier League? Qin Chuan said calmly. Want to play on Elland Road, Old Trafford, Stamford Bridge, the real top stages. Danny stopped silent. I can help you, but you must learn to control your anger, Qin Chuan continued. Otherwise, no matter how fast you are, you'll never make it to the first team. The boy's shoulders trembled slightly. You don't understand, he whispered. They always say I can't handle big games, that I have personality problems, that I'm just an impulsive kid. Qin Chuan looked into his eyes, recalling Cantona from those days. You're not the problem, he said. They just haven't seen what you can become. The next day, Qin Chuan visited Danny Rose's home, a modest public housing flat, a family of 5. I won't stop Danny from chasing his dream, Danny's father Ken Rose said. But I'm afraid he'll be deceived or abandoned somewhere where no one cares. Qin Chuan handed him a detailed youth development file. Accommodation and meals are all covered. Education runs in parallel. We have professional psychologists who will set a growth plan for him with regular assessments to ensure he's not a buried talent. Can he still come home? Yes, once a month. The club covers the travel costs. Qin Chuan answered. Ken paused. He's just like me when I was young, stubborn, hot-headed. If someone can guide him, teach him to rein himself, and I'll support it. In the Leeds United Youth Academy office at the conference table, Qin Chuan sat at the head of the table watching Danny Rose sign his name carefully. Signing won't let you play by temper alone, Qin Chuan teased. Danny pouted. I didn't get here through arguing. You're built on explosive power. Qin Chuan stood up. Don't waste it. Suddenly Danny asked, why me? Qin Chuan paused. Because you remind me of someone whose fiery talent once made the entire Premier League bend to him. 3 days later, Danny moved into the Leeds Youth Academy. Henderson came to visit him, bringing several cartons of milk. Drink milk, Henderson grinned. You're the future England captain. Danny squinted. I heard you train defense like a madman. And you train like you're trying to break people, Henderson laughed. They stared at each other for a second, then burst into laughter. They didn't know that in the not-too-distant future, the left flank of Leeds United would become unbreakable because of this fiery young man. The 22nd round of the Premier League had already passed. Southampton versus Leeds United on January 17, 2004. The grey southern sea breeze carried a chill across St. Mary's Stadium as Leeds played away. Yet the new faces in their lineup were no longer strangers. They were the sharp edge of a rising team. The match's rhythm was ignited within the first 10 minutes by the fierce tackles of Delap and Prutton. Leyland withstood the physical battle, while Carrick used precise, short passes to slowly guide the tempo. In the 14th minute, Robin accelerated into the box after a series of feints on the left flank, only to be brought down by a sliding tackle from Hall. Evra then surged forward to cover and passed back. Carrick switched play to the center. Ronaldinho controlled, turned, and delivered a through ball. Drogba's low shot from the edge of the box slid just wide of the post. In the 31st minute, Evra broke down the left and delivered a low cross. Drogba, getting to the near post, controlled the ball with one touch, shifted it, and swept it home with his right foot. The ball skimmed across the turf into the bottom left corner. 1-0 Leeds had drawn first blood away from home. Southampton intensified their wide crosses, but Qin Chuan and Stam jointly blocked Ormerod's receiving lanes. Phillips had a one-on-one chance in the 43rd minute, but Qin Chuan used his body position to shield him off and cleared the danger. In the 61st minute of the second half, Leyland intercepted the ball in the center circle and played a straight pass. Ronaldinho drew the defense and laid it off to the right. Sun Shuyong swept a low ball across the goal mouth. Ribery deliberately let it run, and Robin, arriving at the far post, set up Drogba for a tap-in to score his second goal, 2-0. Venables then substituted Ronaldinho, and Leyland, bringing on Malouda and Makelele to control the game. Leeds managed the ball methodically until the final whistle, securing 3 points on the road. The 23rd round of the Premier League, Leeds United vs Middlesbrough on February 1, 2004. Winter's chill hung over Elland Road, and the pitch was slightly slick. Before the match began, Qin Chuan patted Smith on the shoulder in the player tunnel. "You go out there and put pressure on them." Less than 10 minutes into the match, Qin Chuan made a precise, sliding tackle on Mendieta in the backfield, sparking a counterattack. Alonso played a diagonal pass to Smith, whose long-range effort sailed just over the bar. In the 19th minute, Juninho stepped up to take a free kick just outside the box. The ball curved over the wall and nestled into the net, 0-1. In the 26th minute, Dawson failed to mark tightly. Zenden controlled the ball with his back to goal, turned and fired home, making the score 0-2. Venables angrily slapped the substitute bench's railing. In the 39th minute, Smith received a pass from Alonso in the box, lunged to meet it, and swept the ball into the net to pull one back, making it 1-2. After the second half began, Leeds intensified their pressure. In the 53rd minute, Bent received a through ball from Parker, outpaced Southgate with a burst of speed, drove into the box, and slotted a low shot with his left foot into the net, 2-2. But in the 61st minute, Mendieta unleashed a sudden long-range strike from outside the box. The ball struck the inside of the post and ricocheted in, 2-3. Middlesbrough led again. In the 86th minute, Leeds won a corner. Luis Garcia played a short corner routine, passing it back. Alonso lofted the ball into the box. Amidst a scramble, Qin Chuan controlled it and unleashed a volley that rocketed into the top corner of the net. 3-3. Elland Road erupted. In the stands, Qin Chuan calmly closed his notebook. It's not the best result, but it already proves they are no longer raw recruits. The Times Sports section, February 9, 2004. They are not standing there by chance. Leeds United reshaping the Premier League landscape once again. 3 games unbeaten, 2 wins, and a draw in 7 days. The names Drogba, Alonso, and Qin Chuan were at the center of English football's attention. When English fans saw Leeds midfield deliver 3 consecutive through balls on their television screens, they might not have fully remembered the identity of the young Chinese man sitting in the stands behind the coaching staff. But the imprint he was leaving on the Premier League was becoming increasingly clear. On February 7th, Leeds United defeated Aston Villa away from home, ending the opponent's 4-match unbeaten run. Before that, they had drawn with Middlesbrough and comprehensively beaten Southampton within a single week. This was a team entering the mature phase of its system of force in the Premier League that could no longer be underestimated. The media quickly focused on several key names. Drogba, with 3 goals in 4 games, was the undisputed attacking fulcrum. Sky Sports had already dubbed him the monstrous striker, bought with the proceeds from selling Viduka, a reminder to everyone of the $5 million for $12 million deal at the start of the season. Alonso, whose passing accuracy reached 92 in the 23rd round against Middlesbrough, became a hot topic of discussion. Qin Chuan, after scoring a world-class equalizer against Middlesbrough, started again the following match, ranking first on the team for physical duels and aerial challenges, earning the title. Leeds United's Thuram from The Guardian. Also shining was the depth on the bench, Leyland's composure, Carrick's stability, Garcia's precise corner deliveries, and Robin's return from injury, providing an immediate explosive threat on the wing. The Daily Mail, in a rare move, gave a 4.5-star rating. If at the start of the season we were questioning Leeds United's survival prospects, now they might be the only team in the second half of the season with a chance to challenge for glory on 2 fronts. Meanwhile, the media also began to focus on Qin Chuan's strategy. He clears out veterans, brings in talented young players with potential, maintains tactical execution and psychological intensity, and complements it with a restructuring of the youth academy. This is a new management philosophy that traditional Premier League managers are reluctant to admit but must confront. World soccer. However, not all was praise. The Mirror pointed out, as strong as Drogba is, Leeds' wide play can easily fall into a dead end without Ronaldinho's orchestration. The Daily Telegraph questioned, is rotating more than 5 players for 3 consecutive matches too risky? Young players have their ceilings, but they lack the foundation of big match experience. Some analysts even pointed out Dawson was repeatedly pulled wide by Vassell against Villa. While his physicality is adequate, the risk remains once he is drawn out of his defensive zone. But greater attention was directed towards February 10th. That was the date for the 25th round league match against Wolverhampton Wanderers. The same opponent had inflicted Leeds' first defeat of the season just a month earlier in the 19th round. A full 2 months had passed since their last encounter. That humiliating 1-4 defeat was like a thorn embedded in the hearts of the Leeds players, and it also served as the starting point for Qin Chuan and Venables to completely initiate the rebuild. Now the Leeds United team, stepping onto the Elland Road turf, was no longer the aging, depleted squad lacking rotation from before. Before the match, the Times commented, Wolves once made Leeds United taste defeat. Now they must face a young legion that has undergone a complete transformation. A revenge match not just about the scoreline, but a vindication of values. The Daily Mail offered a cold reminder. This is a relegation six-pointer for Wolves and a must-win revenge match for Leeds United. The match kicked off and Wolves, as expected, employed a high press attempting to use physicality and intensity to disrupt Leeds' rhythm. But this time Makelele and Alonso's positioning was more compact. Every time they dropped deep to receive the ball, they could force Wolves into giving up space. In the 9th minute, Alonso delivered a pinpoint long pass that tore open the right flank. Sun Shuyong sprinted forward and swept the ball across the goal mouth, but Drogba was disrupted by Craddock and skewed his shot wide. In the 14th minute, Ronaldinho and Smith combined with a series of 1-2s to break into the box. Facing the closing defenders, Ronaldinho calmly feigned a shot, then chipped the ball to the far post. Maluda met it with a volley, but Oaks made a flying save. In the 23rd minute, Drogba dropped deep, drawing two defenders, and laid the ball off. Smith surged into the box, and facing the covering, Butler swept the ball across the goal mouth. Ronaldinho had the simple task of tapping into an empty net. 1-0. In the 36th minute, Wolves launched a threatening counterattack. Gania received a chip from Silas and fired a shot, but Robinson went down to smother it. In the box, Qin Chuan murmured softly, "Can't let up." Wolves won't surrender easily. Towards the end of the first half, Sun Shuyong surged forward again, drove to the byline, and pulled the ball back to the edge of the box. Alonso struck a powerful long-range shot, but Oaks made another heroic save. After the break, Leeds accelerated the pace. In the 51st minute, Ian Hart swung in a corner. Drogba soared high and met it with a powerful header that crashed against the crossbar. The box descended into chaos. Qin Chuan followed up for the rebound, but his shot was cleared off the line. In the 57th minute, Wolves made a substitution, bringing on Court for a defensive midfielder in a desperate attempt to counterattack. But this also gave Leeds more space for their own counters. In the 64th minute, Alonso threaded a pass through the midfield. Ronaldinho deftly flicked it on. Drogba, with his back to goal, held off his marker, turned, and unleashed a thunderous strike. 2-0. Elland Road erupted. The television cameras then panned to the stands, capturing a young Wang Chu punching the air in celebration. In the 71st minute, Venables made his substitutions. Ribery came on for Maluda, and Bent replaced Drogba, maintaining the attacking impetus up front. In the 78th minute, Ribery completed a brilliant dribble down the left flank and cut the ball back to the edge of the box. Smith met it with a low-driven shot that arrowed towards goal, but it was saved. Bent reacted quickest to poke home the rebound, but it was blocked. Qin Chuan also pushed forward from his center-back position to meet a far-post cross, but his header went wide. The final whistle blew. The score remained unchanged. Leeds United had completed their revenge against Wolves. Leeds United 2-0 Wolverhampton Wanderers. After the match, Sky Sports headline read, "From humiliation to domination in just 2 months." Leeds' revenge was not just about winning, it was a victory of will and system. The Mirror's commentary was more emotional. "This Leeds team is no longer the lamb under the wolf's paw. They have rhythm, organization, and Qin Chuan." In a private interview, Qin Chuan said only one thing: "We weren't chasing revenge. We were just walking the path we had to walk." Leeds United have claimed the title. As the 25th round of the Premier League concluded, the numbers on the standings table fell silent for a second. 20 wins, 4 draws, 1 loss, 64 points topping the table. Due to having more victories than Arsenal, this position, from the start of the season until the winter transfer window, most people believe belonged to Arsenal or Manchester United. And now it belongs to Leeds United. The White Rose pub in downtown Leeds was packed with people, posters of Drogba's header hanging on the walls, while the television looped highlights of the team's victory over Wolves. Whenever Robin accelerated on the flank or Smith assisted, Drogba's explosive shots would trigger cheers and whistles from the pub. "Red Devils. Let them come," said a man wearing an old Leeds jersey, pounding the table. "We're not last season anymore. We're first in the standings now." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in London and Manchester was vastly different. BBC's Match of the Day invited Alan Hansen and Redknapp as guests. The topic inevitably centered on Leeds United, a club a year ago that was heavily in debt and on the verge of collapse. "Look at their midfield," Redknapp pointed to the tactical board. "Makelele, Parker, Alonso. Isn't every one of them a blend of ball control and physicality?" Adding Xiao Luo, Drogba, Sun Shuyong. "They now play a hybrid of Western European and British style." Alan Hansen, however, warned, "One big game can define a season. The match against Manchester United will test their true height." The Times wrote, "This is one of the most incredible rebuilds in Premier League history." Qin Chuan eliminated redundant staff and signed 27 new players, building a title-contending squad within a single season. His team didn't look like newcomers, it appeared like a mature team that had been planned for 3 years. But their next match will be a battle of fate. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was also changing. Ferguson accepted an interview with a stern expression, "I respect their performance. But it's only February. The league isn't a single match, but a 38-round grudge match." At the last moment of the transfer window, Manchester United decisively strengthened their squad, signing Hines from Paris to reinforce the left flank, bringing in Louis Saha from Fulham to replace the inconsistent Solskjaer and Van Nistelrooy. Saha and Van Nistelrooy can play as a double striker. We'll test this scheme against Leeds United, assistant coach Queiroz hinted in an interview with Portuguese media. The media buzzed, but Qin Chuan never accepted any interview. He continued to shuttle between the youth training camp and the video analysis room, occasionally taking Claire out to inspect stadiums and arrange recovery plans for injured players. At the Leeds training base, players had received notice, round 26, the red and white battle. For 3 consecutive days, the main squad stopped training in groups and returned to standard tactical drills. That night, Victoria knocked on Qin Chuan's office door. "Are you not nervous?" she asked, holding a cup of coffee. "You mean facing Old Trafford as the top-ranked team in the standings, or Leeds United playing against Manchester United?" He smiled. "Both." Qin Chuan closed his tactical notebook and gazed at the training ground lights through the window. "At night, I just feel this sensation has finally returned." Manchester City was shrouded in dark clouds that night, with damp fog slowly rising from the marshy ground enveloping the colossal structure known as the Theatre of Dreams. Old Trafford was brightly lit with the Red Devils flags fluttering in the wind. The stands around the stadium roared like a tidal wave, deafeningly loud. Leeds United's owner Qin Chuan sat in the stands wrapped in a dark gray scarf, his black wool coat collar raised high, his eyes calm and steady. Victoria Stone beside him wore a fitted black trench coat, flipping through a folder to hand him a stack of pre-match media predictions. "The Daily Mail says we'll be brought back to reality tonight." Her tone was light, but there was a hint of sarcasm in the ending. "The predicted score is 2-0, Manchester United win." Qin Chuan glanced at the cold prediction paper, his lips curling slightly. This is their last chance to dream. Manchester United spent 20 million on Saha, then brought in Hines. Their backline and frontline configuration is nearly luxurious. Victoria's voice was low but carried caution. Indeed, Qin Chuan's eyes fixed on the field, but tonight their defensive midfielder is Phil Neville and their center back is Sylvester. This cut must go through. Starting lineups: Manchester United 4-4-2. Manager Alex Ferguson. Goalkeeper 1 Tim Howard. Defenders 2 Gary Neville, 5 Rio Ferdinand, 6 Wes Brown, 4 Gabriel Hines. Midfielders 3 Phil Neville, 18 Paul Scholes, 11 Ryan Giggs, 7 Cristiano Ronaldo. Forwards 9 Van Nistelrooy, 10 Louis Saha. Leeds United 4-2-3-1. Manager Terry Venables. Goalkeeper 1 Paul Robinson. Defenders 17 Sun Shuyong, 5 Stam, 29 Qin Chuan, 18 Evra. Defensive midfielders 6 Makelele, 14 Xavi Alonso. Front 3 27 Luis Garcia, 10 Ronaldinho, 11 Alan Smith. Forward 9 Drogba. Minute 5, Manchester United advanced on the right flank. Ronaldo faced Evra, performing 3 stepovers to cut inside, but Evra calmly judged and executed a precise tackle, sending the ball out of bounds. The homestands erupted in a short, sharp boo. Minute 8, Xiao Luo dropped back to organize, receiving Alonso's pass, gently flicking the ball with his heel past Scholes, then delivering a straight pass. Garcia cut in from the left, penetrating the penalty area with a low cross. Drogba's shot at the near post was blocked by Howard. Qin Chuan slightly raised his eyebrow, looking toward the distant goal, just a matter of angle. Minute 15, Manchester United pressed high. Van Nistelrooy and Saha continuously pressured Robinson. Qin Chuan decisively retreated to receive the ball, executing a calm feint to evade Saha, then delivering a precise long pass with his left foot to the right flank. Sun Shuyong controlled the ball with his chest and delivered across. Garcia's shot narrowly missed the far corner. "The pace is already set," Qin Chuan softly said. Minute 22, Manchester United corner kick. Giggs delivered an arcing ball. Stam cleared the second ball. Alonso seized the second ball, sprinting halfway down the field, delivering a penetrating pass through the defense. Smith broke into the penalty area with a clear shot, but Ferdinand made a desperate recovery. His crucial tackle deflected the ball away. Minute 30, Van Nistelrooy controlled the ball with his chest, passing it back to Saha, who evaded Qin Chuan and delivered a low shot. Robinson leaped to make the save. Qin Chuan quickly turned to cover, successfully clearing the ball before Van Nistelrooy, his reaction lightning fast. Minute 42, Leeds United continued their passing sequence. Xiao Luo broke past Phil Neville in the middle, delivering a straight pass. Drogba received the ball, turned, and shot was blocked. The ball bounced out. Garcia's follow-up shot narrowly missed. Manchester United's goal was under pressure. Halftime score 0-0. Victoria checked the score prediction. They should be nervous now. Qin Chuan nodded. "We'll see in the second half." Venables put up the whiteboard, tapping the right side area with a pen. "The middle is the weak spot. Keane was injured. Phil Neville and Sylvester are old acquaintances of ours. Garcia will go to the right flank to create space. Robin will come on, creating depth on the left." He looked at the midfield duo. "Continue pressing the space behind Phil Neville with Alonso and Xiao Luo's passes. We're in no hurry. One precise strike is enough." Minute 52, Robin came on as a substitute, replacing Smith. Garcia moved to the right flank. Leeds United swapped their wings, maximizing flank speed and attacking power. Minute 60, Alonso stole the ball from Phil Neville in the attacking third, accelerating quickly and delivering a penetrating straight pass. Drogba positioned himself against Sylvester, half turning and shooting. Goal. The ball flew past the inside of the goalpost into the dead corner. Old Trafford fell silent. Manchester United 0-1 leads United. The away stands exploded instantly, flags waving, songs thundering. Qin Chuan took a sip of hot tea, his tone calm. We've sharpened our blades. Minute 67, Manchester United intensified their attack. Giggs cut inside and shot was blocked by Stam. Sun Zichuan and Makelele made 2 consecutive tackles, completely freezing Van Nistelrooy and Ronaldo's connection. Minute 74, Garcia evaded Hines on the right flank with a change of pace, delivering a cross into the penalty area. Drogba headed high, Manchester United escaped. Minute 79, Manchester United's corner kick error leads launched a counterattack. Robin sprinted on the left flank, receiving a diagonal pass from Xiao Luo, cutting inside and delivering a cross. Garcia passed timely, Robin took a low shot. Howard made a save, Maluta followed up to shoot, hitting the side net. The Red Devils fans were relieved. Minute 88, Manchester United's final attack. Ronaldo forced through past back, Scholes fired from the distance, blocked by Qin Chuan. Ronaldo followed up with a tackle, Robinson calmly saved. Minute 93, the final whistle blew. Manchester United 0-1 leads United. Leeds United overturned the Red Devils at Old Trafford, securing a crucial 3 points. The stadium gradually quieted down, leaving only the rustling sound of plastic seats swaying in the wind. Victoria gazed at the empty pitch, her tone light. If this was their last resistance, it was too quiet. Because they finally realized their hard strength. On the morning of the 3rd day after the Manchester United match, as Qin Chuan entered the club office, Claire walked in holding an official notice from the Premier League. The round 27 league match against Liverpool has been moved forward to February 25th. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, flipping open the document to confirm the date. To make way for the League Cup final. Yes, the FA wants to clear that weekend for the media schedule. Fine, better to get it over with early, Qin Chuan said calmly. But we must rotate the squad. His gaze fell on the player attendance report on the desk. Both Drogba and Ronaldinho showed signs of mild fatigue. We have to beat Liverpool, but we can't have Drogba and Ronaldinho slogging through 3 matches in a week. Claire nodded. Don't worry, I've already given the medical results to Venables. She paused, then added, by the way, aside from the poaching rumors from Manchester United after the match, some people from Chelsea have also started inquiring about our youngsters. Who are they asking about? Sun Shuyong, Drogba, and goalkeeper Robinson. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. That means we're on the right track. On February 23rd, as usual, Qin Chuan disappeared from the first-team training ground. This time he appeared outside the Sheffield United Youth Academy. The weather was bitterly cold, a thin layer of ice forming on the edge of the training pitch. In the distance, a right back with explosive pace repeatedly executed tackles, accelerations, and recoveries during a training drill, his speed making him stand out. Kyle Walker, Qin Chuan murmured to himself on the sidelines. The scout beside him handed over a dossier. Born in '90, a local lad from Sheffield, just turned 14. They plan to sign him for the U16s, but the offer isn't generous. Qin Chuan looked it over and smiled. His pace, physicality, and anticipation are all there. Still needs refinement. Sign him. Give Sheffield United £5,000. If he becomes a star later, no strings attached. What we need is speed, spirit, a blade on the flank that can bite into the Premier League's tempo. Matchday 27, Leeds United vs Liverpool. February 25, 2004. Elland Road. The day before the match, the Liverpool Echo published a striking interview headline. I know the grass at Elland Road. Oh, I know their right flank. Whoever is opposite me, I'll play a beautiful game on the left. Harry Kewell, former Leeds United no. 10, a now Liverpool left winger. These words caused an uproar among Leeds fans. Some mocked him, saying he was coming home just to embarrass himself, while others simply quipped, still familiar with the grass. Do you think our pitch hasn't been relayed? On the training ground, Smith snorted. He wants to attack us down the right. Sun Shuyong replied with a grin. I'll tackle him so hard he won't want to mention that flank again. Sun Zichuan said nothing, but put in extra practice on right side cover and defensive positioning, his movements crisp and efficient like a seasoned veteran. On the night of the match, the main stand's executive box area welcomed a few new faces. Qin Chuan sat in the middle of the west stand, his scarf wrapped tightly. Beside him sat, in order, Wang Chu, Jordan Henderson, Danny Rose, and the newly signed Kyle Walker. The eyes of the 4 youngsters were all drawn to the light on the pitch, especially the man in the red number 11 shirt. Kewell. He used to play for us? Henderson asked. Yes, Qin Chuan said calmly. He left last season. It wasn't a very graceful departure. Rose whispered. He said he knows our right flank. Then tonight he'll get to know what a triple team feels like. Qin Chuan said, his gaze shifting to the right side of the pitch. Starting lineups: Leeds United, 4-3-3, coach Terry Venables. Goalkeeper Paul Robinson. Defenders: Sun Shuyong, Stam, Sun Zichuan, Ian Hart. Midfielders: Parker, Carrick, Alonso. Forwards: Garcia, Smith, Bent. Liverpool 4-4-2, coach Gerard Houllier. Goalkeeper Chris Kirkland. Defenders: Finn and Carragher, Hypatia Henchas. Midfielders: Murphy, Hammond, Gerard Kewell. Forwards: Owen Viduka. 7th minute, Liverpool launched their first attack down the Leeds right flank. Gerard played a diagonal ball. Kewell made his run, but but Sun Shuyong closed him down and cleanly dispossessed him. Out of play, Sun Shuyong turned and set his voice low. Familiar enough. 11th minute, Huel cut inside again, but Qin Chuan had anticipated the move, stepping across to intercept and sparking a counterattack. The ball was switched to the right via Parker. Smith received it, beat his man with a step-over cut inside, and shot only for Henshaw to block it for a corner. The TV commentator laughed. It seems tonight Huel can't find the familiar right flank of Elland Road. 18th minute, Viduka's hold-up play came to the fore, laying the ball off to Owen, who turned on the edge of the box and drove a shot on goal. Goal. 0-1. A low murmur fell over Elland Road. Viduka didn't celebrate, just turned and walked back to the center circle. The Leeds fans fell silent. 36th minute, Smith cut into the box from the right, played a 1-2 with Garcia, and sent a diagonal pass. Bent couldn't reach it, and Parker's subsequent volley from outside the box went wide. Qin Chuan sat in the stands watching the trio's coordinated movement on the right flank. He whispered, "The game has only just begun." 43rd minute, the right side pressed forward again. Sun Shuyong and Smith exchanged passes before Sun delivered a low cross. Garcia's header was blocked, and Alonso reorganized play from deep. Alonso slotted a through ball into the right channel. Smith slid in to meet it, his shot skimming the turf. Goal. 1-1. Smith rolled over, didn't celebrate wildly, just looked at the camera and tapped the club crest on his chest. The TV commentator roared, "Now that is a true symbol of Leeds. You may have left cleanly, but we're going to win the title." Halftime analysis. BBC Sports Studio. Leeds United's right flank has almost completely nullified all of Huel's space to operate. Sun Shuyong hasn't lost a single duel. Qin Chuan's covering runs are like a machine, and Smith has completely broken Huel's psychological resolve. If Harry Kewell said before the match he wanted to play beautifully here, then right now he can only say, "Sorry, it's not happening." 58th minute, Gerrard forcefully drove through the middle, beating several players before passing to Kewell, whose shot was blocked by Qin Chuan's body. Leeds counterattacked. Garcia stormed down the right and pulled the ball back from the byline. Smith feigned a move to draw Carragher away. Sun Shuyong crossed centrally, and Bent surged into the box. Shot. Goal. 2-1. Elland Road erupted. Leeds United had turned the game around. 75th minute, Liverpool brought on Diouf and Barrows, switching to a three-man front line for an all-out assault. Sun Shuyong and Qin Chuan combined defensively multiple times, completely freezing the left flank. Kewell was forced to drop deeper to get the ball, but had completely faded into anonymity. 89th minute, the last chance. Harry Kewell facing Sun Shuyong, and Qin Chuan chose to cross, only for Qin Chuan to head it clear. The final whistle blew. The match ended. Scoreline: Leeds United 2-1 Liverpool. The four youngsters in the stands hadn't moved. Henderson clenched his fists. Smith is fearless. He plays like a flag flying high. Wang Chu said, "I saw Sun tackle him." Kewell was stunned. Walker said in a low, firm voice, "One day I'll be doing that to others on the other side." Qin Chuan stood up and said calmly, "What you saw tonight wasn't just a victory. It's this team shattering the ghosts of its past one by one. Are you ready to inherit it?" The four nodded in unison, their eyes burning with passion. Media commentary: The Guardian. Harry Kewell walked out of Elland Road in silence, stifled by the combined effort of three young players. He didn't play a beautiful game, but Leeds United played a beautiful future. The Times: Smith found redemption on the right flank. Sun Shuyong's defensive intensity was shocking. Qin Chuan was like a wall. Kewell said he knew this pitch. This pitch has long since changed. On the afternoon of February 26th, Victoria walked into Qin Chuan's office, her expression unusually grave. She placed a fax and a sheet of draft paper on the desk. Manchester United have already contacted Evra's agent. The offer is for £2 million a year, a 5-year contract. Qin Chuan tapped his fingers on the desk twice, not looking at the documents immediately, but asking a counter question instead. "How much are we paying him now?" 8,000, Victoria said, flipping through the file. "That's about 150,000 a week. To match United's offer, what kind of terms would we have to give him?" Qin Chuan asked directly. Victoria took a deep breath. "At least 3.5 million to show genuine intent. The problem is, our Makalele is only on 6,000 a week. If we give Evra the same, the entire wage structure will be shattered." Qin Chuan bowed his head in thought for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. "We can't give it to him. Not because he doesn't deserve it, but because we're not ready to admit he's worth 3.5 million yet." Victoria nodded. Giving it to him would be telling Smith and Drogba that they trail a 22-year-old left back. "We can acknowledge his performances, but we can't disrupt the locker room structure." Negotiate, Qin Chuan decided. Offer him a raise to 1.5 million a year at most. We'll reassess next season. If he wants to leave, we respect it. If he stays, we are grateful. On February 29, 2004, at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, Wales, the League Cup final was contested between Bolton Wanderers and Leeds United. The sky hung low as the sea wind swept across the pitch, billowing the flags of the White Rose Legion in the stands. Today, the team taking the field was not Leeds United's strongest 11, but rather a group most worthy of this stage. Their names were once forgotten. Now they would be engraved on a trophy. Leeds United starting 11, 4-3-3. Goalkeeper: No. 30 Scott Carson. Defenders. No. 29 Qin Chuan. No. 35 Gary Cahill. No. 15 Skirtle. No. 3 Ian Hart. Midfielders. No. 20 Michael Carrick. No. 28 Talone. No. 8 Scott Park. Forwards. No. 27 Luis Garcia. No. 22 Florent Maluda. No. 21 Darren Bent. Substitutes. Milner, Ashley Young, Lennon Son, Xiong, Drogba, Patrice, Ever Robinson. At the BBC commentary booth, Tucker flipped through the starting lineup, a hint of surprise crossing his face. It's not their strongest lineup, but this is the core that has carried them through the League Cup to this point. Leeds United is sending a message: glory belongs to those who fought their way up. Meanwhile, at the Elland Road Training Center in Leeds, Qin Chuan stood before a whiteboard in the meeting room. Qin Chuan was engaged in another silent battle. On the whiteboard, a list of names was accompanied by notes. No. 18 Ever Manchester United offered a high salary, but negotiations collapsed. No. 25 Dawson, his potential was underestimated due to the use of a growth acceleration card, and the media hyped him as the future captain of England, attracting Manchester United's attention, who planned to pair him with Ferdinand as a central defender duo. No. 20 Carrick, Manchester United is evaluating him, placing him on the list to succeed, Keane aiming to fill the gap exposed in the previous league match. No. 22 Maluda being tracked alongside Drogba, no formal contact has been made. No. 8 Park, Chelsea's technical team is monitoring him considering a summer bid, and the media has dubbed him the English Makelele. Claire placed the facts on the table. The Ever deal has fallen through. We offered an annual contract of $1.5 million with annual increases, but they countered with $4.2 million. He's not unable to stay. Oh, he's already heard Manchester United's offer, Qin Chuan said softly. We won't force him to stay. After recovering economically, we cannot ruin our salary structure. His gaze settled on Dawson's name, his expression as calm as if examining an item. Things developed too early are easily overvalued. In the 13th minute, Garcia dropped back to receive the ball and passed to the flank, where Qin Chuan surged forward on the right wing, delivering a low cross. Bent was slightly late to the ball, and the shot slipped past the goal. In the 25th minute, Toulon intercepted in the center. Park lofted a pass to the left wing. Maluda charged past Bolton's right back, cut inside, and took a shot that was saved by the goalkeeper. Tucker exclaimed excitedly, "That shot has a bit of Henry's style." The young players from Leeds United are playing without any caution. In the 42nd minute, Cahill intercepted and shifted the ball from the back. Carrick delivered a diagonal pass to the right wing. Garcia made a pass to the center, and Bent pushed forward. Goal. Leeds United 1-0 Bolton Wanderers. The Leeds fans in the Millennium Stadium erupted. Milner jumped up from the bench. Terry Venables spoke concisely in the locker room. Continue pressing their defensive midfielders, don't make mistakes, don't rush. But Qin Chuan wasn't watching the match. He was receiving a call from Drogba's agent. Chelsea is starting to inquire about the asking price, Victoria said softly. An offer is expected this summer. Qin Chuan remained silent, simply marking the numbers, 22 and 9. For now, decline. Drogba is not for sale, but we will not actively trade him. He added, nor will we negotiate any deals during the season. Let them win the championship first. In the 61st minute, Garcia was fouled on the right wing, winning a free kick. Park made a short pass to Talone, who then delivered a penetrating ball. Garcia passed it to the center. Bent controlled the ball and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. Goal. 2-0. Bolton's substitution attempts failed to turn the tide. In the 75th minute, Milner replaced Maluda, and Ashley Young came on as a substitute. Leeds United's youthful lineup secured the match until the final whistle. In the 93rd minute, the referee blew the whistle. Leeds United League Cup champions. Bent raised the trophy, his eyes welling up. He was not the only one. Gary Cahill, Talone, Skirtle, Qin Chuan. This batch of players, once deemed still needing time, had fulfilled their promise on the highest stage. The Times, this is not only Leeds United's championship, but also a testament to England's youth development system. Daily Mirror, in Cardiff, these players under the age of 20 wrote their own history. Match of the day commentary, they are not geniuses, but they have all found their own growth rhythm within this Leeds United team. The trophy was returned to the base, and the photo was hung on the wall. Qin Chuan stood at the end of the hallway, looking at the group photo of the young players. He whispered, if we win the Premier League, it will be with the main squad. Then this trophy belongs to the future. What he did not say was that these players were already being eyed by many. But he would guard them, even if he could only protect most of them. Leeds, England. March 12, 2004. The sky over Leeds was ashen, pressing down like a sheet of lead. Rain hadn't fallen, but the air was suffocatingly damp. Qin Chuan sat in the chairman's office. Before him, a comprehensive summary of the season's financial performance and a draft budget for the next, prepared by financial director Thomas Burland. Without considering transfer expenditures, our projected daily operational revenue for this year is around $130 million, Thomas said, flipping through the report, his tone steady. Mainly from broadcast rights of 55 million, home ticket sales of 27 million, commercial sponsorships of about 40 million plus odds, and ends from cup competitions and merchandise. Qin Chuan nodded. He was already intimately familiar with those figures. On the operational expenditure side, wages are the biggest item. The total team salary bill is about $58 million. Adding bonuses, the youth academy, medical rehabilitation, pitch maintenance, transportation, and operational staff, total annual expenditure is controlled within $120 million. So we are in a slight profit this season. Thomas adjusted his glasses, a rare hint of ease in his eyes. To be precise, the club's account saw no significant outflows after the summer transfer window closed. Your restraint was very prudent. Our cash flow remains quite healthy. Qin Chuan's gaze fell on the figure at the bottom of the document, the club's current account balance, 1500. What about next season? Victoria Stone, the club's CEO, cleared her throat and added, if we can maintain our current competitive level next season, especially by qualifying for the Champions League group stage, projected total revenue will be between $160 million and $180 million. The wage structure can be adjusted upward appropriately, Thomas added. Currently, the top salary is Ronaldinho's 9,600 per week. The second tier is Makelele's 6,500. Most of the starters are between 3,000 and 5,000, and substitutes and young players are generally in the 1,000 range. We are fully capable of raising the overall average by 1,015 to give our core players more peace of mind. Qin Chuan flipped through the list, the figures next to each player's name rapidly reorganizing in his mind. Prioritize locking in long-term contracts for Ribery, Alonso, Ronaldinho, Drogba, and the young players. Give them moderate raises. His tone was calm. Don't let the big clubs lure them away with high wages. Understood. Victoria nodded, her gaze resolute. We'll start preparing the summer renewal plan early. The wind pressed against the window. Qin Chuan rose and put on his trench coat. All right, meeting adjourned. He smiled at Victoria. Let's go get the 3 points first, then we'll come back to discuss the blueprint for the next phase. March 13, 2004. Premier League Round 28. Fulham vs. Leeds United. Craven Cottage, West London. This old stadium, nestled by the River Thames, had a main stand of ancient red brick. When the wind blew, it carried the brackish scent of the river. For this match, Leeds United played away with some rotation. Starting goalkeeper Robinson continued. The defense was Ian Hartstam, Qin Chuan, and Sun Shuhai. Carrick partnered Talaylan as the double pivot. Ronaldinho was the attacking midfielder with wingers Robin and Ribery and Drogba leading the line as striker. From the kickoff, Fulham was exceptionally aggressive. They set up a high-pressing formation, using their familiarity with the home pitch to threaten Robinson's goal continuously from the start. But Leeds United held their ground. Although their possession percentage lagged at 1 point, they held onto their rhythm and were not disrupted. In the 19th minute, Ronaldinho received a through ball from Talaylan in midfield. After a series of heel flicks to shake off his markers, he drove into the box and swept a low cross towards the goal mouth. Drogba's point-blank shot was blocked, but Robin was quick to pounce on the rebound and score, 1-0. The away fans in white erupted in a wave of noise, their cheers audible even to boats on the opposite bank of the river. Fulham's counterattack was swift and fierce. In the 28th minute, after Robinson saved a header from Davis, a follow-up shot from close range once again pushed him to his limits. He dove horizontally to punch the ball away, and Qin Chuan cleared it off the line, booting it into the stands. In the 39th minute, Leeds midfield organized another counterattack. Ronaldinho dribbled past 2 players in the center circle and fed the ball to Ribery on the right. The Frenchman cut inside, opening up the angle, and delivered a through ball. Drogba, timing his run to beat the offside trap, slotted it home, 2-0. In the second half, Leeds tightened their formation, controlling the tempo with a solid midfield and fluid attacking interplay. Talaylan and Carrick held firm in the middle, using a flurry of passes to neutralize Fulham's attacks. In the 76th minute, Robin was substituted for Ashley Young. A long pass from Carson found Ashley Young, who drove forward at pace and crossed. Drogba backheeled it, and Ronaldinho delicately chipped the ball over the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, 3-0. The game entered garbage time. Venables brought on Lennon and Skirtle to gain experience. Ultimately, Leeds United secured a clean and decisive 3-0 victory away at Fulham. At the post-match press conference, Venables calmly assessed, "We rotated the squad, maintained our rhythm, and secured the win. It shows the maturity of this team." When a reporter pressed him on whether Leeds would challenge for the Premier League title, the veteran manager just smiled. "I'd rather they focus on playing the next match well." That evening, Manchester United battled Chelsea to a 1-1 draw at Old Trafford. Leeds United 23 wins, 4 draws, 1 loss, 73 points, firmly atop the Premier League. Back in his office, Qin Chuan illuminated the draft list for summer contract renewals and wage structure optimization. He knew only with financial stability could the team be stable. Only with good results could the budget be released. The March air in Leeds was still cold, but his mind was already scheming the fires of summer. March 22, 2004, Premier League Round 29. Elland Road. In late March, the temperature in Leeds remained low with intermittent rain. On the afternoon of the match, the sky was still overcast, but the stands of Elland Road were filled early. The crowd was a sea of white shirts, their chants soaring high in the wind. Qin Chuan stood in the top-tier executive box looking out at the pitch through the drizzle. He didn't go to the dressing room. It was an unspoken understanding between him and Venables. The manager controlled the tactical rhythm, he didn't interfere. Manchester City plays a 4-4-2. Their central defensive axis is Distin and Van Buyten. Up front they have Anelka and Mack and Venables mused. Not incredibly tough, but they have decent physicality and are quick on the counter. Leeds United fielded their standard starting 11 goalkeeper Paul Robinson. Defense Sun Shuhai Stam Chivahart. Midfield Makelele Xabi Alonso. Attacking midfielder Ronaldinho. Wingers Ribery Smith. Striker Drogba. At the referee's whistle the match began. Manchester City launched the first attack. Wright Phillips continuously dribbled down the right flank, trying to tear apart Sun Shuhai's defensive zone. But the latter held his ground calmly, not rushing into tackles. He forced the opponent wide, cornering him before winning the ball and sending a diagonal pass to Alonso in midfield. Leeds United's possession system swiftly unfolded. The moment Ronaldinho completed his first feint and turn in the center circle, the stadium erupted in a roar. City tried to press him, but as they closed in, the ball was already distributed to the right flank. In the 14th minute, Smith received the ball on the right. After a series of dribbles, he played a low cross into the center. Ronaldinho made a sudden run forward, drawing the defense, then knocked the ball square to the left. Ribery met it with a powerful shot. The ball skimmed the turf and arrowed into the far corner of the net. 1-0, Leeds United broke the deadlock. The Manchester City manager was shouting from the touchline, instructing his midfield to drop back and defend. But before the adjustment was complete in the 22nd minute, Ronaldinho again attracted a triple team before releasing the ball. Drogba shielded Van Buyten, spun powerfully, and unleashed a thunderous right-footed strike. 2-0. Elland Road was an absolute ecstasy. In the box, Qin Chuan showed little emotion. He knew Leeds were in form, and he knew City's defense, anchored by Distin alone, would struggle to withstand the repeated assaults of Ronaldinho and Drogba. The game then entered a tense phase. City created some threats through the runs of Anelka and Macken up front. In the 35th minute, Anelka beat the offside trap, faced Robinson one-on-one, and shot from a tight angle, but the goalkeeper made a valiant save and Chivu was quick to clear. The score was 2-0 at halftime. In the Leeds dressing room, there was no relaxation. Venables commanded the situation calmly, not mentioning the scoreline, only emphasizing, "Don't give them hope. Play your own rhythm." In the 55th minute, Leeds struck again. Alonso played a long diagonal pass that split the defense. Ronaldinho drove forward with the ball and was brought down by Bosvelt at the edge of the box. The referee immediately awarded a free kick. The stadium held its breath. Ronaldinho took his run up and struck. The ball traced a perfect arc, sailed over the wall, and nestled into the net just under the crossbar. 3-0. The City players looked deflated. Shortly after, Distin missed a tackle, almost allowing Drogba a clear run on goal, but Van Buyten managed to block him at the last moment. In the 70th minute, Venables made substitutions, bringing on Malouda Carrick and Ashley Young in turn. City seized the opportunity to mount a counterattack. In the 83rd minute, Anelka finally pulled one back for City, feinting past Stam in the box before scoring. 3-1. The final whistle blew and the stadium roared with thunderous applause. It was an undisputed victory. Leeds United won 3-1 at home, consolidating their top spot. The atmosphere in the dressing room was relaxed. Ronaldinho was laughing and embracing Drogba. Ribery sat in a corner discussing the goals with Lennon, while Makelele was pulling off his jersey and heading to the recovery area. Venables looked at his players and said flatly, "The time for you to laugh is in May." A moment of silence, then a burst of light laughter. No one took this victory too lightly. It was the character of this Leeds United team, steady, clear-headed, and consistent. In Leeds, England, on March 28, 2004, the day after the Birmingham City match, the morning newspaper racks had just been stocked with the latest issues of The Guardian and The Times when a group of young fans wearing white and yellow scarves snatched them all up. Leeds United tops the Premier League. Qin Chuan's team, 25 wins, 4 draws, 1 loss. From the brink of bankruptcy to the top of the table, the overwhelming headlines were no longer filled with mockery or cold indifference. After a 2-1 victory over Birmingham City away from home, Leeds United's record improved to 25 wins, 4 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 79 points. That evening, the clash between Arsenal and Manchester United ended in a 2-2 draw. Although the Invincibles remained undefeated, they were completely dethroned from the top of the standings. "They have defeated Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, and they even forced us into a draw," Arsene Wenger said with a wry smile at the post-match press conference. Leeds is a team worthy of the championship. More notably, the media began to trace the changes in the season's trajectory. Had Leeds United not risen so powerfully, Arsenal, Chelsea, Aston Villa, and Middlesbrough would have each taken 3 points from them. Now all 4 of these teams had dropped points in their direct encounters with Leeds, each losing 2 points from their potential total. Qin Chuan did not respond to these reports. He merely stood by the office window gazing at the gray sky and silently flipped through a renewal draft. Venables knocked gently on the door. "The schedule is getting tighter. We have Everton, Arsenal, and Charlton coming up. The pressure is immense." Qin Chuan nodded, his tone calm. But pressure has never belonged to the side that is leading. He knew that while the standings could sway the media and confuse opponents, what Leeds United truly needed to do was to finish every remaining game. Because in this era winning a championship required not only victory, but also patience. April in Leeds always carried a restless wind. The match against Leicester City had just concluded, and the team had easily secured 3 points after breaking free from a tightly contested press. But no sooner had Qin Chuan sat down in his office than Victoria Stone pushed the door open, her expression displeased. The Mirror, the Sun, and the Telegraph all have it on their front pages. She slammed a stack of newspapers onto the desk. Wenger wishes to add 4 lead stars to the Gunners' ranks. They wrote it with such enthusiasm. She read aloud with a sneer. Sun Shuyong's tenacity and speed make him Wenger's ideal fullback candidate. Xabi Alonso will be the perfect successor to Vieira. Frank Ribery and Florent Maluda, one on each flank, would make Arsenal's wings unstoppable. Qin Chuan said nothing, simply flipping through the newspapers page by page. There were also subheadlines: Leeds United's youth will eventually be shattered by reality, a column in the Daily Mail. Qin Chuan cannot possibly keep everyone. A BBC evening discussion program. They're making an open move. Martin Hayes followed up, looking indignant. They're listing our players before we've even played. Arsenal. Victoria remained calm. Wenger hasn't made any clear statements. The media was fed information, but the clues are too consistent. It's clearly Arsenal's PR leaking stories aiming to destabilize our morale. The goal isn't to poach players, but to make us unstable from within. Qin Chuan finally spoke, his tone even. He closed the newspaper. Sun Shuyong is the top contender for best fullback in the Premier League this season. Xabi Alonso is the core of our midfield. Ribery and Maluda tore apart Manchester United and Chelsea on the wings. This isn't normal reinforcement, it's psychological warfare. We're ahead of them in points, Victoria said. They want to use external pressure to unsettle you, make you err, and tempt the players. They also know this isn't the transfer window. These remarks can't lead to any concrete action. Qin Chuan's gaze was steady. But they're betting on the players' youth, betting that this Leeds United team hasn't yet experienced true temptation. He stood up and walked to the window. In the distance on the training ground, Arjen Robben and Florent Maluda were doing speed shuttle runs. Sun Shuyong and Alan Smith were practicing diagonal long passes on the sideline. Xabi Alonso and Jeremy Talalan were orchestrating the rhythm of give and go in the center circle. No one was knocked down by the news. They were still playing their own game. Notify the media department, Qin Chuan said, turning around. No response, no denial, no reposting. Victoria nodded. A cold treatment. Let them perform for themselves. Qin Chuan sneered. Arsenal wants to play psychological warfare. We'll let them keep their nerves taut for 3 weeks before the match. When the real battle comes, we'll see whose players can still run. What we need to win isn't media headlines, it's the game at Highbury on April 16th. The night was deep, but the city's lights hadn't completely gone out. Qin Chuan sat in his office. Outside the window, the sparse lights of East Leeds flickered. The bustling streets of the day had fallen silent. Only the glow of the computer screen reflected off the piles of data sheets and media clippings in front of him. He moved the mouse with his right hand, and a new article popped up on the screen. Wenger praises Leeds United as lovable but immature, clearly expresses interest in the future development of players like Sun Shuyong, Xabi Alonso, Frank Ribery, and Florent Maluda. Daily Mirror, April 15, 2004. Qin Chuan stared at the phrase, lovable but immature, his expression neutral, showing neither joy nor anger. He just let out a soft sigh. They treat us like a youth team to be admired, he murmured. Victoria Stone, wearing a suit jacket over her shoulders, walked in and handed him the latest printed reports. 4 media outlets have followed up on Wenger's comments today. She opened a folder. The Guardian directly says he might make a move in the summer window targeting Xabi Alonso, Ribery, and Maluda. And Sun Shuyong. The Times wrote, if he could be unleashed, it would be an ideal reinforcement for the right-back position. The wording is subtle, but the meaning is clear. Qin Chuan sneered. He thinks we're a flea market. Victoria didn't smile, simply asking, should we respond? Respond. Winning is the response. Chen Zichuan was comparing his running heat map from the last 5 games with the fitness coach. Sun Shuyong was studying Arsenal's left-wing attacking patterns on the side. Gary Cahill and Martin Skirtle were crouched in a corner reviewing the conceded goals from the last 2 league matches. Qin Chuan stood at the meeting room door watching this scene and did not disturb them. 3 days earlier in the 33rd round, Leeds United had drawn 1-1 with Everton at home. It was their 2nd consecutive draw. Before that, they had been held to a 0-0 stalemate away at Blackburn Rovers. The media had begun a new wave of talk about fatigue. Sky Sports even ran the headline, Leeds United peaked too early, now suffering from altitude sickness. But Qin Chuan knew this wasn't fatigue. It was a choice of rhythm. After the 2 draws, the team's league record was 26 wins, 6 draws, and 1 loss, with 84 points. They were still leading the Premier League. But Arsenal was closing in from behind. The light was still on in the Leeds United manager's office. Venables had just finished watching Arsenal's last 3 matches. He handed a proposed starting lineup to Qin Chuan, who took it and nodded. No adjustments, he said. No matter how much pressure the media puts on us, we won't change our formation. They want us to panic to force us into fighting ourselves. But this team is no longer the Leeds United of 6 months ago. The night was heavy and Highbury Stadium was ablaze with lights. The spring wind in North London carried a hint of chill whipping through the deafening roar of the stands. On one side of the stands, Arsenal fans waved red and white flags, their screams almost lifting the roof. On the other side, the small contingent of traveling Leeds United fans, though outnumbered, shouted every chant with all their might, as if trying to sustain the entire team's spirit with their voices alone. Qin Chuan sat in the front row of the executive box, his gaze passing through the glass and settling on the center of the pitch. This was the night of the decisive battle. On the standings, the two teams were separated by 7 points. This match might very well decide the championship. Leeds United starting lineup: 4-3-1 goalkeeper Paul Robinson, defenders Sun Shuyong Yap, Stam, Qin Chuan, Patrice Evra, defensive midfielders Claude Makelele, Xabi Alonso, attacking trio Alan Smith, Ronaldinho, Frank Ribery, striker Didier Drogba. Arsenal starting lineup: 4-4-1 goalkeeper Jens Lehmann, defenders Lauren Sol, Campbell, Kolo Touré, Ashley Cole, midfielders Freddie Ljungberg, Gilberto Silva, Patrick Vieira, Robert Pires, attacking midfielder Dennis Bergkamp, striker Thierry Henry. The referee blew the whistle and the match officially began. In the opening 10 minutes, Arsenal dominated possession with fluid passing. Henry and Bergkamp attempted to penetrate through the center with continuous combinations, but Leeds United's double pivot was exceptionally tight. Makelele shadowed Bergkamp relentlessly, while Alonso repeatedly dropped back to provide cover, teaming up with Qin Chuan to seal off the middle. In the 13th minute, Sun Shuyong intercepted Ljungberg's advance and quickly passed forward to Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho cleverly shifted his body and flicked the ball with the outside of his foot. Smith overlapped and played a through ball. Drogba beat the offside trap and shot. Lehmann made a brave save to parry the ball. A great chance was missed, but Leeds United had begun their counterattack. In the 22nd minute, Arsenal launched an attack down the left. Pires beat Smith with a series of feints and delivered a cross from the byline. Henry met it with a volley that flew wide of the post. Qin Chuan frowned. This was their first real attempt on goal, and it also served as a reminder Vieira was pushing very high up the pitch. In the 31st minute, Ronaldinho turned in the center circle to create space and played a diagonal long pass to Ribery. The Frenchman cut inside and unleashed a sudden shot. The ball skimmed across the turf with a curl heading straight for the bottom corner. But Lehmann managed to save it. The entire away section groaned in frustration, but Qin Chuan remained motionless, merely pursing his lips. "We're not sneaking attacks, we're controlling the game," he murmured. In the second half, Arsenal substituted Jose Antonio Reyes for Bergkamp. Wenger's intention was clear: increase attacking impetus and raise the tempo of pressing. In the 55th minute, Vieira surged forward to meet Pires's pass and unleashed a powerful long-range shot that struck the crossbar and bounced out. It was a warning signaling that the match was about to enter a stalemate. In the 63rd minute, Ronaldinho and Alonso exchanged short passes, creating space before Ronaldinho played a through ball to Smith. From the edge of the box, Smith delivered a cutback pass. Drogba lunged to shoot. Lehmann fumbled the save, and the ball rolled slowly towards the goal line. Gilberto Silva made a desperate sliding clearance at the last possible moment. In the 72nd minute, Arsenal won a corner. Campbell's header was saved by Robinson's diving effort. Sun Shuyong quickly collected the ball and launched a long pass to start a counterattack. Ronaldinho received the ball, drove 25 meters forward, drew 3 defenders, and then backheeled a pass to the right flank. Smith crossed, and Drogba dived to head the ball. It went in. 1-0. This time Qin Chuan stood up. He didn't cheer but slowly raised his right hand, making a steady gesture to the players on the pitch. In the final 15 minutes, Leeds United firmly controlled the game. Venables substituted Ronaldinho and Drogba in the 80th minute, bringing on Scott Parker and Darren Bent to stabilize the rhythm. Meanwhile, Wenger was on the touchline, constantly waving his arms and shouting, urging his players to increase pressure on the flanks. Finally, during a Leeds United passing sequence in their own half, Ashley Cole read the play perfectly, stepped in to intercept the ball, and decisively passed it to Pires, who was advancing through the middle. Arsenal's passing machinery then sprang into action. Pires threaded a pass to Henry, who laid it off to Ljungberg on the flank. As Henry cut back towards the center, Gilberto Silva had already surged forward into position and took a shot. The ball went in. 1-1. The final whistle blew. Arsenal 1-1, Leeds United. After the press conference, Qin Chuan didn't say much. In the dressing room, he simply told the team, "This is not a failure. We are still 7 points ahead." Venables was even calmer. "We can't expect to win every game with a magician. A championship team has to develop its character." Qin Chuan stood on the podium, watching the manager on the sideline gesture with fingers like daggers, directing the formation. After the rotation, the starting lineup maintained stability along the central axis. Didier Drogba, Ronaldinho, and Alonso were all on the field, while Ashley Young and Garcia were given the starting spots on the wings. Portsmouth did not defend passively. Instead, they launched several sharp counterattacks in the opening stages, but gradually fell silent under the pressure from Stam and Cahill. In the 33rd minute, Alonso delivered a calm through pass. Garcia slid into the penalty area and scored with a low shot, giving Leeds a 1-0 lead. In the second half, Portsmouth pushed forward en masse, sending several high balls that made Qin Chuan frown. But in the 81st minute, Sun Sing broke through into the penalty area during a counterattack and was fouled, winning a penalty, which Ronaldinho converted. Final score: Leeds 20, Portsmouth. Points 88, 27 wins, 7 draws, 1 loss. Round 36 of the Premier League. May 2, 2004. Bolton at home. Bolton versus Leeds. The rain poured heavily at Reebok Stadium, the mud nearly swallowing the rhythm of the game. Bolton lined up in a 5-3-2 formation immediately, using physical pressure to drain the creativity of Leeds' midfield and attack. For caution, Venables kept Drogba and Ronaldinho on the bench, starting with Darren Bent up front, while Milner and Robbins flanked the wings. The match dragged into a long stalemate. In the 55th minute, Tourang intercepted a pass in his own half and delivered a precise long pass. Robbins burst into the penalty area and cut inside to score. But Bolton capitalized on a corner kick. In the 72nd minute, forward Kevin Davies headed the ball to equalize. Final score: Bolton 11, Leeds. Points 89, 27 wins, 8 draws, 1 loss. The eve of round 38 of the Premier League. May 10, 2004. In May, Leeds was fresh with new greenery, but the streets lacked their usual leisure. In every newsstand's window, a poster bearing the crests of the two teams was affixed. The final showdown, Stamford Bridge. BBC's Match of the Day special program played on TV with rapid cuts in the footage, the music tense, as if the stock market were about to open. Commentator Clive Tilsley's voice was low. After 37 rounds, the Premier League title race is this tightly contested, extremely rare in history. Arsenal unbeaten this season, trailed by 2 points. Leeds United, on the brink of bankruptcy, just a year ago now stood at the threshold of the championship. Originally, after their win against Charlton in the previous round, Leeds could have settled the title question, but that's what round 37 was meant to be. But now they must rely on the result of the final round. If Leeds win at Stamford Bridge in their final match, they will claim the title. If they draw and Arsenal defeats Leicester City, both will have 90 points, and the tiebreaker will be goal difference. Arsenal currently has a higher goal difference than Leeds. The host looked into the camera. Therefore, even a small draw could cause Qin Chuan's team to fall short just before the finish line. On the training ground, players were conducting their final tactical drill. In the distance, a banner fluttered near the pitch. 1 step away. Venables stood on the sideline, holding a stack of tactical diagrams. They'll press like madmen. What we need is to stay calm. Don't panic, don't rush, don't be swept away by the roar of Stamford Bridge. As he spoke, he glanced toward the protagonist seated behind the bench. Qin Chuan was not wearing a suit today. He wore a training kit, his expression indifferent, holding a recently received fax. Arsenal's official press release: we won't let others dictate our terms. Arsenal is ready to secure another unbeaten championship in club history. According to The Sun, Arsenal is closely monitoring Alonso, Ribery, and Malouda of Leeds United and plans to make a bid this summer. He frowned slightly, then glanced at another fax. Chelsea intended to treat the final match seriously, with rumors that Abramovich himself would attend the stadium. When you stand at the center of the stage, everyone tries to push you. Victoria stood beside him, her voice low. But if they can't push you, they start digging at your foundation. Qin Chuan smiled. They think we're not ready. He closed the paper, handed it to his assistant, then looked up toward the center of the training ground. Ronaldinho was practicing back to the ball control. Drogba was whispering with Carrick. Ribery was lunging aggressively toward the corner flag, and Sun Shuhai stood on the sideline, repeatedly reviewing his crossing trajectory. No one said championship, no one said final match, but everyone seemed to know what it meant. Leeds United was about to fly to London. Outside the airport, hundreds of fans came to see them off. They shouted players' names, held up banners. Bring it home, Leeds. As Robinson stepped off the aircraft, he grabbed Sun Shuhai behind him. Who did you like when you were young? Me. Sun Siyang paused. Bruce. No, when I was in elementary school, I supported Manchester United. When I was young, I loved Leeds. Robinson smiled, patting his shoulder. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow we'll make more children love us. The sky was clear, white clouds rolling. The rare early summer sunlight of London shone on the pitch. Security was strict around the stands. In the most prominent position of the VIP box, a man in a dark suit with slicked back hair leaned against the railing, smiling. Roman Abramovich, the behind-the-scenes financier of Chelsea. He has finally appeared, Victoria whispered. Qin Chuan sat in the away team's box, his expression calm. For the final match, how could I not show my face? This match was of great significance for Leeds United. It was the first opportunity since 1992 to reclaim the English top-flight championship. If they beat Chelsea, 92 points would surpass Arsenal, claiming the title. But Chelsea would not let it pass easily. They also wanted to make a statement for next season's lineup and future. Ranieri's future as coach was uncertain, and the players knew that the Russian sitting below wasn't just watching the match, but also observing who would stay. Starting lineup. Chelsea 4-4-2, goalkeeper Kudasini, defenders Glenn Johnson, Terry Gallabridge, midfielders Glenn Shar, Lampard, Emerson Duff, forwards Gudjonson, Hasselback. Leeds United 4-2-3-1, goalkeeper Paul Robinson, defenders Sun Siyang, Stam, Chinziki, Evra, defensive midfielders Makaleli, Alonso, attacking midfielders Smith, Ronaldinho, Ribery, striker Drogba. The whistle blew. In the 7th minute, Lampard orchestrated an attack in the middle, passing to the right wing. Glenn Shar, who evaded Evra and delivered across. Hasselback headed the ball early. hitting the side net. In the 12th minute, Leeds counterattacked. Ronaldinho broke through in the middle and delivered a through pass. Drogba turned and shot, but the angle was too straight and Qin saved it. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked down. The pace hasn't picked up yet. In the 19th minute, Shinziki made a defensive mistake, lost the ball. Duff dribbled down the left wing and returned across. Lampard shot on the run, but Robinson duffed to save it. But in the 23rd minute, Chelsea scored first. Emerson intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly passed it out. Gudjohnsen received the ball on the right wing and crossed to the front. Hasselback arrived in position and shot the ball into the net. 1-0 as Stamford Bridge erupted in a synchronized roar. The camera panned over the VIP area. Abramovich smiled, but his eyes were cold. Victoria whispered softly, "The one who smiles is the hardest to deal with." Qin Chuan stared at the field. "Let them laugh a little longer." In the 35th minute, Leeds United created a threat for a moment. Ronaldinho delivered across. Smith headed the ball. Drogba shot, but the goalpost refused it, missing the equalizer. In stoppage time, Chelsea continued to press. Glenn Shar's long shot went slightly wide. The halftime whistle blew. Leeds United entered the dressing room with a 0-1 score. Above Stamford Bridge, the sun shone brightly, but the light belonging to Leeds United remained hidden behind the clouds. The Leeds United locker room was silent, heavy with a chill. Down 0-1. No one spoke. Drogba sat on the edge of the bench, sweat still dripping from his forehead. Xiao Luo had pulled his jersey over his head, eyes closed. Smith's shin guard had fallen to the ground, kicked lazily toward the corner of the wall. A soft click came from the door. It was Qin Chuan. He wore neither a tracksuit nor a suit, but simple gray clothes, his expression calm, yet his eyes sharp. He glanced at no one, simply walking up to the tactical whiteboard and casually stating, "Leicester City just scored. Arsenal is down 0-1. A second of silence. Then the entire locker room rose as if struck by electricity. "Is it real, eh?" Drogba was the first to stand. "Leicester. Arsenal actually conceded." Carrick turned toward the coaching staff. Venables didn't respond, merely coughing into his hand. "I just got a text message," Qin Chuan said slowly, looking up at them. "They may not last much longer, but at least we still have time." He extended his hand, pointing to a slogan on the wall, "Bring it home. We've come this far not for nearly, not to watch others play, not for tears after a celebration. We're here to attack until the final moment, to reclaim the championship beneath the sky of Stamford Bridge." His voice wasn't loud, but incredibly steady. "Get out and win it. We don't rely on others, we rely on ourselves." As soon as the words landed, Smith punched his chest and roared, charging out of the locker room, "Let's go." Then came a wave of response. The Leeds United players returned to the field, not merely to equalize, but to defend their faith. Chelsea's rhythm didn't slow. They knew if they held steady, the championship dream would slip from Leeds United's grasp. At the 52nd minute, Duff broke down the left flank and delivered a cross. Gudjohnsen volleyed it, but Robinson caught it cleanly. Leeds United, however, began to visibly speed up. At the 58th minute, Xiao Luo orchestrated from midfield, drawing defenders with continuous dribbles before delivering a through ball as Smith cut inside and unleashed a low shot. It brushed past the post. At the 62nd minute, Venables substituted Robin for the fatigued Smith, pushing Xiao Luo even further forward. 2 minutes later, the equalizer came. Alonso lofted a pass from the center circle. Drogba controlled it with his chest, then laid it off to the wing. Robin sprinted in and delivered a cross into the box. Xiao Luo followed up with a finish. Goal. 1-1. Qin Chuan sat in the stands, his paper cup gripped tightly. Stamford Bridge fell silent for a moment. But that wasn't enough. At the 79th minute, Sun Suyang was fouled on the right flank, winning a set piece. Xiao Luo didn't take it. Alonso stepped forward instead. A delicate chip aimed at the far post. Chen Zichuan emerged from the back post, leaping high above Terry, heading the ball back toward the center. In the chaos, Gala cleared it only a short distance away. Drogba before Lampard swept. Robin. A stunning curling shot. Goal. 2-1. Reversal. Stamford Bridge erupted. It was the wild roar of Leeds United fans, the cold expression of Abramovich removing his smile in the box, the instant change of the broadcast board. Leeds United 2-1 Chelsea. Leeds United 92 points, Arsenal 90 points. Qin Chuan remained motionless. He simply rose slowly, watching the players below embrace, roar, fall to the ground and shout. Stam and Chen Zichuan pointed to the sky. Alonso knelt in prayer. Xiao Luo ran toward the stands with arms outstretched. Only Drogba raised a finger toward the stands. First. 2003-04 season Premier League champion. Leeds United 38 matches, 28 wins, 8 draws, 2 losses, 92 points. They had returned from hell and stood upon paradise. But Qin Chuan looked down at a crumpled fax in his pocket. Arsenal 2-0 Leicester. He smiled softly, tearing the paper in half and tossing it into the spring breeze. "We are the champions, my friends." As the familiar melody echoed through the stadium, the Leeds United players collapsed onto the grass, climbed over railings, and embraced each other without care for their appearance. Chen Zichuan draped a national flag over his shoulders and pulled Sun Suyang up from the stands. "We're champions." Sun Suyang's eyes reddened. "Champions." Venables stood on the sidelines, surrounded by countless cameras. He removed his hat and raised his hand gently toward the stands. "Thank you. In that moment he was no longer the iron-fisted old manager, but a white-haired hero. The trophy was presented solemnly by an FA official onto the stands. The Premier League trophy, silver and gleaming, adorned with white and blue ribbons, sat on a silver tray. Qin Chuan stood at the back of the line, hands in his trench coat pockets, not claiming a front position nor actively taking the trophy. He simply stood there smiling as the players raised their glasses one after another, sweat and champagne bursting beneath the fireworks overhead. Ronaldinho, Stam, Drogba, Ribery, Alonso, Qin Chuan, Robin. Each young name, glowing with championship light, illuminated a northern city that had never been expected. Until the trophy finally came before him. Boss Xiao Luo handed it to him, a smile as bright as a youth's. Qin Chuan looked at him, took the trophy with both hands, and slowly raised it. Leeds United Premier League champions. 12 years after 1992, that old working-class club once again stood at the pinnacle of England. Champagne was empty, ice buckets overturned, Carrick danced with a speaker, Ribery shirtless chased Drogba, spraying champagne, Xiao Luo rode on Smith's back, stealing the trophy. Venables sat in a corner, drinking a whiskey, watching the childlike warriors in the room, silent for a long time. Qin Chuan approached, and placed a small booklet before him. What? Renewal list. Core players, youth academy priorities, technical team. Qin Chuan said calmly. I don't plan to wait until summer. I'll start operations next Monday. Aren't you going to rest first? Champions don't wait for next year, Qin Chuan replied, looking at him. This championship is just the beginning. Champions League 2 fronts Arsenal, and Chelsea won't give up easily. Venables looked at the list, and nodded. You know you're different from them. How different? They celebrate, and then rest. The old manager took a sip of wine. But you want to keep living after winning. I've never played this game, just for happiness. Then why? Qin Chuan didn't answer, simply walking to the window, watching the broadcast of the celebration on TV. The silver trophy spun under the lights, reflecting Leeds' entire future within it. Wenger stood before the tactical board, expression solemn. Players slowly took their seats, no one daring to speak first. 26 wins, 12 draws, 38 matches unbeaten, Wenger said calmly. But we are not champions. He turned voice flat. Remember this summer. Leeds United has stood above us. Next time, either make them never stand up again, or you'll be pinned in history, people saying that year you were the most beautiful losers. Victoria walked into the chairman's office and found Qin Chuan hadn't left yet. He sat at his desk, computer open. You should rest. Just got a bunch of emails. From whom? Qin Chuan turned the screen toward her. Emails from many clubs across Europe. Victoria raised an eyebrow. This reminds us next year will be harder. But Qin Chuan smiled. Yes, that's the real game. The day after the championship victory, the streets and alleys were still alive with celebration. In the pub's oases, don't look back in anger, played while children ran through the square wearing t-shirts emblazoned with Leeds United champions. Yet in the second-floor meeting room of the club headquarters, Qin Chuan's gaze was fixed upon 2 contract renewal documents. He tapped his fingers on the table. Xiao Sun played 30 games this year, solid in both defense and attack. At his age, a starting right back wouldn't be on $2,000 a week anywhere else. Victoria Stone sat across from him, pulling up a financial projection on the screen. We can offer him a starting level salary. £65,000 a week, plus performance bonuses. Considering we just bought him from Manchester City and his contract is long, taking the initiative now is a reward in itself. $65,000 a week, plus bonuses. Qin Chuan nodded. Agreed. It serves as a reward for our key players. And what about Qin Chuan? Victoria opened another file. He's our academy graduate. He held his own in tough league and cup matches. His ability is undeniable. He's special. I picked him out from the youth academy myself. Qin Chuan said in a low voice, unscrewing the cap of a water bottle. Zichuan was a British citizen. He just completed the process to play for China. His uncle is Chinese. A week ago he told me he's confirmed to represent the Chinese national team in the Asian Cup. The Asian Cup? This July. Victoria raised an eyebrow. That's right, in the middle of pre-season preparations. I won't stop him. Qin Chuan's tone was calm. This isn't a bad thing for him. The Asian Cup is a chance to raise our players' profile. Besides, the Chinese team has a real shot at winning it this time. Weekly wage, she asked. 40 grand. Plus a bonus clause for more than 10 appearances. Qin Chuan thought for a moment. And add this, if he's selected for the national team and plays in an official match, his wage goes up to 45 grand. Victoria noted it down. Just then a soft knock came at the door. Sun Shuyang in a clean white t-shirt stood at the entrance with a smile. Boss, I finished reading the draft contract. Come in. Why didn't you bring your agent? Qin Chuan gestured to the chair opposite. Tell me anything you want to change. Sun Shuyang sat down, his expression not nervous, but rather as if he had already made a decision. It's not a standard renewal anyway. I only signed last year. He'd feel awkward taking a cut. As for the salary, I have no objections. Coming from Manchester City to Leeds United. I know how much I've improved this year, and I've got 2 titles to show for it. He paused, looking at Qin Chuan. I have only one request. I want to be a starter in the crucial matches next season. It's not about the pay. It's about trust. Qin Chuan didn't answer immediately. He opened a drawer, took out a folder, and slid it across the table. Next season's squad assessment, he said. You're our starting right back. And you're part of our plan for the next 5 years. Thanks. Sun Shuyong smiled. I'll sign the contract. As he stood to leave, Qin Chuan added, when does the Asian Cup training camp start? Sun Shuyong turned slightly surprised at the precise question. Late June. We're assembling in Chengdu. Send me the schedule. We'll release you. Qin Chuan nodded. Don't be afraid of injury. Play well. Sun Shuyong gave a slight bow. Understood. After the door closed, Victoria smiled. You're really generous with people. But Qin Chuan didn't smile. It's not generosity. It's that these people deserve it. They weren't chosen by the big clubs as prodigies. They're players who crawled their way up from the dirt. He looked out the window towards the pitch. Give them a platform. Give them a future. They'll repay you with championships. Victoria closed the folder. So who's next? Qin Chuan's gaze drifted to the distant training ground where a familiar figure was shielding a ball with his back. Smith, he said calmly. The club's flag bearer. The vice captain. An academy product. Utterly loyal. His contract can't go wrong. Victoria smiled. So we're giving him the top wage, right? Qin Chuan said nothing, just gently clicked the cap of his pen shut. The sun was perfect over the training ground, the freshly cut turf still carrying a damp green scent. The Premier League trophy had just been moved from the club hall to its glass case. But the atmosphere in the meeting room was heavier than on finals day. He should have been here 5 minutes ago, Victoria said, glancing at her watch. He's not late, Qin Chuan said quietly. He knows what he's doing. The door opened. Smith pushed his way in, his hair a mess as if he'd just come from the gym. He wasn't wearing his player jacket, just a t-shirt and jeans, and he greeted them with a grin. Sorry, got held up by some kids wanting photos at the entrance, he said, sitting down. Looks like we've really made it big. You're way more famous now than when you joined the academy at 13. Why no agent again? Qin Chuan handed him a contract. Take a look. After all, you're the face of our club now. Smith didn't open it. He just looked at him. Top wage. Why would I need one? I only signed a new contract last year. I didn't ask for a raise. How much do you want? I don't know. Smith smiled, looking down. I don't care about the money, you know that. I just want to know. Am I still not for sale here? Qin Chuan didn't answer immediately. He picked up a pen from the table, his fingertip lightly tapping the edge of the contract paper as if weighing his words. Leeds United doesn't sell its captain. He said, even if you haven't worn the armband yet, you will soon. Smith looked up, his eyes clear, but with a faint tremor within. Qin Chuan pushed the contract across the table. 5 years, 85 grand a week. Includes loyalty bonuses, match bonuses, and a championship floating clause. You won't be our highest paid player, but you'll be the most stable one. What about Luo? Doesn't he have a 500 grand a year salary? He'll get a new contract later. It'll be higher than yours. He's our star player now. What you're getting is the affection this city has for you. Qin Chuan paused. From the day I took over this club, you were the flag I never intended to let go. Smith didn't say much more. He just picked up the pen and signed his name, the motion clean and decisive. After signing, he leaned back in his chair and let out a soft breath as if shedding a heavy burden. By the way, he suddenly looked up. Are you ready? Ready for what? The old man is going to retire. Smith's tone was calm. You didn't really think he'd go another year, did you? A moment of silence fell over the room. Victoria sighed and added, last night Venables called me. He said, he doesn't want to go through another season like this. Qin Chuan's expression didn't change. He just asked quietly, when did you know? From his last talk in the dressing room. Smith's eyes softened. That tone of voice wasn't from someone who had another year in him. He got up to leave, but paused at the door. I'll stay because I believe you can take Leeds forward. But you need to find a new coach. Someone who can handle these lads. The door clicked shut. Qin Chuan was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the smooth, firm signature on the contract paper. That was the boy they had pulled back from the brink of relegation. Now he was a man who could carry the banner. He finally said in a low voice, we'll owe Venables this favor for a long time. Victoria sat still. What do we do now? Call the management. Qin Chuan looked out the window at the sky. We need to find a head coach who can take this trophy and run with it. And that would be the start of another war. On May 24, 2004, in the boardroom of Leeds United, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the lingering spring dampness and gray clouds outside, yet the meeting room felt even more desolate than the weather. Venables' resignation letter lay silently in the center of the long table, a mere single page. To lead a resurgent Leeds United to the Premier League title and the League Cup was the proudest moment of my career. The veteran manager wrote in his customary restrained tone, but I am old. It is time for a younger man to shoulder the burden of this great club. Everyone was silent. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair at the head of the table, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. Everyone has their mission. Venables' health wasn't good, and we have the Champions League next season. His tone was calm, his expression composed. Leeds is now the Premier League champion. Our next target is the Champions League. A few people instinctively sat up straighter. Victoria Stone opened a folder and distributed several briefings. We've preliminarily shortlisted 5 candidates. She flipped through the pages as she summarized. First, Didier Deschamps, manager of Monaco, only 35 years old. A World Cup winner as a player within a year of retiring, he led his team to the Champions League final only to lose this season to Mourinho's Porto. Second, Steve McLaren. Last season his Middlesbrough gave us a tough fight in the League Cup. He's strong on youth development and tactical adjustments, and the English national team is watching him. He has no experience managing a top club. Third, Claudio Ranieri. Just sacked by Chelsea, rich in Premier League experience, but criticized for erratic substitutions and a lack of control. Fourth, Martin O'Neill. Celtic manager, 3 consecutive Scottish Premier League titles. Strong in cup competitions, excellent at motivating players, but his tactics are somewhat traditional and his European experience is limited. Fifth, Rafael Benitez. Valencia manager, 2 La Liga titles. His style emphasizes tactical discipline and space pressing. He is considering whether to move to the Premier League. Qin Chuan opened the first page, his gaze stopping on Deschamps. He's young enough and his reputation is solid. The technical director nodded. A Champions League runner-up, even losing to Mourinho, is no disgrace. But he lost, Qin Chuan said flatly. His voice was light, but it weighed heavily on the ears of those present. I don't want someone who was just dismantled by Mourinho. I need a manager who can stand up to the special one head-on. What about Mourinho? The financial director Thomas tried to joke. Weren't you always a fan? Abramovich made his move. He's practically sitting in the office at Stamford Bridge already. Victoria cut off the jest. Qin Chuan leaned back, slightly scanning the room. And I won't cede control over squad building. This statement brought a moment of quiet to the room. My bottom line is this: transfer authority lies with me. We can collaborate on tactics, we can discuss personnel, but no one is going to spend my money to sign their favorite players. We are not Chelsea. We are not Manchester United. His tone was calm. We are Leeds United, the Premier League champions who almost went bankrupt to get here. Upon his words, silence fell. Steve McLaren was quickly dismissed. His biggest problem isn't ability, but a complete lack of experience at the very top level. Lily Harrison reminded them. To take our squad into the Champions League, letting him learn on the job isn't suitable. What about Ranieri? Claire asked. He knows the Premier League, he has connections. Precisely because he's been in the Premier League so long we know his weaknesses. Victoria shook her head. In 4 years at Chelsea he never managed to forge a truly great team. He's more of a transitional figure. Qin Chuan added. Chelsea's foundation looked decent enough, and the nickname, the Tinkerman, is well-deserved, but things were still a mess inside. Abramovich gave him all that money this season, and look at the flops he bought. Our target next season is the Champions League. What about O'Neill? The technical director said hesitantly. I admit his European record is thin, but the players really like him. Too conservative. Qin Chuan flipped past the dossier. He hasn't faced a real tactical challenge in the SPL. We need someone who can hold our ground at the Camp Nou, the Allianz Arena, and the Bernabeu. The room fell silent again. Eyes settled on the final dossier. Benitez. You know he's won 2 league titles at Valencia. Victoria spoke slowly. You also know his training intensity and tactical acumen are practically top tier in Europe. Valencia wasn't built on big names. He relies on tactical ability, organization, defense, and discipline. And one more thing, Qin Chuan said softly. He's not the type of manager who demands total control over transfers. He looked at the others. I can accept negotiation, but I won't hand over full authority to the head coach again. The technical director nodded. So we approach him. I'll go myself. Qin Chuan put down the file. Prepare the itinerary. We leave tomorrow. May 26, 2004. Valencia, Spain. The May Mediterranean sun bathed the orange groves and low red-tiled roofs, but Rafael Benitez, standing on the balcony of the club's main building, had a face as cold as a northern wind. The Valencia board meeting had just ended. President Orti, brandishing a cigar, had announced in the empty boardroom that the new season's transfer budget would be cut by 20. The squad would remain unchanged, and there would be no response to the 3 transfer targets Benitez had proposed. It wasn't the first time. For years he had led this far-from star-studded team to 2 La Liga titles, a UEFA Cup semi-final, and a UEFA Cup final, yet he never received the club's genuine support. You're not Ferguson, Orti had even joked the week before. We're not putting everything in the coach's hands. Benitez didn't laugh. So when the official delegation from Leeds United knocked on his office door that evening, he did not refuse them. The delegation was small, consisting only of Qin Chuan, CEO Victoria Stone, and an English-Spanish bilingual assistant. The meeting was arranged at a quiet private club on the outskirts of Valencia. Outside the window the scent of orange blossoms was rich, but inside the atmosphere was as restrained and cool as winter water. Qin Chuan didn't beat around the bush. He took out a folder and laid out Leeds United's squad list and season data page by page. Rafa, allow me to introduce our current situation. In the most concise language, he itemized the team's core components: England international goalkeeper Paul Robinson, with top-tier reflexes and shot-stopping, a defense, including Dutch stalwart Yap Stam, Chinese player Chen Zichuan, French left-back Patrice Evra, England's future star Michael Dawson, and Chinese right-back Sun Shuyang. The midfield core was one of the world's best defensive midfielders, Claude Makelele. The dual playmaking axis of Xabi Alonso and Michael Carrick, young but mature. The forward line included Ronaldinho, Alan Smith, Didier Drogba, Frank Ribery, and Florent Maluda. Among the substitutes and young talents were James Milner, Javi Garcia, Gary Cahill, Darren Bent, and Jeremy Talalan. Benitez's eyes scanned the pages, his brow gradually relaxing. He rarely saw a team outside of Europe with such a balanced squad. Solid in attack and defense, a reasonable age structure combining talent and experience. This is a championship squad. He finally spoke, his voice low and firm. In fact, it has the foundation to compete for the Champions League. Qin Chuan nodded. We know that a true club's rise never comes from buying 11 superstars, but from building a system. I want you to build that system. Benitez looked up slightly. I can bring training and tactical discipline. I can set up the team, but I need input on transfers. For transfers you can make requests anytime. Qin Chuan looked at him. The authority for building the squad lies with me, that's the principle. But you tell me what you need and I'll provide it. He paused, shifting his tone. You don't need to worry about the transfer budget and you don't need to worry about the team being dismantled. Evra has a bid for Manchester United now, but I'll do my best to keep him. If I really can, I'll have a new player ready for you. This isn't a trial run. His tone was calm. If you come, we fight side by side. Benitez was silent for a moment, then leaned back in his chair, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Rafa, if you stay and continue to battle with Orti, you might win another La Liga. But if you come to England, I will give you a platform to fully unleash your talents. Qin Chuan's voice was low and resolute. I don't expect us to win the Champions League next season, but at the very least, we will be the hardest team to play against. From outside the club window came the low calls of night birds, but the atmosphere was more intense than the sunlight. Benitez finally extended his hand. I'm in. To fight for the Champions League next season. 2 days later, May 28, 2004. The press conference room at Elland Road. On a backdrop of white with blue trim, the Leeds United crest and sponsor logos stood side by side. The press conference for the new manager's appointment was packed. We are very honored to announce that Mr. Rafael Benitez will be the new head coach of Leeds United Football Club on a 3-year contract. Victoria announced at the opening. He will lead us into the 2004-05 season. After Benitez's brief speech, it was time for questions from the journalists. Mr. Benitez, Leeds United is already a championship-winning team. How do you plan to elevate it to a European powerhouse? Benitez answered succinctly, through relentless training and by never fearing any opponent. Are you concerned about the division of power over transfers with club chairman Qin Chuan? Benitez looked at Qin Chuan, who was sitting beside him, and smiled. He gave me a promise. I state my needs, and he fulfills them. To me, that is the highest form of trust. The press corps was momentarily speechless. Later that same evening, Leeds United boardroom. A fax machine beeped, and a single sheet of paper emerged steadily. Victoria took it, her expression complex, and handed it to Qin Chuan. Manchester United have made their move. Qin Chuan unfolded the document. It read: to the board of Leeds United, formal offer for player Patrice Evra, as follows: fixed transfer fee, 25 million. Variable clauses up to 5 million linked to appearances, Champions League, and Premier League title bonuses. This offer is valid until June 7, 2004. He stared at the paper, tapping his fingers twice. United's made their move. Ferguson. It seems he's already talked things over with the player himself. A brief silence fell over the room. Victoria looked at him. What do we do? We can negotiate on the ones we can't keep, but we must hold on to the ones we can. Qin Chuan said softly, I'll talk to him. Leeds United training ground, May 30, 2004. The rain had stopped. Remnants of water droplets clung to the glass panes of the main building, while the verdant green of the pitch gleamed with an unusual freshness under the sunlight. Benitez stood by the pitch, arms crossed, silently observing the players as they jogged for warm-ups. He wore the club's new training kit, crisp and neat, yet his face bore no smile. Are you dissatisfied? Qin Chuan's voice came from behind and to the side. Benitez shook his head. No, I'm astonished. His gaze swept across the field. This squad is more formidable than I imagined. We were Premier League champions last season, Qin Chuan said with a smile. But now we must prepare for the Champions League. Evra. He wants to leave. Qin Chuan nodded. Manchester United submitted an offer, 25 million fixed plus 5 million in add-ons. Benitez drew a soft breath, saying nothing. We kept him once before. He signed a 5-year contract. But people's hearts change, Qin Chuan shrugged. However, we are not without replacements. You have alternatives? Of course. Qin Chuan paused. But first let me ask, what kind of fullback do you prefer? Fast, strong, and pushing forward, solid in defense, and capable of tucking inside. Benitez answered without hesitation. Ideally one with sustained carrying ability, not reliant on crossing from a standstill. Qin Chuan nodded. Perfect. I have 2 options. He paused, his eyes tracing the left-back position on the tactics board. If we prioritize defense, we could consider Monaco's Abidal, physically robust, strong, and duels positionally sound. If we need attacking flair, I'd push Sun Shuyang to the left. He's fast, can run the flank tirelessly, and provides a better attacking fulcrum. I prefer fullbacks with strong attacking contributions. Sun Shuyang is promising. I've noticed he tends to cut inside during runs and his physique is decent, Benitez said, squinting. That's precisely my thinking, Qin Chuan smiled. He's fine on the right, but I want to try moving him to the left. He can adapt, and he's willing to. So you'll vacate the right flank? No, I plan to sign Maicon. Benitez raised an eyebrow. The one from Monaco. Exactly, Qin Chuan nodded. Superlative physical attributes, immense stamina, explosive pace, excellent technique, and top-tier, overlapping ability. Different from Evra's style, but more versatile. Will he have work permit issues? Already resolved. He participated in the Copa America meeting international appearance criteria. Our paperwork is in order. Benitez was silent for a moment, then nodded. A solid choice. Sun Shuyong will be perfectly fine on the left. He can handle it, and we also have heart. But for the long term we still need a backup. Qin Chuan paused. I've tried Ashley Young at left back in the youth team. That kid. Benitez was surprised. He's a winger. Yes. Qin Chuan smiled. But he's fast, has delicate footwork, and a good defensive attitude. Our Evra also converted from winger to fullback, so I think the similarities in their qualities make it viable. Benitez didn't press further, simply listening attentively. He's not the long-term answer at left back, but he can be a rotational option. Qin Chuan said softly. With Sun Shuyong, Hart Young, and even Shivu, at least for this season our flanks won't collapse. Benitez hummed in agreement. I'll arrange different combinations in training. You're not worried that I as the owner am meddling in tactics? If what you say is right, why would I object? Benitez looked at the training ground. You're not commanding me, you're giving me weapons. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Just then Victoria hurried over, handing him a printed email. We just received a fax. Barcelona has formally bid for Ronaldinho. Qin Chuan took the document, glanced at it, and curled his lips. 60 million. Keep him, Benitez murmured. I know. We need Ronaldinho now, and they know he's the world's best player. Qin Chuan squinted. A player like Ronaldinho is a king wherever he goes. Victoria lowered her voice. Assis called yesterday. He said he's tempted. Qin Chuan nodded. I'll handle it. That evening Qin Chuan arrived at Ronaldinho's villa. Assis was already waiting in the living room. I know you've received Barcelona's offer. Qin Chuan sat down directly. I won't stop you from considering it. But I need to tell you. Leeds will play in the Champions League next season, and we're not going just to make up the numbers. He paused. You want to be the king of Europe. At Barcelona you'd have to wait because they were in disarray last season. Here at Leeds you're already the king. Our squad can reach the summit next season. Assis remained silent. Qin Chuan smiled. And I'm willing to renegotiate your contract, salary, loyalty, bonus, image rights, share. I can offer better terms. He took a draft from his briefcase and slid it across the table. A 5-year deal, 1,000 per week, plus performance bonuses. Assis looked down at the contract, tapping the paper lightly with his fingertips. The living room was silent for a long time until Ronaldinho's voice came from upstairs. Bro, bring my new boots up. Assis looked up, a faint smile on his face. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Qin Chuan smiled too. Take your time. This isn't just an offer, it's Leeds United's sincerity. The office light was still on, and Elland Road was silent in the night. Qin Chuan leaned back in his swivel chair, staring at the freshly stamped agreement in his hand, the one Assis had just signed. Loyalty bonus plus performance incentives, a 5-year top-tier renewal, he murmured. This contract was not just for Ronaldinho, it was a shot in the arm for the entire dressing room. Ronaldinho himself hadn't come, but Assis, as his brother and agent, had made his stance clear. We accept your terms. Assis had said before leaving. But Ronaldinho wants to see the Champions League stage, not just bonuses and salary. He wants to dance on the grandest stage. Qin Chuan smiled. He will. He had already prepared the marketing plan for the next season. From the streets of Brazil to the fields of Yorkshire, between the samba steps lay the new hope of an entire city. The phone on the desk rang. It was Victoria. Monaco has responded. Macon's contract has 2 years left, and his salary isn't high. They're willing to negotiate, but their asking price is a bit higher than we expected. How much? Qin Chuan asked. Initial offer is 8 million plus add-ons. We'll offer 12 million. No haggling. Qin Chuan opened Macon's scouting report. They know we have money. Let's set the tone from the start. Victoria laughed. You really don't leave room for bargaining. Once it's done, fly to Paris. I'll handle the medical and signing. He glanced at the time, 1:07 a.m. In Ashley Young's training log the words, left back adaptation training, had already been written. Benitez had just finished a meeting with the coaching staff saying the kid has potential, but his defensive positioning needs work. Another 6 months as a substitute adapting to left back, then we'll decide his long-term role. Benitez wrote in his weekly summary. The next morning Qin Chuan boarded an early flight to Paris. Macon's agent Santos was already waiting in the hotel's meeting room, dressed in a black suit, sunglasses tucked into his shirt collar, the quintessential Brazilian style. We agree to your salary terms, Santos cut straight to the point. But Macon wants to know, if he comes to the Premier League will he be an immediate starter? Qin Chuan didn't answer directly. Instead he placed a photograph on the table. It was a training photo of Sun Shuyong playing on the left flank. Our right back position will be for Macon. We've already adjusted the left flank, he said with absolute clarity. This position is his as long as he proves worthy of it. Santos nodded. I like that answer. The medical is set for tomorrow at 10 a.m. After signing we'll send him back to Monaco to pack. He'll return to Leeds in 3 days. Macon met Qin Chuan on the hotel's top floor. I've worked hard at Monaco, he said in a low voice as they shook hands. Now it's time to see the true heart of Europe. Welcome to the Premier League, Qin Chuan said with a smile. You'll love this city. Meanwhile the Leeds training ground was undergoing a quiet transformation. Benitez had reorganized all midfield and defensive drills, focusing on fullback inversion and three-man midfield cohesion. He sat before the tactics board drawing a thick red arrow with a marker. The Champions League isn't won by running fast or playing flashy, he told the players. We control the tempo, force them into mistakes, and make them bleed like a surgical incision. He pointed to the defensive line, circling the fullback positions emphatically. Son, you'll start from the left. Set the rhythm. Sun Shuyong nodded slightly. I can do it. Benitez looked at him. You're Chinese, eh? Yes. Then you are now the world's best left back. Everyone laughed. At 10 in the evening, Qin Chuan received the final call. Maicon has signed. Medical passed. Departing tomorrow. Qin Chuan picked up his notebook and gently ticked the right back recruitment box. Objective complete. Outside the window, the night was deep. The lights of Leeds were flickering out one by one, but Qin Chuan knew that the true challenge was only just beginning. Freshly printed newspapers were tossed onto the newsstand, their headlines bold and black. Red Devils fill a gap, ever transfers to Manchester United. Leeds United swiftly signs Maicon, the Brazilian bull arrives in the Premier League. Champion centre-back Dawson. Manchester United makes a high bid. The BBC's transfer news was particularly suggestive. Premier League champions Leeds United are entering a dismantling window. Evra's transfer to Manchester United is confirmed, with Maicon immediately stepping in. Meanwhile, Manchester United has bid for the promising centre-back Dawson, who proved his worth this season, while Chelsea are eyeing Drogba, Parker, and Maluda. The Times was more direct. The Premier League title is not the end, but the beginning. The Daily Mail wrote, we once thought Leeds United's fairy tale would crumble in the final round of the Premier League, but Qin Chuan proved this team are champions and the architects of a new order. What is his next move? Retain the squad and continue recruiting, or open the supermarket? Chelsea's offer was an astronomical figure, a fixed £40 million plus $10 million in add-ons. Drogba sat in the office, the offer document in his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. Chelsea invited me for talks, he said. They told me my salary would double, the signing bonus would be paid immediately. The offer was staggering. But you haven't agreed yet. Qin Chuan sat down. Because I want to hear what you have to say. I want to say you should stay because we are Premier League champions. Last season, I told you we would fight our way into the Champions League, and we did. Qin Chuan said calmly, I'll only tell you this. At Chelsea you might be a starting striker, but at Leeds United you are a legend. Drogba didn't reply. Instead, he slowly picked up a pen and signed a 5-year contract. Renewal salary £8,000 per week. I trust you. I've been very happy playing at Leeds United, Drogba said, rising. Boss, see you next season. Daily Mirror exclusive, tycoon, or all-in bet. Qin Chuan's Leeds United game might be his only chip. In the eyes of the outside world, Leeds United's new owner Qin Chuan was undoubtedly a mysterious tycoon who had appeared from nowhere. In 1 year he had worked the miracle of clearing debts, rebuilding the squad, and storming to the Premier League title, and had recently rejected several staggering offers from Chelsea and Barcelona. But just yesterday we received an anonymous tip from the company's registration office. He is not a billionaire in the true sense. The funds for Leeds United's acquisition and subsequent operations used up almost all of his personal assets. The tip pointed out that Qin Chuan owns no real estate in the UK, nor is he registered as a director of any company. His largest asset under his name is Leeds United Football Club. And according to our further verification, after completing his capital injection into Leeds United, his liquid assets once fell below £15 million. On the surface it's all glory, but in reality it is highly likely an all-or-nothing gamble. Anonymous sports economist. This news sparked heated debate among fans and investors. Is he a brave gambler, or will he just walk away when he loses? If Leeds fail in the Champions League next season, does he have any way to recover? What's the difference between him and those failed owners of the 90s? Sky Sports commented, Leeds United's revival story was too dreamlike, so much so that people forgot to ask, who is the financier of this play? Currently, Qin Chuan himself has not responded. Internally, Leeds United remains silent, issuing no statements regarding the veracity of the news or future operations. A senior club official merely stated in an interview, our boss understands football deeper than all of you. At the Elland Road office, Qin Chuan sat in his chair, a stack of newspapers spread before him. Public opinion was beginning to ferment. The Times financial column headline, Leeds United owner Qin Chuan. Has he bet almost everything on football? According to an unnamed source, the now 25-year-old Leeds United owner Qin Chuan used most of his personal assets when repaying the club's debts last summer. The source claims he does not have additional conglomerate backing or other industrial chain support, but has almost single-mindedly invested everything into this club. The Financial Times commented with a photo, if this is true, then he is not football's Abramovich, but just another dreamer gambler. Financial Times commentator Tom Grant. He looked at the photo. It was him from last summer announcing the repayment of Leeds United's debt at Elland Road. The sun was harsh, his face a blur. He didn't frown, didn't speak, just quietly turned the page and saw another line. Some are asking if he can't sustain the investment, what will happen to Leeds United next season. From the window came the sound of whistles from the training ground. Players were running the green, field still full of youthful vigor. He looked down at the newspaper he had just closed on his desk, gently folded it, and put it in a drawer. No response to the media. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, tapping the wooden surface with his index finger. The coffee on the table had gone cold untouched. He didn't call a meeting immediately. Just silence. A list of names flashed through his mind: Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, Amazon, Google, Apple, and the land investment contracts he had signed in Shenzhen and Beijing's South 4th Ring Road that summer. The plots weren't large, but the locations were excellent. A decision he made in July 2003, just after taking over Leeds United. When the system's funds would be rewarded was uncertain. He always had to prepare for how to run the team if the system stopped providing money. But these investments weren't funds he could use now. I won't touch a penny of these investments before 2009, he thought to himself. But he also knew that although the book value of these investments had multiplied several times over, cashing them out would take at least 5 more years. It was now 2004. He slowly exhaled, offering neither rebuttal nor explanation. Claire Walton spread a stack of documents on the meeting table. This is the initial media response strategy. She took off her glasses, her tone calm. We won't deny he has invested heavily in the club, nor will we admit this is his entire fortune. Instead, we will release the latest financial audit data. The club's cash balance is £175 million. There are currently no outstanding debts. Next season's revenue is projected to be between £130 million and £160 million. The club's cash reserves have surpassed those of most Premier League clubs. The team has zero debt. Also, she paused, we will release a shareholder structure briefing emphasizing that the investor has complete control over the club's long-term development plan. Qin Chuan looked at her and nodded. Make the tone stronger. We are not a prosperity propped up by magic tricks. The weather was hot, the streets noisy. In a low-key but comfortable hotel cafe, several Leeds United players had privately met with their agents. Did you see that article, eh? Agent Stephen scrolled through a screenshot on his phone, then handed it to Parker. The Financial Times and The Sun have both picked it up. They say Qin Chuan put almost all his money into Leeds United. He's got £175 million on the books now, but no one knows if he has any more money to keep things going. Parker, wearing a t-shirt and baseball cap, leaned back in the sofa silent. After a few seconds, he let out a cold laugh. I guessed as much. This season's title was won too cheaply, Maluda said, sitting to the side, lightly tapping his coffee cup. Everyone thinks he was just spending money to create a buzz. Now that we've reached the Champions League, the bill is due. Mourinho has been asking about you too, the agent added quietly. Parker, they see you as a starter. Same for you, Maluda. Strengthening the wings is high on Chelsea's list. What about Emerson? Parker asked with a wry smile. Mourinho is considering a midfield of you, Emerson and Lampard. They all laughed, but no one was truly happy. Dawson and his agent sat in the living room of a rented house. The TV was showing a replay of Leeds United's highlights from last season. You need to make a decision, Michael. The agent's tone was unhurried. Manchester United have offered $18 million and Ferguson personally asked for you. They see you as a starter. But I've only just played one season at Leeds, Dawson said softly. That's exactly why you should leave. This is the ladder you climb. The agent paused. Do you really think Qin Chuan can keep burning money to survive in the Champions League? Dawson was silent. On the screen, a clip showed him blocking Henry's shot in the match against Arsenal. He closed his eyes and whispered, I'll think about it. Smith had just finished his strength training and was walking out of the gym when he saw media director Claire standing by the window on the phone. Are you here to reassure everyone? He asked, wiping his sweat. Claire hung up the phone and looked at him. We're preparing to issue a clarifying statement saying the cash balance is £185 million to shut the outside world up. You don't need to reassure me. Smith's tone was calm. I already renewed my contract. Qin said he would take me to win the Champions League, and I believe him. He paused and added over his shoulder, and you don't need to reassure Drogba. He signed a new contract yesterday, and his smile is more genuine than anyone's. That evening, Didier Drogba's social media update. Qin gave me a promise last season. He said we would make it to the Champions League, and we won the title. I'm willing to keep betting on this. See you next season. The accompanying photo was a back view of him standing at the entrance of the training ground wearing his Leeds United jersey. Hundreds of comments flooded in below with Leeds fans shouting, "Long live Qin Chuan. Drogba is our Leeds ace. We trust Qin and we trust you." Knox echoed from the Leeds United office. Come in, said Qin Chuan, sitting in his chair reviewing the squad list. Boss. Hart entered, closing the door behind him. He turned around without averting his gaze. I want to leave. Where to? A team in Spain has contacted me. Their style suits me better. I want to be a starter, not watch games from the bench. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised. He pulled a printed sheet from his desk. We won't stop you, but we won't let you go for free. I understand. You've been here for 8 years, a veteran in the locker room. I respect your choice, Qin Chuan said calmly. No matter where you go, the door at Leeds United will always remain open. Hart smiled slightly. Thank you. They sat in silence for a moment, then he added, that kid Sun Shiyong. He has real talent. Tell him I trust him with that left flank. Sun Shiyong. Sunlight filtered through the curtains as Cahill wiped his boots, head bowed. Victoria Stone knocked and entered. Qin asked me to tell you that Bolton has submitted a loan request. Cahill looked up, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. On loan. Can I still come back? Of course. He says you have great potential and need real match experience. They'll still use me. Certainly. She paused, her voice softening. He's included you in the long-term plans, just not this season. Cahill thought for a moment, then nodded. I'll do it. Give me a full season. I'll come back and fight for my spot. She looked at the 18-year-old as if seeing once more the young Radby who had clenched his teeth, bled, and refused to leave the field. The sky that day was overcast, but it didn't rain. The main stand at Elland Road was packed. A sea of white, yellow, and blue intertwined. Fans held banners reading, "Thank you, Lucas," waving South African flags, bidding silent farewell to their chief. A montage played on the big screen. From donning the Leeds shirt in 1994 to leading the team in the Champions League. From every crease on the captain's armband to the frozen moment of the 1998 Premier League best defense. To the resolute face he wore again and again in 2000, dragging injured legs onto the pitch. As "You'll Never Walk Alone" filled the air, the crowd stood. Radby, in a formal suit, a tricolor ribbon of blue, white, and yellow pinned to his chest, walked slowly through the main corridor into the stadium. His pace was unhurried, his feet stepping on the turf he had run on for 10 years. Flanking him in formation was the entire first team: Sun Shuyong, Drogba, Ronaldinho, Smith, Makelele. The passing of the torch between old and new crystallized in this moment. Qin Chuan personally handed him a specially designed jersey. Number 4, with "Redefine" embroidered below and a phrase beneath it. "Our chief. Forever Leeds." "Lucas," Qin Chuan said quietly, "you chose to stay during the darkest days. Now we stand at the summit again, and this stadium will never forget you." Radby took the jersey, his voice slightly hoarse but firm. "I am South African, but I belong to Leeds." The stands erupted in thunderous applause. He walked to the center circle and slowly bent down, kissing the turf. It was the place he had fought on the entirety of his youth. After the ceremony, Leeds United officially announced Lucas Radby had officially retired and would transition to assistant coach of the first team, continuing to contribute his experience to the club. That evening, The Guardian commented, "In the era of gold money sweeping through the Premier League, there are still those willing to guard a patch of turf for a decade. Such people deserve to stand for the whole city." The farewell in the locker room. That evening, the team held a brief but heartfelt farewell party. Vidic raised a glass to him. "I watched you play when I was a kid." Smith grinned. "After you retire, I'll be one of the veterans in the team." Drogba was more direct. "When you become a coach, I hope you don't penalize me on penalties." Radby looked at these young faces, a smile rising on his lips. "I am not your past. I am your future." They paused in surprise, then responded in unison. "Chief." Compared to Radby's retirement ceremony, Tim Floyd's departure stirred hardly a ripple. The 26-year-old Norwegian goalkeeper had joined Leeds United in the summer of 2003. Opportunities were scarce, serving only as a substitute for Robinson in a few cup matches. Now that Czech was returning, and 18-year-old Carson showed promise as a star of the future, his position had vanished. Tim Floyd officially transfers to German club Freiburg. Leeds United Football Club confirms that goalkeeper Tim Floyd will officially transfer to German club Freiburg with a transfer fee of 0. "We thank him for his efforts and cooperation in past seasons and wish him all the best in the future." The training ground was quiet save for the occasional bird song seeping through the window cracks. It was not a training day. Most players had gone home or vacationed abroad. The whole building felt unusually quiet. Qin Chuan did not call, only sent a text message. "Can we talk for a few minutes? Are you free?" 5 minutes later, he knocked on the manager's office door. "Come in," said Rafael Benitez, looking up, his tone unhurried as he organized tactical notes on his desk. Qin Chuan sat down. "No small talk, getting straight to the point. Ian Hart's transfer is settled. He's going to Villarreal to be announced the day after tomorrow." The player himself agreed. Benitez nodded. "This result doesn't surprise me. He fits the tactics well, and his desire to play regularly is clear." Qin Chuan opened his notebook. "Because you won the championship last season, you want to pursue something else. Do I need to buy another left back?" The left back position currently only has Sun Shuyong, Zibo, and Ashley Young. Benitez picked up a water glass from his desk, took a sip, his tone calm and firm. "No need to add anyone." "Are you sure?" "Sun Shuyong is my trusted starter. He defends steadily and pushes forward adequately. I've watched Ashley Young's footage. He's fast, aggressive, worth cultivating. Zibo can play as left center back in a 3-back system or fill in as a wing back." He raised his eyes. "Unless you can give me a world-class left back, the current squad is already sufficient." Qin Chuan asked no further, only nodded. "Understood. I respect your judgment." He changed the subject. "Dawson has received an offer from Manchester United. The amount is good. We're still waiting for his decision." Parker and Maluda also expressed willingness to transfer, with several top clubs contacting them. Benitez frowned slightly, but showed little emotion. "I know these three well. Parker's ability is unquestionable, but the midfield already has Makelele, Carrick, Alonso, Talon, plus Milner and Eschen. The rotation is already very ample. If he wants to join a team where he can guarantee a starting spot, I won't stop him." "What about Maluda?" "His attitude, his professional efficiency is good, but the wing already has Robin Ribery, Luis Garcia Smith, and Ronaldinho. Adding Lennon, I don't lack wingers." Benitez was direct: if they really want to leave, let them go. I only want players willing to commit to this tactical system. Qin Chuan nodded, lightly understanding. As for Dawson, Benitez paused. He's a very good English young centre-back, only 20, yet he plays with remarkable maturity. But Leeds United's current centre-back reserves are Vidic Stam, Skirtle, Qin Chuan, and Zebo can also cover. If Dawson stays, he's the fourth centre-back. If Manchester United offers a very suitable price, I'd lean toward letting him go. Qin Chuan tapped his fingers on the notebook. I understand. I'll handle the negotiations for these players, but before your final decision, your opinion is important. He closed the notebook and stood up. Although I'm not giving you transfer authority, I will provide you with the players you want. As long as you agree he leaves, and he wants to leave, I will let him go, but if you need him, even if he must leave, I can spend money to buy similar, or even better players. Benitez also stood up, his gaze firm. You give me the players, I win the match. They nodded lightly, concluding the most important personnel conversation of the summer break. Leeds Elland Road Stadium Administrative Building, the chairman's office. Outside the window, the lawn was a fresh, vibrant green, and sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its glow upon the solid oak table engraved with the Leeds United emblem. Qin Chuan sat in the main seat with Claire Walton beside him, who had just served tea and quietly exited the room. Only two people remained in the office. Sir Alex. Qin Chuan looked at the old man across from him, smiling and nodding. I'm surprised you came in person. Michael Dawson, 19 years old, English passport, can play both left and right centre-back, stable in distribution, good interception awareness, and still has great potential. Sir Alex Ferguson took a small sip of red wine, his gaze sharp yet affable. I've been following him for a long time. To put it dramatically, this kid is our next Rio. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, following the thread. Then this offer. 18 million fixed plus 4 million in add-ons. Should it match the price tag of the next Rio? Ferguson shrugged. The sincerity is already there. You and I both know that this price is already at a premium in the current market. Qin Chuan shook his head, his tone calm. I see the sincerity. In fact, this price is within our expected range. Ferguson's eyes lit up, waiting for him to continue. But Qin Chuan suddenly stopped, reached for his teacup, took a light sip, and then said leisurely, You know, sir, I don't like to haggle when selling players, but before I sell, I need to confirm two things. Go ahead. First, his position in our team. Second, whether he himself wants to leave. He set down the teacup, his gaze turning calm and clear. Dawson, just 20 years old. I appreciate him. To be honest, Rio at 20 didn't perform as well as he does. But with Qin Chuan and Stam in the team, his space is indeed limited. Ferguson nodded. You're being objective. So we won't block him, nor will we squabble over the price. Qin Chuan pushed the documents across the table. This deal I agree to. The old sir was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Chuan to be so straightforward. He had thought the other party would haggle and go back and forth. But there's a condition. Qin Chuan's tone shifted, calm and indifferent. We don't accept installments or complicated add-on clauses. 22 million in cash, one-time payment, contract effective immediately. Ferguson frowned slightly. You're not considering add-ons. For example, England national team call-ups, appearances, Champions League bonus shares. I prefer clean transfers. If he performs well and the clauses are triggered, I'd be unhappy about the money I receive later, Qin Chuan said calmly. But if the clauses aren't triggered, I'd also be unhappy because Dawson hasn't developed. I like the money I can get now. Ferguson looked at him and smiled. You don't seem like an owner, he said. I am, Qin Chuan replied with a faint smile. But the first batch of players I bought when I first became an owner, they have a special place in my heart. A soft knock at the door. Come in. Qin Chuan didn't look up, flipping through financial documents on the desk. The door opened, and a familiar figure stood at the entrance, his back straight as a rod. It's me, boss. Michael Dawson said. Qin Chuan raised his head, glanced at him, and said in a calm tone, Close the door, have a seat. Dawson stepped in, closed the door, and sat down on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. He hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. I heard. Manchester United made an offer for us. You heard quickly. Qin Chuan smiled, not denying it. I want to talk, Dawson said through gritted teeth. About me. Go ahead, I'm listening. The room fell silent for a moment. Sunlight fell on the carpet, casting two shadows. I want to leave. Dawson said. I want to go to Manchester United. Qin Chuan didn't speak immediately, but leaned back in his chair, looking at him, as if carefully judging an adult's decision. Dawson lowered his head, his tone urgent, but not retreating. I grew up at Leeds, broke into the first team, and played games. You gave me that opportunity, and I won't forget it. But now the competition in the team's center-back line. I'm very clear about my position. Qin and I are the same age. Stam is arguably one of the best center-backs in the world. Vidic just arrived, but looks very promising, and Skirtle, though younger, has shown potential. Honestly, I'm not afraid of competition, but in our team, I don't seem to be the one with the most potential. Qin Chuan nodded gently, his voice low. So you want to go somewhere else? Dawson looked at him, his expression earnest. I dare not call myself a top talent, but I know I'm not bad. I want to be a starter, get more playing time, and prove myself at a big club. Is Manchester United your first choice? Yes. He didn't hesitate. Sir Alex Ferguson personally called me and talked to me for 30 minutes. He said I could become his starter. Do you think you can be a starter at Manchester United? Qin Chuan asked. I want to try. I think I can, Dawson corrected. Qin Chuan stared at him, his gaze devoid of any anger, only a quiet assessment. It was like watching a young man he had raised with his own hands finally step out from under his protective wing. You can do it, Qin Chuan said slowly. In fact, you have great potential. You're right, you're still young. Since Manchester United has taken a liking to you, more starting opportunities will actually benefit your growth. Dawson breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't relax. I'm not here to force a move or to provoke. I just want to hear you say it yourself, that you agree to let me go. Qin Chuan stood up, walked to the window, and was silent for a few seconds. I've actually already accepted Manchester United's offer, he set his back to Dawson. It's not because I think you can't compete. You know one thing. He turned around to look at the young center-back who had stood up, his gaze calm but firm. You can leave not because I'm giving up on you, but because I believe Sir Alex can develop you well. Thank you, boss. Dawson's voice carried a slight rasp. Don't thank me, Qin Chuan smiled. At Manchester United, compete well. Be careful not to get injured. If you get injured, don't play with cortisone shots. You're still young, your career is long. If you become the next Rio at Manchester United, you'll have lived up to the trust one placed in you. I will. Dawson nodded, his voice soft but resolute. He walked to the door, about to pull it open, then stopped. If one day Leeds and Manchester United meet in the Champions League, Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Then you'd better mark Drogba. Dawson was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. I will. The door closed softly, and the office returned to calm. Leeds United's official announcement was released at exactly 7 in the morning. The club confirms that Michael Dawson has officially transferred to Manchester United for a fee of $22 million. We thank him for his contributions to Leeds United and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. There was no excessive embellishment, no video montage. Only one training photo, Dawson in a defensive sliding tackle, the ball already airborne, the number on his back, clearly visible, 25. Claire posted the announcement, then walked into the chairman's office. It's been sent out. Comments are pouring in. Manchester United just retweeted it. What are the Leeds fans saying? Qin Chuan didn't look up, only studying the Champions League registration list for next season. Some are sad, some are sending blessings. Most are fairly rational. Qin Chuan nodded. Don't stir up controversy. Focus on guiding the narrative toward respecting the player's choice. Understood. Claire was about to leave when she stopped. Well, Ferguson called back. What did he say? He said it's the first time he's seen someone handle a transfer like this, clean, straightforward, and without lingering emotions. She paused, then smiled. He said, see you next season. Qin Chuan didn't laugh, only replied flatly, that stubborn old man. We'll talk about next season when it comes. One afternoon, sunlight slanted into the chairman's office. Rafael Benitez knocked on the door, dispensed with pleasantries, and said bluntly, we still need a backup center forward. He sat down on the sofa, placed his tactical notebook on the coffee table, and spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. Drogba can hold it down and Ben is decent, but a whole season is long. We can't rely on luck. Ideally, someone who is willing to accept a backup role and has experience. Or of course, someone who is willing to accept being a backup would also work. Qin Chuan didn't answer immediately, just nodded, pulled out a notebook from the drawer, opened a page, and wrote down a few lines. I have 3 candidates in mind. He looked up at Benitez. Larson is experienced, though I'm not sure if he'd accept the substitute role. The other 2 are Vucinic and Quit. I reckon both could accept being substitutes. Benitez's brow furrowed slightly. Larson, the Celtic striker. Yes, his contract just expired. I heard Barcelona is chasing him too, but he hasn't agreed yet. Qin Chuan spoke calmly. I think we can give it a try. If we act early, we might have a chance. All right. Benitez pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. It would be best to sign Larson. I've watched Quit's footage. He's very good, strong, proactive with a team spirit. If we can't get him, then we'll look at Vucinic. I recall he's only 20. Qin Chuan closed his notebook. Then I'll proceed in that order. Try to bring back 2. Benitez looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. If we get Larson now, we still need to prepare for the future. Drogba can't play every match, and Ben still needs time to develop. Qin Chuan said calmly. If we can secure 2, our forward rotation will be secure. Benitez said nothing more, just gave a slight nod. The door opened and closed, and the room fell silent for a moment. Just as Qin Chuan sat down, the outer door sounded again. Claire Walton knocked, her demeanor efficient. Just received from the fax room. She held 3 sheets of paper, the top one reading, to Leeds United Chairman's office from Everton Football Club, subject, transfer proposal, player Darren Bent, offer $12 million. She set the papers down, her tone steady. Everton has offered $12 million for Darren Bent. Qin Chuan's gaze lingered on the signature line at the bottom of the offer. For a second, then 2, he said nothing, but his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Has news leaked? It's possible the media caught wind of our moves, or an agent let something slip, Claire said. But this offer is very formal, not just a probe. Qin Chuan was silent for a few seconds, his eyes fixed on the lawn outside the window. After a moment, he slowly rose. I'll go find Rafa. Claire nodded. I'll leave the original on your desk. Benitez had just placed the player attendance sheet into a folder when he looked up to see Qin Chuan standing at the door. He raised an eyebrow. Changed your mind already? Not a change of mind. Qin Chuan handed over the fax. Everton has bid $12 million for Darren Bent. Benitez glanced down, a slight smile curling his lips. They know what they're doing. What do you think? Qin Chuan sat down, his tone calm. Benitez shrugged. Ben isn't bad, but you and I both know he won't be a starter here. The price is fair enough. He paused, his gaze turning serious. If he wants to leave too, there's no point in forcing him to stay. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. I was planning to go negotiate with Larson in the next couple of days. Now it looks like we need to consider signing both Fusinik and quit. Benitez looked thoughtful. If we can't secure two of them, you'll need to find new targets for me. I think Torres from Spain is good. If he comes, I could consider playing with two strikers. Atletico Madrid might not be willing to let him go, but trying is better than missing out. I've already added his name to my preliminary list. Qin Chuan pulled out his phone contacts. But honestly, I don't have high hopes of buying him. Torres is a starter at Atletico, he's their golden boy, and he has no intention of leaving. Then let's bet on Larson's willingness. Benitez smiled. You're better at using personal touch in negotiations than I am. It's still uncertain whether he'll accept being a substitute, Qin Chuan said softly. But I plan to make him understand that our substitute role is for winning championships, not for sitting on the bench until retirement. Has Barcelona called yet? Larson asked from the sofa, his tone flat. The agent put down his phone, looking resigned. Only a transfer coordinator called. Not even a technical director. What did they say? They said Laporta is very busy and might contact you personally another day. Larson didn't respond, just picked up a paper envelope from the table and turned it over in his hands. The letter had arrived 3 days ago. The messenger came without prior notice, without a translator, and spoke only one sentence in English. I wrote this myself. The handwritten letter was 3 pages long, containing only 3 sentences. We are the English champions. You are not a backup, but a part of the plan. We play in the Champions League and need a veteran like you to steady the ship and score goals. A championship team doesn't beat around the bush and won't keep you waiting. The letter was signed Qin Chuan, chairman of Leeds United. His agent looked at him. What's your decision? Larson didn't look up. You're 33 years old, the agent reminded him. If you go to Barcelona now, you can be a starter. True, he said quietly. But at Leeds I can win. The agent was taken aback. Larson put down the letter and stood up. Where is Qin Chuan today? Who? Qin Chuan from Leeds United. He paused. Where is he? Gothenburg, a hotel in the city center. The lobby was quiet, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the wooden floor. Qin Chuan sat in a corner without a translator or an assistant. On the table before him was a glass of water and a document. He hadn't contacted Larson, he was simply waiting. Until 4 in the evening, the door opened. Larson walked in wearing his training gear, his eyes scanning the lobby until they found him. He walked straight over, pulled out a chair, and sat down, his expression calm. How long have you been waiting? 3 days. No one with you? An invitation from a championship team doesn't need an escort. Qin Chuan's tone was steady. Larson nodded. Did Benitez send you? No. I recommended you, and he approved. Qin Chuan replied. He knows I'm not a center forward like Drogba. He knows and I know. We want the Champions League, and we need a player like you. Larson looked at him. You're not planning to make me a starter, are you? Qin Chuan didn't beat around the bush. You're not coming for a guarantee of a starting spot, but you will play a lot of matches. For competition's Champions League Cups. We need rotation, we need experience, we need a player like you to step up in crucial games. I'm getting old, Larson said quietly. But your goals have never depended on running. Qin Chuan looked at him. We need the man who can calmly slot the ball into the far corner in the 75th minute, not a winger who runs the full 90. Larson was silent for a moment, his expression turning serious. I don't like being treated like a mascot. Benitez doesn't like it either, and neither do I. Qin Chuan replied. He agreed to buy you because you're useful to the team. When to use you and how is his decision. Recommending who is suitable and handling negotiations. That's my job. Larson chuckled. You have a clear division of labor. Yes, because we share the same goal, we want to win those titles. Qin Chuan pushed the document across the table. This is the contract we're offering you. 3-year deal, wages of 4,500 per week with bonuses for appearances and goals. 3 years. Yes, I believe in your ability. Qin Chuan said. You're 33, but you still have plenty left in the tank. You shouldn't go to Barcelona to wind down. Barcelona is in chaos right now without a core player. But our team is stable. We won the Premier League last season. This season, I'm eager to make a breakthrough in the Champions League. We need your appearances and your goals. Larson flipped through a few pages of the contract, then looked up again. Why did you choose me? Because I believe you have the ability. We need someone to steady the young players. Qin Chuan paused. To put it bluntly, we have big ambitions this year. I see the Champions League as a stepping stone to the title. Larson said nothing. He picked up the pen, wrote his name on the signature line, and closed the folder. Neither am I. That evening, Claire received a text message Larson has signed. Registration process starts tomorrow. Arrange medical and photo shoot. Benitez replied quickly, got it. You're incredible, Qin. I'll give him enough game time. Thank you for going there yourself. Qin Chuan replied with just 4 words, he's worth it. At Gothenburg Airport, Larson was waiting for his flight in the departure lounge. A reporter tried to interview him. Was it the money? Or the Champions League? He shook his head. Not the money and not the Champions League. Then what? He thought for a moment, then said calmly, Because the chairman of Leeds United came in person. Barcelona only sent a liaison. The reporter was stunned. Sometimes who comes to get you tells you how much you matter to them. Hart attended no farewell ceremony. After training, he simply packed his belongings, placed his boots in his suitcase, and walked out of the player tunnel. Qin Chuan stood waiting for him at the exit. You signed quickly, Qin Chuan said. They gave me an extra £5 million in signing on fees. Hart grinned. Thanks to you keeping the transfer fee low. I intended to push it down to $2 million, but they said you refused to harm the club's interests and warned them you wouldn't go if it went any lower. Qin Chuan's tone was light. I was planning to arrange a farewell ceremony for you. The doors of Leeds United will always be open to you, Ian. Hart nodded and they shared a moment of silence. Thank you, boss, he said. Qin Chuan patted him on the shoulder without another word. Less than 48 hours after Hart's transfer was officially announced, the media quickly picked up the story in succession. Daily Mail: the Leeds United purge continues. Hart leaves for a mere $35 million. Is the club facing a financial crisis? The Mirror: the fourth player to leave this month. How many are left at Leeds United? Chairman Qin Chuan is embroiled in financial rumors. Sky Sports: total player sales reached 64 million, yet only 35 million was spent on Maicon and a free transfer for Larson. Is Leeds United liquidating to survive? Even the French media began speculating on Maluta's transfer prospects. L'Equipe: Maluta is open to a new challenge. Chelsea is close to reaching an agreement. On the conference room projector screen was a summary of 30 negative mainstream media reports compiled by Claire. This is no longer just sporadic coverage. Her tone was calm. This is an organized campaign to shape public opinion. The target is clear, Thomas, the financial director, said, while flipping through data. They want to make us look like we're on the verge of collapse, forcing us to sell players at low prices. It's as if Leeds United can only survive by cashing in on its key players, Claire scoffed. We did sell people, CEO Victoria reminded them. Ever Dawson bent hard. The numbers are there. Selling players is a normal adjustment, Qin Chuan said steadily. It's not a fire sale. He tapped the table. We currently have over 230 million in the bank, zero debt, a healthy wage structure, and more Champions League bonuses to come. Let the media question all they want. But I have one question: has the dressing room been shaken? Claire hesitated. No public statements yet, but Parker and Maluta are in contact with other clubs. Qin Chuan finished, and the room fell silent for a second. No one spoke. They all knew what this meant. Two core midfielders, continuous bids from other clubs, media frenzy about the club's lack of funds, and Leeds United had so far only spent just over £10 million. Qin Chuan tapped the table again, his tone suddenly lighter. Since they think we can't hold on. He looked up, his gaze settling on Claire, his voice steady, but carrying a sharp rhythm. Then let's make a big move. Claire was taken aback. You mean, go ask Benitez, Qin Chuan said as he stood up. Which midfielder does he want most right now, eh? And then, if he says the one I'm thinking of. Qin Chuan paused, his tone decisive as a chess move. Make a bid to Liverpool. 60 million. We're buying Gerrard. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room, frozen for an instant. No one questioned it. No one objected. Claire slowly put down her pen and nodded. I'll draft the transfer letter right away. Benitez looked at the note in Claire's hand and raised an eyebrow. Gerrard. He put down his tactics board. Did the boss bring this up himself? Yes, Claire confirmed. He wants your opinion. Whether you need him. Benitez smiled, picked up a pen, and circled two positions on the whiteboard. We have Carrick and Eschen for the holding role, Alonso and Talaylan for playmaking, but, he paused, we lack a box-to-box midfielder who can lead these players and handle the Champions League pace. You mean he can carry the team across the finish line? He's the kind of player who makes the opponent's midfield take a step back, Benitez said. He's only 24, and he's already the captain of Liverpool. Claire nodded. I'll relay that. Claire returned to the third floor and pushed open the door. He said yes. Qin Chuan remained impassive and took out his phone. Prepare the bid. How much? Claire asked. 60 million even, he said bluntly. Cash one-time payment. We cover all taxes. Tell them, we don't survive by selling players, we attract them by winning. Claire blinked, somewhat surprised. Should we wait a bit? The media just said we have no money. Then let them see clearly, Qin Chuan said, closing his laptop. We're not a bankrupt club. We're the defending champions, the richest champions in England. Claire took a deep breath and turned to process the bid documents. The weather in Merseyside was unusually clear in July. Preseason preparations hadn't officially begun, but some key players had already returned for recovery training. Steven Gerrard changed into his training kit. As he walked onto the pitch, a few early arriving teammates were gathered around a fax copy. It's really 60 million. Carragher looked up at him. And it's cash. Gerrard only glanced at the offer without commenting. He walked to the side to tie his shoelaces alone, his movements a beat slower than usual. They're playing in the Champions League now, Reese suddenly spoke from behind. And us? We didn't even make the top four. The dressing room fell into a momentary silence. If you really go, we can't say anything, Carragher said. Just hope you don't make a decision too quickly. Gerrard looked down at the grass, offering no response. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about a change of scenery, but now that an actual offer was on the table and the transfer had become a real option, he didn't know how to face it. Liverpool CEO Purcell frowned as he scanned the facts. 60 million cash, no add-ons. And guaranteed payment upon signing. He glanced at sporting director Harrison. What do you think? Harrison said in a deep voice, Leeds United have sold a lot of players, but they rejected massive bids from Barcelona and Chelsea, and now they're throwing money at Gerrard. It doesn't look like they're short of funds. This offer is hard for anyone to refuse, Purcell said, slowly closing the file. The question is, are we willing to risk the fans' fury by selling our captain? There's another question, Harrison said, looking out the window. If we don't sell, can we guarantee he won't be tempted? Benitez hadn't left yet, a black pen clenched in his hand, his eyes fixed on Gerrard's match data on the table. Do you really think he'll come? He asked softly. Qin Chuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked from his desk to the window. The city's night had settled, and the distant stadium lights cast a faint blue-white glow. The Leeds summer night was as quiet as if submerged at the bottom of a lake. I'm not waiting for him to come. Qin Chuan's tone was not heavy, but every word was clear. I'm telling everyone. We have the money to buy any player. Benitez looked at him, his brow slightly raised. We just let a few players go, and the media started spinning a story that we're running out of money, that the club is about to collapse. I can't let the dressing room atmosphere turn sour like last year. Qin Chuan turned around, his gaze calm. So I'll show them a big enough deal to shut them up. Gerrard is our statement of power. If he comes, of course, that's best. I'll give him a starting spot at championship stage and one of the highest salaries in the Premier League. But if he doesn't, that's fine too. Qin Chuan smiled slightly. He's a Liverpool man. If he chooses to stay, that's loyalty. We made the offer, that's our sincerity. Benitez nodded, offering a professional coach's smile. You're fighting a psychological battle. We're not just filling a midfield spot, Qin Chuan said calmly. It's to tell the world, Leeds United has money. We're not some sinking ship as the outside world claims. The room fell silent. Half a minute later, Benitez stood up. I'll continue preparations assuming he will come. Rest assured. Qin Chuan nodded. If he's willing to come, then I will definitely sign him. The two exchanged a glance. They didn't shake hands, but a consensus was reached. The fax machine had just ceased its clatter, the reply from Liverpool landing in the document tray. Thomas Coleman glanced at the figure, £80 million. Claire drew a sharp breath. They dare to ask that much. The conference room fell into silence, every gaze fixed on that sheet of fax paper. But Qin Chuan looked at it for less than 2 seconds, then turned and walked to the window. There's no need to wait on this, he said. What? Thomas was taken aback. Reply accepted. Qin Chuan spoke rapidly. No counteroffer, full payment, funds to arrive within 72 hours of signing. As long as Liverpool agrees to release him, legal can prepare the contract immediately. His tone was steady, but each word landed like a hammer on the table. Thomas couldn't help but speak up. But that's 80 million. The highest price tag in world football history. That's precisely why we pay it. Qin Chuan interrupted him, gazing calmly at the night outside the window. We're not spending this money just for Gerrard alone. This tells everyone. Leeds United isn't selling players because it needs money. It's because it has a very, very deep pocket. He turned back to face the room, his tone resolute. Who holds the world's highest transfer fee now? Real Madrid's 77.5 million euros for Zidane. Now we do it once. After this, no one will dare say we're bankrupt. After this, Parker Maluda and every wavering player will know. We Leeds United are flush with cash, not sinking. Rumors, doom-mongering, doubt. I won't clarify them. He spoke each word deliberately. I drown them out with money. Tomorrow morning, every English media outlet will see it. Leeds United, an £80 million bid for Gerrard. He walked out of the conference room, his silhouette steady. Claire hesitated for a second, then grabbed the phone on the table and dialed rapidly. Initiate the backup files. Legal, finance, and technical teams to work on 3 fronts. Bid £80 million, a full payment, no floating clauses. Submit the standard contract template. Payment is due upon their signature, funds to arrive in 3 days. Yes, 3 days. Let all of England see we have the money and we dare to spend it. Sky Sports shock. Leeds United bids £80 million for Gerrard. The highest price in history is born. The Mirror. Have Leeds gone mad? England's new rich are launching their Galacticos era. The Times, a heavy blow. Qin Chuan's £80 million hammers out Leeds United's declaration of an era. L'Equipe, a reshaping of European football's landscape. Leeds United becomes the storm center of the transfer market. Milner looked down at the newspaper, softly reading the headline aloud. Leeds United able to splash £80 million. Carrick closed his flip phone, lost in thought. Only Drogba grinned. I can feel Chin's ambition. Gerrard stared at the news on the screen, saying nothing. The assistant coach beside him whispered, aren't they supposed to be going bankrupt? Gerrard said flatly, maybe. He closed his phone and walked into the training ground. But deep down he knew, Leeds United was no longer the Leeds United of last year. They agreed. Technical Director Harrison stood before the conference table, his face a mask of disbelief as he placed the facts in front of CEO Martin Broughton. £80 million. Broughton frowned. Are you sure this is really Leeds United's response? Confirmed. From Leeds United, signed by the chairman himself, full cash one-time payment. Harrison added in a low voice, no player exchange, no add-on clauses, no need for negotiation. Insane, Broughton murmured. Qin Chuan isn't insane, he came prepared. Harrison adjusted his glasses. He knows what he's doing. This ambitious young owner with this one bid has made Leeds United's name resound across Europe once more. Broughton frowned deeply, muttering, "This doesn't feel like Leeds United's play. This feels like Real Madrid." The bid has been confirmed as delivered. Liverpool's side has read it. Claire reported swiftly. "Good." Qin Chuan nodded. "We wait for their response." They have accepted the bid. Claire handed the confirmation letter to Qin Chuan. A meeting with Gerard has been arranged for tomorrow. Location is on the 4th floor of the main club building. Qin Chuan nodded, said nothing more, just glanced at his watch. "We'll go tomorrow." That evening at Gerard's home. They bid, his wife asked, looking at him. "Full payment." Gerard stared at the fax paper, his expression complex. £80 million. A world record. Have they really lost their minds? Gerard didn't answer, just stared blankly at his phone. "The club has agreed to Leeds United's bid. A meeting between you and Mr. Qin will be arranged at the main club building tomorrow." The next day, outside the window was a corner of the Anfield stand's sunlight streaming through the glass onto the old wooden table. Gerard pushed the door open, dressed in casual clothes, and extended his right hand proactively. "Mr. Qin," he said. "Hello." Qin Chuan shook his hand, sat down with no pleasantries. The two sat opposite each other, the air briefly stagnant. Gerard looked at the copy of the bid on the table and said in a low voice, £80 million. "I never thought you would actually offer this price." "We can afford it," Qin Chuan replied calmly. "More importantly, I believe you are worth this valuation." Gerard didn't speak immediately. After a long silence, he finally began. "We didn't make the Champions League this year," he said. "5th in the league out of the cups too. So you should leave." Qin Chuan was blunt. "You're 24, in your prime. You should be playing Champions League football." Gerard took a soft breath and shook his head. "Precisely because of that I can't leave." Qin Chuan looked at him, not interrupting. "If I leave now, people will say, 'See, he gave up too.'" Gerard's voice wasn't loud, but his tone was firm. "Liverpool hasn't won the league title in many years. I still want to win one for this team." He paused, then added, "Maybe that day will never come. But I want to stay here and try until the end." The meeting room was silent for 2 seconds. Qin Chuan nodded, stood up, and straightened his suit. "I understand. I truly envy Liverpool." Gerard also stood and shook his hand. "I hope you can lead your team to win a title," Qin Chuan said. "You have your choice. Liverpool should be grateful that there is still someone willing to bet everything for them." "Thank you for not trying to persuade me," Gerard said earnestly. Qin Chuan smiled. "Leeds has Smith. I don't want to use reality to persuade a loyal man. You have higher aspirations." The two locked eyes for a moment. There was no transaction in their gaze, only mutual understanding and respect. Claire reported from the front seat. "News of Gerard's rejection is out, but the commentary is leaning towards respecting him." "Good," Qin Chuan responded faintly. Sunlight slanted down through the training ground windows. The gym was mostly empty, with only a few key players doing light stretching. Parker looked down at the news headline on his phone. "Gerard rejects Leeds, stays at Liverpool, £80 million. He murmured softly. If that deal had gone through, it would have been the world's highest transfer fee. Maluda, who was on the exercise bike, scoffed upon hearing this. "It's no loss even if it didn't. It's been all over the front pages for 3 days. Parker turned his head. "You don't believe it." "I believe they have money now." Maluda pedaled slowly. "But what about 3 years from now? You think it will change?" Maluda spread his hands. "Football's seen this story before. A sugar daddy suddenly appears, throws a ton of money around, buys stars, gets into the Champions League, and then the next year starts selling players, cutting budgets, changing owners. So you're listening to Chelsea's offer?" "I'm considering it." His voice wasn't loud, but he didn't evade the question. "Right now Leeds is the hottest place in the Premier League. But I don't want to be shipped off to Newcastle or Portsmouth as a benchwarmer in 3 years, taking a pay cut to boot." Parker was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "You're very pragmatic." "Football is a profession," Maluda said, his eyes calm. "Not a faith. Jose Mourinho has made a formal offer." Claire slid 2 faxes in front of Qin Chuan, her voice carrying a hint of hesitation. "Scott Parker, £20 million flat direct buyout. Florent Maluda, 18 million fixed plus 2 million in add-ons, total £20 million. Mourinho's intentions are clear." She looked up. "Parker for defensive interceptions, Maluda for explosive breakthroughs. The bid is slightly below our valuation, but accepted." Qin Chuan cut her off, his tone decisive. Claire was stunned. "Accept both?" "Yes. If they want to leave, let them leave quickly. Leeds United will only keep those who share our path." He nodded, his expression showing no hesitation whatsoever. "Chelsea's offer is reasonable within market range. There's no need for us to drag our feet on this." "And the add-on clause for Maluda? It's clearly written." Qin Chuan's gaze was calm. "If he really becomes a starter under Mourinho, makes the Champions League, and earns that 2 million, we'll be happy for him. If he doesn't, he wasn't worth it anyway." Claire scribbled notes rapidly, her tone unconsciously lightening. "So our current income from sales is..." Qin Chuan looked at the faxes, reciting in a low voice. "Dawson, 22 million, Evra, 30 million, Bent, 12 million, Hart 2. 35 million plus these 2, for 40 million, total 106. 35 million pounds. Transfer expenditures were only 9. 35 million for Macon, and signing fees cost 7 million. Claire looked up. Current cash on the books is £265 million. Go and make some bids for me, Qin Chuan said to Claire. The next day in the club office, Claire placed 2 new faxes on Qin Chuan's desk. Lecce has agreed to the bid. £5 million. Vucinic himself has also agreed to join. But he wants to stay on loan in Serie A for another season. He's worried the Premier League pace is too fast, and he's not ready yet. He's only 21. Qin Chuan nodded. That's acceptable. There's progress on quit too. Claire flipped to the second file. Feyenoord has tentatively accepted our bid. £5 million are requiring a one-time payment. The player is willing to come on the condition of guaranteed rotation time. No problem. We're competing on 4 fronts. There's no shortage of rotation time. Qin Chuan took the file and signed it. Have them draft the contract. We'll proceed with the process. Understood. She had just stood up when Qin Chuan called her back. Wait, I need to buy 2 more players. Claire turned around. Who? A young center back from the Portuguese league and a young midfielder from Europe. When will they arrive? They won't join the squad first. After signing, arrange for their care. They don't necessarily have to stay with their original clubs. Budget. The price doesn't matter. They must be signed. Claire noted down the names the boss had mentioned. In the Leeds United boardroom, the late-night light still burned. Qin Chuan sat at the conference table flipping through a printed copy of a contract. The rustle of paper was the only sound in the entire office. Is this Cahill's loan contract? He asked. Claire nodded. Yes, it's finalized. Loan to Bolton for 1 season. Qin Chuan scanned the terms. This contract is well drafted. It's what I wanted. Yes, we're covering all wages and added appearance guarantee clauses. Claire turned a page. Must play at least 25 times, each appearance no less than 35 minutes, and cannot play while injured. What if he plays injured? The compensation for breach of contract is £30 million. She paused. We have the right to immediately recall the player and terminate the cooperation. Qin Chuan nodded. This will force them to use their players more carefully. Bolton needs results. They won't dare to act recklessly. He put down the contract, his gaze shifting to the computer screen. How far along are we with Modric and Thiago Silva? Both are signed, Claire said with a smile. The midfielder's original club held firm on the price because he had a 10-year contract, so we paid £10 million. The Portuguese side was cheaper since he was a recent signing from Brazil for their B team, costing only £3 million. Both are worth it, Qin Chuan said only 2 words, then fell into brief contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly asked, contract length. 6 years, Claire answered decisively. We communicated with their agents. The salary structure is reasonable, with floating bonuses and loyalty clauses standard for first-team entry contracts. We need to find loan clubs for them, he said softly, not ordinary loans, but a place that can truly help us develop our players. Claire finished his sentence. Qin Chuan looked at her. Any suitable options? Claire shook her head while operating her laptop. It's difficult within England. The lower leagues are too rough and top Western European clubs won't sign clear development clauses. Then we'll spend our own money to build a relationship. Qin Chuan said, his tone as calm as water. You mean? Find a Belgian league club and negotiate a long-term partnership directly. 2 days later in the meeting room of K.R.C. Genk, Belgium. Qin Chuan closed the final page of the contract, his tone final. We will pay £10 million to establish a satellite club partnership. The conditions are as follows. Claire read aloud. Leeds United can send at least 3 to 5 young players on loan to Genk each year. All loan players must receive key development opportunities with guaranteed playing time. This especially includes Modric and Thiago Silva as key development prospects. Both parties will establish resource-sharing mechanisms in youth training, exchange tactical support, and medical team systems. If Leeds United is satisfied with the performance of Genk's young players, Leeds United has the first right of refusal. This agreement is enough for them to reap benefits for a decade, Claire laughed. Let them reap, but don't let them get too full, Qin Chuan said calmly. As the negotiation ended, Qin Chuan was about to leave the meeting room when his eyes caught a youth player report on a data shelf. What's this? Oh, it's a report on a few of their youth team players recently recommended to the Belgian FA. Claire opened 2 pages revealing 2 young but confident faces. Thibaut Courtois, goalkeeper, age 12. Kevin De Bruyne, midfielder, age 13. Claire read the descriptions softly. Technical, excellent vision, composed passing choices, has potential. After reading, Qin Chuan paused his movement to open the door. He said softly, take these 2 back. Claire was stunned. You mean? Sign them early. But they're only 12 and 13. These 2 are suitable for our academy. Qin Chuan's tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet sharp as a blade. Tell Genk, we've set our sights on these 2 kids. They'll probably hesitate, Claire reminded him in a low voice. Qin Chuan spoke calmly. We'll add compensation. A signing fee of £1,000 for each kid and an £8,000 youth development fund for the club written into the agreement. Yes, boss, Claire nodded and made a note. Let them know. Qin Chuan's tone was not heavy. We're not taking their players for nothing. Cooperating with us won't be a loss. He paused. Let them join Wong, Chu, Henderson, Walker, and Rose as part of the Leeds United Academy from now on. Claire responded softly, her pen already flying across the paper. Yes, boss. The next day back in Leeds. The rain had just stopped. A solitary cloud still hung over the Leeds United training ground. Qin Chuan sat in his office, one hand flipping through a fax, the other holding his phone. The screen showed the caller, Steven Gerrard. He answered. Something up, eh? His voice was light like wind blowing a leaf off a page. There was half a second of silence on the other end. Ramos asked me to have a chat with you. Qin Chuan didn't speak. He's our new head coach at Liverpool. Gerrard continued. Tactically, he wants to add a creative forward. We've just signed Arteta and Marchena, but we're still missing someone who can create space. So you've got your eye on Luis, Qin Chuan said, his tone as flat as if he already knew. Yeah, Gerrard didn't deny it. He's in good form, and his style is versatile. If he's willing, would you be open to letting him go? A breeze from the window just then rattled the blinds. Qin Chuan twirled the pen in his hand and asked back softly. He only arrived in January. Do you think he wants to leave? Gerrard paused, not answering directly. Ramos said he's willing to pay a reasonable price. He knows you have Smith and Robin. He hasn't made any illegal contact. He just wants to talk after the club agrees. Qin Chuan gave a light laugh. I understand. His tone was gentle. You're building a new formation. Kewell on the left, Viduka through the middle, Arteta as the playmaker, Marchena for defense to free you up. You need someone who can break through in tight spaces. Right? Gerrard didn't deny it. You know what kind of player Luis is. Qin Chuan didn't answer that assessment, but merely closed the conversation softly. I'll ask him myself. Good. Gerrard's voice was very low. I've delivered the message. The office was left with only Qin Chuan and Benitez, the blinds half drawn, the distant training pitch grass bleached white by the floodlights. They want to buy Garcia, Qin Chuan said flatly, glossing over the content of the call, with Gerrard, his tone steady, free of any emotion. Benitez sat opposite him, twirling a pen, his brow slightly furrowed. What's his own attitude? I haven't asked him yet, Qin Chuan replied calmly. But if he wants to go, what's your take? Benitez didn't answer immediately. He was silent for a few seconds, then nodded gently. Honestly, this could be an opportunity. Qin Chuan looked at him, saying nothing. Last season we played 4-2-3-1. Although the results were good, the midfield connection was never tight enough, Benitez analyzed slowly. Ronaldinho's position was too advanced. The two defensive midfielders, one for defense, one for control, all the pressure was on them. Makelele could handle it because he was still in his prime. But he's 31 now, his physical condition will fluctuate more noticeably. He paused. Plus, now that we have Eschen and Alonso, Carrick, Talaylan and Milner are more mature, our midfield depth is sufficient. So you want to play 4-3-3? Qin Chuan asked. Yes, Benitez's tone was firm. The formation is more compact. The midfield trio forms a triangle for better control, and it also frees up Ronaldinho and Smith. Qin Chuan raised his eyes to look at him. Smith, he asked softly. Yes, Benitez nodded. He can play on the right wing. He covers a lot of ground and has a strong defensive work rate. Ronaldinho on the left, Drogba in the center. It's a very complete trio with both power and technique. It seems Robin and Ribery on the bench have more potential than Garcia. Qin Chuan didn't speak, his fingertip tapping lightly on the table. After a moment he nodded. I'll talk to Garcia one more time. If he wants to leave, then we'll let him go. Benitez finished the sentence. We're ready for the formation. Qin Chuan looked out the window. A gust of wind swept across the glass, stirring up a slight sound. Garcia still has a few years left on his contract. If he doesn't want to go, we can keep him, he said softly. But when I brought him here, I told him our front three positions would be rotated, and he'd get plenty of playing time. His tone wasn't heavy, but it carried an unyielding firmness. If this is your new season's tactical plan. Qin Chuan stood up, then letting him go would actually be doing right by him. But we can let the outside world think we were forced into it. Benitez stood up and responded softly, understood. The two pushed the door open and walked out. The corridor was silent, only the night lights stretching their shadows long. The training ground downstairs was still lit. By the goalpost on the grass stood a young man practicing shooting alone. Qin Chuan looked from a distance and recognized Aaron Lennon. He said softly, I'm even less worried now. Benitez smiled. Boss, your team is full of surprises. The Times Sports section, July 10, 2004, another mysterious investment from Leeds United. According to an official club announcement, Leeds United has recently completed a surprising transfer. They have signed an unknown midfielder, an 18-year-old from Dinamo Zagreb, named Luka Modric, for a hefty fee of $10 million. This transaction has sparked widespread questions within the industry. A Premier League scout, speaking on condition of anonymity, stated bluntly, I've never even heard of this player's name. Is he worth this price? While many top clubs were still negotiating for stars like Evra, Ronaldinho and Dawson, Leeds United was pouring significant funds into an improving youngster. Can this frail-looking midfielder withstand the physical demands of the Premier League? Is this simply a capital miscalculation? The outside world was rife with doubt. Leeds United, however, remained tight-lipped, only stating that the player will not immediately join the first team, but will enter a development program. In the director's office, the curtains were half drawn with slanted light streaming in. Claire placed the newspaper in front of Qin Chuan. See, the media is starting to attack this deal. Qin Chuan glanced at it, but said nothing. BBC and Sky Sports are also asking why you spent so much money on someone nobody has heard of. Claire ventured a smile. Should we respond? Respond. Qin Chuan's tone was flat. They don't know what we've actually bought. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. These days no one wants to believe that genius can be born in a small place. Claire shrugged. It's quite a contrast with the Silva deal. A defender from Portugal's second division secured for $3 million, and the media couldn't even be bothered to write about it. Leeds United training ground early morning. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows spilling onto a heavy walnut desk. Qin Chuan stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the players warming up on the distant pitch, but in his hand, he held a fax bearing the letterhead of Liverpool Football Club. He turned to Claire. Inform Luis Garcia to come to my office after training. Claire nodded slightly. He probably already knows. Qin Chuan said nothing, merely folding the fax and placing it in a drawer. An hour later, Luis Garcia entered the office wearing a light gray short-sleeved shirt after training, his temples still damp. His gaze didn't waver, but it carried a hint of complex emotion. Boss, you wanted to see me, eh? Qin Chuan nodded, gesturing for him to sit. Qin Chuan looked at him without beating around the bush. Gerard just called. Liverpool is interested in signing you. Their new manager Ramos wants to play a 4-3-3, and your position is important to him. Garcia was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. I understand. What do you think? Qin Chuan asked, his tone steady, without pressing or trying to persuade him to stay. Garcia looked down at his palms, a habitual gesture after years of playing. I'm 25 years old, boss. This team is too young. Everyone is growing, and I might find it hard to compete for a starting spot in this system. He looked up. Liverpool can play in Europe. Their new midfielders are Arteta and the new goalkeeper is Reina, both my fellow Spaniards. There's also Gerard and Viduka. My role would be very important. For me, it's an opportunity. Qin Chuan looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. I understand. He pulled the fax from the drawer and placed it on the table. Their offer is a fixed transfer fee of $10 million plus performance-related add-ons for appearances and European success over the next 2 seasons, up to a maximum of $15 million. Garcia's eyes widened, not expecting Liverpool to offer so much. I will accept this price, Qin Chuan said calmly. I respect everything you have done for Leeds United. Garcia stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, boss. One more thing, Qin Chuan added. Until it's officially announced, no talking to the media. Garcia smiled. I know the rules. Garcia was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. I understand what they mean. What do you think? Qin Chuan asked directly. He didn't want to beat around the bush. A player's sense of belonging is always the most fragile part during the summer transfer window. Garcia didn't answer immediately. He just looked out the window, his gaze drifting towards the distant training ground. Leeds United made me a Premier League player. It helped me find my footing. But, he paused. If I can go to a new platform, play in a system that suits me better, I want to try. Qin Chuan just nodded after listening, without further questions. I respect that. Garcia was a bit surprised. That's it. We don't keep players who don't want to stay, Qin Chuan said calmly. And we don't stand in the way of players who want to go to places with more opportunities. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to the desk, picked up a file, and added flatly, we won't block your path, but we will also demand a fair price. 2 days later, Leeds United and Liverpool reached an agreement. Luis Garcia officially joined Liverpool for a transfer fee of $15 million, signing a 4-year contract with a doubled salary. The media widely interpreted this deal as the final piece of the puzzle in Liverpool's 4-3-3 transformation plan. On his farewell day, Garcia said only one thing: at Leeds I learned how to play football in England. Now it's time to face a new challenge. The day after his departure, Qin Chuan met with Benitez in the meeting room. Garcia is definitely leaving. Look at the squad and see if we need anyone else. Qin Chuan handed over a document regarding the call-up of Sun Shuyong and Chun Zichuan for the Asian Cup. Benitez glanced at it: goalkeepers, 3 defenders, 5 center-backs, 5 full-backs, midfielders, 6 wingers, and attacking midfielders, 5 strikers, 3. The setup is fine. He nodded. We have what we need and the backup levels are clear. Qin Chuan simply asked, do you think we need to add anyone else? Benitez hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. The overall structure is complete. Unless we face an injury crisis, this squad is more than sufficient. Qin Chuan stood up and walked to the coffee machine. What if I want to add one more person? Benitez raised an eyebrow. Do you have a target, eh? Gareth Barry, Qin Chuan said steadily. He can play left back or defensive midfielder. He's a mature player with good rhythm control. Benitez responded in a low voice. He's the kind of player I need. What coach doesn't like a versatile player? He's someone you need more and more as the season goes on. Not a genius, but he can stabilize the game. Qin Chuan nodded. I'll talk to Villa. Just then Claire pushed the door open, holding a thick stack of documents. Here are the loan arrangement reports for Cahill, Vucinic, Modric, and Thiago Silva. Vucinic is at his old club Lecce, in Serie A. An English language class has been arranged. She opened the file. Modric and Thiago are at Genk with dedicated life coaches and language teachers accompanying the team to ensure their well-being. No need to worry about Cahill, Qin Chuan said. He'll be fine staying in the country. Okay, Claire smiled. The new signing press conference is ready for tomorrow. No problem, Benitez nodded. I'll arrange an internal warm-up match tomorrow to test the new 4-3-3 formation, he said as he placed the list back on the table. Qin Chuan took a final look at the names on the table and said calmly, this is our squad for the new season. The transfer window wasn't fully closed yet, but Leeds United had essentially completed retaining all its core players, as well as transfer reinforcements and loan arrangements. While other top clubs were still busy scrambling for players, this young Premier League champion team had quietly achieved internal stability. Chelsea's transfer news was always the most talked about topic of the summer, because behind them stood Abramovich, the Russian oligarch who had turned the Premier League upside down. However, in the real core meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Leeds United said no. Qin Chuan tossed the facts onto the table, his tone as hard as stone. Drogba is not for sale, and Czech just returned from loan. That young owner has no interest in doing business with us. Mourinho leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold. I told you Qin Chuan won't let go. He knows the value of Drogba and Czech. It's an inevitable choice, not a price issue. Abramovich remained silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. After a few seconds, he spoke slowly. Then we changed targets. Chelsea cannot wait. Scout reports were quickly pushed onto the table. Miroslav Klose 1. FC Kaiserslautern, 26 years old. A German striker, a hunter on the World Cup stage. Heading, goal-scoring instinct, off-the-ball movement. Every description was precise and calm. Mourinho said in a low voice. He's not Drogba, but he will be a deadly finisher. Disciplined, consistent goal-scorer. We need a striker like him. Qin Chuan quickly added 12 million. Kaiserslautern is in financial trouble. They've already softened their stance. Abramovich raised his glass and clinked it gently. Sign him. Then another file was opened. Sebastian Frey, French goalkeeper, 25 years old. Parma. Quick reflexes, excellent in one-on-one situations, a master at saving penalties, hailed as one of the most reliable young goalkeepers in Serie A. Qin Chuan explained. We couldn't get Czech. But Parma is on the verge of bankruptcy. They can't hold on. 8 million, and Frey is ours. Mourinho raised an eyebrow. He may not have Czech's youth and potential, but he has more experience. He's been through the toughest defensive training in Serie A. He can guard the goal immediately. Abramovich didn't hesitate. Buy him. Money is not the issue. What Chelsea wants is the strongest squad. A few days later, the area outside Stamford Bridge was packed with fans. Blue flags waved and songs roared. Klose was the first to walk into the press hall wearing the number 9 jersey. His expression was stern, his voice low and firm. I came here only to score goals. Reporters' flashbulbs went wild. The Daily Mail headline was written on the spot. German hammer lands at the bridge. Following him out was goalkeeper Sebastian Frey. He was tall, his expression calm, his black hair neatly combed back. Chelsea is the most ambitious club in Europe, he said calmly. My goal is simple: to secure every victory. The scene immediately erupted in applause. The Times commented the next day, Chelsea failed to snatch Drogba and Czech, which was a failure, but they filled the gaps with Klose and Frey. This isn't a second-best choice, it's another kind of answer. Mourinho's team is still swelling with ambition. The Guardian wrote more bluntly, the Blue Empire doesn't care about money. What they want is the title. Mourinho stood on the sidelines of the Cobham training ground, his arms crossed. Klose was scoring header after header in training like a precise hammer. Frey was diving on the goal line, his movements agile, repeatedly blocking certain goals. He closed his notebook, a cold smile curling on his lips. Drogba and Czech stayed at Leeds, but it doesn't matter. We couldn't get them. We already have weapons that belong to Chelsea. In early July, the sky over Birmingham was heavy with dark clouds. A Mercedes-Benz pulled into the Aston Villa headquarters. Leeds United chairman Qin Chuan stepped out of the car accompanied by Claire, the club's public relations director. Today they arrived with an offer sheet to sign England midfielder Gareth Barry. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was quiet and tense. Sitting across the table were Villa CEO Tom Fox, sporting director Hendrik Omstad, recruitment manager Patrick Riley, and Barry's agent. £8 million base, plus £1 million in bonuses, Claire said bluntly. No installment payments, no resale clauses. That offer is too low, Riley frowned. Barry is only 23, our captain, and the heart of our midfield. Your bid fails to reflect his market value. Chuan spoke calmly. His contract has only 2 years remaining. Next year you face the risk of losing him for free. We can offer Champions League football and a guaranteed starting position. He paused, scanning the room. If you wait for a higher bid, you may end up with nothing. Let us raise it to £10 million plus £2 million in bonuses. The group fell silent for a moment. Fox and Riley exchanged glances before finally nodding. Deal? But the rest is up to you to convince the player. Barry and his agent arrived at the Leeds United training ground on time. At the signing table lay the contract and a stack of paper bonus clauses. This is a 4-year contract, Claire explained. A weekly wage of £60,000 with appearance and performance-based bonuses. A signing fee of £700,000 paid up front. Benitez was also present, his tone steady. You can play as left midfielder or rotate as defensive midfielder. You will not sit on the bench. You will be a key rotational player. Barry did not speak immediately. He looked down at the contract, tapping his fingers against the pages. After a long pause, he raised his head and said, I do not seek a starting role. I simply want to play in the Champions League. This team also wants to win, Chuan replied, his voice low but firm. You will have your opportunity. Barry smiled slightly. As he signed his name, he knew he had finally left behind a familiar place that was destined to limit him. In early July at the Leeds United Media Center, Four new arrivals stood before the podium wearing brand new jerseys lined up in a row. 22 Maicon Brazil, 22, right back. 21 Shui Kit Netherlands, 24, a striker. 26 Larson Sweden, 33, free transfer. 23 Gareth Barry England, 23, a midfielder. Player and head coach Benitez attended, while Qin Chuan remained mysterious, choosing not to make a public appearance. Larson is already 33, doesn't this contradict your youth-focused strategy? Benitez replied, we are not focusing on youth. We are simply seeking the right people. He will bring stability and experience. Is there positional overlap between Maicon and Sun Shuyang? Claire responded calmly, Sun Shuyang will play left back next season, while Maicon will cover right back. There is no overlap. Both players drive Leeds United forward. Will Gareth Barry play as a starter? Benitez answered directly, when we need him, he is our starter. And when we don't, he will be ready to step in. Meanwhile, Barry merely bowed his head, silently gazing at the club crest on his chest. He had finally stepped outside his comfort zone and joined a genuine contender for titles. As the press conference concluded, Claire summarized, this is normal business operations. Every player we signed was chosen with careful thought. The applause was sparse but resolute. The day after the press conference, both Sun Shuyang and Qin Chuan departed to report to their national team preparing to participate in the 2004 Asian Cup hosted in China. Before departure, Benitez specially designed a physical management plan for them personally. Qin Chuan saw them off at the airport himself, saying little, but placing a reassuring hand on each of their shoulders. Stay healthy and bring some glory home. Sun Shuyang grinned sheepishly yes. Qin Chuan nodded firmly, don't worry, we won't let you down. What about system rewards? System notification. Detected Maicon signing, player potential exceeds 85. Template card, reward 1 activated. Obtain template card Paolo Maldini, 1999-2000 season. Qin Chuan closed the folder and simply stated, continue reviewing the list. No stopping. Warm-up matches and tactical drills, initial implementation of the 4-3-3 formation. Meanwhile, Leeds United organized a 2-week series of warm-up matches and closed tactical training locally. Benitez officially confirmed the team's main formation for the upcoming season, 4-3-3. Starting midfielders include 6 Makaleli defensive midfield, 14 Xavi Alonso right midfield, 8 Eschen left midfield. Rotational squad, 20 Carrick, 23 Barry, 18 Talalan, 16 Milner. Benitez briefly explained to the team, we need a smoothly functioning triangular midfield. Players quickly adapted to their roles. Eschen demonstrated strong pressing ability during training, Alonso showed metronomic control of tempo, and Barry was heavily utilized in contact drills, gradually integrating into the new system. As the team steadily prepared for the new season, the Daily Mirror ran a lengthy feature article in its sports section with the headline, Chairman or Boarding School Headmaster. Qin Chuan's youth obsession raises concerns. The article criticized Leeds United for recently signing multiple U15 players including Wang Chu age 13, De Bruyne age 13, Courtois age 13, Danny Rose Henderson Walker age 14. The article sarcastically remarked, Leeds United isn't building a team, it's collecting future fantasies. They're even willing to pay for family relocation, medical care, education, and housing subsidies for 13-year-olds. This isn't youth development, it's interfering with lives. The article concluded, perhaps 10 years from now this batch of youngsters could help Leeds reach the Champions League, but what will they face against Manchester United and Arsenal in the meantime? The report sparked widespread discussion. The third-floor meeting room at Leeds United training ground. Claire slammed the newspaper onto the table, her voice unusually fierce. They're attacking you, implying questionable motives, questioning your judgment. They don't understand this investment level. Aren't you going to respond? Chuan didn't look at the newspaper. Instead, he continued reviewing a youth development list. What about system rewards? Chuan put away the file and simply said, continue reviewing the list. No stopping. Claire watched him closely. They're stirring up a storm. Chuan replied calmly, let them say what they will. In July, the air in Leeds was cool. By the training pitch, the wind swept across the grass, lifting a corner of the sideline flag. Players ran and shouted under the sun, their sweat splashing onto the ground, only to be silently swallowed by the turf. This was the first summer under Benitez's management of Leeds United. Qin Chuan had already left. The owner said little, leaving only one remark before departing, the players are all ready for you. From that day on, this squad brimming with strength, ambition, and potential fell into his hands. Benitez stood on the sidelines holding a whiteboard, his gaze piercing through the training pitch to watch two groups of players clashing against each other. He knew the team would begin its journey from this summer, yet their adaptation to the new tactics had to be completed within this same summer. Preseason matches were not only games, but also repeated confirmations of training and tactical practicality. Against Celtic, Xiao Luo opened the deadlock with a cunning low shot, while Maicon roared up the right flank. Vidic and Stam's defensive partnership was like an iron gate, conceding no ground. That was the hardest side of Leeds United. Against Ajax, Larson, an old horse still capable of running, scored first, while Milner's stunning low shot amazed the entire crowd. But the young Skelter and Zia were torn apart by the opponent's dazzling butterfly-like combination play. That was the immature side of this team. Against Sunderland, the front three of Shaw, Luo, Drogba, and Smith were like a drawn sword. The midfield trio acted like a mountain that the opposing team could not break through. That was the closest Leeds United came to the ideal form they envisioned. And at Prince Park, they let Lennon make his first foray into the adult world, let Quick prove his attacking prowess with a goal, and let Ashley Young sprint back and forth on the left-back position, stumbling, but taking his first step toward growth. 2 days before the match, the training ground of Leeds United was surrounded by media. A BBC reporter even shouted on Live Connection, "A year ago, we were still discussing whether they would go bankrupt. Now they stand at Wembley challenging Manchester United." The front page of the Times featured a photo of Benitez in a training kit directing on the sidelines with the headline, "The night before the first title, is manager Benitez ready?" Meanwhile, the Sun sarcastically posed the question, Drogba facing Dawson, who would you bet on? Several Spanish media outlets rushed over with countless speculations about Benitez, ranging from tactical master to whether he can adapt. They wanted to know if the man who once lifted a trophy in Valencia could also prove himself in England. Outside Wembley Stadium, a Manchester United fan held a sign reading, "Everett Dawson Luo Drogba," and shook it uncertainly in front of the cameras. Leeds United's press conference was arranged after training, and Benitez only said one sentence, "We are not here to put on a show." Smith, standing beside him, coldly added, "Manchester United, I don't care about the past, I only care about the present." But even on the eve of the Community Shield match, the air in the locker room remained thick. Radby handed Benitez the last training record and whispered softly, "They are ready now." Benitez said nothing. He simply nodded lightly, and then walked through that door. Inside the locker room, he read out the letters on the tactical board in Spanish: position, precision, possession, pressure, precision. Each word was like a military order. He looked at his players, his expression calm, but with ironclad determination. This match is not a warm-up. It is the first trophy you can win this new season. The fire at Wembley at the beginning of August 2004, the sky in London was heavy. Under the Wembley clock, the stands, interwoven with red and white colors, surged like waves. Two traditional powerhouses of England met here. One was the FA Cup champion Red Devils Manchester United from last season, and the other was the rising Leeds United that won the Premier League title last season. At the top of the stands, Qin Chuan was not there. He sat in a hotel in Beijing on the other shore, watching the Community Shield match broadcast on television. Qin Chuan clearly understood the potential of this team, but he also knew that Manchester United this season was not like last season, having strengthened their weaknesses by signing Evra and Dawson. Leeds United's starting lineup: goalkeeper Paul Robinson, defenders Macon Vidic, Stam Zia, midfielders Makaleli, Eshin, Xavi Alonso, forwards Shao Luo left, Drogba center, Smith right. On the substitutes bench, Robin, Quit, Milner, Ribery, Turl, and Kelly, and Czech were all ready to act. The whistle blew. In the first minute, Macon beat Evra on the right flank and delivered a cross. Drogba jumped high, missed. A gasp came from the stands. Manchester United's defense was torn apart so easily, causing Ferguson to frown. In the 9th minute, Alonso threaded a through ball in the middle. Shao Luo dribbled forward, and his heel pass let Eshin unleash a low shot, grazing the post. Benitez lightly pumped his fist on the sidelines. But Manchester United was not a lamb to be slaughtered. In the 17th minute, Ronaldo repeatedly broke past Eshin and Zia on the right flank, delivering an accurate cross that landed on Van Nistelrooy's head. Robinson dove to save the ball over the crossbar. The crowd burst into enthusiastic applause, but only Robinson knew his fingertips were nearly numb. In the 26th minute, Leeds United scored. Macon intercepted the ball in midfield without hesitation and pushed forward. Alonso met him for a wall pass. Shao Luo instantly cut inside to draw Dawson and suddenly passed the ball to the right. Smith sprinted forward, dribbled past Evra, and delivered a backheel pass. In the penalty area, Drogba pushed the ball in. Goal! The stadium erupted. Leeds United substitutes all stood up, and Benitez roared on the sidelines, pumping his fist. Vamos! But the match was far from straightforward. In the second half, Ferguson swiftly adjusted, substituting O'Shea for Fletcher to reinforce the midfield defense. In the 58th minute, Scholes delivered a sublime lofted pass, and Saha sprinted forward to unleash a volley. The crossbar. Leeds United had narrowly escaped. 2 minutes later, Ronaldinho launched a counterattack with a long pass. Smith slotted a low shot, and Howard made a desperate save. It was a fierce back and forth, the tension palpable. In the 64th minute, Manchester United countered. Dawson made a precise interception in the backline. Roy Keane threaded a through ball, and Van Nistelrooy timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap. Leeds United's defense was torn open. A low left-footed strike found the back of the net. The score was 1-1. Van Nistelrooy did not celebrate. He merely cast a cold glance at Ferguson before turning and walking back to the center circle. In the final stages, Benitez brought on Ribery and Robin, seeking to exploit their pace. In the 78th minute, Chivu, suffering from cramps, was replaced by Barry. The relentless assaults from the opposition had left him exhausted, his energy completely drained. In the 85th minute, Ribery forcefully cut inside from the flank, charging into the penalty area. Amidst the chaos, the ball was cleared to the edge of the box. Eshin unleashed a fierce shot, blocked by Dawson. A roar of applause erupted from the crowd. In that moment, Dawson, the former Leeds United player, had become their nightmare. After 90 minutes, the score was 1-1, leading to a penalty shootout. A psychological battle. Manchester United converted all 5 of their spot kicks. Ronaldo, Van Nistelrooy, Keane, Saha, and Scholes. Each strike was unerring. Leeds United also held their nerve for the first 4 rounds. Ronaldinho, Robin, Alonso, and Quit all found the net. The final penalty fell to Ribery. He stood at the spot, his face expressionless, yet his fingers trembled ever so slightly. A deep breath to run up the strike. The crossbar. A profound silence descended upon the stadium, only to be shattered by a thunderous roar of triumph from the Red Devils faithful. Manchester United had won. The dressing room was steeped in silence. No one spoke. Even the rustle of changing clothes seemed unnaturally loud. Benitez stood in the center of the room, his gaze fixed on the floor for a long moment before he slowly lifted his head. "You played well. I believe this loss is better than losing a more important match. We squandered too many chances and were punished for it." He did not blame anyone, nor did he feign a morale-boosting speech. He simply stated calmly, "In the end, we were just 1 penalty kick away from them. We must address the issues exposed in this match for the new season." He turned and picked up his phone from the bench. It was a text message just arrived from Qin Chuan. "Losing on penalties is not a tactical error nor a failure of attitude, just a lack of luck. Keep moving forward." In the stillness, the players rose one by one and began to move. Their reactions were subdued yet resolute. Benitez changed into his jacket and walked into the glare of the press conference lights. Questions from reporters came thick and fast. "Coach, your team performed well in possession and attack, but ultimately lost on penalties. Where do you think the problem lies?" Benitez did not frown, merely replying calmly, "Our performance in the match was decent. Perhaps the players are still gelling." "Does Ribery's missed penalty have anything to do with your tactical setup?" This time Benitez paused for 2 seconds before answering. "If you care to watch the entire match, you would understand why he was standing there. He deserved that opportunity. Will you take responsibility for the penalty shootout defeat?" Benitez's tone sharpened. "If you intend to write a headline about a failed coach, remember this: we created more chances, we just missed 1 penalty. You see failure, I see growth." With that, he rose and left without lingering. Across the way, Ferguson appeared far more relaxed. He said with a smile, "Leeds United. They are a decent side, but championships are never decided by compliments." Meanwhile, in Beijing, the night had deepened. Qin Chuan put away his phone and closed his eyes. He knew that although Leeds United had lost the Community Shield, it would sober the team. No one lacked ambition, but this season's Premier League was unlike the last. And here another crucial battle awaited, the Asian Cup final. China would face Japan for the championship. Could Sun Shuyong and Chun Zichuan, the 2 men he had changed, alter the course of history? The 2004 Asian Cup officially kicked off in China. This time China was the host, the hope, and the focus of billions of eyes behind home soil. Beijing, Chengdu, Jinan, and Chongqing, 4 cities became the focal points of Asia. Just as Leeds United's friendly matches commenced, Sun Shuyong and Chun Zichuan, clad in the 5-star red jersey, stepped into the national team's training camp. Their identity was no longer that of Premier League mainstays, but starting players for the Chinese national team. Sun Shuyong, decisively positioned by the national team coach as the right midfielder, relied on his explosive power and ball retention to build a flank attack chain. Chun Zichuan, firmly established as the starting right back, was transplanted intact into the national team's defense like an iron gate on Leeds United's backline. The right-wing connection between the two became the most dazzling combination of this Asian Cup. In the first group match, Bahrain 0-2 China, the Beijing Workers' Stadium was packed to capacity on July 17th. Just as Qin Chuan arrived at the stands and took his seat, the match was already brimming with intensity. China played proactively, and in the 58th minute Zheng Ji scored. However, Bahrain's 2 sharp counterattacks at critical moments were both neutralized by Chun Zichuan. In the 66th minute, Sun Shuyong delivered a through ball, and Li Jinyu slotted home a one-on-one chance. The stadium erupted. But Bahrain's final counterattack before the end was also thwarted, and China secured a 2-0 victory. Sun Shuyong's breakthroughs and Chun Zichuan's defense were praised by CCTV commentators as the biggest gain of the entire match. In the second group match, China triumphed 5-0 over Indonesia in a resounding victory. Sun Shuyong sprinted up and down the flank, invigorating the entire right side, and assisted Xiao Jiayi for the opening goal in the 24th minute. In the 65th minute, his cross forced an own goal. Chun Zichuan blocked several opponent counterattacks, his defense as solid as a rock. By the final whistle, China had won by 5 goals. Sun Shuyong, with 2 assists and 1 key pass leading to a goal, was named man of the match. Media commented, if there is a Chinese version of Thuram, he was in this match. In the final group match, China defeated Qatar 1-0. Facing a stronger Qatar side, China played with restraint. In the 78th minute, Chun Zichuan intercepted the ball in the backfield, launched a counterattack with a precise long pass. Xiao Jiayi broke through and crossed, and Su Yunlong scored the decisive goal. This goal allowed China to advance to the knockout stage as group leaders. The contributions of the two overseas players were fully unleashed. In the quarterfinal, China defeated Iraq 3-0. Just 45 seconds into the match, Li Jinyu scored from a close-range rebound. In the 27th minute, Sun Shuyang charged into the penalty area alone, was tripped while forcing his way through and won a penalty. Xiao Jiai converted the spot kick. In the 62nd minute, Qin Chuan, after a strong positional battle, drove the ball forward and orchestrated another counterattack, leading to China's third goal. This was an overwhelming victory. Sports Weekly commented, China's right flank is no longer a weakness, but a stinging thorn that plagues all of Asia. On August 3rd, in the mountain city of Chongqing, night rain fell incessantly. It was a suffocatingly tense match. Iran was physically tough, but China did not yield. Qin Chuan showed no fear against Iran's top star Ali Daei, marking him tightly, coordinating defenses precisely, and completely neutralizing his threat. In the 61st minute, Iran scored first. In the 77th minute, Sun Shuyang beat two defenders on the flank to break into the box, delivered a tight-angle cutback cross, and Li Jinyu swept the ball home to equalize. The match went to a penalty shootout. Sun Shuyang stepped up fourth and calmly scored, putting China ahead. Qin Chuan was not on the penalty list, but on the sidelines he gritted his teeth, watching his teammates' shots intently, his fists clenched and his body drenched in sweat. In the end, China won 4-3 on penalties against Iran and advanced to the final. At that moment, the CCTV host's voice choked with emotion. We really made it to the final. On the night of August 6th, in Beijing, Sun Shuyang sat on the balcony of his hotel room, the unseen chirping of cicadas filling his ears. Are you nervous? Qin Chuan asked. You mean tomorrow's match? Sun Shuyang chuckled softly. It would be a lie to say I'm not. They were silent for a moment, then exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit understanding. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had already arrived in Beijing and checked into a 5-star hotel under heavy security. He hadn't notified any reporters, simply sitting quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window in his room, gazing at the lights of the workers' stadium in the distance. A system prompt quietly appeared, detected affiliated players participating in the Asian Cup Final Special, National Glory, settlement mechanism about to trigger. Please prepare to receive system rewards after the final. Qin Chuan closed his notebook and looked into the depths of the night when the championship China. On August 7, 2004, at the Beijing Workers' Stadium, over 60,000 people flooded the stands, red flags fluttering all around, the roar like an ocean. The sun was blazing, the spotlight was focused, and at the end of the tunnel leading to the pitch, the players of the Chinese national team stood in a line, expressionless, their gazes resolute. Sun Shuyang adjusted his shin guard and whispered, ready. Qin Chuan nodded, his gaze sharp and cold. I've been ready for a long time. At the other end of the tunnel, the Japanese team was also ready. Shunsuke Nakamura stood among the crowd, head down, adjusting his jersey, his expression calm. Yasuhito Endo gently flexed his wrist, occasionally glancing at the red figure opposite. The referee blew the whistle, and the players from both sides filed out. Applause and cheers converged into a rolling wave that swept through the entire stadium. The final had officially begun. From the 1st to the 25th minute, China started proactively, with Xiao Jiai and Li Ming frequently interchanging positions in an attempt to create opportunities in the midfield. But Japan was clearly well prepared. The midfield barrier formed by Yasuhito Endo and Teruyoshi Ito neutralized China's many attempts. In the 9th minute, Japan created the first threat. A long-range surprise shot by Shunsuke Nakamura was spectacularly saved by the goalkeeper, drawing gasps from the entire stadium. Shunsuke Nakamura, so cunning. But the goalkeeper's reaction was fast enough, exclaimed CCTV commentator He Wei, his voice rising. On the sidelines, head coach Ari Han stood in the technical area, his expression stern. In the 27th minute, China scored. Sun Shuyang made a high-speed run down the left flank. Japan's left-back Alessandro Santos tried to close him down, but Sun Shuyang changed his pace and direction, faked a move to create space, and crossed. Li Jinyu's near-post shot was saved by goalkeeper Kawaguchi. Li Yi arrived at the far post and slotted home the rebound. 1-0, China took the lead. The workers' stadium erupted. The commentator roared, it's Li Yi. The golden duo combined perfectly. Sun Shuyang's solo run was absolutely crucial. In the stands, Qin Chuan stood up, his palms slowly clenching, his gaze cold and sharp. Well done, crushed Japan. In the 35th minute, Japan struck back. Shunsuke Nakamura took a corner kick, and in the ensuing melee, Yuji Nakazawa leaped high and headed the ball into the net. 1-1, Japan equalized. Japan seized that moment perfectly, the CCTV commentator said, his pace quickening. Nakamura's delivery was extremely precise, and Nakazawa's impact was immense. China's defense needs more communication. But the camera cut to Sun Shuyang, who was shouting and pointing at the elbow of Japanese defender Tsunyasu Miyamoto. Qin Chuan also ran to the referee, but the head referee waved his hand, signaling the goal stood. There was a suspicion of a foul. Duan Xian's tone was low. This goal is questionable. In the 44th minute, China took the lead again. Qin Chuan intercepted the ball in the backfield and launched a straight long pass that sliced through Japan's entire defensive line. Sun Shuyang timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, dribbled into the penalty area, and with the on-rushing goalkeeper Kawaguchi, To beat calmly slotted the ball across the face of goal. Li Jinyu arrived to push the ball into the net. 2-1. What level of pass was that? So perfectly weighted, shouted the CCTV commentator. Sun Shuyong's run covered the length of Beijing. On the bench, Li Weifeng pumped his fists and substitute players rushed out to embrace the celebrating Li Jinyu. The first half ended with China leading 2-1. The second half began. Japan unleashed an all-out attack. Shunsuke Nakamura roamed constantly, driving the team's offensive rhythm, while Takayuki Suzuki and Keiji Temeda took turns storming the penalty area. In the 66th minute, a moment of controversy. Takayuki Suzuki went down in the penalty area after a challenge with Zheng Ji. The referee's whistle sounded. A penalty was awarded. The workers' stadium erupted in uproar. Replays clearly showed Suzuki had dived to Zheng Ji, made no obvious contact. But the referee had no intention of reversing his decision. Shunsuke Nakamura stepped up to take the penalty. The goalkeeper guessed the right direction but was deceived by the pace of the shot. 2-2. Japan had equalized again. The CCTV commentator's voice was low and somber. That was a wrong decision. A crucial wrong decision. On the sidelines, Ari Han patted his players on the shoulders. Stay focused. Don't get distracted. Qin Chuan stood in the stands and uttered 2 words in a low voice: bullshit. They only know this kind of tactic. In stoppage time, a moment of destiny. In the 92nd minute, China launched their final attack. Xiao Jiai threaded a pass through the middle. Sun Shuyong cut in from the left, and despite being surrounded by 3 defenders, he still broke through with tenacity. He crossed the ball into the middle, but Li Jinyu was tightly marked by Tsunosu Miyamoto. The ball was cleared, flying towards the right touchline. Just as everyone thought the attack was over, Qin Chuan sprinted forward at full speed. Without any hesitation, he delivered a curling cross with his right foot. Inside the penalty area, Li timed his run to beat the offside trap, overpowered Tsunosu Miyamoto, and headed the ball into the top corner of the net. 3-2. A last-minute winner. The entire stadium shook with thunderous noise. Last-minute winner. Last-minute winner. Last-minute winner. China wins. The commentator screamed hoarsely. This goal is Qin Chuan's miraculous charge, a moment of glory crafted by the Leeds United flank duo. The final whistle blew. China defeated Japan 3-2 to win the Asian Cup. The scene was engulfed in a frenzied sea of red. Qin Chuan raised his hands high and roared to the sky. Sun Shuyong rushed over and grabbed him fiercely by the shoulders like a tiger that had broken its chains. In the stands, Qin Chuan did not cheer immediately. He simply closed his eyes, slowly let out a breath, and then a hint of an uncontrollable smile crept across his lips. He had never faced a historical rival of a nation so directly. Today China won. He looked up at the 5-star red flag fluttering high, and only one thought echoed in his mind: beat Japan. System prompt affiliated players Sun Shuyong and Qin Chuan helped the Chinese team win the Asian Cup match. Rating: historic intervention. Rating: a national glory achievement. Unlocked rewards as follows: special draw ticket X1, youth training package X1, self-select player binding opportunity X1. Chinese players only. Note: national competition rewards are non-transferable and can only be used for the Chinese team. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a smile as he turned and left. Glory had been won, but the war was far from over. And on this August night, the sky over Beijing held no smoke of gunpowder, only the fire of victory and the roar of hundreds of millions. We are the champions. The lights of the workers' stadium still dazzled, with streamers swirling in the air like a celebration reluctant to end. Qin Chuan stood at the edge of the VIP section, hands tucked into his coat pockets, watching Sun Shuyong and Qin Chuan draped in national flags as they circled the field, each step pushed forward by the roar of the crowd. A familiar electronic prompt rang out in his ears. National glory achievement unlocked. Rewards: 1 special draw chance. Legendary player card pool from past Asian Cup history, limited to Chinese players only. 1 youth training boost pack. All registered Chinese players under 23 years old. See a 5 potential increase over the next 4 years. No major injuries will occur for any Chinese player under 23 before their 23rd birthday. 1 free player binding opportunity, limited to Chinese players only. Note: national level competition rewards are non-tradable and can only be used within China. A glint flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. 4 years of enhanced potential and injury protection, the very dream condition of any youth training program. This historic victory in the Asian Cup had already begun to change the future of Chinese football. He had already decided to wait until he found the right template before selecting the ideal candidate. As for the free binding opportunity, he planned to save it for a critical moment. Back at the hotel, he had just taken off his coat and was about to write down Leeds United's youth training plan with China on paper when a soft knock came at the door. Claire stepped in, her expression grave, holding a fax and a dark envelope. On the front of the embossed golden Real Madrid crest reflected cold light under the lamp. Just arrived, she lowered her voice. And they called. It was Florentino himself. Qin Chuan opened the envelope, revealing a quote sheet. £70 million in cash paid up front. Below the figures was a Spanish phrase. We believe this is the best arrangement for both the player and your club. The landline rang immediately. The caller ID showed the Madrid area code. The phone connected and Florentino's calm, smiling voice came through. Mr. Qin, congratulations on your player's victory. China played beautifully tonight. Qin Chuan simply replied with a cool, thank you. Real Madrid knows Alonso's capabilities well. Florentino paused slightly. In our view, defensive midfield has never been a problem. It can always be replenished. What's truly scarce is a Spaniard who can pass like him. And he'll learn more on a bigger stage. His tone carried an unmasked superiority, as if Alonso's value could only be fully realized at Bernabeu. Then he shifted gears. Of course, we're also paying attention to your Chinese left-back, Sun Xiang. His speed, range, and game-reading ability make him instantly capable on Real Madrid's flanks, a rare defender who can play both wings. But more importantly, the market behind him. Florentino seemed to calculate like a businessman. Real Madrid's jersey sales, Asian sponsorship networks, preseason tours. All his influence will multiply here. Alonso joining alongside Sun Xiang. Just imagine what that would look like. After a brief pause, he added another characteristically confident remark. Star forwards win applause, but defenders' value lies in ensuring those stars never have to look behind them. We'll ensure they receive due recognition. At Bernabeu, such arrangements are natural after all. We've won 9 Champions League titles while Leeds, none. Qin Chuan remained composed. History. I care more about our future. Florentino chuckled lightly. Power belongs to the strong. Then let's settle it on the pitch, said Qin Chuan, hanging up abruptly. The system prompted again. Triggered mission core retention grade A. Objective: prevent Real Madrid from acquiring Alonso and Sun Xiang this season. Reward: random player template 1. Penalty: lose both Alonso and Sun Xiang. Qin Chuan looked up toward the Beijing night sky outside the window. The city lights burned golden beneath his gaze. What's Bernabeu? To me, they're the supporting cast. The return flight landed in Leeds under a gray sky heavy as lead. Qin Chuan didn't go home. He drove straight to the administrative building of the Tecmot training base. Cold white light bathed the long conference table, casting sharp shadows on everyone's faces. Victoria Stone, Claire Walton, Thomas Coleman, and Benitez had already waited for some time. As soon as the door closed, Victoria got straight to the point. Madrid's media are everywhere. Claiming Alonso and Sun Xiang joining Real Madrid is only a matter of time. Claire slid a thick stack of documents onto the table. The cover bore bilingual headlines in Spanish and Chinese. These are draft promotional materials. Real Madrid is simultaneously launching in Spain and China. They've even designed jersey posters. Thomas frowned and added 40 million for Alonso, 30 million for Sun Xiang, all cash. Any board would be tempted by these numbers. Qin Chuan glanced at the quotation sheet, his tone indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. Too bad. I'm not running a boardroom here. He paused, then raised his head, his voice low and resolute. We're going to win that damn Champions League. I don't want to hear anyone say anymore. Lead 0. Victoria's lips curved upward slightly, though she said nothing. Benitez leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the desk, clearly waiting for Qin Chuan's next instruction. They want our people. They must come ask me first. Qin Chuan closed the file, as if announcing a final verdict. Go bring them in. Half an hour later, the air in the conference room grew stifling like the sea before a storm, pressing heavily on every shoulder. Heavy curtains blocked out the outside gloom, leaving only the cold white ceiling light illuminating every face with startling clarity. Alonso and Sun Xiang sat side by side, back straight, ready to defend themselves like players anticipating an aerial duel on the pitch. Qin Chuan occupied the head seat, backed by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. 2 Real Madrid quote sheets spread before him, their golden crests gleaming faintly under the lamp. Benitez leaned against one side, hands clasped, his gaze fixed steadily on Alonso. Their intention is simple, Qin Chuan said calmly, as if reading a weather forecast. He turned first to Sun Xiang. They want you playing right wing at Real Madrid. Then to Alonso, as for you, you'll play defensive midfield, taking up Makelele's former position at Real Madrid. Alonso's brow furrowed slowly, his voice barely audible. That's not the role of an offensive playmaker. Indeed it isn't. A deep, chilling voice echoed from the doorway. Makelele entered without changing out of his kit, sweat still clinging to his training vest. He walked deliberately to the table, speaking slowly yet precisely. There you'll be stuck doing dirty work. Offensive creation will be snatched by the superstars up front. If you perform poorly, the blame falls entirely on you. He locked eyes with Alonso, his gaze heavy as lead. Don't think playing well enough guarantees a spot. They buy fame. Fame will push you to the bench. Can you compare yourself to Beckham? Before he finished, Sun Xiang spoke up. I'm not going. His posture unchanged, his voice firm as if nailed into wood. Right now, I just want to stay at Leeds United and win games with my teammates. That's enough. Spoken softly, yet the oppressive atmosphere loosened by a fraction. Qin Chuan looked up at him, nodding slightly. It wasn't just professional judgment. It was emotional consideration. At Leeds, he had grown into one of the world's top left-backs. At Bernabeu, he'd merely be a replaceable mercenary. Alonso did not respond immediately like Sun Xiang had. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, unhurried, as if calculating how to stretch a 90-minute match into extra time. In his mind flashed images of Bernabue's night lights, a field wider than any other stadium, hometown media praising him endlessly, and that sensation of standing at the center of the world. But simultaneously he saw another scene. Substitutes on the bench, equally renowned across Europe, clad in long-sleeve practice kits, waiting patiently, their eyes filled with disappointment. Qin Chuan watched silently without urging, simply stating, "Think carefully before replying." The meeting ended in an unspoken silence. Outside, the sky grew darker, rain lingering in the air. Sun Shuyang rose and strode out decisively, his back clean as a perfect tackle. Alonso hesitated halfway at the door, turning back incomplete, as though pulled by an invisible force. Qin Chuan's gaze followed him to the doorway, emotionless, but he knew full well, the round wasn't over yet. The conference room door closed, its thick wooden panels muffling the footsteps in the corridor. Qin Chuan sat back down at the head of the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. In his ear, the familiar electronic tone sounded abruptly. "Do you wish to use this special draw chance now? Historical Asian Cup legendary player card, pool, Chinese nationality, binding only." Qin Chuan raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the cold prompt. The tea by his hand had gone cold. His fingertips traced the rim of the cup twice before he finally pressed yes. The light of the screen flickered in his eyes as the card pool interface slowly unfolded. One by one, illusory cards hovered in midair, their backs bearing a uniform golden pattern that reflected sharp light with each subtle rotation. Each flicker seemed to carry a wave of heat. The roar of countless Asian Cup matches, the screech of boots, the dull thud of a ball hitting the crossbar. Draw begins. The golden cards were swept up by an invisible wind, flipping and converging rapidly into a blinding pillar of light. In the next second, the pillar of light receded, and a single card slowly came to a halt in midair. The card's face appeared. A young Asian player, short, disheveled hair, sharp eyes, his action frozen at the moment of a kick, with a stadium full of cheering fans in the background. The card's border was ablaze with fine golden flames, and on the front was clearly printed a name. Sun Heung-min, Asian Cup legendary card. Template traits: world-class explosive speed and sprinting, off-the-ball penetration, long-range threat, two-footed shooting ability. Binding restriction: Chinese nationality only. Qin Chuan looked at the card, a slow smile spreading across his lips. This was a natural-born killer on the front line. If placed on the right raw talent in a few years, it would surely be a force capable of carving a path in the top leagues. He already had someone in mind. A 13-year-old boy from the mountainous region of southwestern China, his skin healthily tanned by the sun, his first step shockingly fast. During the football school recruitment, he had silently completed all the tests without saying an extra word, like a wary young beast, but every touch of the ball carried a ferocity that could bite through its prey. "When I return to China, I'll find you," Qin Chuan said silently in his heart, stowing the card back into the system warehouse. The electronic prompt sounded again. "Special draw chance used. Sun Heung-min Asian Cup legendary card has been stored. Please use when binding conditions are met." It was a rainy day in the summer of that year when Qin Chuan had just brought Wang Chu back to Chengdu. Within a week, the abandoned old middle school on the outskirts of the city was completely overturned by bulldozers and workers. A month later, 2 standard lawns were covered with fresh turf, complete with lighting, a rubber track, a strength training room, and an indoor 5-side pitch. The school building's facade was renovated in Leeds United's white and blue colors, and the new metal plaque on the main gate glistened in the drizzle. Leeds United Chengdu Football School. All of this cost a full £15 million from the club's accounts. The imported turf was air freighted from the Netherlands. The lighting system was the same model used in the Premier League. Each room in the dormitory had its own bathroom, and air conditioning. Meals were 3 dishes and a soup with fruit and milk, and there was even a late-night snack. More importantly, all students' room and board were fully covered with no tuition fees, as long as they worked hard. Qin Chuan promised guaranteed employment after graduation, either staying as a coach at the school, going to the Leeds United Youth Academy, or even having the chance to train at a European partner club. The outside world laughed at him for being a fool with too much money, but he knew very well this was an investment, not charity. Others train players to sell them. We train them for our own use. That was a sentence he had said privately to Wang Chu. On opening day, the rain had stopped and the gravel paths around the grounds felt clean and solid underfoot. A group of children gathered around the coaches wearing the new uniforms that had been distributed, their eyes filled with novelty and longing. Many parents quietly surveyed the grounds from the sidelines. Someone whispered, "If this place can't produce a player, then there's no justice in the world." Qin Chuan wasn't wearing a suit, just a Leeds United training jacket, standing quietly on the sidelines. He wasn't there for the ribbon cutting, he was there to scout, to find future first-team players. Among the crowd of children, a thin figure quickly caught his eye. Dark-skinned, his forehead and cheekbones showing the features of an ethnic minority, wearing a pair of new boots that were clearly half a size too big. While other kids were busy showing off their dribbling and shooting, he was always looking up to observe his teammates' runs, then using the shortest touch to send the ball to the most suitable position. "What's that kid's name?" Qin Chuan asked the coach beside him. The coach flipped through the roster. "His name is Li Yan. His family lives deep in the southwestern mountains. This is his first time leaving home to come to Chengdu. He paused, then added, good talent, good explosive power, just a bit small. His family is very poor. Those boots were issued by the school. Qin Chuan looked down at the boots fresh from distribution, yet already stained with turf and mud, said nothing, and silently committed the name to memory. The rain outside the window finally began to fall, beating against the glass in a rapid, clear rhythm. Qin Chuan stood up, pushed open the half-closed window, letting the cold wind and rain spray in. The suffocating pressure in his chest finally eased a little. The Bernabeu Florentino, the temptation of 70 million pounds. All were temporarily cast from his mind. What he cared about more was the expression on the Bernabeu's face a few years from now, when that young man wearing the Leeds United shirt tore through an entire defense in the Champions League. After the rain, Leeds was damp, the sky pressed down by a layer of low clouds. Qin Chuan had just sat back at his desk when there were 2 knocks on the door. Alonso walked in, his step steady, but his face more resolute than ever. I've decided to stay, he said without preamble. No matter what price Real Madrid offers. Qin Chuan looked at him, not rushing to respond, just nodding slightly. Reason? Alonso said in a deep voice, I don't want to go play a position where I'm dispensable. I want to win in a system that truly belongs to me. He paused, as if finally voicing what was in his heart, and I found out my agent took money from Real Madrid. 30,000 euros to persuade me to go to the Bernabeu. Qin Chuan's expression didn't change. He only asked buyout clause. 40,000. Alonso gave a bitter smile. I'd rather have no agent than be led around by the nose by him. Qin Chuan pressed the intercom, his voice flat. Victoria, have finance transfer 40,000 euros directly to Alonso's account. Memo, terminate agent contract. A few minutes later, Alonso's phone vibrated. Qin Chuan looked away, as if concluding a trivial expense. That kind of money isn't enough to buy away our core. The light in Alonso's eyes shone even brighter at that moment. Then this season will create an even bigger stage than last season. Qin Chuan stood up and extended his hand. Their hands met in a firm handshake, both exerting steady pressure. Let them watch, Qin Chuan said calmly. The conference room door closed, leaving only the sound of the air conditioning carrying its breeze down the corridor. Qin Chuan folded up the 2 offer sheets stamped with golden crowns and tossed them casually into the shredder. The paper teeth bit down, crunching through them, as if devouring some old score. Before Benitez could even settle into his seat, Qin Chuan spoke. First, both of them are staying. Victoria nodded. And what will the outside world say? Let them talk. Qin Chuan looked up, his tone as flat as still water. We'll say something too, retaliation. The room was silent for a second. Thomas coughed, not daring to respond. Qin Chuan pulled open a drawer and flipped through a stack of shortlists. His fingertips stopped on one name, tapping it twice. They like to buy people based on their current glory. So we'll buy their future and put it under our name. He pushed the paper to the center of the table, where 5 words stood out clearly. Sergio Ramos. Let me go over the process. He spoke slowly. Payment today, a buyout, then a 1-year loan back. You'll fly to Seville tonight. The official narrative will be a long-term plan to keep the fans at ease. Madrid will call. Then just say this, the deal is done. Benitez looked at him and suddenly smiled. The first cut lands on the Bernabeu's tomorrow. Qin Chuan buttoned his jacket. No, just a warm-up. He rose and headed for the door. At the door he turned back, adding a casual remark that pinned the entire room in place. Once we make a big scene, they'll understand snatching someone from us always costs double the tuition. The door closed behind him. Wind swept in from the end of the corridor, causing the name on the paper to lift slightly. Sergio Ramos. In the small meeting room on the side wing of the Pizjuan, the fan and air conditioner hummed together. Outside the window, half was sunlight, half was dark clouds. Del Nido pushed the coffee over his smile lines, shallow and cautious. Mr. Qin, Seville welcomes you. Qin Chuan opened the contract folder. The first page contained only 5 lines. Transfer fee, 10 million, full payment by T1-day loan back, continue playing for Sevilla until June 30th of the following season, salary insurance fully covered by Leeds United during the loan period, with additional major injury insurance, playing guarantee league, starting lineup ratio 70, when healthy, based on official injury records, friendly match 1 at Pizjuan within 2 years. Ticket revenue and on-site commercial rights go to the home team. Del Nido finished reading, tapped the corner of the paper with his fingertip, and smiled slightly. He's only 18. Play 1 more year, and his value will at least double. Mr. Qin, perhaps we should talk again next year. Qin Chuan nodded, as if in serious agreement. You're right. He pulled back that page, extracted another from the bottom of the folder, and slid it across the desk. The new first page had only 4 lines, but each one struck like a hammer. Transfer fee, 20 million, arriving today, loan back, stay at Sevilla, this season, salary insurance covered by Leeds United with additional major injury insurance, official statement for the long-term development of the player, jointly released by both parties. That next year's price you mentioned, Qin Chuan said, placing his pen on the paper. I'm paying it now. A buyout. No sell-on clause, no first refusal, no buyback option. You get cash and a graceful exit, we get time and the future. The meeting room fell silent for 3 seconds, broken only by the cicadas outside. Victoria pushed the swift instant payment procedure and the receiving account confirmation across the table. This isn't a promise, it's a deposit. Once you sign, our finance department will release the funds now. You'll see the bank receipt before the end of business hours today Spanish time. Del Nito didn't reach for the pen immediately. He leaned back in his chair as if weighing something beyond the numbers. The Roy. He swallowed the word. The media will say we sold too early. Qin Chuan pulled out a third sheet of paper. A friendly match proposal. Next summer, Leeds will come to Pizjuan. All home team revenue, sponsorship, and broadcasting rights are yours. Our official narrative will be unified for the player's growth. You keep him as a starter for a year, and I'll take the blame for selling now off your shoulders. Raindrops began to patter against the window. Del Nito looked down, glanced again at the 20 million. He suddenly smiled. Mr. Qin, you are truly a skilled negotiator. And you are too. Qin Chuan stood up and handed him the pen. Swish. The signature fell, and the embossed seal clicked down on the paper. The deal was done. By evening, the grass by the training ground was still damp with moisture, and the sound of water from the distant showers came and went. Ramos jogged over with a water bottle, his vest glistening with sweat. Seeing Qin Chuan, he politely greeted him. First, Senor Qin. Call me Qin. Qin Chuan handed him a bottle of ice-cold water and pointed to a bench under the stands. Sit for a moment. A quick chat, then I'll be on my way. The young man nodded, and as he sat down, he unconsciously placed his bottle perfectly straight. Let me be clear about your role first, Qin Chuan said directly. This season you'll primarily be a right back. I need you to start from the right flank and occasionally tuck into the right center back area to work on your tackling, man marking, and aerial judgment. Do these three things well this year, and next year in England we'll move you to right center back with occasional appearances at right back. I have high hopes for you. I think you're like Maldini, and I'm eager to see how you guard the penalty area. Ramos instinctively straightened his back. I'm a right back now. So you'll treat this year as a transition, Qin Chuan said, lifting his chin. Starting as a right back is fine. Thuram walked that same path. When you get to our side you'll train with Chun Zichuan on the right. He started as a right back in the youth team, now he's a center back. You'll have specialized sessions for tackling and jumping power, 2 extra heading and set-piece classes per week, and a video review assessment every quarter. If you fail you'll have extra training the following week. The young man listened intently, but his fingers fidgeted with the label on his water bottle. I'm worried. About the language. It's all arranged. Qin Chuan said, during this loan back year we'll hire a private English tutor for you 3 times a week. During the winter break, we'll bring you to the Leeds United training ground for a mini training camp to get you used to the intensity. Your house car and assistant will all be provided by the club along with a Spanish-speaking liaison officer. All you have to do is play football. Ramos nodded, his eyes brightening slightly. Qin Chuan steered the conversation to reality. Let's talk salary. Your wages during the loan period will be paid by us. Your base weekly wage is 2,000, including appearance and win bonuses paid monthly at the exchange rate. Then there are 3 tiers next year. When you return to the Premier League, if you register for the first team and make at least 20 league appearances, your weekly wage rises to 3,000. If you become a regular starter at right center back, at least 24 league starts, it goes up to 4,000. If you're called up to the Spanish national team and make your debut, we'll discuss a new contract at the end of the season with a separate signing bonus. As he spoke, he tore a page from the folder and handed it over. It was stamped by the Leeds United Operations Department. Ramos looked at it and looked up. And the bonuses? Yes. Qin Chuan tapped the paper with his fingertip. Clean sheet bonuses are paid per game at first team standard. European competition bonuses are separate with a bonus for each knockout round you advance. Winning a title is another matter. You don't need to worry about that now. Focus on owning the right flank in La Liga this year. The young man couldn't help but smile, then suppressed it as if afraid of appearing immature. He hesitated for a second before asking, can I reserve my squad number in advance? Don't rush. We'll talk about it next summer, Qin Chuan said with a smile. First you need to play the right flank so well this season that the head coach dares not bench you. Then the number will naturally be a good one. In the brief silence, someone on the other side of the training ground shouted, last set. The setting sun painted the small slope behind the goal in shades of orange. Ramos capped his water bottle. My agent will look over the contract details. And my father will have plenty of questions. Let them ask. Qin Chuan pulled a business card from his pocket. The contract has no tricks, a buyout, a 1-year loan back. We cover the wages, additional major injury insurance, and a target of 70 league starts when healthy. These are guarantees for you, not chains. Also, we won't touch your image rights while you're at Sevilla. When you come to England next year, we'll take only 50. The young man was taken aback. Can I be a starter? Yes, Qin Chuan said. When you're shutting down forwards like Klose and Rooney outside the penalty area, you'll naturally be a starter. Ramos lowered his head and smiled, no longer hiding his eagerness. Then I only have one question. When do I sign? You finish today's training first. Qin Chuan stood up. The lawyer will bring the official documents tomorrow. It's best if your father is there. If your agent wants to pick through the clauses, let him. The money will be processed today. You'll see the bank receipt tomorrow. He took 2 steps forward, then turned back to add, remember you're starting as a right back this year. I've paved the way for you, but you have to earn the position yourself. Understood, Ramos said, standing up, his eyes as bright as if they had just been washed by rain. 1 game at a time. And, Qin Chuan said, as if remembering something, During the winter break, when you come to Leeds for that week, Qin Chuan will personally train you. He's the best person to talk to about that route from right back to center back. By then you'll know that starting as a right back isn't a weakness, it's a starting line. The young man nodded, clenched his fist, as if saying to himself and to the man before him, by then the penalty area will be mine. By then, Qin Chuan flipped up his jacket collar. Ronaldo will have to go around. A breeze drifted from under the stands carrying the scent of soap and grass. Ramos turned and sprinted back to the training area, his footsteps crisp and decisive. Qin Chuan stood there for a moment, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to Victoria, player is signed. The next morning news seeped out like water from a crack. In a corner of page 7 of AS, Leeds United signed Sevilla youngster Ramos for a high fee with a 1-year loan back. The fine print was honest. Real Madrid's current priorities were Vieira and Samuel, with Salgado already occupying the right flank. Ramos was on the scouts' radar, but not yet in the operational phase. Marca was more direct. Premier League club bets on 18-year-old right-back Sevilla, receives significant cash flow. A footnote mentioned that if he breaks into the national team, his value is up for reassessment. The club's landline rang all morning, mostly from journalists seeking confirmation. Finally, a call with a Madrid area code came in, the voice carrying the characteristic politeness of a reporter. Mr. Qin, just 2 confirmations. Is there a sell-on clause? Is there a first refusal or matching clause? No. Qin Chuan said, leaning back in his chair, his tone flat. A buyout, a loan back, we cover the wages. If you want right that Qin Chuan thinks he's bought the next Maldini. The line was silent for 2 seconds, then a chuckle. That line is enough for a headline. The call ended. Victoria stacked several newspapers on the corner of the desk. Madrid knows, but they don't see it as a major concern yet. That's perfect, Qin Chuan said, closing the folder. When they finally look back, they'll understand exactly what they lost. Leeds in August was stifling like a steam oven, yet the news was even hotter. The Daily Mail threw the first spark into the oil drum. A long article with a glaring headline, Leeds United's wages exposed, another big spender in the Premier League. Inside it laid out so-called leaked figures: Ronaldinho 1.0 a week, Makelele 8.5 Drogba, and Smith 8.0 each, Sun Shuyong 6.5 Qin Chuan 4.0, and ended with a snide remark, at Stamford Bridge they buy world-class, at Elland Road, everyone feels world-class. Yorkshire media immediately rallied to the defense. The North Yorkshire Post laid out Chelsea's wages. Top earners under 1.0 Lampard, 9.0, Terry 9.0, Close, 8.0 Free Maluda, 7.0 H, Wright Phillips Parker, 6.0. Ending with 4 words, the reasonable price of world class. Readers burst into laughter at the word reasonable the very next second. The Times was more narrative, crafting a contrast between financial acumen and philosophy. Leeds nailed their money to the few chairs in the center of the dressing room. Trying to build order and loyalty, Chelsea scattered their money across the market, buying raw materials, color, and speed, seeking ambition to overturn the Premier League's order. The Sun didn't mince words, its cover featuring side-by-side headshots of Ronaldinho and Lampard, who's really worth 1.0. Subtitle: Salary versus Salary decided by the opening match. The BBC simply did a ledger comparison. On the evening show, they flashed large capital letters on the bottom of the screen. Chelsea-based total wages 65 to 70 million year, adding appearance win bonuses and loyalty payments, season book value 78 to 82 million. Summer transfer fees 85 million. Leeds United based total wages 60 to 65 million year, including incentives estimated 72 to 78 million. Summer transfer fees 45 million. The host closed his note cards as if dousing the fire with another ladle of spirits. One has plenty of rubles, the other pays high wages even from sales. Whose books are better? We'll see tomorrow night. On the radio, BBC 5 Live's hotline turned into a fountain. Salary isn't loyalty, and order otherwise, why would Maluda and Parker come? Transfer fees don't equal chemistry. Buying players doesn't build a team. That's because you have no money and you were buying crazily last season too. Anyway, we just have the money. The producer finally summed up the theme as one line. Tomorrow isn't just 3 points, it's a clash of ledgers. The pubs around Elland Road were packed from midday onwards. Faded white scarves hung by the doors like a row of old battle flags. A dusty team crest was nailed to the back wall behind the bar, and the water rings from beer glasses on the wooden counter overlapped one another. Dave, a burly man in his 40s, slapped the table, his voice loud, as if shouting for the team. They're talking about our wage bill. Look at how much they've splashed this summer. Behind the bar, George, the pub owner, and an old Leeds native said little, but every word was sharp. Yeah, but they spend money buying championship dreams. If our wages are a reward for true champions. In the corner, Tom, a young university student clutching a scarf, said with a hint of mockery in his smile, if you ask me, let them brag all they want. If they can't swallow their pride tomorrow, I'll buy them a beer. Laughter and the clinking of glasses exploded in the room. A hoarse version of Marching On Together played on the old stereo, and everyone in the pub roared along with the chorus. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The beer foam glowed gold under the lights, and the air was thick with the scent of an impending battle. The windows of the away team bus leaving Elland Road were plastered solid with white and blue scarves. In the aisle, someone was crouched down writing a banner, white background, black letters, "Bring it home." A few old fans were using tape to stick photos of last year's trophy lift onto the banner's edge, muttering, "Let them see what a champion looks like." At the back of the bus, a few people were distributing disposable horns. If your voice gives out, use these to last the whole match. The driver hit the gas, and instantly the bus erupted into a chorus of "Marching On Together." The tune was off, but every word was filled with the excitement of beer and anticipation. Another group of fans took the train. 2 carriages were nearly turned into a temporary stand by Leeds supporters. 2 young lads in school uniforms sat in the aisle flipping through player cards, arguing whether Drogba should be moved from the rare page to the legendary page. If he scores 2 tomorrow, he moves straight away. What if he scores 3? Then he gets his own page. They laughed until they were in a heap. A nearby older man chimed in, 3 goals. Lad, you really want to turn the lights off at Stamford Bridge early, don't you? In West London, even the summer wind was hot. Outside Stamford Bridge, Chelsea fans occupied the street corners and steps, raising their beer glasses to the sunlight, as if brandishing weapons. A banner was spread across the railing. Bold white letters, "No miracles today." Someone gestured with 3 fingers towards the away entrance, 3 goals to send you packing. Another person stretched their voice, imitating a northern accent, "Go back and drink your warm beer." On the other side of the metal barrier, the Leeds away section was clustered tighter. A large man in a scarf lifted his chin, 3 goals. Blow past our midfield first, then talk. A young man shook his beer bottle. "We're here to remind you. The champions are still us." Whistles, boos, and curses mingled into a boiling pot in the crowd like 2 waves crashing against the barrier. Police squeezed through the masses, pushing people back, but their eyes knew there would be no peace tonight. The Yorkshire Evening Post set up its camera in front of the Victoria Arcade. The first shot was of an old man in a 1992 championship shirt, pride etched into the crow's feet around his eyes. "Our boss isn't short of money, and he's certainly not short of vision. We'll know if the wages were worth it after the game tomorrow." The camera cut to a stallholder at the market cooling a fried sausage with his breath, smiling, "My prices have gone up too, but people still buy, because the flavor is here." Same for Leeds, the flavor stays. The third was a university student in a white and blue hat. "We're using money to nail down the champions, they're using money to piece together a squad. Piecing it together doesn't mean lifting the trophy. We'll see who gets the 3 points tomorrow." In London, the Evening Standard conducted interviews at the Fulham Broadway tube station. A Chelsea season ticket holder in his 30s wrapped his scarf around twice. "Will high wages make them run 2 more kilometers? Mourinho will tell them the Premier League is about willpower, not accounting." A taxi driver leaned out of his window. "They lifted the trophy at our place last year. Let them leave their smiles on the team bus this year." The lights shone on the 2 microphones on the table, the air seeming to be pulled taut like a bowstring. Reporter: "Mr. Mourinho, what do you think of Leeds United's approach of offering top wages to their core players?" Mourinho gave a slight smile, his voice low but sharp as a blade. "We also spend money on our players. I see no problem with it. It's just that our players are more worth the price." Another reporter turned to Benitez. "And what do you think of Chelsea's spending this summer?" Benitez adjusted his glasses, his gaze calm. "I look at performance on the pitch, not transfer fees. Chelsea have strengthened well. We are the Premier League and League Cup double winners from last season. This proves our squad already knows how to win." Mourinho didn't wait for the host to change the subject, directly taking over. "Good, then tomorrow let's see whether the Champions League winner or the Premier League winner holds more weight in England." Benitez's mouth curled slightly. "Weight isn't in the trophies, it's on the scoreboard. Tomorrow you will see the weight." In the press conference room, Mourinho pushed the microphone forward half an inch, his voice low but firm. "Last year someone laughed here. This year they won't." In the internal meeting room, he handed the small tactics board to his assistant, 3 lines written succinctly. 1. High press for the first 20 minutes. Press Alonso. Don't let him lift his head comfortably. 2. Cut the direct line from Ronaldinho to Drogba. Close the flanks when the second ball. 3. Swarm immediately upon losing the ball. Seize the momentum first. He added one more line. Suppress their Frenchman. Let Parker come. He needs to prove here that he was the right choice. Benitez's final training tactics board was almost brutally simple. 2 lines within 25 meters: zone, trapping, marking, and zonal hybrid for set pieces. Prioritize the second ball. In the dressing room, he patted each player on the shoulder. Watch your feet, don't look anywhere else. His gaze shifted to Ronaldinho, pausing for half a second, leaving only one sentence. You're not here to perform today. You're here to decide the outcome of the game. Ronaldinho gave a short laugh, the smile vanishing instantly, his eyes like the sea before a storm. Parker was surrounded in the mixed zone, nervous about facing your old club. He suppressed his smile. I'm a Chelsea player now. My job is to win. The unspoken thought remained. I don't want to be defined as ungrateful for the year I grew at Leeds. But I have to prove I'm no worse than Makelele. Alonso brushed past him in the tunnel, his gaze polite and restrained. Good luck. Parker replied, you too. He tapped his heel lightly on the ground. A reminder to himself, first step, hold your ground. Smith crumpled the mail into a ball and tossed it into the bin. They say we're world-class because of the boss's wages. Now we have to prove we are world-class. Drogba tightened his shin guards. Let's give them a warning from the kickoff. Sun Shuyong pulled his straps tight. I'll tear up the right flank, you lock down the left. Qin Chuan nodded. Let them remember today the left side of Leeds United is a no-go zone. The music started as if someone had flung open a window, and a wave of light flooded the tunnel. The two lines of white and blue stepped forward. Stamford Bridge became a giant throat with boos, whistles, and songs swirling into a vortex. In the homestand box, Abramovich leaned forward slightly. In the away box, Qin Chuan stood with his hands in his coat pockets, as if reviewing this patch of turf. The fourth official finished checking nails, necklaces, and studs. The referee raised the whistle to his lips. In August, the air of London carried a salty dampness. Stamford Bridge, like a colossal blue beast that had slumbered through the entire summer, reopened its eyes on the season's opening night. The blue ocean in the stands had already begun to churn, with fans belting out the Chelsea anthem, drums and whistles weaving together into a wave of pressure crashing down upon the away section. The isolated white square, the Leeds United fans, were doing their utmost to respond with hoarse voices, but amidst the steel and brick of this city their sound seemed particularly thin and fragile. Qin Chuan sat in the away team's executive box, his hands folded on his knees, his gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass to fall upon the pitch. The turf glistened faintly under the yellowish floodlights, the freshly cut blades as neat as surgical incisions. The big screen began to display the starting lineups, and the emotions of both sets of fans exploded simultaneously as each name was announced. Leeds United starting 11, 4-3-3, goalkeeper 12 Petr, Czech Republic, defenders 3 Sun Shuyong, left 5 Yap Stam, 15 Nemanja Vidic, 4 Qin Chuan, right, midfielders 6 Claude Makelele, holding 14 Xabi Alonso, 8 Michael Essien, forwards 10 Ronaldinho, left 9 Didier Drogba, center 11 Alan Smith, right. Substitutes Paul Robinson, Christian Chivu, Jeremy Talalan, Michael Carrick, Arjen Robben. Chelsea starting 11, 4-3-3, goalkeeper 1 Sebastian Fry, France, defenders 13 William Gallas, right 6 Ricardo Carvalho, 26 John Terry, C18 Wayne Bridge, left midfielders 5 Emerson, holding 13 Scott Parker, 8 Frank Lampard. Forwards 7 Florent Maluda, left 9 Miroslav Klose, center 11 Sean Wright Phillips, right. Substitutes Carlo Cudicini, Huth, Joe Cole, Iyer Goodjohnson, Damien Duff. From the first minute, Mourinho's 4-3-3 revealed its ambition upon settling into position. Right winger Wright Phillips was to directly challenge Sun Shuyong. Sun had just returned from the Asian Cup, his fitness data as healthy as if he hadn't played a single match, but Mourinho was clearly intent on testing whether those legs could endure the full 90 minutes. Last season, he looked like the world's best right back, Mourinho had said to his assistant in a tactical meeting. But switching him to the left, perhaps he won't be so perfect anymore. Benitez pushed up his glasses on the sideline, having already anticipated this. Right winger Alan Smith dropped back along the touchline to form a 2-on-1 with Qin Chuan, causing Maluda's first breakthrough attempt to crash directly into Smith's shoulder, forcing him to clutch his waist as he got up after the fall. By the 7th minute, Chelsea's home dominance was on display, and Maluda on their side was far from idle. Facing Qin Chuan, he executed 2 consecutive feints and a change of direction combined with a through ball from Lampard to break into the box, but Cech charged out early using his knee to deflect the angled shot. In the stands, the white-clad Leeds fans chanted Cech's name in unison. This was his league debut for the club. In the 15th minute, Leeds launched a counterattack. Alonso intercepted Parker in midfield and sent a long pass to the left. Ronaldinho controlled it with his chest, flicked it past Gallas with the outside of his foot, and whipped in a huge curling cross. Drogba rose in the center to clash head-on with Terry. Though he didn't connect cleanly, Fry was forced to dive and tip the ball over the crossbar. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Benitez's mouth. This move was his design. Once Ronaldinho drew 2 defenders, Alonso would immediately provide support, sending Drogba straight at Terry to wear him down. By the 25th minute, Mourinho finally had Wright Phillips switch flanks to target Qin Chuan, shifting from trying to break through Sun Shuyong's side to applying pressure elsewhere. But Qin Chuan's defense was like an iron gate, clean with his feet, strong in physical duels, forcing Phillips to only pass the ball back to Emerson. In the 30th minute, Benitez revealed his own trump card. Smith pushed forward, no longer just providing defensive cover, but using changes in rhythm to directly attack Bridge. After a feint with the outside of his foot to beat his man, he sent a low cross in. Drogba's near-post shot was blocked by Carvalho, and Eschien's fierce volley from the far post skimmed past the post. In the stands, Qin Chuan couldn't help but clench his fist. In the 38th minute, Klose began to assert his presence. He twice held up the ball with his back to goal, drawing Vidic out of position, then laid it off to Maluda, whose powerful drive was tipped over the bar by a single hand from Cech. Mourinho clapped his hands on the sideline. This was the effect he wanted, to pull Vidic out and exploit the space behind Stam. In the 45th minute, during first half stoppage time, Ronaldinho worked his magic on the left, dribbling past both Gallas and Parker before cutting the ball back. Smith's driven shot was brilliantly saved by Fry. The whistle blew and the two teams went into halftime locked at 0-0. In the tunnel, players from both sides exchanged glances as they passed, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the stands, the lead songs hadn't stopped and Chelsea's flags were still held high. No one was willing to believe their team would lose on opening day. The tunnel was filled with humid heat, the players' shirts nearly soaked through. It felt as if you could hear the sound of studs scraping against the hybrid turf. Benitez didn't start by scolding his players like many coaches do. He stood before the tactics board and gently tapped a white marker pen against it. 0-0. Good. Our defense is stable and Alonso's control of the tempo is going according to plan. He pointed to Qin Chuan's position on the right. In the second half, your opponents might switch flanks more often. Phillips, Maluda, even Joe Cole will take turns testing you. Don't give them the space to accelerate. Qin Chuan nodded, his expression as calm as if he were listening to the weather forecast. Smith, you keep pressing Bridge. He's not having a good day today. Make him feel like he's being hunted every time he defends. Smith wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes sharp. Don't worry. He won't get past me today. Benitez finally turned to Sun Shiyang. You've just come back from the Asian Cup. Your fitness is fine. But remember, Mourinho will definitely send someone to try and wear you down in the second half. Don't get drawn into it. Show some weakness when needed. Conserve your energy. We'll need the explosive power from your flank in the last 20 minutes. Sun Shiyang smiled. Understood, coach. Mourinho closed the door, gently turning the water bottle in his hand. Their midfield is controlling the game. That's what makes Leeds dangerous. The combination of Makelele, Eshin, and Alonso denies us the chance for sustained attacks. He lifted his chin. We must attack through their two flanks. Phillips, you keep going at Sun Shiyang on the right. His movement looks fine today, but I don't believe he can maintain his explosive power for 90 minutes after playing the entire Asian Cup. Phillips grinned. I'll make him feel like he's still in the final. Close. Mourinho turned to his striker. Keep pulling Vidic out and distribute the ball to the wings. We'll use ground combinations and crosses to create chaos from their center back's lack of understanding. Close nodded gently. Understood. Mourinho's gaze swept across the entire team. Second half, we must increase the speed and tempo. Leeds are used to controlling the game at a slow pace. We can't waltz with them. Back in the box, Qin Chuan rested his chin on one hand, his eyes crossing the pitch to the opposite dugout. The system's blue holographic screen flickered into view again. Detected completion of tasks retained Alonso. Sun Shiyang. Rewards unclaimed. Available for immediate draw. Potential template 1. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed. Begin. A phantom roulette will spun rapidly in his mind, coming to a halt with a resonant hum. Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Lautaro Martinez. Potential template traits box. Explosiveness, back to goal. Holding ability, agile movement, awareness, counterattack. Finishing ability, binding restriction, no nationality restriction for players. Qin Chuan let out a soft breath, a subtle, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This was a bullet for the future, no need to use it just yet. Outside, the referee blew the whistle to start the second half. Both dugouts stood up simultaneously. The second act of the tactical chess match had begun. As soon as the referee blew the whistle for the second half, Chelsea's offensive tempo quickened significantly. Mourinho stood at the edge of the technical area, one hand in his pocket and the other slightly raised, signaling Phillips to push forward. Phillips on the right flank immediately executed a diagonal 1-2 pass, with Klose swiftly cutting into the Leeds United penalty area. Sun Shiyang retreated promptly into position without recklessly rushing and using his body to block the cutting lane. Phillips was forced to pass the ball toward the center, where Lampard unleashed a powerful shot. The ball whistled narrowly over the crossbar. Benitez made a neutral expression and waved a rotating gesture with his hand, prompting Leeds wingers to swap positions left and right. Smith moved to the left, forming a continuous 2-on-1 pressure against Sun Shiyang. Meanwhile, Ronaldinho drifted to the right, seeking a 1-on-1 opportunity against Wayne Bridge. In the 53rd minute, Sun Shiyang made an overlapping run to support the attack, while Qin Chuan naturally retracted back into the three center-back system, uniting with Stam and Vidic to form an ironclad defense. After combining continuously with Smith, Sun Shiyang delivered a flat, fast cross. Drogba headed the goal from close range, but FRE responded swiftly, parrying the ball out of play with one hand. Mourinho refused to show weakness. His front trident, Maluda, Klose, and Phillips, began frequently swapping places to stir up the Leeds defense. In the 61st minute, Maluda cut inside to draw defenders, while Klose ran to the right wing to deliver a precise curved cross. Phillips volleyed from the far post, but checked Dove sideways, pressing the ball firmly against his chest. On the sidelines, Benitez closely monitored the rhythm change, arms crossed, occasionally glancing toward Chelsea's substitute bench. Joe Cole and Gudjonson were already warming up there, indicating that Mourinho still had a final trick up his sleeve. At the 70th minute, the match heated up to a fever pitch. Lampard suddenly advanced centrally to receive the ball. Emerson threaded a straight pass through the defense, and Lampard took a direct long-range strike without adjusting. The football slammed into the bottom corner like a cannonball. Cech leaped in an attempt to save it, brushing the ball away with his fingertips just outside the post, and the away fans collectively exhaled in relief. Leeds United quickly retaliated. In the 77th minute, Ronaldinho drew attention on the right flank before slipping a heel pass behind him. Qin Chuan overlapped and delivered a cross. Drogba shielded the ball inside the penalty area and laid it off, and Alonso drove the ball toward the left side. Sun Shuyong sprinted forward and delivered a cross to the far post. Smith volleyed the ball, but unfortunately it struck Gallas' leg and deflected away. In the final 10 minutes, both teams focused their attention on explosive plays along the flanks. Benitez's central defensive system ensured most of Chelsea's crosses fell under the control of Stam and Vidic, while Mourinho's winger-switching strategy also limited Leeds' direct attacking thrusts. During stoppage time, both sides had opportunities. Joe Cole's low shot from near the penalty area was saved by Cech, while Ronaldinho's free kick sailed just over the crossbar. The final whistle blew and the score remained locked at 0-0 as players shook hands and exited the field. On Stamford Bridge's Blue Terraces, Chelsea fans bid the players farewell with grudging applause across the ground. Leeds United supporters in the away stand raised their scarves loudly in unison, telling their team, holding Mourinho's Chelsea to a draw on this ground was equally something to be proud of. On the sideline, Benitez adjusted his glasses with a calm demeanor, while Mourinho merely pressed his lips together briefly before turning back toward the player tunnel. He knew deep down that this chess match was only the opening move of a long season. In the press room at Stamford Bridge, harsh lights bathed the space with two chairs placed side by side at the long table. Benitez sat first, his expression still composed, unscrewing the cap of his water bottle and taking a sip. Reporters immediately raised their hands. The BBC reporter asked, "Rafa, today Chelsea put immense pressure on your flank, yet your defense remained stable. Is this new style since you came to Leeds?" Benitez offered a faint smile. Football is a game of balance. Facing Mourinho's team, you cannot focus solely on scoring, or you may find yourself 2 goals down within half an hour. Our defense worked hard, the midfield handled the rhythm well, and I'm satisfied with how the players executed their roles. The Times reporter asked, "How do you view Drogba's performance today?" Benitez pondered for a moment. He did well in duels, creating space for teammates. That's the kind of striker we need, not just a goalscorer, but a focal point. Before he could finish, light footsteps echoed from the door as Mourinho entered his coat, unzipped his stride sharp and purposeful. A Sky Sports reporter asked, "Jose failing to break through Leeds' defense today. You disappointed?" Mourinho shrugged. "Their defense was solid, we created some chances, but the keeper made crucial saves. That's football. You sometimes get 90 of things right, but the remaining 10 decides the outcome." The Daily Mail reporter asked, "What's your take on Benitez's tactical setup?" Mourinho curled his lips slightly. "He's a smart coach. He made the game flow according to Leeds' rhythm. But I doubt this approach will see them finish above us by season's end." Laughter rippled through the press room as cameras captured Benitez merely pushing his glasses aside without responding. The next morning, London's sports pages were dominated by the 0-0 draw. The Times headline read, "Leeds held off the Blues, Benitez's new formation begins to show promise." The Daily Mail headlined, "Mourinho versus Benitez, the Premier League season's first Cold War." BBC Sport noted, "First encounter between two tactical maestros, with no winner, but undercurrents running deep." The morning after the match, Leeds' training ground remained shrouded beneath England's late summer grey clouds. Qin Chuan stood by his office window holding a warm cup of coffee with yesterday's newspaper spread open on the desk, the front page entirely consumed by the night's grueling 0-0 draw. Benitez's tactics were executed well, but Qin Chuan knew clearly. This Premier League season would not be easy. Chelsea's squad resembled a luxury car fitted with a new engine. Mourinho's vision was clear, with flank speed, a target man up front, and bench depth, all solidified within a single year. Manchester United seemed less fierce, but Ferguson knew his squad lacked only one final piece. A frontline core capable of tearing defenses apart when it mattered most. Once Rooney arrived at Old Trafford, the Red Devils would become terrifying, and they'd remain so for many years to come. Qin Chuan folded the newspaper and set his coffee gently aside. Claire pushed open the door, handing him a fax. Manchester United contacted Everton again last night. They're reportedly close to a $30 million deal. Thomas Coleman frowned with concern. "We'll struggle to match Rooney's price tag. If we truly want to snatch him, we'd have to drain part of our budget." Qin Chuan glanced indifferently at the fax before tossing it casually onto the desk. "We don't necessarily need to buy him." He walked toward the window, his fingertips lightly tapping the glass as he gazed at young players warming up in the distance, his voice casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. "But we can make them spend more." Thomas blinked. "You mean, inflate the price?" Qin Chuan's lips curved upward slightly. "Put pressure on an old rival and earn Everton a favor. We won't settle the bill now, but it'll come in handy someday." Claire tilted her eyes. "Should I plant some stories for the media first?" "Not yet," Qin Chuan replied calmly, stepping around, as if playing chess. "First, let the agents know Leeds is interested and can offer Rooney a higher weekly salary. Let the message grow wings and fly into Manchester United's ears." A brief silence filled the room, save for the sharp thud of a football striking the crossbar outside. Qin Chuan knew that from this moment onward, an unseen blade appeared on the negotiation tables between Manchester United and Everton. Less than 10 minutes after Claire left the office, Qin Chuan's phone vibrated. The call came from a familiar number, Martin Carroll, the intermediary based in London, who specialized in player negotiations for Leeds. Qin, Martin chuckled over the line. Are you really getting involved in the Rooney affair? Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the armrest. Involve? No, I'm boosting his value. Huh, I understand. You want me to leak the idea that Leeds is preparing a bid for Rooney? Precisely. Qin Chuan paused, making Everton and Rooney's agent team convinced we're ready to compete with Manchester United. Martin murmured, thoughtfully asking softly, what price range? Qin Chuan answered evenly, no upper limit. Say we're willing to start at €8,000 per week with transfer fees to be negotiated. Manchester United will surely go higher anyway. The other party burst into laughter. You're starting a fire. Fire burns brightly only when someone tends the flames. Qin Chuan countered, watching the gray sky outside, as if predicting when the next rain would fall. You're just responsible for throwing the matchstick. The next morning, the Daily Mail sports section featured a bold headline, Rooney's next stop. Leeds United may intervene strongly. The accompanying photo showed Rooney training at Goodison Park, alongside a smiling profile shot of Qin Chuan from the summer window press conference. The article quoted an insider. Leeds United has contacted Rooney's agent group and offered unprecedented transfer fees and personal terms. Sports radio stations in Manchester buzzed enthusiastically during breakfast shows. One host joked, if Leeds really offers Rooney €8,000 a week, will Ferguson add a line to the contract calling him to the offensive core? In Everton's boardroom, Chairman Bill Kenwright tapped the table, grinning like an old fox who'd struck gold. Guys, Manchester United's bid last night was exactly $30 million. Now we have another competitor, cash-rich Leeds United. Guess how much they'll add? The financial director pushed his glasses forward, at least force Manchester United to bump it by another $2 or $3 million. At Carrington, Ferguson slammed the Daily Mail onto the table. Damn, Qin, this kid is targeting me directly. Assistant coach Carras frowned. Should we stabilize Everton first, then watch what Leeds does? Ferguson scoffed. No, we'll raise it to $32.5 million. Once they know we've increased our bid, they'll drop out. Later that afternoon, Claire brought the latest news to Qin Chuan's office. Manchester United has raised their bid to $32.5 million, and Everton is over the moon with delight. Qin Chuan nodded indifferently. Good. We'll withdraw now. Withdraw? Claire sounded surprised. Won't we pursue it anymore? We never intended to buy him. Qin Chuan picked up the transfer list from his desk, flipping to the forward section. Just make them bleed a little. That way when we meet again in January, they'll have fewer chips to play with. At this moment, he knew very clearly. The Premier League title race wasn't just about 90 minutes on the pitch, it was also about invisible blades wielded off-field. Chelsea was formidable. Manchester United needed just one more breath. But Qin Chuan didn't mind making that breath cost a little more. Elland Road Stadium, August 21, 2004, the second round of the Premier League. At 3 in the afternoon, the sky over West Yorkshire finally cleared. Sunlight slanted down from the high stands, beams and pillars cutting the pitch into squares of green. The stadium was already buzzing with noise, white and yellow flags flapping in the wind. Qin Chuan sat in the center of the executive box, a freshly served cup of English tea by his side. Today was Leeds United's first home game of the new season. He had no intention of giving any motivational speeches or addresses. As the owner, he was simply there to see how the players he had brought in would perform in their first match at Elland Road. Leeds United starting 11, 4-3-3 goalkeeper 12 Czech defenders 3 Sun Shuyong 13 Chivu 15 Vidic 22 Maicon midfielders 8 Eshin 14 Zabi Alonso 6 Makelele forwards 10 Ronaldinho 9 Drogba 11 Smith. Birmingham City starting 11, 4-4-2 goalkeeper 1 Mike Taylor defenders 2 Melchiot 5 Upson 4 Martin Taylor 3 Clapham midfielders 7 Granger 8 Clements 10 Dunn 11 Izzet forwards 9 Purcell 15 Heskey. As soon as the whistle blew, Birmingham retreated into their own half, their 4-4-2 formation packed tight, with the 2 forwards mostly hovering near the halfway line waiting for a counterattack. Qin Chuan glanced at the formation from the stands, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. For Leeds with their 3 defensive midfielders, a mid-table team's defensive counterattack was nothing more than a training exercise. In the 8th minute, Birmingham launched a probing attack first. Izzet sent a through ball down the left. Heskey controlled it with his back to goal, knocked it sideways to Purcell, who took a touch and unleashed a long-range shot. The ball clipped Vidic's shin, deflecting towards the bottom corner. Czech reacted with lightning speed, diving to tip it over the bar. A brief burst of applause erupted from the Birmingham away end. Qin Chuan saw it clearly. The shot was sudden, but Czech's positioning and reflexes were textbook perfect. He had no worries about the goalkeeper position. In the 15th minute, Leeds began to exert pressure on the right flank. Alonso delivered a precise long diagonal pass from the center circle. Maicon surged forward to meet it, shielding the ball with his body, then feinted with the outside of his foot against Clapham, gliding past the defender and accelerating down the byline. Beautiful turn, someone in the commentary box exclaimed. Maicon looked up. Drogba and Smith were both charging into the box, but he chose to pull the ball back to the penalty spot. Ronaldinho followed up. No fancy tricks, just a crisp side-footed shot into the bottom right corner. 1-0. Elland Road erupted, the roar of the crowd drowned out the stadium announcer. Qin Chuan took a quiet sip of his tea thinking, this is just the beginning. After conceding, Birmingham quickened their counterattacking tempo. In the 25th minute, Grandier finally received the ball on the right wing, attempting to use his pace to overpower Sun Shuyang. On the first burst of speed, Sun Shuyang matched his rhythm, forcing him to the touchline and blocking him off, pushing the ball out for a goal kick. On the second attempt to cut inside, Sun Shuyang anticipated it, a half step earlier, stuck out a foot to intercept and smoothly passed the ball to Eschen to launch a counterattack. In the 28th minute, Grandier grew frustrated. During a tussle for the ball on the touchline, he was firmly blocked by Sun Shuyang, and seeing possession slip away again, impulsively shoved Sun Shuyang. The referee immediately blew his whistle and pulled out the first yellow card of the match. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes watching Sun Shuyang get up without even turning his head, just adjusting his breathing and continuing his run. That composure was even stronger than a year ago. In the 34th minute, Birmingham mounted a threatening attack. Dunn distributed the ball from midfield, Is it swung in a left-footed cross. Heskey won the first header, powering it towards the near post. Cech launched himself into the air, palming the ball away with one hand, and Vidic quickly cleared it. Qin Chuan gave a slight nod in the stands. This defense was solid. In the 52nd minute of the second half, Leeds struck again from the right. Macon's breakthrough drew two defenders. His cross was headed out by Upson, but Ronaldinho on the left volleyed it straight back into the box without stopping. Smith burst through the defensive gap like a cheetah, meeting it with a right-footed volley that skimmed the post and nestled into the net. 2-0. The stadium chanted Allen's name. His movement and finishing were more seasoned than before. In the 68th minute, Eschen committed a tactical foul in midfield to pull down Purcell, earning a yellow card. He smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Benitez on the sideline simply made a calm-down gesture. After that, Leeds began to control the tempo, with Alonso and Makelele taking turns dropping deep, patiently draining the opponent's energy. The third goal came in the 81st minute. Sun Shuyang intercepted a long Birmingham pass on the left and casually laid it off to Alonso. Alonso, barely looking, threaded a devastating through ball straight through the middle. Drogba easily shrugged off Martin Taylor's close marking, burst into the box, and calmly slotted the ball past the goalkeeper for a one-on-one finish. 3-0. Birmingham's defense completely collapsed, and the remaining time was merely a grim struggle to hold on. The final whistle blew the scoreline fixed at 3-0. Birmingham City had a few decent counterattacks, but they were all neutralized by Cech and the defense. Leeds United's first home game of the new season answered all expectations with a clean and resounding victory. The lights in the tactical analysis room blazed brightly enough to hurt the eyes. Benitez stood before the tactical board, his fingertips lightly tapping the midfield area, a furrow never leaving his brow. The defense is solid, but the midfield's advantage-disadvantage is too stark. All the midfielders are defensively oriented. He paused, a hint of regret in his tone. It's a pity. Gerrard wasn't willing to come. Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, simply nodding, saying nothing. Back in his hotel room, he closed the door and flipped open his notebook to the transfer list page. His pen moved down the list of names. Gerrard personally refused at Emerson, couldn't be pried from Chelsea. A bollock prizing him from Bayern Munich was near impossible, and the treble runner-up curse was a bit unsettling. Stankovic, just bought by Inter Milan. Maniche was about to decline as steeply as a slide. Frings, tough defensively, but lacked a bit of attacking punch, no better than the current squad. The box-to-box midfielders available on the market that suited Leeds were either the prized assets of their clubs or demanded exorbitant fees. Leeds United had just announced they were done buying players. Spending tens of millions more would severely disrupt the dressing room atmosphere and hand the national media a weapon. He closed the notebook, sitting on the edge of the bed, his fingers silently tapping the desk. Since I can't find one outside, I'll just have to cultivate one myself. The system panel materialized before him, his gaze settling on the Lampard 2004-05 season template card. Without a moment's hesitation, he dragged it directly onto the name Milner. Template binding successful. Attributes merging. Versatile player, top tier B2, B midfielder, versatile player, attacking runs, long shots, box presence, stamina, significantly enhanced. Can be unbound, unbinding destroys the card, no refund. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth. Cheating felt great. Once the new season's training camp began, this 18-year-old would show the entire Premier League what Leeds United's Milner truly meant. 3 days later on the training ground, Benitez had arranged a high-intensity, small-sided game, the theme being quick transitions and late runs from midfield in the 4-3-3 system. Milner was initially placed on the left side of midfield alongside Carrick and Telalan. Theoretically, his job was to run, provide defensive cover, and pass the ball. But on the pitch, a scene unfolded that no one had anticipated. Carrick played a square ball from the center circle. Milner, as if someone had stepped on the accelerator, suddenly burst forward, shaking off his marker, arriving at the edge of the box to receive a layoff, and struck it first time without breaking stride. Boom. The ball skimmed across the turf and flew into the bottom corner. Robinson hadn't even had time to adjust his weight. For a moment the sideline was silent for 2 seconds. Benitez frowned as if confirming he hadn't misseen it. Milner's run, his timing, even that crisp decisive strike all overlapped with the shadow of a certain Chelsea number 8 in his mind. The game continued. He ghosted into the box from the back post again, holding off the defender's pressure, and powered Macon's cross into the near post. 2 late runs, 2 goals. Alonso gave him a thumbs up, a meaningful smile on his face. Benitez silently wrote a name on his tactical board, Milner. And Qin Chuan, watching it all from the sidelines, hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his expression still calm, striking a pose of hiding his merit and fame. After the second round of Premier League matches, Benitez and Qin Chuan proceeded to attend the Champions League draw. In a hall glistening with camera flashes, chandeliers sliced the light into warm patches that reflected off every face dressed in sharp suits. Managers and executives from across Europe conversed in small groups. Low laughter mingled with the crisp clinking of glasses, resembling a silent battle without a referee's whistle. For the first time, Qin Chuan stepped onto this stage. His leather shoes sank into thick carpeting. No echo returned, yet he felt an intangible weight, the atmosphere of the Champions League draw pressing upon him. Benitez moved ahead as if navigating a familiar battlefield, pausing occasionally to greet old friends. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan stood slightly behind, like an outsider, still finding his place among the elite. Glances were cast their way briefly before drifting elsewhere. More attention focused on names they knew: Ferguson, Wenger, Ancelotti, Rijkaard. It felt like walking into a room where everyone had already taken seats around a circle waiting for you to find your spot. He didn't rush nor force entry. Instead, he watched quietly, listening as these titans casually discussed transfers worth tens of millions and finals watched by hundreds of millions. At exactly 5 minutes into his passive stand, a familiar, booming voice pierced the distance. Qin. Ferguson approached with a wineglass in hand, stride broad, and smile genuine, as if reuniting with an old friend. Your trouble, kid. Rooney cost me dearly, but thankfully we've sealed the deal. You'll see him play next match. Around them, several conversers glanced over instinctively. Qin Chuan paused half a second before replying with a wry smile. I was actually trying to sign Dong Fanjua, only to discover he'd already been snatched away by January. Ferguson blinked, then chuckled, a sly, seasoned grin. Without missing a beat, he raised a hand lightly to pat Qin Chuan's shoulder, guiding him gently, but firmly into his inner circle. Qin Chuan understood clearly. This was damage control. The icy silence shattered at the mere utterance of Qin. He offered no thanks, merely a slight nod to Ferguson, silently committing the favor to memory. A calm voice interrupted the moment. Wenger arrived beside them, gaze shifting first to Benitez, then settling on Qin Chuan. Had it not been for you two last season, we'd have gone unbeaten as champions. And I still can't figure out how. You faced a debt crisis at season's start, yet somehow wrested the title from my hands by its end. Qin Chuan shrugged lightly. Pure luck, and perhaps, like yourself, keen judgment. A faint curve touched Wenger's lips. Not full agreement, yet he pressed no further. Confident footsteps echoed from another direction. Mourinho emerged through gaps in the crowd, always positioned precisely under the spotlight, like an actor accustomed to center stage. Thank you for delivering the player I needed to Chelsea. This season promises great entertainment. Qin Chuan lifted his eyes for a fleeting second, expression restrained, yet sharp. The players chose to leave themselves. How far you go depends entirely on your own efforts. These words drew subtle raises of eyebrows nearby. Too direct, too unorthodox for newcomers. Real Madrid Vice President Tapia advanced, holding a glass, arrogance etched plainly in his eyes. Alonso is talented, but hopeless at Leeds United. You lack championship luck. Championship luck. Win enough, and it follows naturally. His reply remained placid, devoid of provocation. Shortly afterward, Laporte arrived with visible resentment. In 2003, we nearly signed Ronaldinho. We lost ground to you. What we acquired instead, Ortega, proved utterly useless. Qin Chuan responded calmly. In business precedence rules. Thank you for selling us Garcia during winter transfer window, or Leeds' title hopes would have vanished. By contrast, Paris President Grallet appeared amicable. He extended a hand warmly. That transaction brought much-needed relief. One-time payment stabilized our finances. Qin Chuan nodded simply. Just routine business. Leeds faced similar economic hardship ourselves. If opportunity arises again, collaboration remains possible. Within 20-plus minutes, from initial neglect to proactive engagement, probing, even confrontation, Qin Chuan had effectively entered the inner circle. Benitez turned his head slightly toward Qin Chuan, saying nothing more. A silent acknowledgement, confirming he was no longer peripheral. Suddenly, one spotlight ahead intensified. The host, UEFA competition director Giorgio Marchetti, stepped onto podium microphone, transmitting clear authority. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 200,405 UEFA Champions League group stage draw ceremony. He began introducing guests. Three-time Ballon d'Or winner, French legend, Michel Platini. Symbol of Dutch football, architect of Barcelona's system, Johan Cruyff. The Portuguese Black Panther, 1965 Ballon d'Or winner, Eusebio. The German Emperor World Cup and Champions League double champion, Franz Beckenbauer. For legends walked onto stage amid applause, shaking hands with the host before taking seats behind the draw table. Flashbulbs captured expressions in rapid succession. Once towering above the world, now seated gracefully, smiling down at managers and executives below. Qin Chuan exhaled softly. He knew real competition had just begun. Pot 1 draw, Platini presiding. Platini smiled characteristically, twisting open the first transparent orb. Real Madrid. Group A screen illuminated Real Madrid crest, Florentino dipped chin slightly. Second orb, Arsenal. Gunners badge glowed on Group B display, Wenger remained impassive. Third orb, Manchester United. Red Devil emblem lit. Group C, Ferguson smirked faintly. Fourth orb, Barcelona. Group D lights flickered. Fifth orb, Bayern Munich. Bundesliga giants secured Group E. Sixth orb, Porto. Defending champions claimed Group F. Seventh orb, Valencia. Bat signal flared. Group G. Final orb, de La Coruña. Group H completed its first slot. Pot 2 draw, Beckenbauer presiding. Emperor stepped forward decisively. First ball, AC Milan, entering Group E against Bayern. Collective hush rippled through venue. Second ball, Juventus, landing in Group Valencia. Third ball, Inter Milan, assigned Group C versus Manchester United. Fourth ball, Chelsea placed Group H facing Deportivo. Fifth ball, Roma, drawn Group A alongside Real Madrid. Florentino shook hands with Roma representative. Sixth ball, Lions, assigned Group B. Seventh ball, Panathinaikos, settled Group D. Eighth ball, Ajax, landed Group F alongside Porto. Pot 3 draw, Cruyff presiding. Tension thickened as Cruyff twisted a ball, Leeds United. Qin Chuan's gaze fixed on white and blue crest scrolling across screen. It stopped at Group A. Real Madrid, Roma, Leeds United. Whispers erupted in press corridor. The phrase group of death, already scribbled into notebooks. Continuing draw. Celtics Group B, Monaco Group E, Anderlecht Group F, Leverkusen Group D, Sparta Prague Group C, PSG Group H. Pot 4 draw, Eusebio presiding. Portuguese legend approached steadily. First ball, Fenerbahce, directly assigned Group A. Gasps echoed anew. Real Madrid, Roma, Leeds United, Fenerbahce, truly formidable matchups. Subsequently, Werder Bremen Group E, Olympiacos Group F, Shakhtar Donetsk Group G, Rosenborg H, A Dynamo Kiev B, Maccabi Tel Aviv C, CSKA Moscow D. Draw concluded. All 8 groups confirmed on large screens, journalist desks illuminated, keyboards clicking rhythmically like rainfall. Qin Chuan leaned back, chair glance drifting toward Real Madrid delegation corner, lips curling slightly. UEFA knows how to create spectacle. In late August, as the Champions League group stage draw concluded, British media across the time zone immediately placed Leeds United's fate on the front pages. The Times boldly declared in stark black type, Group D, the group of death, Real Madrid, Roma, Leeds United, Fenerbahce. Every team is a regular in European competition, every match is a battle. The Daily Mail fanned the flames even more. Qin Chuan's Leeds will face the Galacticos head-on. Benitez flipped through the newspapers delivered to his office, his expression grave. Qin Chuan merely leaned by the window, his fingertips lightly tapping the frame, his gaze fixed on the training ground in the distance, as he calmly remarked, "This season's Real Madrid. We can take them on." Claire pushed open the door to deliver documents, and happened to hear the remark, pausing in surprise. Just a year prior, Leeds United had been fighting desperately to avoid relegation, yet now someone could speak with such calmness about Real Madrid, saying, "We can take them on." Benitez flipped through the thick dossier Claire had just delivered, his finger tapping the cover of the first page. Real Madrid. The problem with Real Madrid starts with their defense. He turned to a tactical analysis chart accompanied by a heat map. Roberto Carlos advances up the flank 60% of the time, his counterpressing speed is declining, and the gaps left behind are too large. Woodgate was sidelined for nearly the entire season. Elgra is aging. The center-back gap is patched with Pavon and Meja. This defense relies solely on Casillas to save them. He looked at Qin Chuan. They can score, but they can also concede. Last year, Juventus exploited their defensive gaps and knocked them out. Qin Chuan didn't interrupt, merely raising his eyebrows slightly, signaling him to continue. Benitez turned to the next dossier. Roma. Capello is gone. The team has a new coach. Pranley's football philosophy demands everyone participates in defense, but this contradicts Roma's squad structure. He pointed to Totti's name. Totti is still in top form, but he acts more as a free role, unwilling to track back. Montella, Cassano, and Del Vecchio can produce dazzling combinations, but their midfield is fractured. Dossi is young, and Parada is burdened with too much dirty work. In other words, if you limit the connection between Totti and Cassano, Roma lacks a plan B. The third dossier was Fenerbahce. Turkish champions, fierce spirit, terrifying home atmosphere. Benitez curled his lips into a cold smirk. But their defense is sluggish, the center-backs average over 30 years old. The attacking core is Alex, an organizer with excellent vision, but poor physicality. If you cut off his link to the forwards, Fenerbahce threat drops by half. He closed the dossiers, his gaze steady. 3 opponents. Real Madrid has stars, but defensive flaws. Roma has talent, but an unstable system. Fenerbahce has a fearsome home atmosphere, but a terrible away record. Benitez lowered his voice. We have a chance not just to qualify. If our form holds, we could even top the group. After hearing this, Qin Chuan slowly curled his lips upward. He reached for the Real Madrid dossier, his fingers gently stroking the golden star emblem on the team crest. A phrase long buried in his heart suddenly crystallized with unprecedented clarity. Leeds United has no Champions League trophy. From today on, our goal is to make Leeds Champions League trophy count, surpass Real Madrid's. Superficially, he calmly closed the file. Prepare for the match, follow the plan you suggested. But Benitez understood the look in his eyes. This was not the ambition of a Premier League newcomer. It was a declaration to overturn the European landscape. The sky over Manchester was gloomy, and the fans' chants echoed through Main Road, steeped in history. A sea of blue filled the stands, yet a white square in one corner continued waving Leeds flags relentlessly at the away tunnel exit. Leeds United rotational lineup: 4-3-3, goalkeeper check, defenders Barry Qin Chuan Chiavo Gary Kelly, midfielders Milner Carrick Talon, forwards Ribery Kuiper Robin. Manchester City starting lineup: 4-4-2, goalkeeper David James, defenders Sylvain Distin Steve Watson Ben Thatcher Danny Mills, midfielders Joey Barton Claudio Reynaldo, Antoine Sabilsiki, Kiki Muzampa, forwards Anelka Fowler. In the 4th minute, Anelka received a through pass from Muzampa on the left, deftly dribbling past Gary Kelly, cutting inside, to combine with Fowler for a one-touch pass. Leeds' penalty area immediately grew tense, but Qin Chuan intercepted the ball 2 steps early, sliding into the path, like an iron gate, blocking the ball between Anelka and the goal, then poking it to Chiavo. Qin Chuan. It's him again. The BBC commentator raised his pitch, unable to contain himself. He anticipated the pass far too early. Manchester City's attack failed to intimidate the away side, instead igniting Leeds' rhythm. In the 6th minute, Robin received a diagonal pass from Carrick on the right, feinting to cut inside against Ben Thatcher, before using his right foot to flick the ball wide, accelerating past him and firing a powerful left foot shot that narrowly missed the post. Robin looked up in frustration, but the away section erupted in warm applause. In the 12th minute, Barry received the ball in the backfield and launched a long pass directly to the front, the ball landing precisely at Ribery's feet on the left. Facing Danny Mills, Ribery deliberately slowed the pace, waiting for Mills to commit, then suddenly cut inward. Mills reacted too late, reaching out to grab him, and the referee blew the whistle decisively. This is the 2nd time Mills has been beaten today. The Manchester City assistant manager on the sidelines frowned tightly. In the 18th minute, Manchester City launched a decent counterattack. Joey Barton intercepted Carrick's pass in midfield, threading a through ball into the penalty area. Fowler successfully offside, taking a close-range shot, but Cech had already covered the near post, securing the ball firmly in his arms. Applause rose from the home stand, some applauding the veteran Leeds striker, but then a louder cheer drowned all. The next attack saw Fowler challenge for the ball in the penalty area, only to be bumped aside by Qin Chuan before he could even jump. Don't back down, Qin Chuan shouted, waving his arms, signaling the team to push forward. In the 31st minute, Talon intercepted a ball in midfield and passed it to Robin on the right. Robin drew 2 defenders in with his inside cut, then delivered a diagonal pass to Carrick at the edge of the penalty area. Carrick didn't shoot directly, but instead smoothly passed the ball sideways to Milner, making a late run. Milner struck a low shot, the ball skimming the grass and rolling into the bottom corner of the goal. At the 52nd minute, Manchester City almost equalized. Anelka broke through on the right and delivered a cross. Fowler headed powerfully towards the far corner from the center of the box, but Qin Chuan had retreated half a step ahead and managed to head the ball out for a corner. At the 60th minute, Ribery once again used his speed and sharp turns to shake off Mills on the left flank. This time, Mills, thoroughly frustrated, pulled him down from behind. The referee did not hesitate to brandish a yellow card. The home stands erupted in a chorus of complex boos while the away fans chanted, "If you can't keep up, just foul." At the 68th minute, Robin received the ball on the right, dribbled past 2 defenders, and unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the box. James leaped to tip the ball over the crossbar. The away section chanted his name in unison, as if urging him to score again. Manchester City's final push failed to create any waves. When the final whistle blew, Cech and Qin Chuan exchanged a high-five in celebration. Milner walked over to the away fans and tossed the match ball to a young fan wearing his jersey. Fowler came over, embracing his former teammates one by one. But tonight he could only leave with disappointment. The white flags in the away section still fluttered in the wind, their songs lingering long after. No sooner had the match between Manchester City and Leeds United ended than the players headed for the tunnel, the roar of the crowd gradually fading away. In the VIP lounge, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. The Manchester City chairman swirled his champagne, his smile polite, but tinged with mockery. Sun Shuyong cost you only £3.5 million. After this year's performance, was it worth it? I think you got a steal. Victoria Stone twirled her wine glass, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Well, Danny Mills, whom you signed on a free transfer last year, has also performed quite well, hasn't he? The man paused, his smile freezing for a split second, clearly not expecting that retort. Victoria gently swirled her champagne, her voice cool and crisp. Keep it up. The lingering heat of the third round of matches had yet to dissipate, the cheers of the stands still echoing in memory, but the international break ruthlessly inserted itself into the schedule. Within 2 days, the Leeds United locker room was swept through like a hurricane. Qin Chuan and Sun Shuyang boarded flights to Asia. Robin, with his small bag, returned to Amsterdam. Ronaldinho, sunglasses on, smiled as he boarded his plane to Brazil. Drogba flew off to Africa. Leeds United had now tasted the most dreaded aspect of being a big club, the international break. Long flights crossing time zones and a relentless schedule of matches, all combined to form what Benitez called the most troublesome nuisance, the FIFA virus. This virus was invisible and intangible, yet it silently sapped the players' bodies. Their leg strength diminished, their explosive power was a fraction slower, their cardiovascular fitness slightly strained, and insufficient training prevented them from returning to peak form. As the players dragged their suitcases back into Thorpe Arch training ground, the air on the pitch carried a distinct scent of post-travel fatigue. Some faces were pale, others had eyelids heavy and almost shut, and 3 or 4 players returned with minor injuries, their legs wrapped in knee pads or ice packs. Milner returned from England U21 duty, his steps still light, but the weariness in his eyes betrayed him, that hollow look unique to consecutive matches. Sun Shuyang waved with a smile. "I'm fine, I'm in good shape." But once the training drills began, his high-speed changes of direction were noticeably a beat slower, his feet feeling as if weighted down by sandbags. Only Qin Chuan was the exception. He stood at the heart of the defensive formation, his gaze sharp as he directed his teammates, his tone concise and forceful, like a stabilizing pillar. His physical condition showed almost no fluctuation. Even in the first training session after the long flight, his tackles, duels, and positioning remained clean and powerful, enough to make Benitez glance over twice, silently breathing a sigh of relief. Outside the window, the wind at the Thorpe Arch training base was fierce, whipping the corner flags so that they stood askew. In Qin Chuan's office, the heating was ample, yet his fingers remained cold. He rubbed them back and forth on a blank sheet of paper until the edges frayed. The paper bore only 2 lines. Real Madrid 9 titles. Leeds United 0 titles. Between these 2 numbers lay an abyss that seemed bottomless. But Qin Chuan's gaze, fixed on the 0, carried no fear. Instead, it was like a hunter locking onto prey. An abyss that could be overturned was not truly an abyss. In his mind, 2 images shone with the clarity of a magnifying glass. First seen during the summer transfer window, representatives from Real Madrid came to Leeds to negotiate. They wanted to sign Xabi Alonso, laying out the offer terms, and even the player's personal compensation all at once on the table. As Qin Chuan declined, the well-dressed Madrid representative smiled and raised his glass. "Alonso is a talented player, but unfortunately, in Leeds United he will never win anything. You have no luck with championships." The words floated lightly yet struck Qin Chuan's eardrums like a needle. The second scene was the UEFA Champions League group stage draw held not long ago. When the ball from pot 3 was drawn, Leeds United's emblem lit up on the large screen, prompting a few smirks from the crowd. Even the vice president of Real Madrid, seated in the front row, turned around with a condescending tone. "Welcome to the real stage." It was as if he were speaking to a country boy attending a ball for the first time. "Mind you don't step on the carpet." Qin Chuan did not retort. Now he simply let his fingers rest on the line reading 0 and watched quietly. Then he folded the paper into a perfect square and slipped it back into the folder. In his heart, he had set a lifelong goal. "From this day forward, our objective is to make Leeds United's number of Champions League trophies surpass that of Real Madrid." This was not a rash boast nor a slogan meant to show off to others. It was a plan, one that could be broken down year by year. He even knew where to start cutting. The annual transfer market, how to transfer players, and instead of piling up money at the last minute, ensure that Leeds United's foundation consistently produces players capable of reaching finals, while also preventing Real Madrid from winning every championship they could afterward. If Real Madrid knew this outcome, would they regret provoking him? He shifted his gaze outside. A section of the training ground was empty, and the winter sunlight cast a bright patch on the grass. Qin Chuan zipped up his jacket, stood up, and pushed open the door. Today he was going to the place he had personally filled with future gold mines. The youth training area at Thorpe Arch, where winter sunlight was softened by thin clouds. The U15 group match had just begun, the sound of cleats scraping the turf mingling with the coach's whistle rhythmically pulsing through the air. Qin Chuan walked slowly along the sideline with his hands in his trenchcoat pockets. He knew the name of every child here. Most of them had been recruited from scratch. Some were personally chosen during domestic tours, such as Wang Chua. Others were acquired after he personally provided Claire with a list for her to negotiate compensation deals with their former clubs, buying players like Walker, Danny Rose, Wilshere, Ramsey, De Bruyne, and Courtois. Even in the U12 group, there were Maguire and Kane. Their future potential was clearer to him than to anyone else. On the other side of the pitch, Walker raced down the right flank as if his feet were spring-loaded. Ross dribbled past his opponent on the left with precision before delivering a crisp pass. At the center-back position, 2 tall teenagers defended and attacked with a composure beyond their years. In front of the goal, Courtois' hands were like 2 large panels covering nearly half the net during saves. Qin Chuan's gaze finally settled on the midfield. Hensworth covered an astonishingly vast area, always ready to lend a hand, while Shear's turns and vision recalled England's most brilliant midfielders. Ramsey's passes always found the forwards in the most comfortable positions. On the right wing, De Bruyne slowed the rhythm as soon as he received the ball, acting like a small teacher controlling the classroom. In the center, Magennis stood firm with his back to the defender, rooted to the ground. On the left, Wang Chu repeatedly cut inside with his left foot, shooting decisively. Blending Iniesta's spatial awareness and dribbling skill, Javi's vision and rhythm, Silva's ball control, and the keenness of the final pass. At the 22-minute mark, De Bruyne sent a half volley from the right wing, curving toward Magennis, who headed the ball toward the near post. The goalkeeper parried it, and it rolled to the far post. Wang Chu followed up, gently pushing it into the net. At the 41st minute, Wilshere intercepted a pass in midfield and delivered a straight-through ball that pierced the defense. Wang Chu burst into the penalty area from the flank like the wind, laying the ball low for Magennis, who calmly tapped it in. 20. The whistle blew, and the teenagers hugged each other, laughing heartily. Beads of sweat glistened like scattered silver under the sunlight. Qin Chuan did not laugh aloud, but merely nodded slightly from the sideline. These children were not treasures waiting to be discovered. They had already been polished, and no one knew their value better than Qin Chuan. In 3 to 5 years, they would step up on their own. Then Leeds United's locker room would never lack players capable of reaching the Champions League final. He checked his watch, turned to Claire, and said, "There's still one Welsh player on the list we need to hurry up with, and keep a close eye on those 4 from France." Claire nodded without asking why. She knew that every instruction from the boss corresponded to the next move on his chessboard. The next morning, the front page of the Sun was tucked behind the plastic shields at every newsstand. The headline screamed, "Billionaire Qin Chuan's private life, 0 luxury cars, 0 mansions, 0 rumors. Is he gay?" The article used its usual oily writing style to twist the 3 no's. No female companion, no supercar, no nightclub photos. Into one, yes, there was a hidden story. In the Thorpe Arch office, Qin Chuan spread the newspaper on the desk for 3 seconds before looking up. "Claire, here, send a formal letter. File a defamation lawsuit today. Demand the retraction, a public apology, and compensation, and take it to the very end." "Understood." Claire immediately picked up the phone to contact the club's longtime legal counsel. Within 10 minutes, a fax machine spat out a legal letter with a blue header. Subsequently, the club announced through both fax and press conference that Leeds United would take legal action against the baseless and biased allegations made by the Sun. An hour later, a phone call came in from Merseyside. "Qin, it's Stephen." On the other end of the line, Gerard's voice lacked any courtesy. "They're at it again. Do you want me to say anything?" "Thank you." Qin Chuan smiled casually. "As you please." That afternoon, BBC Sports featured Gerard speaking openly in an interview. "Spreading rumors is not news. My stance on the Sun has never changed." He had a long-standing grudge against the paper, which was well known in England. Following this, a series of public statements emerged. Mourinho raised an eyebrow during a pre-match press conference at Chelsea. "All I know is that he's a madman who only talks about football. Anything else? I'm not interested." Wenger of Arsenal shrugged, using the absence of negative gossip as news. "Isn't that turning the whole thing upside down?" Even Sir Ferguson of Manchester United, Leeds United's bitter enemy, smiled slightly. With a sharp tone, "He spends money only where it should be spent." "I appreciate that." Inside Leeds United's locker room, players directly countered in a local radio interview, "Our boss is only interested in championships," with Drogba even flashing a clenched fist toward the camera at the end of the interview. The Sun quietly changed its headline in its evening edition to "Remarkable Self-Discipline in Private Life." But Qin Chuan did not back down. The legal team continued pushing forward, filing the lawsuit according to procedure. He was well aware that this was not just about clearing his name, but also sending a message to all those watching: Leeds United don't take us for pushovers. That evening, Qin Chuan sat on the sofa dialing the first number on his phone. "Stephen, I just wanted to say thank you." Gerard on the other end chuckled. "What for?" "I only spoke the truth. I've grown tired of that kind of newspaper long ago." Qin Chuan didn't elaborate, only said softly, "If we get the chance to meet, I'll buy you a drink." The second call was to Mourinho. "That line of yours, only crazy about football, I really liked it," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Mourinho grunted on the other end. "That's the truth. Consider it a favor for selling my player. When Leeds United come to Stamford Bridge, I won't go easy on you." "Fine by me," Qin Chuan replied. When Wenger answered the call, there was the sound of keyboard clacking in the background. "Arsene, thank you for that line about writing the news in reverse." Wenger chuckled. "I remember your comment about good judgment. Sun Shuyong is truly a fine player." Qin Chuan, "Professor, your eye has always been sharp. Lauren isn't bad either." The last call was to Ferguson. The old knight's tone still carried a hint of amusement. "Qin, considering our club's relationship, you willing to sell me a player? I remember this favor. You're truly a decent young owner. Being praised by a knight, that's rare. Last year, when Leeds United faced financial crisis, you didn't kick us while we were down, did you?" Qin Chuan responded. Ferguson snorted lightly. "Don't get too pleased. Next time we meet on the pitch, I won't show any mercy." After hanging up the last call, Qin Chuan closed his phone. The night in Leeds was very quiet, but his thoughts were crystal clear. the favors were noted, and he had officially entered the circle. As for the son, once the verdict came down, he would deal with them slowly. Qin Chuan pushed open the door to the finance office, the hinges emitting a faint metallic sound. The room was so quiet he could hear the rustle of paper being turned. Only Thomas was buried behind the desk, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, head down, organizing the previous season's revenue and expenditure statements. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, falling on his graying temples. "Boss." Thomas looked up at the sound, his glasses reflecting a cold light, making his eyes hard to read, but his tone was as steady as ever. Qin Chuan walked over and casually pulled out the office chair, its surface polished from years of use, and sat down. His fingertips tapped lightly on the desk, twice his tone as flat, as if discussing a routine expense report. "I need to transfer £65 million from the club account." Thomas's hand paused mid-page turn. Experience told him that such an amount in most clubs would trigger a boardroom storm, but at Leeds admit the boss had made a decision. "Is this a new investment project?" he still asked out of habit. "Personal use." Qin Chuan's eyes settled on the figures on the income statement, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden surface. "Run the rest as usual. Wages and transfer funds are sufficient." Thomas understood in his heart. Just last season, Qin Chuan had deposited £300 million into the account in one go. This withdrawal would have no impact on the club's operations. But as finance director, he still dutifully asked, "When do you need it?" "This afternoon." Qin Chuan stood up as if already mapping out his next moves in his mind. He stopped at the door and added, "Remember to keep it confidential." Thomas nodded, already beginning to execute the boss's instructions. At dawn, Heathrow Airport, the thin fog of London had not yet dissipated. Qin Chuan, wearing a simple grey trench coat, walked out of the VIP lounge. After the funds transferred from the club, he now had £80 million at his free disposal, followed by 2 assistants. Outside, a driver sent by Leeds United was waiting. His first stop was the Ferrari Authorized Center in Knightsbridge. Someone was already waiting at the entrance. This was a special transaction approved by headquarters. The Enzo was limited to 399 units, with only a handful allocated to the UK, all originally spoken for. But Qin Chuan made an offer no one could refuse: full payment, plus an extra €500 swap fee, directly transferring ownership from a collector who wasn't in a hurry to use the car. The car was pushed to the center of the showroom, its red paint like fresh berries dazzling under the lights. Qin Chuan walked around it once, and said only, "Box it up and ship it to Leeds." The sales manager nearly split his face, grinning. "Yes, Mr. Qin." By noon, he was back at the Bentley showroom in Leeds city center. The Continental GT had just been launched in the UK less than a year ago, understated, sleek, yet hiding the wildness of a 6.0-liter W12 engine. Qin Chuan didn't test drive it. He only sat in the driver's seat, gripped the leather steering wheel, and then signed a contract. "Delivery next week, color as you requested, deep blue." The salesman carefully placed the contract into a folder, afraid to crease a corner. At 2 p.m., Qin Chuan drove to Manchester. In front of a showroom with white columns in the old town, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sat quietly, quieter than the Enzo, more dignified than the Continental GT, the epitome of British luxury. This one with silver gray interior. He decided in less than 5 minutes. As the showroom manager saw him off, he couldn't help but remark, "Mr. Qin, you are truly decisive." In the evening, media reports began to circulate. The Yorkshire Evening Post ran a cover with a composite image from dealers in London, Leeds, and Manchester. "Leeds owner's shopping spree, Enzo Continental Phantom. Our club owner has finally started spending." Meanwhile, on the same evening, Qin Chuan also signed for a landmark mansion in the Leeds suburbs. Full glass curtain wall, heated pool, private cinema, 6-car garage. By the time he signed the last contract for the suburban villa, dusk had fallen. Lights came on one by one inside the glass curtain wall, as if the entire house had been ignited. The real estate agent carefully put away the documents, but couldn't help stealing a few more glances at Qin Chuan. This young man with an Eastern face signed documents as briskly as buying a train ticket. "Sir," his smile nearly overflowing, "your choices today are absolutely perfect. The apartment next to the stadium. Any player would envy it, and it will only appreciate in value. The small house by the training ground. There's only one in all of Leeds, and only you deserve it. The city center apartment suits every social occasion, a true symbol of status." He paused, gesturing toward the glass curtain mansion behind them. "And this is no longer just a house. It's a landmark. Once you live here, the whole city will know. A new master has arrived." Qin Chuan merely smiled, faintly signed the last page, and gently put down the pen. The agent quickly added, "I dare say no one else in Leeds could sign so many top-tier properties in a single day. Your vision and decisiveness will become part of this city along with these houses." Qin Chuan rose, buttoned his suit jacket, and walked out with steady, composed steps. The lights outside the floor-to-ceiling window reflected off his back like a brand. To him, these houses were not luxuries, they were markers. The stadium, the apartment, the training ground, the suburban villa, each one lit up on the map, as if he were taking all of Leeds into his possession. 3 days later, Qin Chuan quietly flew to the small Portuguese town of Barcelos. When the plane landed, it was 10 in the morning. The Miho River shimmered silver under the sunlight, and the air carried the scent of salty sea breeze and toasted bread. The town's pace was slow. In the street-side cafes, elderly people leisurely flipped through newspapers, occasionally glancing up at unfamiliar faces passing by. Gil Vicente's home stadium was not far from the city center, but the negotiation venue was not at the stadium. Instead, it was a century-old hotel near the town hall, vines climbing the outer wall's wooden spiral staircase that creaked softly underfoot. In the second-floor meeting room, the seller's representatives had been waiting for some time. One was the club president, the other a consultant from the local bank. On the table sat a pot of freshly brewed black tea and a thick stack of documents. The president opened with a price, 35 million euros. That's the lowest price we can accept. His tone carried both a probe and an attachment to his own team, clearly hoping to retain some leverage. Qin Chuan sat opposite, hands crossed on the table, his gaze calm. 30 million, all cash transfer on the same day. His words dropped like a stone into the air, muffling even the noise of the street below. The two sellers exchanged a glance. 30 million euros was 5 million less than their psychological price, but the condition of all cash and immediate transfer left them almost no reason to refuse. For a Liga Portugal club with perennial financial woes, this sum was enough to pay off debts and cover 2 years of wages. In less than half an hour, both parties signed a contract. As they signed, the bell tower outside the hotel chimed, its rhythm slow and steady. Legally speaking, this transaction was not directly made by Qin Chuan. The acquirer was a holding company registered in Madeira, with all directors on the board being local agents. On the surface, it had no connection to Leeds United. Only a very few people knew the true source of funds and the decision-maker behind this company. As he walked out of the hotel, sunlight fell on Qin Chuan's shoulders through the narrow alley. The streets of Barcelos were as quiet as a painting. No one noticed that on the second floor of this ancient building, an invisible channel leading to Yorkshire had been quietly opened. The Mijo River surface brushed into Gil Vicente's home ground, Estadio Cidade de Barcelos. The stadium could hold over 10,000 spectators, the stands not high, but encircling the deep green pitch like folded arms. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between the stands, illuminating every blade of grass. João Carvalho was squatting on the turf, checking soil moisture. He looked up and smiled. This is our local natural grass variety, durable, good elasticity, but needs fine maintenance. Rui Almeida was about to pitch the adjacent artificial turf training field. Good for rainy days, no waterlogging. Qin Chuan walked over, bent down to feel the texture of the grass blades, and shook his head. Use natural grass for training too. Switch to a suitable grass variety. Players adapt faster, and there will be no drop-off when they transfer to England. They walked along the sideline toward the youth academy building. Through the windows, they could see a dozen teenagers on the U17 training ground doing passing drills. These Portuguese kids had astonishingly delicate technique. Their first touch almost always controlled the ball perfectly, their eyes constantly lifting to find teammates, their ankles naturally flicking when passing the ball, gliding along the ground. Qin Chuan watched for 2 minutes, and then made a decision on the spot. 1. Double the training base budget. Improve meals, add fitness coaches, introduce video analysis equipment. 2. Build 3 new dormitories. Provide direct landing conditions for South American players brought in. 3. Add a medical lab to provide better treatment conditions for future players. The technical director paused for a few seconds. These investments are substantial. Aurora Sports Group will cover it, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Aurora Sports Group. This was his newly registered international sports investment company. On the surface, it was an independent multinational sports project investor, but in reality, it was the facade for Qin Chuan's multi-club plan. As he left the stadium, Qin Chuan stood at the player tunnel entrance and looked back. In the center of the main stand, the Gil Vicente emblem glimmered in the setting sun. From today onward, behind Gil Vicente, there would be an invisible channel leading straight to Yorkshire. In the future, young South American talents could first land in Europe here, get used to the European competition rhythm, accumulate playing time, obtain EU passports, and then, at the peak before their prime, be directly taken over by Leeds United. In the evening, he returned to his hotel in Barcelos. In the room, the setting sun fell through the half-glass balcony door onto the coffee table. His phone rang. It was Claire. The British media haven't caught wind of your move here yet. Good. Qin Chuan leaned into the sofa, draping his coat over the armrest. I'll send you the transfer list from here later. In September, the early autumn sun cast its light upon the turf of Elland Road in Yorkshire. As the international break concluded, the key players gradually returned to Leeds, stepping off the team bus in their training jackets, travel bags in hand. Ronaldinho was the last to enter the training ground, a journey that had taken him from Sao Paulo to London, then a connecting flight to Leeds, a full day of travel. Yet as he stepped off the bus, his smile was as relaxed as if he had just returned from a beach holiday. Benitez watched him juggling the ball on the touchline for a warm-up, hands in his pockets, remarking to his assistant Redibi, as long as he hasn't lost his touch, Arsenal's defense will be an open door. The media had already stoked the atmosphere to a fever pitch throughout the week. The Times predicted this could be the most aesthetically pleasing attacking battle in the Premier League. The Daily Mail was more direct, Ronaldinho versus Henry, the clash of the aces between Arsenal and Leeds. On fan forums, prediction threads for the score had already piled up dozens of pages. A Leeds supporter wrote, 2-1 goals from Drogba and Smith. Someone immediately countered, Ronaldinho will score a worldie, don't overthink it. Arsenal fans were equally arrogant. We went unbeaten last season, just had bad luck. This time we'll definitely take all 3 points. The television networks fanned the flames further. The BBC's evening sports program even used Ronaldinho's highlight reel as its opening sequence, the narrator's deep voice intoning, last season a draw for both sides. This year they all want more. The Daily Mail published a photo of Ronaldinho smiling, while passing on its front page with a blunt headline, "The star is back, Gunners beware." The Sun meanwhile dug up the match statistics from the previous season's 2 encounters, featuring a bold red line of text. If you can't contain Ronaldinho, you can only pray for the post to help. At his pre-match press conference in London, Wenger was asked how he would deal with Ronaldinho. He took off his glasses, smiled, and said, "No one can completely contain him. We can only try to shorten the time he has the ball." Leeds United's manager Benitez responded calmly, "We won't rely on just one man, but he is special." In an era without social media, the fans' fervor was fueled by BBS forums, email lists, and word of mouth in pubs. Leeds fan forum, the White Rose Home, was buzzing all day. He is the only one in this league who can change a game in a single second. Henry is world-class, but Ronaldinho is a different kind of world-class. By midday on match day, the pubs near Elland Road were already packed. Televisions hung in corners were looping highlights of the two teams' previous encounters, the clinking of beer mugs drowning out the commentary. Home fans in white shirts raised banners bearing Ronaldinho's face and chanted slogans, while the Arsenal supporters in red and white retorted with the name Thierry Henry. At 3 in the afternoon, the team bus slowly entered the player tunnel. Ronaldinho was the first off, with the wires of a portable CD player leading to his earphones and a towel, not a fashion accessory, hanging around his neck. He raised a hand to wave at the stands, saying nothing, but his smile alone was enough to ignite the entire home section. On the other side, Arsenal's team coach stopped. Wenger stepped out holding his coat, his expression focused. Sun Shu-yong was the first into the dressing room. He tossed his bag into a corner, and while changing into his training kit, patted Milner on the shoulder. "James, I heard you're starting this game." Milner smiled, still holding a yogurt, a habit he had formed in the youth team. Benitez stood before the tactics board waiting for the last few players to enter. As Qin Chuan's figure appeared, he simply nodded. "You're on the right." "Understood." Qin Chuan's tone was soft, but there was a fire in his eyes. Last season, both encounters between Leeds United and Arsenal had ended 1-1, a fact that left both sets of players acutely aware that neither had gained an advantage. Arsenal's invincible season had ultimately ended with them as runners-up. It was the team in this very dressing room who were the champions. Benitez moved red and blue magnetic pieces on the board, his voice as calm as ever. Left winger Ronaldinho. Against Lauren's defense, cut inside more to draw the center backs. Right winger Smith. Directly attack Ashley Cole, force him to limit his forward runs. Midfield 3 Milner for forward runs, Alonso for organization, Eschen for protection. Defensive line Sun Shu-yong at left back, Qin Chuan at right back, Vidic and Stam as center back, pair checking goal. Forward Drogba as the lone striker aimed to suppress Saigon and Touré. Benitez's final words were simple: Arsenal's forward line is fast, but their defense is missing Campbell. You know what to do. At Elland Road in September, the sky was a clear blue and the wind carried the chill of early autumn. Outside, the stadium touts had doubled their prices, and the pub on the corner was playing pre-match interviews on its television. Arsenal's starting lineup soon appeared on the big screen: goalkeeper Lehmann, defenders Lauren Colo, Touré, Saigon, Ashley Cole, midfield Ljungberg, Gilberto, Fabregas, Pires, forwards Reyes, Henry. Standing in the center circle waiting for kickoff, Drogba glanced at Henry across from him and smiled faintly. For a clash of this magnitude, no pleasantries were necessary. The referee blew his whistle, and the sound from Elland Road surged like a tidal wave. The match had begun. At the whistle, Arsenal immediately fell into their favored possession rhythm. Pires played a 1-2 with Ashley Cole on the left, then accelerated down the flank to test the Leeds defense. Leeds defensive midfielder Eschen had anticipated the move. He cut diagonally from the center to the touchline, executed a clean sliding tackle with a solid thud to dispossess the ball, and smoothly pushed it to Alonso's feet. Alonso looked up. On the left side of the center circle, Ronaldinho was already drifting forward. Drogba was pressing on Saigon, and Smith was cutting in along the right flank. Leeds' first counterattack was about to be launched. Receiving Eschen's pass, Alonso feinted lightly to evade the charging Fabregas, then delivered a 40-meter through ball that split Arsenal's midfield like a bolt of white lightning. Ronaldinho, with his back to the ball, cushioned it softly with his instep, then smoothly turned with a drag back, shaking off Gilberto's tight marking. At that moment, the roar of the crowd seemed to have its volume cranked up. Drogba had already positioned himself in front of Saigon like a moving steel wall, physically blocking the French center back. With a flick of his eye, Ronaldinho chipped a pass over Touré's head, landing perfectly in Smith's path. Smith sprinted forward and unleashed a fierce shot from the edge of the box. Bang! Lehmann reacted swiftly, parrying the ball with both hands, tearing up the turf in the process. Before the ball was even cleared, Arsenal quickly organized their counter. Lehmann launched a long kick forward. Henry controlled it with his chest in the center circle, then flicked it on with his heel. Pires had already cut in from the left, receiving the pass and playing a through ball. Reyes timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, bearing down on Cech one-on-one. He attempted a low shot with his left foot aimed at the near post, but Cech, like a towering blue wall, clamped his knees together to smother the shot. His reflexes incredible. The ball was punched clear. Milner was first back on defense, heading the clearance back into midfield. Eschen beat Fabregas to the ball, poking it back to Alonso. In a flash, both sides had traded one-on-ones and held their ground. The entire stadium erupted in the first wave of thunderous applause. Alonso, regaining possession, didn't rush a through ball. Instead, he switched play with a long diagonal pass to the right flank. Qin Chuan surged forward at speed, controlled it on his chest, and drove past Pires in one motion. Pires chased back, but Qin Chuan used his physical strength to shield the ball, keeping the defender at bay before delivering a flat, fast cross. Drogba rose again for the aerial duel. This time Touré was tight on him, the two colliding in the air like helicopters. The ball was headed clear of the box. Milner was first to the loose ball and struck a volley that rocketed towards the top corner. Lehmann flew across to tip it over with one hand. A collective gasp rose from the main stand, some fans clutching their heads as if the ball had already found the net in their minds. Arsenal countered immediately. Gilberto passed diagonally to the right, Lauren overlapped and crossed. Henry cleverly let the ball run at the near post, and Reyes followed up with a shot at the far post. Vidic, like a white wall, slid in from the side to block it, the ball flying high and thudding against the advertising boards. By the 28th minute, both sides had already created 4 clear-cut chances. Ronaldinho drew a triple team whenever he had the ball in midfield, but instead of forcing it, he chipped a pass to the vacant space on the left, where Sun Shuyong was sprinting forward. Lauren moved to intercept, but Sun Shuyong executed an outside of the foot flick to lob the ball over him, gaining half a yard before sweeping the ball towards the center of the box with his toe. Smith reacted, instantly diving for a sliding shot. Unfortunately, the ball grazed the post and went out for a goal kick. Even Smith couldn't help but pound the turf in frustration. A deafening chorus of songs erupted from the stands. Both managers were now on their feet at the touchline, constantly gesturing to adjust their formations. Every action on the pitch seemed to be on fast forward. Any pass could ignite a goal-scoring opportunity. Arsenal's attack soon pressed forward again from the left. Pires slowed his pace slightly as he received the ball, waiting for Ashley Cole to overlap before sending the pass. This time Qin Chuan didn't rush forward, but used his body to block the passing lane, forcing Cole to push the ball towards the byline. Cole accelerated towards the byline, preparing to cross, but Qin Chuan used a quick step to get in front of him. The moment Cole lifted his foot to cross, Qin suddenly hooked the ball out for a goal kick. Beautiful, the BBC commentator's voice cut through the stadium noise. Qin Chuan's anticipation was spot on. Cole had no space at all. Arsenal's corner came to nothing. Alonso cleared the ball to the right flank. Smith was already waiting on the touchline. He controlled the ball with his instep back to goal against Saigon, then suddenly turned and cut inside. The Leeds fans in the stands instantly erupted into a roar. They knew this rhythm. Smith's next move would be either a dribble or a pass. True to form, Smith feigned to go one way, fooling Gilberto, then drove another 10 meters down the flank before suddenly slotting a diagonal pass into the right channel of the box. Qin Chuan overlapped from deep and delivered a cross that curved wickedly. Drogba leaped high and powered a header towards goal. The ball flew straight for the top left corner. Lehmann dived and managed to tip it over the bar. A unified gasp swept through Elland Road, followed by a thunderous wave of applause. Alonso took the corner, sending the ball to the far post. Milner rose high to head it back across goal. In the ensuing scramble, Eschen attempted an overhead kick, but the ball flew just over the crossbar. Arsenal's goal kick was taken quickly, and they immediately tried to advance down the left again. But the defensive partnership between Qin Chuan and Smith had already taken shape. The former marked Cole's overlaps tightly, the latter provided cover against Pires' cut inside, moves minimizing Arsenal's threat on that flank. By the 35th minute, Arsenal's left side was forced to retreat and recycle possession through the middle, while Leeds' right flank counterattacks grew increasingly sharp. The triangular combinations between Smith, Milner, and Alonso left the visiting defense stretched and scrambling. Some fans in the stands were already on their feet, ready to celebrate. Milner suddenly nudged the ball to the right. Smith, reading the play, made an overlapping run, drawing Ashley Cole away, but he laid the ball off to Alonso instead. Alonso received the ball, but didn't send it straight into the box. Instead, surprisingly, he played it to Ronaldinho's feet. This caught Touré off balance. Ronaldinho seized the moment, chipping a delicate pass into the box that arced perfectly towards the far post. Drogba had already slipped behind Saigon, rising from the turf like a rocket to meet it with a powerful header. A dull thud echoed. Lehmann made a reflexive save attempt, but could only watch as the ball nestled into the back of the net. The stands were a sea of waving scarves and flags, the roar cascading down from the terraces like a tsunami. Drogba turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, pounding his chest with his right hand and pointing to the sky with his left. Milner was the first to pile on, followed by Smith, Alonso, and Ronaldinho, all converging in a huddle of celebration. On the sidelines, Benitez offered only a faint smile, raising a single finger towards the stands. This is just the beginning. The score on the big screen changed. Leeds United 1-0 Arsenal. 40-foot Drogba. Arsenal were stung by the goal. Immediately after the restart, Henry dropped deep into midfield to receive the ball, his first 3 touches noticeably more aggressive. He knew he couldn't let Leeds seize complete control of the tempo. Pires and Reyes swapped positions, attempting to use their pace and agility to attack Leeds' right flank. In the 43rd minute, Ashley Cole pushed forward. Pires played a low-through ball, and Reyes cut, like a red shadow, into the right side of the box. Danger! The BBC commentator's voice shot up in pitch. Reyes didn't go for goal himself. He squared the ball across the face of goal. Henry, having timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, met it on the penalty spot for a side-footed finish. Cech sprang out like a coiled spring, stretching his arm to its absolute limit, getting a fingertip to the ball to tip what looked like a certain goal over the bar. A deafening roar erupted from the stands, tinged with a hint of proud mockery. Cech stood up, clapped his hands, and signaled for his teammates to concentrate. Arsenal's corner yielded no threat. Instead, they nearly conceded a fast break to Leeds. Alonso won the clearance on the edge of the box and immediately launched a long ball forward for Drogba, but this time Touré got his body in front to snuff out the danger. When the referee blew the halftime whistle, the score remained 1-0. Although Arsenal dominated possession, the resilience of Leeds' defense and the efficiency of their counterattacks had Wenger frowning as he made his way back to the dressing room. The Elland Road faithful, with their thunderous songs, saw the visiting players back into the tunnel. This was their territory, a place where the opposition would be suffocated. After the change of sides, Wagner evidently made adjustments. Arsenal's formation advanced as a whole. Fabregas began pressing further into the playmaker role, while Gilberto withdrew to the single holding midfielder position. The wingers frequently switched flanks, with the objective clearly aimed at tearing apart Leeds' flanks. In the 48th minute, Pierre received a pass from Fabregas on the right flank, skillfully evading Milner and Essen before cutting inside and taking a shot. Cech once again securely caught the ball, but Arsenal's intent was becoming increasingly clear. They sought to find a breakthrough on the flanks. Leeds would not yield easily. In the 51st minute, Qin Chuan, defending against Henry on the right flank, directly engaged the Frenchman, physically using his shoulder to push him out of bounds, earning cheers from the crowd. Before the ball could be kicked off, he surged forward from the backfield. Alonso delivered a precise diagonal long pass. Smith delivered a cross from the byline, and Drogba headed the ball toward goal. The ball struck the crossbar and rebounded, with Lehmann shouting instructions to reorganize the defense. In the 57th minute, Arsenal finally seized their opportunity. Overberg broke down on the right flank, drawing Vidic back to defend before passing back to Fabregas. Fabregas delivered a delicate through pass, with Lauren making a forward run and laying the ball low into the box. Henry successfully exploited the offside trap, slipping a touch past Stam's tackle before the ball nestling into the net. The Arsenal substitutes bench erupted in celebration as Wenger raised a clenched fist, signaling the team to maintain their offensive pressure. Leeds had equalized the score and responded with heightened intensity. In the 63rd minute, Eschen intercepted Gilberto's pass at the center circle and relayed it to Milner. Milner executed a feint on the right flank to bypass Ashley Cole, delivering a diagonal pass to the far post of the penalty area. Sun Shuyong, positioned as a left-back, surged forward ahead of schedule, executing a lofted volley across the goalmouth, and Drogba leaped to meet the ball, with a powerful header netting the goal. The roar from Elland Road surged like a tsunami. Sun Shuyong stood in the corner area, fist raised and roaring loudly. Drogba charged toward the advertising hoardings, spreading his arms wide to relish the fans' chants. Arsenal did not collapse. Instead, they played even more fiercely. In the 71st minute, Pierre delivered a cross from the left flank. Reyes volleyed through the middle. Cech instinctively stretched his leg, deflecting the ball out of bounds. The corner kick was taken. Touré leaped high to head the ball toward goal. Once again, it was Cech who pushed the ball over the crossbar with both hands. In the 78th minute, Arsenal launched a smooth combination play on the right flank. After cutting inside, perfection passed beautifully to Henry. Facing Cech, Henry lofted a shot. The ball had just cleared the goalkeeper's fingertips before Stam cleared it off the line with a powerful kick. The match entered its final 10 minutes. Arsenal pushed forward all out to equalize, leaving their defense exposed. In the 85th minute, Alonso delivered a penetrating through pass from his own half. Smith successfully exploited the offside trap, bursting down the right flank into the penalty area. Facing Lehmann, he calmly laid the ball across. Ronaldinho followed up with a gentle push, and the ball rolled past the post and into the net. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. During stoppage time, Arsenal had one final opportunity as Fabregas unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box, only to be denied by Cech's diving save. As the final whistle blew, Elland Road erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Leeds United had handed Arsenal a comprehensive defeat in their first encounter of the season. The headlines quickly flooded the newsstands. The following morning, the Times proclaimed, "Ronaldinho returns, Drogba speaks. The Premier League's dominance is back." The Daily Mail splashed a freeze frame of Drogba's soaring header across its front page captioned, "The Aerial Emperor." The sun was blunt. Wenger should worry. Arsenal lost a head-to-head against Leeds. Leeds fans' posts exploded online. Milner's pass. I swear Lampard possessed him. Sun Shuyong's assist was filthy. His speed cutting in from the left Lauren dumbfounded. Check is a wall. Those saves in the second half killed the game. Arsenal fans' comments were tinged with bitterness. They only won because of Sun Shuyong. The professor almost signed him last season. It was just because Campbell was rested. Wenger should have kept Vieira in midfield for a big match like this, not Fabregas. At the post-match press conference, Benitez entered first. He sat down with a faint smile. We knew Arsenal would dominate possession, but a game involves two sides. Today our wide defense was excellent. Cech was crucial. Ronaldinho, Drogba, Sun Shuyong, and Milner all performed brilliantly. This was a team victory. A reporter pressed, is Leeds now a title contender? Benitez simply smiled faintly. The season is long. We must stay focused. When Wenger entered, his expression was restrained. We had chances to equalize or even take the lead, but their counterattacks were of the highest quality. Leeds' midfield is strong with extensive defensive coverage. We couldn't find enough space in the key areas. When asked if he should change his approach, Wenger simply shook his head. We have our football philosophy. Qin Chuan did not appear in the home executive box for this match. He was still in Portugal. Claire handed him the day's news briefing. The media is overwhelmingly positive about us now, but many players are showing signs of fatigue after this game. Qin Chuan said calmly, don't mind what the media says. Winning games and hyping people up is their habit. Rafa knows how to rotate the squad. How are the negotiations going for the player ownership with that agency? Smoothly. Claire sat opposite him, placing a confidentiality agreement on the table. Boca Juniors management has agreed to release him. The portion of ownership held by MSI, they're willing to transfer it all, but they demand a one-time settlement. Qin Chuan glanced at the system panel. Phase task complete. Acquire and initiate overseas club construction. Reward received new club special operating fund of 100 million. Gil Vicente operational expenses only. Adding this to the original 70 million, the club's accounts now held 170 million. He closed the file, his tone as casual as discussing dinner. Agreed. Remember, it's Gil Vicente buying. Settle the transfer fee, signing fee, and agent commission. The ownership belongs to Gil Vicente. Sign a long contract. Also arrange for others to follow up on the other players. Claire nodded and tucked the contract into her briefcase. This transaction would be like a pebble dropped into deep water. No splash, not even a ripple reaching England. When the time is right, these two South American diamonds will stand on the Premier League stage in plain sight. Qin Chuan rose and walked to the window, gazing at the lights of the small town of Barcelos. No rush. Portugal is our base for storing South American talent. The positioning of this club is to be a selling club, exclusively a discount supermarket for Leeds United. Northern Portugal, Barcelos. Autumn rain drizzled the sky, a heavy gray. Inside the Gil Vicente club's conference room, lights illuminated a thick stack of papers, their edges curling as if ready to be flipped open. Qin Chuan extended his finger, gently pressing down on the top sheet. His voice was flat, yet carried undeniable weight. Take them all down. Long-term contracts, at least 5 years. No release clauses. Complete registration by January 31st, 2005. Claire glanced up at him, asked no questions, her eyes sweeping over the list. Each name accompanied by birth year, nationality, current club, and a precise maximum bid in euros. South America. Fernando Muslera, Uruguay, 18, Nacional, 2 million. Claudio Bravo, Chile, 22, Colo Colo, 2 million. Ezequiel Garay, Argentina, 18, and Newell's Old Boys, 2 million. Diego Godin, Uruguay, 19, Cerro, 2 million. Martin Casares, Uruguay, 18, Racing Club, 1. 5 million. Luis Suarez, Uruguay, 17, Nacional, 1. 2 million. Alexis Sanchez, Chile, 15, Cobreloa, 1 million. João Miranda, Brazil, 21, Curitiba, 2 million. Alex Silva, Brazil, 22, Sao Paulo, 2 million. Nicolas Otamendi, Argentina, 17, Vélez Sarsfield, 1. 5 million. Pablo Zabaleta, Argentina, 19, San Lorenzo, 2 million. Felipe Luis, Brazil, 19, Figueirense, 1. 5 million. Alvaro Pereira, Uruguay, 19, Miranda, 1 million. Marcelo, Brazil, 16, Fluminense, 2 million. Maxi Pereira, Uruguay, 20, Penarol, 2 million. Lucas Leiva, Brazil, 17, Grêmio. We've injected 100 million euros into the club, Qin Chuan said calmly. He spoke as if stating a transaction destined for massive profit. Claire asked no further questions and closed her briefcase. She knew what was coming next had nothing to do with feasibility. This was the boss's order. The only task was completion. That afternoon, Pedro Costa and Pereira were summoned to the office, each handed the same list. Costa divided tasks on a whiteboard. Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil teams depart tonight. Portuguese domestic signings will be handled by Pedro and myself. First securing Nani and Moutinho. Pereira completed the passports, visas, and tickets for the South American team, accompanied by lawyers and interpreters carrying waterproof document bags containing stamped contract templates. Costa and Pedro's team took trains to Lisbon and Porto to finalize contracts with local youth prospects whose agreements were nearing expiration. Qin Chuan stood by the window watching the blurred streetlights through the rain. He calmly instructed, for Brazilian players under 18 negotiate transfer fees with their clubs first to secure them sign preliminary contracts. Once they turn 18, immediately complete the transfer registration. Understood. As the door closed, the sound of rain grew clearer. Over 20 contracts and 20 young faces were simultaneously pushed toward negotiation tables. Some would be sealed quickly, others required detours, but the direction was singular: sign and lock them in. It was not uncommon for Portuguese clubs to scour South America for talent. Yet this substantial list, which would make any smaller club hesitate for half a year, was merely a page Qin Chuan could turn over. He cared little to estimate future value. Even if those names later generated headline after headline billions in premium transfers, those were simply natural outcomes. For him, this was merely a quiet arrangement, like placing 20-odd pieces on a chessboard ahead of time, ignored for now, but destined to connect years later and dominate the entire board. He stood, closed the folder, and turned toward the door. Claire waited in the corridor carrying a briefcase filled with contract documents. "Let's go. The tickets are booked," she said softly. Qin Chuan simply nodded. Gil Vicente's arrangements were in place. Next he would return to England, to face his first Champions League match since taking charge of Leeds United. When Qin Chuan re-entered Elland Road, media thronged outside the training ground with cameras and microphones. This was not a routine pre-match visit, it was Leeds United's return to the Champions League after 3 years facing the Galacticos, Real Madrid, in their group stage opener. Benitez discussed group tactics with coaching staff on the sideline. Seeing Qin Chuan approach, he immediately walked over. Their starting lineup: Casillas, Roberto Carlos, Hierro, Woodgate, Salgado; midfielders: Figo, Beckham, Zidane; forwards: Raul, Ronaldo, and Gavian. He lowered his voice. "This is their announced training roster unless there are last-minute injuries." Qin Chuan replied calmly, "I trust you regardless of the opponent." Benitez nodded without further questioning. Facing reporters from Spain and England, he clasped his hands, composed. "Rafael, will you adopt a more conservative strategy for this match?" A Spanish journalist asked, first tone laced with subtle superiority. "We'll play our way," Benitez answered succinctly without backing down. Another journalist pressed, "Your opponent is Real Madrid, the Galacticos, one of the world's strongest squads." Benitez smiled faintly, "Exactly, which makes this match worth playing." Qin Chuan was absent from the press conference. Sitting in the club office, he watched Benitez's responses through a live broadcast, his expression as calm as ever. For him, this dialogue was merely prelude. The real clash would begin the following evening. Elland Road was submerged in a sea of blue and white flags fluttering. Banners bore only one message: "Welcome to hell." Real Madrid players emerged from the tunnel amid deafening boos and chants. In the home locker room, Benitez gave final tactical instructions. Qin Chuan sat in the box, quietly watching the pitch. He knew this night might mark Leeds United's re-emergence on the European stage, or prove a costly lesson. The night wind at Elland Road carried a damp chill, the floodlights casting concentric rings of white light that washed over the pitch like waves upon the shore. In the home team's changing room, the Leeds United players sat in a circle. Benitez clicked his marker pen down onto the tactics board with a sharp tap. The sound was not loud, yet it made every man lift his head. They play a diamond midfield with a single pivot, Gravesen. He drew a cross in the center of the board. "We're going to make him the busiest man on the pitch tonight. Quit, Barry. You two take turns pressing him, force him to release the ball, drain his energy, push him until he makes a mistake." The marker tip slid to the left flank. "Ribery, your first movement is to run in behind Salgado. Chivu Figo will drift inside, don't follow him. If he cuts and you block that cut, let him send a high ball to the center, where we have Stam and Chun Zichuan waiting." He then pointed to the right. "Robin Carlos pushes high up the pitch and won't recover in time. Your first option when we win the ball is to find you. Woodgate is slow on the turn. When you get the ball, cut inside. Don't hesitate." Pausing for a beat, he pressed the marker onto the center circle. "Carrick, your first touch of the ball must always be facing the opponent's half. Our first thought is to go forward, not to pass back." His final words were not directed at the board. "It's been 3 years since we returned to the Champions League. So many of you are playing in it for the first time. But get this straight. We're not here to chase autographs. We're here to make them remember what Elland Road is." "Understood." A single unified response echoed through the room, "Yes, boss." Leeds lined up in a 4-3-3, check and goal, a back four of Chivu, Stam, Chun Zichuan, and Gary Kelly, a midfield trio of Barry, Carrick, and Makelele, and a front three of Ribery, Quit, and Robin. Real Madrid countered with a 4-4-2, Diamond Casillas in goal, Salgado, Helguero, Woodgate, and Roberto Carlos in defense, a midfield diamond of Gravesen, Beckham, Zidane, and Figo supporting the strike partnership of Raul and Ronaldo. As the whistle blew, Real Madrid quickly unveiled their formation. Beckham orchestrated the play from midfield. Zidane probed the left channel. With his characteristic rhythm, Figo drifted inward, and the right flank was ceded to the overlapping Salgado. The first threat arrived in the 3rd minute. Figo backheeled the ball. Salgado drove to the byline and crossed. Stam rose imperiously, out-muscling Raul to head the ball clear, the thud of his landing echoing like a stake driven into the earth. Qin Chuan collected the loose ball and calmly played it to Carrick, sparking a Leeds counterattack. Barry robbed Graveson of possession at the center circle. Makelele instantly linked the play, and Carrick, spotting the run, threaded a pass through. Ribery, like an arrow from a bow, sliced diagonally into the center. Woodgate was a half-step slow in his turn, and Ribery created just enough space to curl a right-footed shot towards the far post. Casillas flew to his right to tip it away, eliciting the first roar of the night from Elland Road. Before Real could catch their breath, Robin on the right flank shifted his weight, leaving Carlos off balance, and curled a cross with the outside of his boot to the far post. Quit, timing his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, powered a header into the net. 1-0. Camacho frowned on the sideline, while Benitez simply clicked his pin cap back on and gave a thumbs up towards the pitch. Real Madrid attempted to find space down the left. Zidane and Carlos played a 1-2, and Raul shot first time from close range, only for Cech to block with his knee. Barry gathered the rebound and played a diagonal ball to the center. Carrick, with another incisive pass, found Ribery, who had made a run in behind. Ribery played a square ball across the box. Quit cleverly let it run, and Robin, arriving late, slotted the ball into the empty net. 2-0. Beads of sweat had already formed on Camacho's brow. Real Madrid's midfield felt as if it were being held down by an invisible hand, suffocating and unable to breathe. Zidane was forced to drop deeper and deeper, seeking the ball from a lower position to orchestrate play, but this effectively neutralized his threat in the final third. Beckham had retreated almost to the level of his own defenders, attempting to use his long passes to unlock the Leeds defense, but Leeds' pressing was like a tightening net, sealing off every passing lane. Camacho paced the touchline, his face a roadmap of deepening creases. Finally, he made his adjustment. Beckham off duty on. The intention was clear: abandon the conservative long ball strategy and introduce a midfielder capable of dribbling and playing through balls on the ground to enhance their attacking penetration. Across the way, Benitez barely glanced at the change before handing his own tactics board to the fourth official for registration. Barry off, Milner on. There was no wasted motion, as if he had anticipated this exact counter move all along. In the 35th minute, just as the newly introduced Milner was finding his rhythm, an opportunity materialized. Guti received the ball at the center circle and was about to turn and play a forward pass when Makelele, like a phantom, emerged from his blind side. With a deft poke of his foot, the ball was cleanly dislodged and rolled directly to Carrick. Carrick didn't hesitate. He lifted his head and delivered a piercing through ball that sliced into the gap between Real Madrid's center-back and full-back. Robin, as if lying in wait, burst onto the ball, accelerated, took a touch outside, and left Woodgate in his wake, charging into the right side of the box. Casillas instinctively narrowed the angle, but Robin, unselfish, pulled the ball back from the edge of the 6-yard box. At the far post, Milner surged forward and struck the ball with his right foot towards the far corner. The ball rolled cleanly along the turf and nestled into the net, hissing the inside of the post. 3-0. The roar of Elland Road descended like an avalanche, drowning out the referee's whistle. Milner sprinted towards the corner flag, fists clenched, only to be scooped up from behind by a jubilant Robin. Benitez stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile touching his lips, as if confirming the success of his calculated move. Cornered, Camacho withdrew Figo and sent on Owen, hoping to use his pace to exploit Chivu on the left. Benitez countered instantly. Chivu was substituted and Sun Shuyong came on at left back, a player whose speed, strength, and positional sense would completely overwhelm Owen. Real Madrid's only attempt to play in behind came when Owen beat the offside trap. But as he burst into the box, Sun Shuyong slid in from the side with a perfectly clean tackle, sending the ball back to Cech's feet. The ball stayed in play, and Owen was left sitting on the turf. Real Madrid's attacks grew increasingly frantic. Camacho, in a final gamble, withdrew Zidane and threw on Portillo to add another striker. Benitez responded once more. Makelele was replaced by Larsson, and the formation shifted to a 4-4-2. Larsson and Quit as twin strikers, with Robin and Ribery providing width on the flanks. In the 80th minute, Leeds produced the most fluid counterattack of the match. Sun Shuyong won the ball and fed Milner, who slipped a diagonal pass to Robin. Robin raced down the outside and delivered a cutback to the penalty spot. Larsson's first shot was saved, but he followed up to tap in the rebound, making it 4-0. In the dying stages of the match, Real Madrid were in complete disarray. Deep into stoppage time, Quit intercepted a pass from Graveson in midfield and played it wide to Robin on the right. Robin cut inside past Carlos and laid the ball across the box. Larsson, with a clever backheel, set up Ribery, who charged in to slot the ball into the empty net. 5-0. The scoreline was sealed. When the final whistle blew, Benitez simply nodded, tucked his tactics board under his arm, and walked towards the tunnel. Camacho, his head bowed, seemed to have already entered the darkness of the changing room. At the post-match press conference, Benitez spoke with characteristic understatement. "We just executed our plan." Camacho, after a long silence, could only muster, "They were better prepared than we were." The scoreboard read, Leeds United 5-0 Real Madrid. It was a result that would be etched into Champions League history, a massacre at Elland Road. The stands at Elland Road took a long time to empty. Some fans sang, marching on together. Others pointed their phones at the scoreboard to take photos, but many simply stood still, as if trying to etch this moment into their very souls. The 5-0 on the scoreboard seemed to be carved into the night sky. The blue and white floodlights illuminated the faces of every Leeds fan, a mixture of elation, disbelief, and a hint of mocking satisfaction. The Real Madrid players trudged heads down towards the tunnel. Sweat beaded on Zidane's forehead, as if he had just been pulled from icy water. Raul's gaze was vacant. He didn't even acknowledge the English children asking for his shirt. Owen walked quickly but paused for a fraction of a second as he passed Sun Shuyang. He still remembered that clean tackle, the ball gone, before he could even find his balance. In the tunnel, Camacho's face was ashen and stony. Photographers' flashbulbs burst around him as he forced out a statement. We had injuries, we traveled, we had form issues. But that's no excuse. We didn't adapt to the English tempo and physicality. He paused, then added in a low voice, as if delivering a final blow to himself. I take responsibility. A few minutes later, Benitez pushed open the door to the press room. His gaze was calm, as if he had just finished a training exercise, not a footballing slaughter. The first question cut to the chase. How did you manage to win by such a large margin? He looked up slightly, as if confirming the question. The players executed very well. We followed the plan to target their single pivot and turn the game into one played at our speed and on our terms. When a reporter pressed him on whether the 5-0 scoreline surprised him, he simply shook his head. The score is just the result. The process is what matters. In the executive box, Qin Chuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the floodlights slowly dim over the pitch as the sprinklers began to water the turf. Claire pushed the door open and placed a stack of media drafts on the coffee table. The bold headline on the front page was as sharp as a blade: The Night at Elland Road, a stunning catastrophe, a tactical masterclass. Outside, the satellite dishes of the news vans were pointed at the stadium like lances, and the live feed to Spain had already begun. Marca reported, Beckham's defensive running covered a vast area from Real Madrid's right half space to the center circle, a rare sighting of a blue-collar worker in a galaxy of stars. After he was substituted, Real Madrid may have gained creativity, but they were torn open through the half spaces by Leeds. AS singled out, Guti can play a great pass, but under Leeds' high press he could barely lift his head to look. Figo's decline in form was evident. Owen was isolated and spent most of the match struggling in the defensive shadow of Sun Shuyang. The Guardian was blunt: too many stars, not enough running. Inside the Real Madrid changing room, the atmosphere was like congealed air. No one wanted to speak first. Zidane took off his shirt, folded it meticulously, and placed it in his bag, his movements slow, as if he were stalling for time. Beckham sat on the bench staring at a single spot on the floor, his lips pressed into a thin line. Figo had his face buried in a towel, only the reddened corners of his eyes visible. In Madrid, the lights in the boardroom at the Bernabeu remained on all night. Perez finished reading a thick dossier of post-match analysis, tapping his fingertips lightly on the desk. His voice was icy. This is not what Real Madrid should look like. Camacho stood by the window silent for a long time. Finally, he turned around as if he had made up his mind. I understand. Those words would also serve as his farewell. The following morning, Real Madrid's official website posted only a brief statement. With immediate effect, Jose Antonio Camacho is relieved of his duties as head coach of Real Madrid. When the news bulletin aired, the background image was the Elland Road scoreboard, Leeds United 5-0 Real Madrid. It was a night that would be remembered for a decade.